live stuff.
Ooh.
It is indeed spooky month.
It spooked me again.
Don't
I
worry.
will say that it's actually kind of a shame that we have so much to talk to because we needed to discuss that electricity is the real life hard magic system, but we can't. We have to talk about Rings of Power.
Damn it.
So we have a lot to go through. There is so much that happens, and a lot of it is very funny. A lot of it is it's tragedy, it's drama, it's goofery, it's nonsense. I hated almost all of it except the parts where I laughed. But you know what? If you haven't seen the episodes, boy, you're missing out. This is something else, man.
Peak comedy.
These last two episodes in particular, I mean, even on the Rings of Power scale,
Yeah.
they are something impressive.
What a
Oh,
scale
boy.
that is.
Mhm.
Oh,
Concentrated garbage.
I think we can we safely say that especially with these last two episodes, season 2 is worse than season 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Indeed, we
I'm
can.
thinking we can.
It was
I'm
close.
thinking we can.
Yeah.
It
was close for a bit.
Yeah, for a
Before
bit.
episode 7, I was
think,
unsure. After 7, yeah.
I
I
agree.
think what's funny about that is I can tell because as opposed to being more lethargic about Rings of Power, these last two episodes made me laugh a lot and made me angry.
Yeah. You made me feel
It made you
things.
feel something, yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
felt something.
it's probably fair to say that these last two episodes made me feel the most emotions out of the whole of Rings of Power.
Definitely. True.
I love the idea that the makers are like, "Oh, really?" And you're like, "Hmm."
At
Oh, is
last,
that what
you know
used
what
for
it
the
means to
thumbnail?
hate.
That's funny. I like it. It's appropriately. I like the thumbnail picture because it's appropriately goofy for what
Yeah.
happens in these two episodes. It,
Oh,
it
yeah.
really does encapsulate just the nonsense that happens.
It's weird on what Frankie said. Like, I'm kind of looking forward to some scenes talking about them. Like,
Yeah.
because some of them are just so
I was
funny.
excited after I saw episode 7 for this stream, man.
Now, we should go ahead and get started because we might be
Yep,
here a long time.
yep.
There's a lot to talk about.
With
So,
no intros whatsoever. Just get going.
without any further ado, let us begin with Rings of Power Season 2, Episode 7, Doomed to Die, which you might think, as I did when we were loading this up, when Random and I were watching it, I said, oh, we're going back to Pelargir, because we have to talk, like, the men's story is going to be a part of this, because obviously the title, Nine for the Mortal Men Doomed to Die, as we all know, so I was like, oh, hey, well, we'll finally go back and see what's going on with the Southlanders and the Wild Men and all that stuff. Because, of course, that's what you would think with that title, so we'll see if I was wrong.
It's interesting that you thought that, Rags. I had the total opposite thought. I was like, this is just going to be entirely about Eregion.
Fair enough.
It just made me think of the Rings of Men, so I was just like, well, that's probably what it is, right?
Yeah.
Hey! It's okay. Eregion is okay. Did you know that Eregion's okay? Everything is hunky-dory.
Oh,
Because
sick.
the episode opens and it's calm and peaceful. There are birds chirping. We see old Brimby out on the balcony. He's drinking his mithril tea. I can only assume he steeped it in,
delicious
some
mithril
moon
tea.
runes
No,
to
it's
give
the
it that
goo.
little
It's the
little bit of
Gooty.
no, it's moon rune tea.
Yeah.
Sure. But he's having a good time.
VLC's off to a
He's
good
drinking
start.
tea, and then for the first time in kind of the entire show, we actually get a little montage of the ring making process. God forbid, this is kind of something. This is kind of something that we had mentioned was oddly absent from a show called Rings of Power that is so focused around the forging and the construction of these rings. We have this set, the Forge, we're here all the time. It's such a central part of the plot, but we never really see anything to do with the ring making process. It all sort of happens off screen. But
we saw some metal, like liquid metal, running down
Yeah,
some
a little
tubes
bit.
for whatever
we
reason.
see some, we see a little bit of molding. We see a little toolage, you know. We even see Brimby. He's taken out some of that little mithril. They call it powder, but he's taken mithril pebbles out of that container that Anatar gave him. That he said he got from Narvi.
Mithril we've seen.
Well, you're no expert, and Brimby
I've
is.
seen the other Mithril in the show.
This is different. It's been processed.
Yeah, it's different.
It's different when you get. It's different when it's raw.
Like
Have you ever seen a natural banana? They don't look anything like the stuff you get at the store. Mithril's the same way.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, we get some actual ring forging that's taking place here, and instantly I have many questions. Right now, obviously, I'm not going to bury the lead here. It's not the right expression, but we'll stick with it. This is obviously an illusion. This isn't really happening because where we left off from the last episode, the last time we saw Brimby and Eregion, Eregion was being sieged by orcs somehow. And currently he got illusorified by Anatar to go back into the forge and make these 9 rings. And boy, he sure has to hurry. Boy, he sure does have to hurry. He has to basically make 9 rings before the city falls from the siege. And also, I believe in season 1, it was very clearly stated that in order to make rings of power, you not only need mithril, and you not only need the greatest of elven smiths, it seems, but you also need specifically gold and silver from Valinor.
Yeah, you need super pure gold and silver.
Yes,
No,
the
we forgot
bestest
about
of
that.
gold and the bestest of silver.
We covered this
However-
last time. They have a big warehouse of the daggers
Well,
that they just found on screen.
they're making this for men. Men are shit. Like, we
Well,
don't
they gave
They
it
could
to
use
the
the
dwarves.
stinky ore for
Yeah,
that.
They didn't have it.
leftover.
They didn't have it for the dwarves either. The dwarf. They never mentioned this with
Yeah,
the dwarves
dwarves are
either. It's
shit.
just like a
They just kind of forgot
continuation.
like the orcs in the sunlight burning thing. You know, it doesn't matter anymore.
So, lacking our Arum and Argentum from Valinor, whatever, doesn't matter. He must be making some really good progress inside this illusion. And we'll kind of get into some of the more illusion-related stuff later because the more we learn about the illusion and what Brimby reports about it, the more questions kind of pop up. But it seems that already, right here at the beginning of the episodes, he has essentially made 9 ring templates already. He's got the bands pretty much finished.
Yep.
He
got
has
the
made
base.
some incredible progress
Yeah,
all
when
by
we cut
himself.
away from him last time, he was told to make rings, and now we're back, and he's here doing the bands. Pretty crazy progress. He's a fast boy.
Yeah,
He's a
seemingly
fast
within
boy.
5 minutes, as has been the case pretty much every time. It's more complicated than that, as we find out soon. But yeah,
Do you like
Mhm.
how
There's the
they take full advantage of the whole like between episodes? You don't know how much time has passed, but simultaneously make it so that like the beginning of this one and the end of the last one are linked.
Yeah.
Completely,
Like,
tightly.
it's, what, maybe like 5 minutes. Yeah, 5-10 minutes tops.
well, there is a line later that kind of hints us in that some amount of time has passed, but they're not specific whatsoever. Of course.
it can't be long enough. That's the
No,
only
no
thing.
way.
Yeah.
He just
Can't be
he
long enough
bulk
for
made these
progress
rings
to
like in a flash. He's just like boom,
Yeah,
boom,
and
boom, boom, boom,
remember,
boom,
he
boom, boom.
did that, and he made
He's
tea,
cranking 'em
and then
out.
taking a
Well,
little break.
Oh, Brimby's
Yeah,
cranking.
Like either way, there's problems. If it's been like several days, the city should have already fallen. If it's been like 5 minutes, then he shouldn't be done whatsoever.
I think we're absolutely not meant to conclude that it's been days. It's the same night for sure.
it's
It's complicated. I think
more
I think it's
complicated,
really
yeah.
weird,
Reckon?
Yeah.
but we'll get there.
Yeah, we will get into it because there's a good thing that Brimby says later that kind of will prompt our conversation onto that.
Mhm.
So hold that
Mhm.
thought.
Mm.
We will definitely get into it. Now, while he's doing his work, Brimby's got his tools, and he notices that he's got Feanor's hammer, Feanor's famous hammer, as we all know, one of my favorite characters. In
I know
Rings of
that
Power.
guy.
Yeah, Feanor's really cool, and I like hammers. Hammers are really great.
Yeah.
Now, he notices that one of the little gems in Feanor's hammer is missing because it's kind of bejeweled in little rubies and sapphires and whatnot. But one of the rubies on one of the little sockets is missing. That's not good. You don't want to lose a ruby on Feanor's famous hammer. It's not the same without it. Or when you display it, you know which side's going to be facing outwards. So he looks around for it. Where is this ruby? I gotta find it, obviously. Correct response to realizing you've dropped a ruby is to look around for it. And while he's looking around, he sees this little mousey.
Aw.
A little mouse. He's back. I think he was in the previous episode, right? A little mouse
mhm.
crawling around.
Yeah. He was eating some metal scraps in the corner.
There he goes. Little mouse is back. I hope he's doing a-okay. He seems to be doing all right. He looks healthy and happy. He's in the famous forge, Kellerimbor's Forge. It's quite a place to be. It's pretty odd. Now, when he gets around after looking for this ruby, he's got a mirror set up on the desk, and he sees his true reflection for just a moment, in the mirror. He's all bedraggled and haggardly. He's got a dirty face. He's a bit scuffed up. It's not like what we see in the illusion where he's cleaned and groomed and everything's all nice. He's like, oh shit, what the fuck is this? That's not right. And it kind of spooks him a bit that he sees this weird version of himself in this mirror. That's kind of spooky.
Didn't they get this backwards? Shouldn't he be surprised he's not dirty, and that should tip him off because he's been working all the time?
I mean,
Again,
he's
wouldn't look
bloodied
that
as
dirty.
well, right?
Yeah, it's not just that he's dirty, it's also that he's bloody. He's physically not in a good way. But again, it's difficult to discuss that until we have the reveal as to what's actually going on.
Yeah.
But it's also just for the audience, to notice.
The thing is that while this was happening, the whole time I was like, yeah, but like the illusion can't help him if like something hits the tower and then it falls.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's also true.
Oh, yeah.
That's an
And we get
interesting
to- we get to see
hypothesis,
some of that
Stringy.
Yeah.
Hypothesis.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's like a smaller, weak thesis as opposed to a hyperthesis, which is like energetic and it's bigger.
I thought it was amusing because I started to think about Sauron making this illusion is like a pipe that's bursting in different locations, and he keeps putting his finger on it. It's like, there's like mirrors. Fuck,
Pretty much,
I forgot mirrors.
He's plugging
darn
leads
it.
everywhere, yeah.
Actually, he just doesn't have the processing power to create an actual convincing illusion. It keeps bugging out occasionally. It's like a Star Wars Outlaws thing almost. It's like you look at a corner and then, oh shit, something's jumped from place to place.
Celebrimbor
Yeah,
walks
how
through the
come
floor, and
I
he's
look-
like, wait a minute.
My reflection in the mirror.
Mm.
Why am I ugly? I don't know. So this is kind of weird, but he doesn't get long to really think about it because Anatar walks in to interrupt him, and they have a chat. And then when he looks to look at Anatar, and then he looks back at his reflection, and he's back to what he believes is normal. Things are hunky dory and a-okay. Boy,
Yay.
that was really weird. They have a chat. Anatar asks if he's a bit overwhelmed, but Brimby says he's felt this real clarity. Clarity. Sorry, I didn't say the word clarity clearly. Over the last few weeks, he's felt this incredible clarity that he hadn't really felt before because, he feels like his mind was slipping. He was forgetting things. He couldn't even remember Miradania's name. His tools are getting misplaced, allegedly. But he feels, kind of at peace. He's focused. He's in the zone, so to speak, and he feels pretty good. So, this means that he thinks that he has been in this tower working without leaving for a few weeks.
Weeks, apparently.
Yeah.
As of
This
the end
does
of last
not work.
episode.
Now, obviously, we don't know the full nature of Sauron's illusory potency and capabilities. However, that needs to be a very complex, complicated, and well thought out illusion if you want someone to believe that they've been there for weeks without sort of breaking their chain of consciousness or having them notice things are awry.
Or
we
you
only
can
see
create a pocket dimension and manipulate time, which would be, a bit bigger
Sort
than
of,
just an illusion.
you'd have to really mess around with Brimby's mind to make him think that, oh, I haven't shat in the last few weeks. Have I slept? Has nobody sent a message? No one's knocked on the door. I've been in here alone for
Underestimating
weeks.
the work Sauron put into this, okay?
Do I have
Yeah.
Dookie in my pants right now?
And then Sauron comes in, he's like, no, you've already dookied several times. See?
Oh, you're right.
And
I
then he looks
did.
down. Oh my god!
There's Dookie everywhere.
I have taken the greatest of elven shits.
Now I'm known for two things.
Oh, no.
Please don't, Anatar, don't tell anyone, please. I'll make any rings you want. Don't tell them I pooped myself.
Please don't tell the Valar about this.
Don't tell the Valar. And Anatar's like, oh, Brimby, they know.
They know.
And the Valar never forget. Hey, guess what?
Oh,
What?
Brimby says that he needs a few more days to finish the rings.
yeah.
No.
Or loser.
All right. So
No more days.
Still work to go. They're not finished
No more
yet. We
days.
need a few more days worth of work. Please remember that. It will come. It will be important later.
Oh, importante.
All right. He needs a few more days to finish the rings. But
Mhm.
boy, he's
been
been in here
weeks.
for. He's been in here for what he believes is weeks, and he says he needs a few
Hmm.
more days. Now, remember, Brimby doesn't know he's in an illusion, so he thinks that it's real-world days that he will need, not like weird, ambiguous illusion days. So that kind of plays into something we'll talk about later. Now, Anatar says he has so enjoyed their time together when they're having this chat.
Aw.
And honestly, I don't really know. Anatar's always come across as overly stoic, kind of dour. He's kind of a downer.
He sucks.
You know, he's boring. He's confrontational. He's not made any attempt to be friendly.
You're just saying that because he's lame.
I mean, he's a bit all over the place, I feel, because he's like overly nice sometimes as well to the elves.
Yeah.
And shit. When like after Celebrimbor yelled at them, he's like super insanely overly nice to them after that. So he's
They've done
just,
that throughout all this season. The whole like, I am such
Yeah.
an angelic being, but ooh, I'm evil. But no, I'm.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah,
very
the evil
clever.
voice, like when he was Halbrand before he turned into Anatar, there was a lot more of that, because I think he says like, "Are you my friend?" And like you can kind of buy that there is a little bit of a friendship there, but since he's turned into Anatar, not really. He's gone all in on like, I am a higher being, and we have work to do kind of thing. This is like a relationship of convenience
You have
or of
work
practicality,
to
I guess.
Wow.
yeah.
All
Hello.
right.
What has happened?
Um,
Flags,
Has he
are you
died?
okay? Are you all right?
Has he timed out?
I
I think he's
Oh,
in
no.
some different simulation being run by Anatar at the moment.
Oh,
That
Varax,
fucking-
the candle
Mm,
hasn't
fucking
burned
sent
down
me.
even a centimeter since he last spoke.
Oh my god.
Has he pooped himself?
He made the biggest dookie.
Oh
no.
no, Supreme Duke.
Uh-oh.
He's run off, run it away.
Run it away. he just said my internet just took the greatest of elven shits.
Yo, it's dookie time.
The Valar got him. Damn. Well, I suppose we'll have to take over for him, that poor fella. He's gonna...
Oh boy.
The thing with his internet going down is it could be as much as a day or 5 minutes. You have no idea.
Oh no.
I guess it makes me feel better about my shit internet. At least it's working.
Well, someone else suffers. So,
There's always
Hey,
someone who's worse.
Mark the days. I shall have fiber eventually. It'll be a
Oh.
great day. All right. Well,
Rejoice.
where were we? What was happening next? Poor
That
Brimby.
was the end of the bit in the forge. Anatar's now
Yeah.
going to leave him because he said, "I need a few more days."
He's just looking around at the annihilation as Sauron does.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Annihilation.
I will say this is the beginning of the feeling for me, certainly in this episode and next episode as well, of just I have no idea what the progression of events are. None whatsoever. I see
They
Eregion
just
basically
have-
mostly annihilated, and I'm like, are we at the end of a battle? What happened?
Well, it gets annihilated with fireballs all the way through the end of the last episode, so I'm just
Yeah.
surprised
One of
anything is
them
still
one of them
standing.
activated by Elrond.
Yeah.
Yes! That's one of my favorite payoffs in the entire show. It's
He's so
funny.
angry about his horse that he really likes.
It's so unnecessary.
It's great stuff.
Then he says, "Die, Glug." He's not Glug, but you know. Oh,
Hey, we're
Yeah,
back.
Rex.
Oh, he lives.
Save
You
us.
arrived precisely when you meant to.
That's right. I meant to come back. In fact, I definitely meant to leave. My internet just had a poopy for a little bit. It had a
Little
little
dookie.
poopy. But you know what? We're back. I don't know where I cut out, but essentially, after the little chat, Anatar's like, "You keep it up, man. Good job."
Yeah.
you
I'm gonna go
you did-
outside.
You nailed it.
Let's see
And
what's
so
going on
Anatar
out there.
leaves. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll go outside, and you keep working on those rings, buddy, old chummo pal. And then we see reality. And reality is holy shit, fuckballs. It's bad, man. Eregion's being sieged by orcs still. You have a bunch. What I thought was really amusing was that you still had random elf civilians wandering around
Yeah.
the little square in front of the forge, going ah,
Oh, yeah. They've been running around there for days.
They just run around out in the open, panicking. Oh no!
Yeah, it's like
no
you-
one has
you
yet
didn't-
turned up to tell them about the super secret tunnels that have existed in their city for the entire time, which they could all have used to evacuate by now, but they
No, they
haven't
gotta
because
run around
Galadriel hasn't
first.
told them that yet.
we have to run around for a while.
There's
and
a
show
ritualistic
scenes of
unlock
panic.
for those tunnels. You have to go to like A, B, C, D, E, F, G all over the place to and
Only
stand and
Galadriel
chant.
and the dwarves know about it, apparently.
Well, yeah, it's completely unclear who does know about it because it's suggested later that Celebrimbor might know. Like it's not unclear. Sorry, it's not clear. If Anatar knew about it, though, I just think that would be a very amusing conversation because the guards would be like, "What should we do? Should we get the civilians out through the tunnel?" He's like, "Tunnel? What tunnel?" That
Yeah.
changes things. Like that
We
would
are
change things
getting
what
we are
happens, yeah.
getting ahead of ourselves though a bit here.
Not me. I didn't say anything.
Well,
Don't let me in
the
with
rest
these
of us.
guys. Don't let me in with these guys.
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry,
crazy.
Rags. Everyone but you,
focused.
Rags.
I'm goal oriented. I'm focused. I'm driven. I'm
I'm
incredible
glug oriented.
energy. Yeah, Glug is
I'm
great.
not.
What?
No.
Whoa.
He will talk about it.
Okay.
We'll talk about what Glug
Okay.
did
It's
later.
nice and ominous.
Okay.
I believe you shit on Glug
Um,
like this.
Now, Anatar's.
Waldreg.
He's no Waldreg.
He is
but
no
then again,
Waldreg.
who is?
Yeah,
except
nobody's
for
claiming
Waldreg?
that.
Yeah.
But
I didn't say
Anatar,
that he was claiming that. I'm just saying he's no Waldreg.
he is no Waldreg.
Yeah, nobody's
That's
claiming
true.
that.
Yeah,
Um,
just like which I never even implied.
I didn't imply you implied it.
Oh my god.
I implied that Anatar sees this like random elf soldier. I implied it by saying it. And then he says, "Hey, you elf soldier, I need you to gather your finest troops because I, Anatar, I am the Lord of Eregion and I'm going to lead the defense."
And obviously they say, that's ridiculous. Why would we believe you? That's stupid. Why would you be the Lord of Eregion?
yeah, what they should be saying is, "Wait, who are you again? Who are you? You came from where?
What do you mean?
Who-
He's cast
who
a
are
spell.
you?"
Anything that seems a bit
Okay.
weird about how any of that could work, he cast a spell.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that
Oh,
solves
well.
that.
I'm glad we saw we
I've been to
figured that
writing
out.
school, and writing school tells you that
Oh.
the answer is always right in front of you, but you're too stupid to see it. And that
If
was
you
an
went to
example.
school, name every school.
That fucking captain man looks so fucking goofy and every
Elm
scene he's
Street.
in.
Oh,
That's
damn it,
because
you got it.
the armor doesn't help.
Yeah.
Um,
But it's like
now-
facial expression and shit like that. It doesn't look like an elf at all in any scene he's in.
He's very funny.
a lot of the elves don't
Yeah.
look like elves.
Nope.
Yes.
For reasons terms of service won't let me elaborate on. Now, did you know? Did you know that I am confused because one, obviously, I have no idea why they are trusting Anatar. He just showed up one day recently, and like no one knows who he is or where he came from. No one knows him.
It's
Who
really
knows
weird.
Whatever.
It was mostly
I
done
feel like
off
it's a-
screen.
Yeah, I was about to
Oh,
say, it's
well,
like
that takes care of
it
that.
feels like they just went around the whole city and they're like, "This is Anatar, the Lord of Gifts. If he tells you something, just do it." Yeah.
Well, we had that scene when he said he's in charge, basically, and everyone
Well,
just went, "Oh, okay, yeah."
Remember
We
when
did.
he was
Yeah.
like, he was nice with the girl? That was supposed to, I think we talked about it. That's supposed to represent how he's nice to everyone. They all love him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He is
like
the bestest of the best.
I won't reveal what happens later because I don't want to skip ahead, but we do have reason to believe that he has spoken or, he's had chats with the guards. Let's put it that way.
Mm.
It's
So-
implied.
Yeah, I don't think that works either, but I guess that's why they're not immediately like, wait, who the hell are you? But yeah, it all happened off screen. We have to lean on that.
Naturally.
Rings of Power.
I also have many questions regarding the city is under an incredible siege. Fire, smoke, ruin, death. Oh no, this is madness. It's terrible. And no one, not a single elf in all of Eregion, has gone into the forge to look for Celebrimbor.
No, Anatar said he needs to be left alone, and what Anatar
Literally,
says is rule.
The newest guy to join this little kingdom is
Yeah.
the one that
Yeah.
told us not to, so we're not gonna. God, where's that one character that's like, I don't give a shit who you are. I'm gonna go speak
Yeah.
to the Lord. Thank you very
Celebrimbor
much.
is like 1,000 years old, and he's been the Lord of Eregion to the point where, as we learn later, he says he built this city on rock and
On
roll.
Rock and roll.
Actually, but I guess I guess he doesn't have any friends or colleagues or people who care about him or just general people who are like, we should go get the guy in charge of the city because we're being attacked by an army of orcs.
But
I
remember,
guess
he
that
was
just
really
never
mean to
happened.
them, and that's the reason. When they were
Yeah,
all
yeah,
forging the rings, and he got mildly impatient, and that's enough to sever all the bonds of trust and friendship between them.
For
Then the-
thousands of years, they've known this person. But fuck
writers
then
that.
the
pretty
new
much use it
guy comes
shorthand.
around. New guy comes around. It's like he's gone. He's completely mad. I have to heal him. It's like,
They're
oh,
using
okay.
the same shorthand that they use for the dwarves, because in Eregion it's like Medania represents all of the other elves, whereas in Khazad-dûm it's that Na'vi does. And if either of those two characters change their mind about something, it represents the will of the people, and you just
Oh.
don't question it.
You know, Friggy, the Navi, he's played by the same actor who played the guy in Hot Fuzz, who's like, my perfect Sunday begins on a nice, he's that.
Oh, no way.
That quote, yeah. I don't know, like, I never would have guessed, but I was like, oh, okay.
That's funny.
Look at him go.
Nice.
So anyway, Anatar goes to this guard and he says, "Hey, I'm leading the defense. Gather your finest troops. I'm in charge." Now Meridania, she's around here and she senses that something's up here. Something's going on. Anatar tells her that Brimby's mine, it's gone. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's crazy. He's crazy nutso. Anatar says that now, without him, they're alone. But Meridania says no, and she grabs his hand and says they aren't alone.
Oh.
Because women are strangely attracted to evil men. It's very
That's
odd,
true,
but that
yeah.
seems to be what the writers are leading me to
True.
believe. I'm not
It's-
sure what they mean by this, but it's kind of unusual.
It is the most catastrophic information you could ever have from Anatar. Truly, if you trust him, the idea that you don't go, okay, I am gonna go see Celebrimbor now. Like after you said that, I think it's time. He's like, no. You're like, no. I think so. I actually, personally, I think so.
I want to go see Celebrimbor, the greatest of elven smiths, who I feel like just
It's-
like last week was totally okay and normal, and then you showed up and things went to actual shit.
Could you
So
imagine how
I'm
funny
gonna
it would
go.
be? Like she
Say
walks
hello.
in and she's like, because does Anatar got like full coverage over whenever anybody may or may not enter that room? Because if you just walk in and be like,
Apparently,
Celebrimbor, like, why haven't you shown yourself? You're the Lord of Eregion. Like, we're under siege. She'd be like,
I'm making
"What?"
rings.
No, we're not. Look outside. It's a lovely day.
Oh my god!
I've been
It's
drinking
maybe
my tea
lovely.
every morning. It's been wonderful.
Maybe it's part of the illusion that he can't see anyone else in there, so he just ignores them.
I mixed it with mithril.
That's
It's
what
got
I was
a lot of the
thinking.
Valar in it.
And I was just starting to realize like how boring Sauron's
Yeah.
control over Eregion is, because everything that doesn't make sense doesn't have a clever answer. It just has a "fuck you, he did it" answer.
Yeah, he
I
just
think it
said
is.
it.
We are just meant to believe that he just locked Celebrimbor in the tower, and no one questions it. I genuinely think that's it.
Yeah.
And even
They
if
would
someone
that's
would
what
have
we're
break
gone
that
in,
supposed to
shit
believe, yeah.
down.
Well,
Also,
'cause-
Lolan Windor, if you say so.
I was just thinking you could have had that scene. I think it would have improved it just by a sliver if she's like, no, I got to go see him, and she comes in and he is portrayed the way that Anatar says he is, and then we see that it's a full illusion for her as well as Celebrimbor, right?
That could have been interesting, yeah.
Yeah, they could have done that because it would fit with. I say it fits with the rules that they've set up. The rules they've set up are fucking insane. But yeah, he does appear to have some control over Medania, so yeah, they could do something with that.
Oh well.
Yeah.
So I guess there's this like implying this closeness and romance between her and him because they talked a couple times. And Anatar says, "You know what, Meridania, you've been really great and you're awesome, and you'll get your reward. You'll be rewarded for it.
You'll get what you fucking deserve.
So that
He
means she'll
says-
die."
He says you have shown your quality.
Again, stealing fucking lines.
Ooh.
Well, everything that they say in that scene, it's
Yep.
like 3 lines back to back. It's we
Yep.
are alone from Theoden, not alone, and then
Hmm.
yeah, you've shown your
They
quality.
really have
Fucking-
cranked up the stealing, haven't they?
Yes.
Yes. It's fucking constant sometimes, like every single line in a
We have not
conversation.
yet begun to steal.
How much would it suck if
Fools.
someone who was a fan of this and hadn't even seen Lord of the Rings was saying like, all those lines are really good, and the writer's like, do you like any other lines? Any of
No.
And they're like, not
I
really.
thought all the other ones were awful. It's like, oh.
Balrog is
I mean,
so
they
good.
don't,
Did you
they don't
know
really
that?
fit at all. Like, they're just shoved in. Like,
No, it feels like a list, and they had to check it off. And we
yeah.
got to this episode, and they're like, guys, we have like 5 of these left. You got to get them in. Like,
Mm.
go.
Just
Every time there's a
cram it in there.
possibility of just cramming one in there, they just shove it in without thinking of like how it will fit to the rest of the conversation or anything.
Speaking of stealing lines, chat just said that Metal just plagiarized from Never Knows Best because he said you get what you fucking deserve.
What?
What?
That's not.
We're gonna have to censor that in post. I'm sorry, everybody, that you had to listen to Metal say those things.
Yeah.
We'll say
I'll do it again, though.
entirely.
Metal
in
will be
post.
disciplined. It will never happen again.
Oh,
I
no.
apologize on behalf
Not
of
again.
Every Frame of Pause and our
Down in the
subsidiary.
dungeon you go.
See what you've done, Chad. That's another 4 weeks of Rings of Power
Listen,
for
chat.
me.
Consequences have actions. Okay.
Speaking of actions and consequences, let's talk about both of those things because all of a sudden we realize that what's going on? All of the catapults have stopped firing on our beautiful, well, it could use some touch-up work on their wonderful city. What's going on? It's weird that they just kind of stopped. Normally that means something. In fact, it does mean something here as well. They notice that all of the. All right, I'm just going to describe to you what happens.
Please do.
So, all of the siege engines stop shooting at Eregion, and they start rotating away from the city. Like, that's weird. Does this mean like another army is showing up, and they're just trying to hit the army showing up? Are these the reinforcements from Linden that are here? Have the dwarves arrived? Are the eagles coming? I don't know, man. Maybe it's Ents. Who knows? I don't know.
Maybe they're trying to swat down a fly, you know?
True. They are very annoying. Have you ever tried to siege a city where you got a fly buzzing around your face and you're like, get away from me. Go bug someone else, please. Or like a horse fly when you're at the pool. Fuck off with that. Jesus Christ. Hey, none of those things happen. Something even cooler happens. So they turn all their catapults and they...
Catapults?
Yeah. They're like
trebuchets.
Whatever.
No,
no, not whatever.
Whatever. I don't give a shit. All right.
Totally different
Boo, boo him.
Yeah, I don't care. I've seen what you cheer at.
What do you mean? You?
So they start shooting their catachets at. They turn them all, and they start pelting a nearby mountain with their little rocks, right? And so what they do is they hit the mountainside with their little rocks, and it knocks off like the entire side of the mountain, and it slides off and crashes down into the river that Eregion is built around that's been protecting it, and it dams up the river.
Almost pretty much
instantly.
So there's several fucking things wrong with this.
It is so.
Before we get on to it, I was just going to say, I was so confused in this scene because I had not even a million years I thought that would be what would happen because it's not.
Yeah.
It's so not possible to do it this way that I thought something else must be happening. I was like.
Well, yeah, that's why I started off by saying, like, oh, the Linden army's here, or the Ents have shown up, or the dwarves, or some other force showed up, or the Numenorians, something. Like, because you don't obviously no one could have ever even foreseen this happening because it makes this is not.
We didn't know the fucking orcs are the best engineers in Middle-earth.
How fast is that water flowing down that river that it can be blocked and dried up that quickly?
Just random rubble makes a perfect dam, don't you know?
The river is not very fast moving.
With no cracks in it at all.
Can you see how
I think above it?
You see how childish this shot is, as in like what they're trying to translate to us.
It's really funny. It's really funny because I was watching the episode. This appears, and I hit stop. Message Moss like, "What the fuck is this shit? What is this childish fucking bullshit?" And then 5 minutes later, I don't know, a couple of minutes later, holy shit! I just watched the rest. What the fuck?
I think this is also. It's a good time to show the difference between the season 1 Eregion and season 2 Eregion.
Oh, what? That season 2 Eregion just has walls now.
Yes, and there's also a mountain that appeared, conveniently for them to fire at.
Well, yeah,
I did link it, but it's not showing up. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like the whole. I cannot get over that they actually just dammed up the river, and it's like it dries up instantly, and there's no gaps, and none of the water will just flow above it, which is what would inevitably happen.
The smallest defense that I could possibly give for it, which I think is I'm probably being a bit too charitable because I'm comparing it to the volcano in season 1, which I think is a lot worse. is that given the insane way that this mountain appears to be constructed, and given that these catapults appear to be like intercontinental ballistic catapults, you could probably, if you dumped enough rocks into the river, block the water for a period of time. But how long it's going to last is a different question, and the riverbed is not going to be traversable anytime soon.
What they actually needed was they needed to hire some beavers to build a dam for them.
Hell yeah.
Just, hey, beavers, go. Get to work.
I would need it way more if we just had Waldrig turning up at the top of the mountain and turning a key to turn the river off. Like, that would have made more sense.
Turn the river off.
You can't just farm an entire
I found
river
another
with
key.
some random rocks. I've seen Clarkson's farm when he tries and fails to build a little dam. Like, stuff just goes through the gaps. You can't dam a river by knocking a mountain onto it.
It feels as though
tried this way before.
Over it. Eventually, it will go over it because the
No,
water keeps
it will
flowing.
go through it immediately because you're not going to make a perfect seal.
No way,
for
It's
yeah.
not going to be
Random
perfect,
rubble.
Absolutely. But even if we assume it fell perfectly to where it actually blocked the whole thing, the water would just eventually go over it.
They want us to
dam
believe
just
it fell like
infinitely keeps
Tetris
water
blocks.
back.
Yeah,
Yes,
if you
a modern
Yeah, but if it
dam
fell
has
perfectly,
to
it would
allow
have
water
disappeared.
through.
What are you talking about? It can't be like Tetris blocks. If it fell perfectly, they'd all disappear. And then
Oh,
they'd be
No.
back to square one.
It's true.
Like
basically,
Tetris
if
blocks,
you
not
could
the same
slow-
as Tetris blocks.
Oh,
It's
It
just
could
okay.
like
slow
Tetris
down the
blocks,
flow a
they
bit, but
disappear.
there will still be a lot of water
It wouldn't be
going through that shit.
traversable. It absolutely
No.
wouldn't be
If you-
No, fuck
traversable.
no.
if you did it like a science experiment, and you said, because it is in a valley, because like you say with the image we got on screen now, that there is a
It
mountain.
shows like a
underneath.
science experiment.
So it is like a valley, which means that if you have an area that you need that is the width of the river, and then you drop a block that perfectly blocks the river, it is going to stop the water. It's just not going to stop it forever, because the
Yeah.
water is obviously going to keep going. So
It's gonna
that's-
build up and then go over it. Yeah.
It goes
Yeah,
up
that-
and then goes over it.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that this, given what we see, if the catapults on the mountain work in the way that they seem to, which is insane, and if Adar knew about this and was that accurate, then the blocking of the river, I think, is possible. Everything that happens afterwards and how long it blocks it for is insane.
But that's the
It would
truism. If you
lower-
accept it works in the insane way that it's shown working, then it works. It's just tautological.
Well, for something like that, I would let them get away with it more so if it were like they cast a spell to evaporate the water temporarily or
Yeah.
something. I'd be like, oh, pff, all right, I guess. But like this has physics that they're lying about. A lot of them.
There is around where I live, there's a number of lakes, and every like a suburban area that I live is lots of lakes. Sometimes I have to drain these lakes essentially completely empty in order to do like maintenance with drainage and things of that nature. And when they've drained these lakes before, you can go down, you can just walk down in these lakes, and it is you will sink down to your knees
Yeah.
in mud because they've been
Mhm.
underwater for so long. You cannot walk across it. It
No,
is
fuck no.
absolutely unfit for traversal. You just can't do it. They would have to be dry for ages
Magic though.
or be like incredibly stony at the
Yeah.
bottom.
If you have like incredibly stony, like sandy, bottoms, then possibly yes. But
maybe,
this is
yeah.
just mud.
But there is no way you're walking. You will take a step in there and go, and then
Mhm.
you'll just be stuck in the mud. You just won't be able to do it. It's absolute nonsense. The person who wrote this doesn't know what a river is. They
Oh,
don't know
and-
what the effect of water on land is.
Something else to mention as well is that this was evidently Adar's plan, because he deliberately like blocked out the sun. We saw like a shot of it earlier. He blocked out the sun by nuking the city. And then he was like, right, it's time. We got to send the troops in. So then he fires at the little bit of rock that falls perfectly because he knew that was going to happen somehow.
Well, so
how do
what
you
you're
normally
failing
cross
to
a river?
realize, he set
have
this up
boats.
years ago. See this? This little Rube Goldberg machine of big rock and tiny rock. He knew this would
yeah,
happen.
it's so stupid.
He was up there fucking chiseling. He was like, I'm going to make this work.
I just like the idea of there just being a little group of orc surveyors that went out into
Yeah.
the woods in the last couple of days, and then they found this. They were like, "Dude, bro, you're never gonna believe this. We don't need to build any boats. We can just use the trebuchets and hit this little rock."
I just like
Our
they
amazingly
did
built trebuchets with infinite range.
Yeah,
they did this. And we're like, okay, Adar, you need to hit this one first, and then you have to hit like a couple of other places. And then he hits the first one, and everything just explodes. And they're like, holy shit!
I actually think
I don't
this
even know
shot-
why they bothered. Like, yeah.
This shot actually enhances the embarrassment of this whole fight too, because can you see the spit of land that is going to represent almost all the Orc army versus Eregion that's enormous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, where are your forces? I know that your lord is away and Sauron might be sabotaging it, whatever, but you guys must have some basic defenses. Like, you wouldn't have this much about. But secondly, where's the evacuation? You can clearly get out from the back.
No.
So it's really stupid because it no. They haven't done anything all night. Just let themselves get pelted by all these fireballs.
Yep.
Or
Because-
multiple nights, possibly.
Or multiple nights.
Months.
You have all these watchtowers along these walls, and no one is shooting back. Like you can't tell me that they won't do any.
Well, they don't have siege weapons of their own. My mind goes back to Minas Tirith.
But they don't have to. They have bows. They're fucking elves. They can shoot across the mountains or whatever.
Okay, I think it's so
back.
bad that they could like get their little paddle boats from the back of Eregion, go across the river, and then go all the way around, just hit the orcs from behind at this point, and it would fuck them up.
I mean,
The problem with that,
do something, right? Like,
well,
right now they're just losing and in exchange for nothing.
Exactly.
This will become sort of apparent as we progress, but it seems like there's about 30 elves total.
Well,
Yeah.
Eregion, the town of Eregion is that one square. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
The square and one section of wall.
I think
Exactly.
they've probably got like a dozen soldiers in Eregion. That seems to be so a good parallel will be between this and both Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith in the Lord of the Rings, where those walls are stacked shoulder to shoulder with people who are shooting arrows.
Yep.
There's a particular like desperation when it comes to the Minas Tirith defense. Every soldier is running around doing stuff. It's busy. There's a sense of panic in the air, but everyone's doing stuff. They're shooting arrows. They're running around. They're bringing stuff here and there. It's packed. That wall is packed with people shooting arrows. And here, there's is there a dozen guys in the entire city? There is a shockingly low amount of elf defenders. It's actually really uncanny.
Yeah. When we go into the city, you have like tons of these guards that just run around in circles and do nothing. It's like, what are you guys doing? Get to the fucking walls.
I was about to say, like, it almost feels cheap. It's like, but it's not cheap at all. It's really expensive, actually.
Very expensive.
It's one set with 12 guys on it. Like literally, the defending forces for Eregion, it's 12 guys, and it's not even implied in the background that there are more elsewhere. It's just the same guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like an issue of they only have like 12 guys and they constantly move them around to give the illusion that there's a lot more than there really is, like they probably do with like stormtroopers in the original trilogy and stuff of that nature. You don't know it's actually the same guys or moved around, repurposed in scenes. It seems to be that in the most expensive show ever made, they just super cheaped out on the combatants of the battle episodes, which is not what you want to do. But it will continue to be a factor going forwards. The lack of scale and understanding of the sizes of the forces involved with these.
It's so annoying
with this battle here.
Wasn't there an episode of season 1 where we were laughing at how, like, obviously they had cut and pasted? I think it was the villagers in the Watchtower, and like loads of people were wearing like the same clothes and repeated. That was funny because of how cheap it seemed at the time, but at least they tried. Like they did something.
There's more people in that little watchtower than there are defenders of Eregion.
Mm-hmm. Possibly the most important elven city in the entirety of the world. But
we got to progress, though. This is madness. This is actually mad. We have now successfully delved into the land of nonsense. Adol's plan makes no sense. This is nuts. This is something that a crazy person would say that we should do.
It's one of those things.
God knows how they shot the 3 miles to the mountain with their catapults. Who knows? How does it work? I don't know, man. It just does.
And the fact that it clears out in like a second or two, it's just boom, done.
Yeah.
It's
just again, they just start to overcomplicate things. Like all you had to do here is you have a big fucking wall, you have orcs running towards it, and you have people shoot bows at them, and then at some point they get up and they start fighting. That's all you need here.
Have the fight be concentrated onto the bridge. There's a single bridge leading to into Eregion. It would be fun if like this is the only way in and out. Everything is focused on this gate, this bridge. It's not this massive expansive area that you have to worry about. It's just this part of the wall, this bridge. and that would be neat. You'd be able to establish the stakes, the area, the zones. It'd be a lot easier to fill that wall with
You could
elves.
see how many forces there are.
Yep. And it would be a really cool visual to see that bridge packed with like this endless column of orcs just ready to march in.
Yeah,
like,
and
the
while this
bodies
is happening,
piling up.
you could show the orcs starting to build like little boats or rafts to get across there, and maybe mount the wall from the little boats or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
it's-
they had a perfect opportunity
Yeah.
to do a thing from the Lord of the Rings in Osgiliath where they come across on the
Yep.
boats. That would they
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
reason to actually do something similar to Lord of the Rings, and they said, "Fuck it, we're draining the river."
And it
draining
would've-
the river.
They could have done it at night when they started sieging the city anyway, because they would need to travel at night because they melt in sunlight.
Yeah,
They could have
and
sent
there'd be
multiple
another way that they
forces
could
and
reference it.
multiple areas, and
Yeah.
just to keep everyone on their toes. But no, they went with this, and this is definitely one of those things because there must have been at least one person who realized how retarded this was. They were like, yeah, people won't care. It'll be fine. Audiences don't mind this stuff.
I would
I'm actually
love to be
shocked
a fly
how-
on the wall when those
I'm
meetings
actually shocked
happen.
how little. I say little. The bridge is not a factor at all. Actually, you just see it in the
It's never
background.
mentioned.
It's
I feel like
nothing
it-
happening on that bridge.
No,
It's in the background. It's just a CGI background. The bridge. That's it. It's never used
Yeah.
by anyone.
I feel like if you did ask a writer about this, they'd be like, "Oh, whatever." Yeah, okay.
It's
It
not
doesn't,
about-
it doesn't
they'd
work
say it's not
perfectly with
about the
real life.
specific-
I guarantee you,
it
they'd
doesn't
say it's
matter what the
fantasy.
specific tactics are. It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
the
They'd say it's
strategy
fantasy.
is. It's about the characters and the story and the feelings of the
offense.
emotions and the betrayals. It's not. It doesn't matter what the tactics of the armies are. No one cares.
And
about
they
that.
would soften it. They'd be like, "Yeah, dams don't quite work like that. Like they are. It's a bit different, I guess. But obviously,
Slightly.
Well, what are we supposed to do? Use
Well,
like
didn't-
magic? Oh wait, we do
didn't
have
they-
magic in this universe.
Didn't they try to claim that the volcanoes do work like that?
I've seen
I
people on
vaguely
Twitter
remember-
claim that.
They
Oh,
I
probably
vaguely
okay.
remember
claim
there
a
was an
lot of
article where they
things.
did, yeah.
Oh fuck.
That's actually crazy. Wow. All right.
Yeah.
I figured they would just say no. It's magic volcano that is actually less harmful, even though it creates an entire landscape forever.
Yeah. So we have Arondir arrives. I think
Of course he does.
Arondir shows up.
timing.
Arondir has arrived.
They
He
set this
was
up.
on his way. They did set this
They set
up
this
because
up,
if you
yeah.
remember,
Yeah.
there were those
Beginning
two
of the-
disgruntled orcs who wanted to leave and not fight, but then they saw an elf and instantly they can't help it. They just have to kill the elf. And so they attack Arondir and Arondir kills them, and then one of them has like all the battle plans and everything on them.
It's
Oh,
uh,
this
the
random
beginning of
dirty cloth
episode.
under his armor. Like,
Yeah.
let me grab that.
The beginning of episode 6 is so funny. They just
It was
show
so well
this,
set
and
up.
it's like, well, there we are. And then the Rondi doesn't
Mhm.
appear until now.
Well, and that's understandable given he's been running from Pelagia to Eregion, which is quite possibly the longest journey time any character has
That's
undertaken
true,
in the
yeah.
entire show. And he somehow made it on foot.
well, he got in his car between
Well,
scenes.
the
Yeah.
orcs did it, and they fucking pushed trebuchets.
Yeah.
That's so
True,
they don't
they
need to think
put
about
more-
it even for a second. They're like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. They made the trebuchets while they were here, actually, from the trees.
I mean, that's possible, but we didn't have any indication that they did that. And the longer they're there building fucking siege weapons and surveying the mountains, the more
Yeah, it would have
idiotic
taken
the
them
elves
at
have
least
to
a few
be.
days to
Wow.
build that shit.
Just nitpicking. That's all I'm hearing.
It's not about the
Hell yeah.
tactics, it's about the characters and their
Yeah,
journey
and the
their
themes.
growth. It's about the themes. The themes are the most important thing.
Around
The
his
retardation we
themes.
made along the way.
Hey,
What?
when
What?
Arondir arrives, he sees that the river is already a lot lower.
Is almost fucking dried up, man.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
gone.
Like that's interesting how quickly that happened.
Yeah.
It would
Mhm.
probably take an insanely long time, and then you still wouldn't be
No.
able to cross it for what is a month plus.
It's funny.
Forever.
Oh yeah, that's right. You would never be able to because it would always have water in it because the
Mhm.
water has to go
Yeah.
somewhere.
It would be funny
Yeah.
if an elf just went to go check the dam, be like, "Can we break it? If we can, right? That
Break the
saves
dam.
us
No.
completely."
Impossible. The elves aren't as good as engineers as the orcs are. It's impossible.
Also, while we're at like breaking things, isn't it
What?
weird that Eregion doesn't have any kind of siege material, even though
Yes,
they
of
have like
It's
It is
absurd.
weird because
Even
they
though they have-
mentioned earlier we got to go attack Mordor. Sauron
Yeah.
or Adar is back. We got to get an army and go attack him. We
Yeah.
don't need to build any defensive equipment for our cities.
Well, does anything get created in a region? Is it like famous for something?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's where I was going. I would actually
Hmm.
expect there to be like some crazy contraptions here and
Famous
there as
for
well.
amazing episodes of Rings of Power.
You have like a
I
giant
just
laser.
remembered, like back
Yeah.
in episode 8, season 1, Calibrimbo accidentally makes a bomb basically when he's trying to make the rings with all the pressure.
Oh yeah.
So he can absolutely create essentially an explosive. Obviously, he's not going to because he's a crazy person now, but someone else probably could. These are the greatest smiths.
They do know their smithing.
Yeah.
But no, they got nothing. They have like a shit ton of towers, but they have like no contraptions whatsoever.
In his
They
defense,
should have some
Calibrimbo is
ballistas.
very, very busy at the moment. You know, like he's not exactly got a huge amount of time on his hands, and he's the only person amongst them who knows how to work with alloys. So, like, they're going to have a really difficult job
He's
making
been
anything
given
more
the
complicated.
secret, yeah.
Yeah,
The
Sauron
secret
taught him.
knowledge, the forbidden knowledge of
He
alloy.
stole this arcane knowledge from the dwarves. That was one of the stricken secrets.
To be fair, they changed the whole city and built walls around it since season 1, so maybe they didn't have the time to make siege weapons yet.
They built an entire mountain next to the fucking city.
An entire mountain.
You know, last episode, if it was, that we speculated that Sauron must have like teleported to and from Khazad-dûm to talk to the king, and then we were like, maybe he can teleport to just steal Mithril. Why not? I was just thinking to myself, like, why didn't he? Can he? And if he not, did he just stroll to Khazad-dûm?
Yeah, that's
he could just make
a funny
himself.
bit.
He can just make himself look like a dwarf, like whoever.
Exactly.
And just take it. Yeah.
Remember, while he was gone, I guess no one went to check on.
And you can't.
Celebrimbor to see, like,
Yeah.
what's up?
And you can't make the argument that like, well, he wanted the undescribed next material to be a part of it because he did go to Khazad-dûm, but he did negotiate for the Mithril.
Yeah.
It was a waste of
That-
time if
that-
he was just going to do
that
it
was just
anyway.
that was just to trick the fucking audience. It was just a waste of fucking
Well,
time.
it was his
Well, it
plan
worked.
B. It means that what he ended up doing, which we'll get to in a minute, is that was his plan B because he originally
Maybe.
did want Mithril.
But like, okay,
But what difference that makes, I don't know.
there's
Like,
so
yeah.
many things. Like again, could easily have stolen it, and it could have been interesting because he could have dressed up as anybody, and that could have caused some problems for the dwarves in an interesting way. They really did not use the basic power that Sauron has as this sort of like what he's known for as a deceiver until literally like the last scene he gets in this fucking
did
show.
I fucking
useless for him
lost
to do
my
it.
mind when he started doing. We'll get there, but man, I got
Yeah,
really
so we
angry.
confirmed that he can do it, and he does it when it's fucking no fucking point of
Yeah,
doing
there's
it
no
whatsoever other than to
point.
fuck with the Galadriel.
The thing I've said, like, since I was thinking about it since episode 1, it's like, oh, he's probably gonna do all these weird transformations, and then he doesn't do it all. And it's like, piece of shit.
Well, we'll see about that. You know, there's still time. There's still
Yeah.
time. Don't you worry, little
Okay.
metal.
Okay,
We will see
Little
what
metal.
cool Miss Daddy
I am
Sauron
canonically
does.
little, so that's fine.
That's true. That's true. That chair dwarfs you.
Yeah,
Speaking
Shelly
of
is
dwarves-
a big boy.
Speaking of dwarves, back in the Forge in Eregion, Brimby sees the mouse again. Wait, I saw that little mousey earlier, and I saw him again. I guess he's hanging around. That's kind of. I guess it's normal to. All right, he's seeing the mouse again, but it makes him a little suspicious. Yeah. Brimby's getting a little. He's getting a little susserino
Yeah, he's like,
about
what
what's
the
going
fuck?
on here. He thinks that's kind of weird. I thought I saw that mouse crawl across the floor and do that. Be a mouse. So, what he does. This is really an interesting example of something that seems smart, but kind of doesn't work when you think about it
Yeah, it
mildly.
breaks immediately.
So what he does is he goes to one of the candles and he makes a marking. There's some charcoal or whatever. He makes a little marking near the top of the candle, right? Because as all of you know, candles burn downwards. They don't last forever. You have to
Rather quickly, actually.
What if they're magic?
They certainly can. They certainly can. These are. Well, I suppose that is an option. Actually, if you discovered it was a magic candle, that might give you more concern than just normal, average, everyday, secular elven candles.
What you don't realize, he's actually just bored and he's giving the candle a mustache.
He's like,
Yeah, sure. Oh, like you would notice a candle not burning down like within an hour
Yeah,
because
he's
they
like,
burn really fucking quick.
he's like, Brimby plays a lot of Deadlock, and he's like, oh, you're one of the little creeps. Look at you go. Now, the issue is, if he is, there's an element to illusions, right? Where you can say, all right, if you don't really like concentrate on something, if your mind just kind of has it going on in the background, you don't really notice it. So the parallels would be to the real world, things like you're breathing and blinking. Like when you want to move around, you don't really consciously think that much about the steps you take. These are such normal, average, everyday processes. We just don't think about them. Except now that I've mentioned it. Haha.
Yes.
Now, if he is consciously focused enough on the passage of time to where he's testing the candles, is there not a part of his mind that's also like, wait, I haven't changed these candles in weeks?
Yeah. Like I said,
know.
you would notice that within an hour that it's not burning down.
Once you're at the point of testing specific things in the illusion, one wonders if that in and of itself, like, instantly will, like, does that break the illusion, or is it just there's nothing the illusion could do, it's done, it's over?
To be absolutely clear, the writers are trying to come up with ways to justify, because at this point, you're like, oh, he's going to figure it out, I see. But he should have figured this out fucking ages ago with all kinds of... It's kind of embarrassing. I mean, we've talked about every episode, all the things that have given it away, but this is what's giving it away, apparently.
Maybe the kind of awkward thing about Celebrimbor is he's really, really stupid, which makes it clearly the tragedy that they're trying to construct for him of how he was a great guy who got tricked. It's like, he really didn't get tricked. I mean, he was really, really silly for somebody.
It was just a fucking retard.
Wise.
Well, the actor
easily
is
manipulated
against the current. Absolutely, the actor
is.
He's pulling this whole
doing the best
season.
he can.
Yeah. He's as we'll see later, he's a really good actor. He just really unfortunately is a character in Rings of Power.
I would really like to see him play a real Celebrimbor in a real.
Hell yeah!
I want to see him play Glug.
I don't think he really fits as Celebrimbor, but
any other
role, yes.
I like him a lot.
I want to see the
He
story.
would be perfect as Glug, I think.
I was going to say, I like him as an actor. I'm not sure 100% if he would fit what we know to be Celebrimbor from the source. He may not be the one to cast, but I think a lot of people have come to be like, he at least put in his job. He did his job well.
The man earns his paycheck.
Yeah.
All right. Absolutely. He carries some of these goofy scenes.
He would fit quite well as like some random human lord somewhere. Like whatever.
Hey, remember when I said speaking of dwarves?
Oh.
This time I mean it. Back at Khazad-dûm. Oh my goodness, we're back, baby. We're back with the dwarf plot. Thank God we're out of Eregion. That place is a real downer. Now, back at Khazad-dûm, we see the western gate door, and we zoom in, and King Durin and Narvi, they're having a chat. They've received a missive, a message, a scroll, some parchment, some Rider-Roonies from a messenger from Eregion. Eregion is under siege. Now, King Durin tells Narvi that he needs the mine taken back right now because...
Oh, which one? There's tons.
No, there's
only one mine.
Oh,
the mine.
Oh, okay.
This is the big.
My
one.
bad.
This is the big score, right? He tells Narvi, listen, every hour that we delay getting this mine back, it costs them unthinkable wealth.
Time is money.
That's a lot. Time is money, and mines are money too, if they're full of good, cool stuff like mithril. Now
I hate this.
Apparently, they haven't taken the mines back already, even though literally there are two people. Durin and Disa, and they've got one's got an axe, one's got a pickaxe, and that's it. That's the only thing stopping.
Look, it's Durin and Batman, right?
Batman.
God.
I was gonna. Never mind. Don't. You know what? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
I'm not worried at all.
Hey. There's actually something that I like in this scene. There's something I like in this scene. While King Durin is up against Narvi, and he's like, listen, every hour that we fucking died, unthinkable wealth. He's up in his face, up in Narvi's face. Like, listen, we gotta get that mine open, because I want money, damn it. I want money. Narvi is like, he's kind of shrinking back just a little bit. Huh? He's always been Rick.
I just thought that was the black speech of Mordor. That's what I thought.
Narvi, we're going on an adventure, Narvi.
But the thing I really like about this scene is there's a little detail. When he's pointing at Narvi, Narvi's like, oh shit. And then he kind of suddenly looks and he sees the ring on King Durin's hand. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, oh,
it's
okay,
hard
I like
to miss.
that.
It's quite massive.
I like it. It's a little something. Listen,
It's
yeah.
not it's
give
not
the
bad.
show a little bit, okay?
No, this
Give
is
it
No,
just a
the show does
little
not
bit.
deserve anything from me.
God damn it!
I'm gonna say that's neutral. Like it's fine.
Y'all are
will-
just
Fine.
a bunch of haters.
I think it's the best part of the scene.
I mean, yes.
Sure.
Another
I'll
win
go.
for Rags. Oh,
What?
running out of room on the whiteboard over here.
Why are you treating
Running
it
out of
like it's
room
a
on the
win for you?
whiteboard.
It's a win for the show, isn't it?
Yeah.
Boy, this is a win for me because I was
Why is
right
it
again.
Good that you provided the show its crown, Rags.
All right,
Yeah,
now
Yeah.
Ego.
Yeah.
Ego.
Pointy.
Down at the
Big,
mine
big
shaft.
praise
Abby
for Rings
Crown.
of Power here from
down
Rags.
at the mine shaft, we see Durin and
Wow.
Disa, and
What
boy,
about
they're
my shaft?
both
Moving right
they're
along.
ready. The mine shaft.
Regs,
This is the
The only one
aforementioned
in
mine shaft.
Doom. Yeah,
Mhm.
the
Right.
only one.
Regs, we need to ask why. What is King Durin trying to do?
He's trying to mine the shaft
Why?
Ooh.
because he
money.
wants to get money because he's greedy.
Big
He
money.
wants
Well, no,
that.
because money isn't
They
in the
get-
mine. What's in the mine?
Mithril is in the mine,
Mithril.
and he.
Which he
and-
can
oh,
then
you're right.
convert into money through trade.
But
Exactly. What's he want
because
to do with the mithril?
He wants to make weapons and armor to sell at exorbitant prices to the elves.
Which means that he thinks that he can go into the mine, extract the materials, turn them into weapons, get
Yep.
to Eregion, and sell them to the elves who are already under siege.
Yes.
Random. That
Listen.
siege
And-
will last
and also-
years. Okay, it'll be fine.
And he has also banned
Imagine-
trade. But
Just
never
imagine
mind
they,
that.
they succeed with all the mithril, they start mining it, they do all the weapons, then they go to Region and just find ruins. We brought the weapon!
The
Oh.
roads and skeletons,
Oh.
just loads of skeletons. Like,
Well, 'cause he could. I don't know at this point. Like maybe he wants to sell them to the orcs. I genuinely don't know. That
Yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
on both
told,
sides.
We were watching this. I told Random that King Durin went to the Fallout school of capitalism, where it doesn't matter
Oh,
if
yeah.
everyone's dead. You can
You're gonna build-
you just like money just like springs.
no,
from the
Rags, you
ground
make
or
even
something,
more
and-
money if everyone's dead.
They're
if
gonna
everyone
build the
dies-
mithril nukes and nuke all of Middle Earth.
The best capitalists just kill all of their customers. Don't you know? But yeah, Durin and Dusa are out the mine. They're at the mine shaft. The mine shaft.
Mhm.
And they've got their axe. She's got her pick. And boy, they're ready to rumble. And by that, I mean, it seems that they're ready to kill anyone who tries
Yeah.
to get into
Yeah.
the mine.
That's the craziest
They're
part.
very
It looks like
scary.
they're actually willing to fight them possibly to the death, which is like, when the hell did we get here? What is happening?
They,
I mean, they
don't
didn't
have,
build a barrier. They didn't build
Nope.
up any like
They don't
wall
have a
or
plan at all. They just stand
No.
there.
It's just
They probably
all of them
surprised themselves,
standing
like, we're
there.
still here. They
Yeah.
never came back.
Disa could
Disa
just like
also-
scream at the cave and,
Yeah.
and bring it down, like, and she doesn't.
She forgets about her fucking singing powers.
Yeah, which
yeah.
makes way more sense. Like, they don't even try. Remember what we were talking about? Is like Na'vi seems like the first person during the Force should be talking to about
Yep,
switching sides,
absolutely.
and then he takes so long that he does it for him.
I don't think you need to talk to Narvi about switching sides because when Narvi shows up, he does.
That's my point. Is that
lucky.
he took so
Yeah.
fucking long that Na'vi was just like, I was just gonna do it anyway. At this point, you guys are, yeah.
Narvi
Really
shows
fucking
up
lucky.
with a bunch of miners and weapons, and it looks like there's going to be a fight. And I guess we're
Ooh.
supposed to assume Durin and Disa are going to kill their fellow countrymen.
Yeah.
And that was the plan, and they're
Yeah.
willing to do that. They're ready to spill dwarf blood to show the King Durin that he's a bad guy. But no, Narvi says, you know what? We're going to stand with you. Because I saw that King Durin is a crazy psycho and he's a greedy retard because of that crazy ring. So we're with you.
Took a little bit longer
And,
than it should have, though. But that's fine.
Yeah, it did take
Well,
a while.
In his defense, they
Durin's
did
been
throw
crazy.
bats at him, so
There was some
I mean-
scary bats.
He should probably say immediately we're with you because he doesn't want bats in his face.
It's absolutely fucking
I don't
nuts
want bats in my face.
that we are supposed to
Yeah.
think that like the miners that came down, that was just the whole of the mine,
Yeah.
and that was the whole of the team, and that these two it's like, how could you possibly? Cause of Doom, man. What the fuck?
They do the thing again where like we only have our main characters and a couple of miners that just fucking go down here. Like you could have done this. You could have done like a whole episode about this, basically, where Prince Durin goes around. It's like, hey, aren't you fucked off with the king going kind of nuts and just taxing everything 100%? And like, yeah, that sucks. Like, hey, we're gonna protect the mine so he doesn't go down there and kill us all because there's possibly something evil down there. And just grab all these people, just that are pissed off with the king for taxing them and whatever. But we don't even know what the populous things right now. We have no fucking idea. They're just going on with their lives currently,
We've
as
got
far as we know.
no clue what is happening with the general populace of anywhere.
Nope.
What do the Eregionites think of what's happening? We don't know. What do the dwarves think about the weird political situation? We don't know. What do the Numenorians think about all the madness that's happening on over there? We don't know.
No
What do
idea.
the Pelagorians over in the Southlands
The
think? We don't know.
Pelagarians.
We don't know, man.
Bugalumba.
It's just a couple characters and what they think for reasons that are certainly stupid. Hey,
That's irrelevant.
so Narvi says that the ring has corrupted the king.
Oh no.
And Narvi also tells Durin, hey, there's an elf at the door, but we're going to have to bring him in quietly because he's been banished from all dwarven lands.
No, he wasn't.
Well,
Yeah,
Well,
sure he was that one
He
time.
was, but then he just stayed a while. Anyway.
yeah, so
Yeah,
he got banished. Navi is referencing the line that Durin said to Elrond when he was like, if the elf should I'm not doing the fucking accent, but if the elf should forfeit, then he will
Howard.
be banished from all dwarven lands.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen because everyone forgets. And then at the end of the season, the king, it's implied, but not stated, banishes him. Which means that
okay.
Navi's referring to the first banishment,
Uh-huh.
but that's not actually why he got banished.
Hmm.
oh.
Yeah, that still doesn't. Yeah, it sucks.
So
Bad.
my issue with this is that
Uh.
this is no time to be cryptic.
Yes.
Eregion
No.
is under siege. Elrond is here to
It
ask
takes
you
so
for help.
long.
Also, we're like essentially plotting a revolution against the king here right now.
Mhm.
We need to like we need
Time
to be
is of the
snappy.
fucking essence.
We need to be
Jesus.
snappy here.
Oh.
They should be in a huge rush. Now, Elrond is waiting, not like I don't know. They said they have to bring him in quietly, but Elrond is in Durin's house.
Yeah. I mean, they skipped that part, obviously.
And Durin has to go back to his house where Elrond is.
Mhm.
And they have like this emotional meeting and it's sweet and everything. Oh, my good old friend Elrond. And Elrond's like, oh, Durin, you old sassafras sprout, you. And
He says, you've got some sand coming here. What the fuck does that mean?
oh, that means that he's
Mountains.
similar to a fluid, but much more gritty.
He should have said.
Alright.
He
Like
should
a
have
bad
said you've got some rocks.
Yeah, you got some stones coming here. It's obvious.
Oh, have you come here to give me the meat and give it to me raw?
Oh.
Oh. Hey, Elrond is like, what's up with you? And Durin says, oh, I'm about to overthrow my father. How about you? And Elrond says, oh, things have been really bad for me. Eregion's under siege, and we're going to be defeated without your help. Thousands of lives and Celebrimbor are at hazard. We need you, Durin. We need your help. You're our only hope.
Like
And
that
then
game of one-upsmanships they play. Like, yeah, I'm about to overthrow my dad, but that's nothing compared to the story I've got
Yeah,
to
wait
tell.
till you hear about my
Everyone's
day.
going to die. It's like, oh, fine.
Can we overthrow your dad
Now-
later? It's, I'll do it. I'll help you.
I mean, you could do it real quick, though. You could just, like,
That's
put him
true,
in jail,
too.
take his ring. Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty good question because when Elrond asks him if you'll help him save all the elves at Eregion, Durin says nothing because the scene cuts away. Shocking.
Yeah.
Whoa, boy! I guess we'll have to wait and you have to tune in next week.
It's the
to
first time
actually-
this happened in the series.
Yeah, this is new. Did you know
Yeah.
that you don't have to write like half the show if every time something's about to happen that's interesting, you just cut away?
To be clear, right?
Ah!
Elrond, the last we saw him was at Lindon, right?
Yes.
Yes, he
Yeah.
teleported
Indeed.
here.
He was
So-
in between Lindon
He
and
was like, no, Gil-galad, do not
he had
send
to-
the
well,
armies or whatever.
Are you asking like where he went and how he got there, Mola?
I'm mainly wondering, because where we next see him, where's
Yeah.
everyone
Mhm.
else right now?
So the
He
Elrond
could
here is
have
wearing his
rode
armor.
ahead, I guess.
So he must have left presumably with possibly slightly ahead of the rest of the army. The army then waited for Elrond to go and do his diplomacy in Khazad Dûm, which means he went
He-
around the Orc army and around Eregion to do
That's
it.
crazy.
I guess they fucking repaired the bridge on the way, or no?
That's crazy.
No, they went for the evil hills and killed the
Gone
whites.
around. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But either way,
he could have like rode ahead of the army. The army would take longer to
I
get
just
here.
feel like when you
Well,
got
the army
Orc-
was ready to leave. The army was ready to go.
you know the Orc army
I assumed the army was
sieging
outside the door.
Eregion, I feel like if you prep the Elf army such that they were a little sneaky, They could probably annihilate from behind.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck
of course.
But that is almost what they try to do, isn't it? I mean, I'm assuming the Elf army does actually come at them from behind because they can't actually be
Yeah.
attacking them from the front because they're facing the city, and then that charge only fails
Well, I
because,
meant like,
oh, conveniently, we've got a Galadriel in a box, and so we can't possibly...
what if you sent in like
It's a dick in a
50,
box.
50 ninja elves, and they all go real quiet, they wait till night, and they start just fucking throat slitting all from behind. Boom, 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 boom.
Do something like that.
And get a Galadriel out early, you know? Get in there and sneak her out, and then just be like, all right, when people start to realize, just go all out and get them.
Yeah.
That would have been
If that
fun,
river was
too.
still there, they could have pulled a George Washington and murdered them in their sleep on Christmas. But that would be fun. Sorry, Metal. That was a long time ago. Don't worry about it. Hey, guess what? I thought that the
I don't even know what this
Elf army
means.
was like,
I don't think there were Germans in fucking the US, dude.
wrong. You're
were.
so wrong. Learn your history.
So I'm pretty sure I'm
loser.
also
Maybe you
older.
should
I'm
read
so
less
confused right now.
Silmarillion and pick up a real history book.
I think there were
About
more
gravity.
Germans on the American side than the fucking British side in that war.
Oh, interesting that you think that. Anyway, now let's see. Where are
Mom!
we? Oh, hey, no, it's where we're friends now. The next World War, you'll be on the winning side for once.
Ah, the mercenaries. I see.
So,
I see.
Adar and the orcs
Oh,
are going to march across the drained river and charge mindlessly at the walls of Eregion. This is the plan. Like, none of them have shields. They don't have any like siege, like protecting, like sheds that you'd walk underneath. They don't have. They don't do the Uruk-hai thing where they march with their shields in like a phalanx box Tortuga formation, testudo formation, or anything like that. It's they just as Random said, they unga bunga across the river in order to attack the wall. It's
they have one siege weapon, which we will see that shortly. But they basically their attack plan is to break down the wall with this one siege weapon, and until that happens, orcs are just going to go and just slam themselves into the wall and die. That is the attack plan. Adar does not care about the orcs. You can't tell me that he does.
It almost works because the elves are equivalently stupid, and having seen this one siege weapon coming very slowly toward them, they don't immediately start shooting just at that. They just waste all their time. They have to be told aim at the siege weapon when it's right next to the walls. Whereas if they'd started doing that from the beginning,
the
they might
siege
have.
weapon is so
quite
small
obvious.
though. They might not have even noticed it because of how small and shitty it is.
They also cheated like
It is very
fuck.
shitty.
Like, do you understand how long it would take for them to move that dumbass siege weapon, especially with how Rags described
yeah,
how
well,
Well, in
not
the mud,
possible.
you're not getting.
yeah, the
mean,
mud
yeah,
would be, but
Able to at all.
It should not be possible.
look how far they've
There's
gotten
no way.
already. That's insane.
Yeah. They do have
What's
this
your
little like
LFIC?
plank things they put in front of the thing, but that would not really work that well.
So I can only assume that like it's a good thing we cut away, because what happens when the orcs get to the wall? They'll just like, well, what now?
They're like NPCs in a
Stand there.
video game that you're not supposed to see. They just stand next to
Yeah.
going, "Arr, arr,
They just clump up at the bottom of the wall because
swinging their arms
like,
around.
I don't
Hanging
see-
at it like fucking Monty Python.
Like you don't see a bunch of orcs carrying ladders, a whole bunch of ladders, like 30 ladders ready to go, and all the orcs are carrying them. Of course, we have the iconic scene from the Helm's Deep battle where the Uruk-hai have grabbed onto the ladders and they get lifted up all together
hell yeah.
onto the wall,
Oh,
and it's
yeah.
like, holy shit, this is happening, boy.
Mhm.
And
You know
it
how
really
many there
does
are
look-
in this battle? How many ladders?
I think I saw 3 or so.
3,
There are
I
4,
think 2.
There's like 2 in a log.
and they're
I
pathetic.
think there's one at first.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah,
pathetic.
they get
ladders.
one up, and then there's a log later, and then the first one falls down and it comes back up.
Oh, okay.
And isn't
It's
that all in the
actually
background as
pathetic.
well? Because the show doesn't understand the significance of getting a ladder up against this wall when you've got so few elven defenders and such a huge orc army that if one ladder goes up, Helm's Deep understands this point.
Yeah.
Once the Uruk-hai are up, that's incredibly significant. So all the camera's focus is on the raising of the ladders. Whereas here it always happens in the background.
Yeah,
You could be
establish
forgiven for
mistakes
having
with
missed
your
it.
shot.
Yeah, I think you see an orc climb up in the background and hit
Yep.
someone, and that's the extent of it. And the rest of
Oh,
it's
at
focused
some-
on the now redundant siege weapon, which, why is it attacking the wall when there's a gate, presumably on the other side of a bridge, which you could have sent it to instead?
There is a few scenes when there are orcs up on the
Yeah,
on
there's
the
definitely
walls, and, like
orcs
they're fighting and shit.
It's
And
definitely
you also
on the wall
see
at some point, yeah.
the bridge thing. There is like a drawbridge at the end of it that they have pulled up, so you
Yeah,
can't
they-
actually get across.
Oh.
They've managed. They're
They-
smart enough to pull up their drawbridge. So
Yeah.
Oh, good on them.
like the orcs wouldn't have been able to get through the bridge with the drawbridge using that fucking insane contraption that they've thrown together. But you aim one of your mountain destroying trebuchets at the gate. Yeah, right
Yes.
there. There you can see that the drawbridge gate.
Yeah, they
thingy
could have
is up.
destroyed that with
Punch a hole in
the
there.
yeah.
They would
Yeah.
absolutely be able to knock down the fucking entire wall with the trebuchets because they're insanely powerful and can destroy
And with the
mountains.
rubble,
apparently.
you could probably fucking
Yeah.
climb the rubble up into the city
Yep.
then as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Man, if only they had some fiery contraptions they throw and shoot at to set things on fire to use. That would be.
No,
that would
we
be
can't
really
do that
helpful.
until our own forces are on the
Yep.
battlefield, Metal. We need to wait.
Oh, okay. We can only use those if we get to hit our own people.
Yeah,
Now-
exactly.
From the scene that I've that Mahler's actually posted here for us, if you could put it on screen as just like a little reminder about what the elves are looking at here. This is like an elf's wet dream. This is the kind of thing that they
The fucking
fantasize about. We're
shooting
being
gallery.
sieged by all of these like unarmored, unshielded orc ungabungas that are just running at us, and I just get free reign to shoot as many as I can. This is an elf's wet fantasy. Wet dream, fantasy dream. He comes at the thought. But Adar is portrayed as he really likes his orcs. He loves them so much and he wants to protect them. And there's clearly, he knows that there's a sentiment kind of going around about, hey, does Adar really care for us orcs? Because, you know, like, I feel like we could just leave and not do this fight and we can just hang out in Mordor. But he seems pretty insistent that Sauron's definitely in that city and we have to wage this siege on the city to stop Sauron. And his tactics are not to ensure that every orc has a shield. No one goes into battle without a shield. Or we have to build these big, machines that protect us, or these structures that we can wheel up that protect. No, it's just run across and die in droves. No strategy whatsoever. And we're not counting the mountain thing as strategy. That's stupid. But interesting. I guess Adar is dumb too, but we knew that.
There is these contraptions that were quite common during sieges that you could hide behind and just like wheel up. And if they can wheel up the fucking big, machine thing over there, they can definitely build some of these and just hide behind.
Because generally people don't want to die
Generally.
or get shot.
Well, I think,
that
Raz, what's
hurts.
crazy is in this shot, I think there's one guy with a shield there. It's a small one, but
Oh,
there you
we
go.
see that.
Yeah, a
I
few
hope
of them
you
have
notice
like
that
tiny
shield.
shields, yeah.
We see that prop a lot.
Impressive.
If you notice, we actually see that shield quite a bit. It shows up. We can get to it kind of later because we notice it in the next episode in particular. There's a lot of props that we see copied and pasted, and we see a lot of that shield in particular. It gets reused. We see it pop up every once in a while. And but it is a really shitty shield even. But yeah, they're able to somehow drag this little war machine across. Again, they've got no trolls, no beast of burden, nothing. They're just physically pulling it, pushing it. It's very silly. The elves don't rain arrows down on it. It doesn't look like there's any like protection built in for any of the people. So yeah, not great.
Just compare how the elven archers hidden here act to like compare to Helm's Deep. When they're all in sync, like shooting super fast and like super accurate and shit, and they just seem like goobers.
Well, they even
they
even like highlight it because you've got like the elves are like go 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 go. They're firing at will, which is what you would do because there's fucking hundreds of thousands, we're meant to believe, of orcs running at you, and then you've got the commander guy that we mentioned earlier, and he says like loose arrows or something to try and almost suggest that there is some kind of organization here. It's like, what do you mean? We're already doing that. Like,
yeah, keep doing what you're doing, guys. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Well, whenever
And it
the
looks goofy as fuck.
Uruk-hai with all their shields started going up the ramp to Helm's Deep, all of the archers got told to shoot at them, and so they were shooting into their sides that were unprotected. So like, oh, there's a thing. Here's a logical response to it, and we see that happen, and it makes our brain go, oh yeah, that makes sense.
To be clear, I think it's absolutely fair to compare it to Helm's Deep, but I will say Helm's Deep it's a tough one because Helm's Deep is one of the greatest battles, if not the greatest battle in cinematic history. So
The thing is,
Possibly,
that's
but,
entirely true, but at the same time, like, there's really no reason why this show, with all of the money that's at their disposal, isn't in a position to essentially be trying to accomplish the same feats.
Yeah,
It's
or even better.
television, sure, but they've got a lot of money. Like,
Oh,
this
fuck.
episode, I wouldn't be surprised if it costs like $100 million.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so
And we
it's
see
just
like
a
30
bunch
elves and they're all kind
of,
of shit.
Yeah,
they don't even get the
well,
basics down. Like it's just
the
shit.
basics of, I mean, the basics, of course, when you talk about something like Helm's Deep is, okay, what is the objective of either side in very plain and clear terms? Where are they? What is it that they need to do right now? And if that fails, what is it that they need to do after that? And then
Oh,
what
let's
is it that
start
they need
earlier.
to do
Let me
after
know
that?
how many forces each side actually has, because
Yeah.
I
Well,
have
of course,
no
yes,
idea.
comparing the size of them, because we're told that this force is big, but there's a difference between that and seeing all of the Urukai marching towards Helm's Deep. And
Yeah.
then it's so expansive that you can't even see where it ends.
Yeah.
There's one line in one, I don't remember what episode, but he says he has multiple, or like more than one legion, but we don't know how many
well,
there are.
Yeah, sure, but, like,
Exactly.
that's just show people. Showing people
Yeah.
is way more effective. Just show the numbers.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't mention numbers. We get one reference, I think, in either this episode or the next one. I think it's in this episode. And we'll get there, and we'll discuss it when we get there because it's weird.
like,
You know the
So
I was just gonna say as well, the push and pull of battle and the surprises, because like everything's so prepped in Helm's Deep. The like the writers knew we've set up everything for the explosive. That's going to be a huge deal. But then we've also got the surprise skill sets, so to speak, from like Gimli, Aragorn, and Legolas that tip the balance slightly here and there that make you. It really define. That's one of the things I found most impressive about Helm's Deep is how they keep playing with your sense of hope and despair. You go up and down and up and down and up and down. It's very careful balance. It's like a song. While
they do that with the orcs as well, because they come in with the ladders in. I think the ladders go up in like the first minute of the battle, and the first thing that they do, the very first thing that the Uruks do offensively, is they whip out their like repeater crossbows and start popping the elm. Like that's like, did they prepare for that? No, they can't have done. So it's immediately they're on the back foot, and then the ladders come up. And something that they do so fucking well in like all of the battle scenes in the Lord of the Rings films and the Hobbit films, which they don't do at all in this fucking episode, is the big wide sort of massive establishing shots showing like the whole battle, so that you can see clearly what is actually happening, but also when something changes, why has it changed and how has it actually changed? Because in Helm's Deep, like in Helm's Deep, you've obviously got the bomb with the explosion. That's a big wide shot that shows what's happened. You've got the Uruks going up in formation with the battering ram. You've got Gandalf arriving. All of that, you see big wide shots to show you exactly what is happening so that you can properly understand it. When they're falling back to the keep, it's the same thing. Whereas in this episode, it's just the unga bunga at the walls until the episode is over. That's it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, they can't do establishing shots, because if they did establishing shots, then it would be even more apparent than it already is that none of the staging actually makes any sense. It's like if you're constraining yourself with the establishment shot to say that things like, well, Gil-galad can't just teleport randomly into a scene on a horse and say, this is where kings have to be. Like, well, but you weren't there. That's the problem. I think they're trying to unask questions by not showing us exactly what's going on in the wide shots so they can get away with doing the random staging. But that completely misses the point that actually, yes, your battle should be dictated by the same sorts of rules that your entire show should be dictated by. Like, that's your rules dictate your staging and not the other way around. But they don't grasp that point.
Also, like this being a TV show, I think was it Fringy said that like possible budget of like $100 million. Like
I just wondered, this episode could have been like way more expensive than all the other ones.
Yeah, because on average, season 2 I think is about $58 million an episode, and this episode obviously would have eaten the most of it. It's insane. But like in terms of time, like it's a TV show and it's one episode of a TV show, so you think, well, okay, they don't have as long as the Two Towers had. I haven't got my stopwatch out, but I can pretty much guarantee you that this battle is longer than the Helm's Deep battle.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
3 Godzilla minus ones.
Well, because what I mean is big chunks of this episode are not showing the battle, but if you just take the battle sequences, I'm pretty sure it's going to be longer.
If we think back to the long night, where the biggest selling point of the long night, according to the people who made it, was that it's going to be longer than Helm's Deep, which is not. That's just not what you want to hear. Like longer. That's me.
But
better.
Yeah, longer, because they cut away and when we're back, it's nighttime. It's like, oh, great, this is longer now. Good job.
Also cringe too, because like Helm's Deep's, it's not like anyone said, you know what, the one thing I'd have liked about Helm's Deep, it should have been longer. It's like, well, no, it was perfect.
It's as long as
it's because it was fucking awesome.
It's super fucking solid, and I also want to highlight the scene at 15:30 where the archers just stand there doing fuck all while the orcs are charging. If you can shoot it.
Oh, I've already, there's several shots of that actually, They're just doing nothing, huh?
Yeah.
They're just watching. Yep. They're just told, guys, just stand there. We're not 100% sure what we want to do with you just yet.
Worth mentioning here as well, because you've just shown it on the screen. Why is
Dude.
Medania here?
I have no idea. I was about to
You
mention
can
that too.
see the orcs. They're just...
Yeah, exactly.
they're
you
just
see the
watching.
orc charging, and they're just standing there doing fuck all for for like a minute.
Wait, hang on. So they have like this little canister. What it is? Is that supposed to be like fiery stuff or whatever?
Yeah, to
they
help
can
them
pour
have
on.
fire arrows, presumably.
I guess that's that for. Because
like
this more looks like
or
a.
something like that.
Yeah,
It's
I was
nitroglycerin.
thinking like oil stuff that they pour on orcs or whatever. But
Yeah,
I guess they prepared this and then they were like, oh, they didn't bring any ladders. I guess we don't need this.
It takes like 2 days to prepare.
Not when you're in a time loop or something.
Oh man, it's so bad. They would have been told like, yeah, the battle hasn't started yet. And they're like, oh, okay,
Yeah, exactly.
cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I
They
thought it
fucked up
would
the
because
scene.
there was like all these orcs, but it's fine.
They're on a different set. It's cool.
Aw.
They haven't
There are a
composited
bunch
them
of
in yet.
these, but like you can tell they filmed it all out of sequence and they just haven't added the things back together. Because Gil-galad shows up with a weird like anchor weapon at some point, which he never is shown picking up. I don't think. And like you wonder whether there was a bit of a battle in it which they cut out where he gets it, and then that would have made more sense. But they didn't show that thing, so then he just turns up randomly with something he's never been shown having. And here they're not shooting, even though before they were shooting, because this was filmed first, and they didn't realize yet that they were supposed to be shooting at this point in the fight. It's such like a basic mess. It's not even like a complicated mess. Everything about it is wrong.
Yeah, the editor fucked up here. They should have been like the first scene when the orcs are like marching across the
I
or
felt that
starting
for the,
marching across the fucking thing.
I don't know if it's a different editor for this episode, but the editor fucked this episode hard. Like it
Oh,
was bad
yeah.
enough already, but I was so confused with the
There's a lot of
passage
weird
of
edits.
events. Couldn't track anything.
Yeah, and a lot of scenes just don't match together at all. Like the edits don't feel natural whatsoever.
Boy, oh boy.
Anyway,
Good stuff. Hey, you guys like Miradania? I do. She's great.
Miranda, yeah.
Miranda's on the wall, just looking at the orcs during the siege. I don't know why
Alright.
she's up here. Actually,
That
I
was going to
do.
be my question. Why is she there? Why is she
we'll
just
find out
wandering
why.
around?
We'll find out why soon.
They're setting it up. It's a lot of setup. The whole season set this up. It's setting up.
When
The guy that
when-
edited this episode is the guy that edited episode 4, but apart from that, he didn't do any of the series.
Well,
um,
I assume episode 4 was a lot easier to edit because there was nothing happening in it or something.
Yes. Episode 4 is the one where Isildur and Arondir go and save Theo from the tree.
it might
Oh
be the
god,
second
yeah,
worst
absolutely
episode in
nothing
the.
happens.
Yeah, nothing happens in that episode.
Anyway, we've been talking about like there's a siege, an active battle happening. She's just wandering around on the actually mostly empty battlements here on
Yeah.
the wall because there's no like elven defenders. There's only like a dozen in
It's
the
a
whole city.
setup. It's great setup. It's great. She's our
Oddly-
POV for.
She is a blacksmith, but
Yeah.
you know.
She's white. But the archers aren't shooting in this scene at all. In fact, the captain is telling them to hold fast. No clue why. He
No.
then says that they have to stop the machine when it shows up. So, not sure why.
Wait, they
they're
were
not just
ordered not to
firing it.
shoot. That's even worse.
Yeah, he says
No, like
hold
the-
fast.
The scenes are out of order. This should have been before the fucking orcs arrived, even. But the editor fucked up.
Do you think the elves know what that thing is, or are they just like, what the hell have they
They
built?
call it a Ravager, so they
Yeah.
apparently know.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
that's
know
orcs
true,
what
call
it
yeah.
is
I
though.
think
That
the orcs
machine
call it the
confuses
Ravager.
the fuck out of me. I
No,
have
no,
no
the
idea what
fucking-
it's supposed to do.
The elf lady calls it a Ravager.
Yeah.
It's complete.
She says they have a
Oh,
Ravager.
yeah.
Yeah, she does.
Oh. So, okay. That's even worse because I thought that because this machine is stupid. We'll get into what it does.
It's super retarded.
This is actually a retarded design. Now, to be fair, they are orcs, but even then, I feel
Even
like
then.
this is even then, I feel like orcs would know.
I mean,
better.
did you see the trebuchets? You know.
Well, it's not even necessarily that it's that they're orcs. It's like because maybe they built this wacky, wonderful contraption. They're like, we'll just see if it works. But like you say, if Medania and the other elves know what it is and they're afraid of it, then that means that it is supposed to work.
Mhm.
There's a reason to fear it, and I don't know what that reason is.
Mm.
Oh, Ravagers. They're really bad. Boy,
They
they're
ravage
super
all
goofy.
kinds of things.
Don't want to get
Yeah.
ravaged.
Yeah, in the scene, the elves are just standing. The elves are just standing there. They're all just standing there. No clue what's going on with the CGI or the editing. It's bizarre when you look at the scene and you just see all of these elves standing there calmly Like they're just out on a normal patrol looking around, as in the background, this legion of orcs is like right there running at them. Very strange.
And
I
again,
think you might
so
be right.
little
It
elves.
could be an. Oh yeah, there's very few.
It's so few.
I think it might be an editing fuck up, as you mentioned. So we go back in the tower now. We've been outside for long enough. Go back in the tower. Anatar, he's checking on Brimby. Now Brimby's sitting on the floor, and he's like, wait. And Anatar's like, what? He says, look at that, look at that mouse. Wait just a second. See that mouse over there? He's like got a pattern. Every once in a while, he comes out exactly the same, and then he goes back. And also, the embers on the fire, they're not burning down. And look at this candle. I marked it, and it's not burning lower. Brimby
do you guys know? Do you guys know where they stole that from? By the way.
So what from?
The mouse thing, like
The
how
Matrix.
Celebrimbor acts.
The Matrix,
no,
surely, yeah.
The Truman Show.
Really?
I don't remember. I haven't seen that movie in way too
Like
long.
how specifically how Celebrimbor acts with Anatar.
Just to be clear, the people who wrote this don't know what movies are. So
Yeah.
I don't think that
You guys are
stole it from
referencing
anything.
the deja vu from Matrix, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deja
Could be
vu.
that, I guess. I got Truman Show vibes from that, but yeah.
Interesting. Maybe they did, but yeah, maybe they did. Brimby realizes he has Anatar's like, yo, we've got to make the rings, you got to finish these up because you really should hurry. A lot's counting on you. You said you had a few days to go, so chop chop. And Brimby's like, no, I don't need to hurry. It turns out I have all the time in the world because I'm stuck in this weird, like, timeless time loop. And Anatar basically fesses up instantly that he's responsible. That he did this to give Brimby the peace of mind that he sought, and that he thought that Brimby would like it. But Brimby says, no, I don't like it. I'm very upset that you've, like, trapped me in this time prison.
Crazy,
like,
I know.
Fucking super jail. Actually, it's not like super jail at all. He says, no emissary of the Valar would do this. Who the fuck are you? That's what he says. He says, who the fuck are you? Right in the show. He does. It's the first time we see an elf swear. Sometimes they say Dank Ferric, though.
Yeah.
Now, Anatar says that I'm the one who keeps the sun balanced above your head, and I'm giving you a chance to prove your worth. I want the 9. So Anatar's getting a little. He's having a fit. He's throwing a bit of a fit, and Brimby's like, "No, you liar!" And he grabs Feanor's hammer and he turns around and he throws it at Anatar, in this passionate rage. But it bursts. It goes through the window, and then the sounds of the siege come through the window. All the noises of the explosions and the cries of anguish.
It makes
It totally makes sense.
He's been
magic.
outside.
It's not like he was on the balcony before. Oh wait.
That was different. He thought he was content and whatever. He was okay. He bought into the illusion on the balcony, but now he's super suspect. And now Anatar says, "This is like a weird thing that I'm doing to you. You're bewitched." Actually, I don't think it does make sense. I'm just trying to. So obviously, he distresses, and in this scene, Brimby, whoever the actor is, you are doing such a great job selling this, and the terrible distress and the anguish that he feels at being like, "Holy shit! I've been lied to. I've been caught in an illusion. The city is under siege. I've been trapped here." And this is a really weird part. The entire forge is basically busted.
Yeah.
Some debris,
Yep.
like stone,
How do
has
you not
fallen
bump
and
into things?
destroyed.
I don't understand this at all. This doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. No.
Charles Edwards, I guess someone said the name is. If that's
his
the name of
name,
the, you are doing a really good job. I hope you get a really good job after this, where you can shine as a cool character. I'd love to see you in a good show. So use that paycheck and buy some more Moonrune tea and enjoy it. So, I have a lot of questions. I think we all had a lot of questions when we watched this. The point of an illusion is that you are kind of like, he's tricked into thinking he's making the rings in peace and quiet and contentment, and he can focus and life's just grand and dandy, when really it's chaotic and terrible. And that would be fine to a degree if everything in the forge actually was physically in the real world as it seemed to be. Because if you put up an illusion of there not being a wall, and then you walk into it, but there is actually a wall there, you will physically be unable to do that. This is where a lot of like illusions break in shows and games and stuff. You find the edges of it, or you find the parts where it doesn't quite comport with reality. But this is a huge deal. How could he have made the rings without like all of the forge stuff? Did he not even use that part of the workshop? Is that what we're supposed to believe? Is that
Also,
happening?
Insanely lucky that it didn't get hit by the falling debris at any time.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but the idea of him throwing the hammer and breaking the window in isolation would be neat because it would be like popping a bubble, right?
If he wasn't
trapped
outside twice before this.
Yeah, you're in isolation. The idea of sort of like breaking the barrier of the illusion and reality starts to come in. That is fine, and I like that. Unfortunately, we have a shit ton of other information and the rest of the scenes that make that not work.
I'm not sure.
Obviously, I'm
not sure I think it works in isolation either, though, because why would that burst the bubble?
I think it's because the illusion is like around the tower itself, or that's supposed to be like the limits of what the illusion is made to be.
Yeah, if he never left this room and it like breaks part of it, and that sort of
but we're talking about in
in
isolation. Yeah,
kind of
we know
thing.
he's on the balcony. But we're like if in isolation. But then again, we don't know.
Well, but so to me, it sounds like you're saying it would be neat if the rules reflected how it could work like that, which it doesn't.
Yes, that's
that's all of it, though, right? Like technically.
The hammer going through the window, breaking the illusion, is something that would make sense if the limits of the illusion were the tower itself.
I mean, it would be better at least.
But we see him, as you said, he's on the balcony, and also I think what's really important is
in the previous episode as well.
It's the fact that like the forge has been destroyed by rubble because like a catapult shot has hit the tower and has destroyed part of it. That didn't break the illusion. The crushing debris rattling the stone floor, obviously luckily not hitting Celebrimbor, and obviously Sauron couldn't have known that the tower would not get hit by stuff. So now there are all these obstacles in the illusion that don't look like they're obstacles. So if he ever wandered over there, he would trip over the things and be like, how come I'm tripping over this invisible stuff here where the forge should be?
The only
I'm also
way
annoyed that he put in a fucking mouse there for no reason whatsoever on an obvious loop.
Well, yeah.
Well, I think the mouse was already there, and his spell was looping what was already there. But him not accounting for that, I think is insane. And him not accounting for Celebrimbor looking in the mirror.
Sauron should be smart enough to know that Celebrimbor might notice over weeks that candles aren't burning.
Well, even looking in the mirror would be the easier example, because like that, noticing it requires that you notice it, whereas looking in the mirror is something that could just happen by accident. And
the candle's finger is just
big
completely fucking retarded.
Yeah, like the only reason why Celebrimbor should have been able to break out of this illusion is if Sauron was uncharacteristically careless.
Oh, well, you could do a thing of
in control.
Sauron actually has something to deal with that's incredibly high pressure somewhere else, and then we notice that the illusion itself is just maybe not flickering, but loosening.
It's interesting because that's literally what I said to Random when we were watching it. I was like, wouldn't it be interesting if, because he had to focus his concentration elsewhere, elements of the illusion were kind of breaking down a bit, but when Anatar was here present in the forge, it held up like super good.
Yeah.
And Celebrimbor does, they pay lip service to that idea because Celebrimbor does later speculate that maybe that was why Sauron was distracted by the battle, but that's all we get. It's just a vague reference.
That's the thing that distracted by, it's like, no, you have to actually you have to stress him power level. You can't just stress him visually. You can't just have it be like maybe, well, that's bad.
What they could have done, I'm talking about what they could have done again, what they probably fucking should have done is had him maybe generate like a force field around the forge, and that when it gets hit, that makes his magic weaken, which then affects the illusion that's going on inside the forge. Because
people outside might have noticed if
they would have noticed some
rocket smashed into it. It's like, what
that's
the hell's
another
going
thing.
on up there?
How would they not have seen?
I'm trying to
it was a good
forge room.
Boy, we made that's a solid tower we made, boys.
Yeah, like how were no elves concerned for him when they saw that his rooftop had fucking caved in? They'd be like, oh,
because he was mean. He was mean. He's a capitalist slave driver.
He's just nutty. That's what he is.
Because he's nutty. That's right. No elf Not a single elf in the whole city checked on.
He's not of
or
sound
checked
mind,
on
so fuck
Celebrimbor.
him.
So like the only way that I think that this works is like some people have suggested that this is an illusion and that's it. It's all inside Celebrimbor's mind, but it cannot be that simple because well, for one, he's physically made the rings and you can't do that in a dream. And two, he believes that an amount of time has actually passed. So, and he's using a forge that is unusable. It's inoperable. You can't make rings using what he thinks is mithril, which we'll get to in a sec, but also using a broken forge. So the only way
It has been remade. It has.
The only way that I think this works is if Sauron has placed Celebrimbor into a pocket dimension where time flows differently. It's using like Inception dream level rules.
Yeah, we're at the point of magic where it's like, you know what, you just took him literally to a different dimension temporarily. You just brought him back.
Yeah, and
which increases his power level quite substantially.
Yeah, like if he can do that, if the writers just say straight up, what the writers say. This means that he can do that, and him not doing this earlier is insane. Because he could have, when he first appeared as Anatar, he could have said like, "Okay, so I have this power. I'd like you to willingly enter this illusion because then it removes time, the constraints of time. You can totally chill out. You can relaxingly make these rings over a period of time because then you get rid of the deception angle." That's the only way that I think that this works, but I don't know how much of that interpretation comes from the writers being completely unable to convey the passage of time.
I mean, he could just trap Galadriel in a pocket dimension or anyone else he doesn't like.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the question that comes up. It's like, oh, you have these incredible, which is like a whole thing with Sauron in this show anyway. He just gets more and more and more powers.
Remember the power to
degree.
Destroy
I don't even know what he
bridges.
wants the rings for. I don't know what he wants the rings for.
Remember
He
the
has like
power
his
to wake up the Barrow Whites?
Yeah, it's like an evil wand where he goes like, some ghosts here, something over there, some lightning on this bridge.
Yeah.
Just, I think we said it last time. It's like, just make a fucking army of Barrow Whites, just throw the weapons away. Like, you just
they're limited to the one location. You can't do that.
Oh, the show doesn't care.
Gogo, he can teleport with a pocket dimension, then teleport them back with a different pocket dimension. It'd be great.
Got me. Never mind.
Well, the
other question as well about the rings, which is, unless I've missed something in previous episodes, so Sauron says, fine, I'll go and make the 9 myself when Celebrimbor refuses. Sauron tries to make the 9 but can't do it because only Celebrimbor knows how. Then we get to this episode and you can only make them with Sauron's own blood. And Celebrimbor has been making them. If Sauron needs to know the secret to making the ring, he must already know what that secret is because he knows his blood will suffice. But if he still needs to learn something from Celebrimbor, he can just watch him make one, and then he knows everything he needs to know so that everything can end, right?
It's been very confusing for the past few episodes. I don't know how Sauron hasn't learned everything he needs to know. I don't understand.
Well, the thing is, I think they just tripped over themselves because they went with the whole point of, we need to make them safer for men. Which I don't even know why Sauron buys into that. Like, he gives a shit if they're safe or not.
I think he'd want to pretend.
Yeah, but now it's like the whole thing that he can't do it himself anymore, even though he was there for the last ones they made.
So I think you're talking about when Midania puts it on and goes to the unseen world.
Yeah, because they're trying to make their own rings, and the only reason they fail is because we're trying to make them safer for men, which he doesn't really care about.
So I'm pretty sure what we're supposed to take from that is that Sauron did that deliberately, which I think is insane, but that's what I think the show is telling us.
I have no idea.
Yeah, like if Sauron was capable of just completing them, and he could have done with his own blood too, he could have just tricked everybody. Yeah. No reason not to.
I don't know if he necessarily could have done it because, or at least I don't know if the show thinks that he necessarily could have done it because basically he's turned his blood into mithril. Celebrimbor has crafted the rings using goo, which I don't even know how you do that.
Well, I thought it was literally blood, and that he just saw it as gravel.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But like blood doesn't have the same properties as mithril.
No, yeah, you're right.
Can't.
Which is
how do you know it's Sauron blood?
Element, but I mean, again, like I just don't know why when he's like, it's dangerous me making them. We need you, Celebrimbor. It's like, was that true, or was he lying?
I think that's supposed to be true. Yeah,
it has to be true because if it's not true, and if he can make them himself, he has no business staying around here. He gains nothing. Like, why would you stick around to invite an attack you know is coming which will reveal that you were Sauron and you were in charge of Eregion when all the rings were made, meaning that any ring that comes out of Eregion forevermore will be suspect because Sauron might have made it, rather than, if he knows how to make them himself, pissing off, doing it in private, and then turning up in various different realms of Middle-earth, appearing as another kind of gift giver and giving people rings that nobody knows are corrupted. So I don't see what he would gain in any sense from lying about that.
I think it's supposed to be that Celebrimbor can make the rings using Mithril, as in like he is capable of doing it. But then Sauron, because he couldn't get the Mithril, as we saw in the previous episode, he was like, okay, well, do it with my blood anyway. And I'm guessing what that will lead to is the fact that they literally contain a part of Sauron is what is going to make the Rings for Men particularly evil. But how Celebrimbor crafted the Rings for Men using the same processes, because with the Rings for Elves, he used gold or silver from Valinor. He used Mithril, and he used gems that contained the essence of Valinor. The Rings for Men, he's made using whatever metal he has lying around.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's apparently used the same process. So I don't know how he can do that.
He's also under a time constraint. He's also under a time constraint that he himself inflicted on Eregion, because he went to Mordor and made the fucking orcs come here.
Because
that's a whole
the timeline for everything in this show, because they figured that they couldn't have it span over thousands of years. So they're like, shit, yeah, that would be like in a month.
Have to cram everything together.
That's a whole other question, which I don't know if we want to do now or when we do episode 8, is why on earth would Sauron want Adar to attack Eregion? How does Adar know that Halbrand and Sauron are the same person? And how does Adar know that he's inside Eregion?
How does Sauron know to have enough time to create the rings?
Well, it'll always be that whatever ends up happening, they'll be like, yeah, I mean, he was counting on that. And it's like, yeah, but he couldn't have possibly
he literally can't have done
like this.
The sequence
unless he had read the script, he wouldn't be able to know.
Exactly.
And even if he did deliberately want it to happen, which I think the show wants us to think that Sauron wanted Adar to attack Eregion.
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, it's a bit hazy because of a line he delivers in episode 8, but I think that the show wants us to believe for now that that's what he wanted. Why has he artificially imposed a time frame upon himself? There is no reason for him to do that.
Unless he knows the script.
Well, even if he knows the script, like it
doesn't. If he knew the script, he would triple
Nothing
not do it if he knew the script, because he'd be like, "Oh shit, he does come here, damn."
I mean, he would know he would have exactly enough time, and then the orcs would betray him and all that shit, you know.
I guess you're right. Yeah, that does work out.
But then he knows that by the end of what happens in episode 8, he'd be like, "Well, that's not ideal."
And then if he read, the full script all the way up to the
Galadriel
rings,
goes beyond this power.
no.
He does say he doesn't see all ends or something like that, doesn't he?
Gosh, we've discussed so much is, and it's hard to believe that with all that we've talked about, there's still so much more to go. We've barely begun to episode. There are so many questions and even better answers to those questions as we move forward.
Better answer?
We'll also say that Celebrimbor's reaction should have been like 4 episodes ago, but yeah.
Yeah, I said I do like the visual of the vial full of blood.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something oddly grim about that I kind of like. I guess
the goo.
The goo, yeah, the black as pitch blood. When he gets the blood on his fingers, Grimby's like, "Oh shit, what's this?" And he reveals, "I've learned a lot from you, Brimby, but what I learned the most is that true creation requires sacrifice." And he shows him that he's got he's got his wound on his hand that he cut his palm earlier, because if you cut yourself, you always have to do it on the palm of your hand. It's a movie rule. You have to do it. I don't make the rules. That's just what you have to do. Okay.
It's ritualistic.
There's a pretty cool moment, I will say, where Brimby says, you are, and he says, "Yes, I am him." And he's like, you are Waldrig, and it's the big reveal happens. Yeah, it goes by many names, but that's the main one.
And then Anatar says, "Welcome to Mordor." That's right. Yeah. But Brimby essentially discovers here, he's like, "Oh, you're a baddie." And he asks, "Are you he?" And Anatar says, "I have many names." And Brimby asks, "Is one of them Sauron?" He doesn't say that. It's just Brimby leaves the tower because I guess Anatar allows him to leave the tower. Brimby is out. He
Yeah.
has left the front door.
Yeah.
He has gone down the tower and he has
Why
left
the fuck
the
does
tower.
he do that?
No, there's no fucking. By letting him leave, Sauron is a fucking idiot. I swear, in this episode, possibly more than any other, because by letting Celebrimbor is vital to his plan. If Celebrimbor leaves the tower, he's just introducing an infinite number of variables. One
he
of those
almost
variables
dies immediately.
Yes, one of those variables gets catapulted into him about 5 seconds after he leaves the tower. So
Imagine he just dies there.
he could keep him in the tower, and he doesn't. Is the point? Because he can trap him in a pocket dimension. He can freeze him. He can immobilize him. He can make him dribbling wreck on the floor. He can do whatever he wants. He could physically just grab him, but
he's obviously physically stronger than Celebrimbor would be, so you could just grab him and like shackle him to the table.
Yeah, and like he does certain things after Celebrimbor has left the tower, but none of that would have been necessary if he hadn't let him leave the tower. So
it's just to fuck with him more. That's the only reason.
He's fucking with him at a massive risk, basically.
Yes.
He does have terrible luck with catapults, does Celebrimbor. Is it like
Boy,
3
does
times
he
really,
it's almost
like,
exploded?
Oh no!
It's so funny.
He gets yeeted so hard.
Woo! Because
Some good
essentially,
flippage.
the moment that he gets out of there, he essentially gets area of affected by a catapult explosion, and he flings and flips off of the staircase, and he lands on the ground. A lot is riding on Brimbor being alive, so it's like, whoop, it's a good
if
thing
he
didn't
actually
die.
dies, if that catapult hits like a couple of inches closer to him, what does Sauron do? Does he just walk out?
Or just the stone hits his head, you know?
Yeah, he loses. Because, like you said, all of this relies on the idea that Sauron cannot create or cannot finish the rings himself. He needs Celebrimbor.
Otherwise, he would just finish them himself.
Yeah,
He just, like,
and he
finds
not
his
only
corpse and kicks it. Like, come on,
Come on,
Oh,
do something.
just fuck, bugger.
Well,
Oh
balls.
wait, no, because he could just do the alien Romulus thing and just inject the vial of black goo into him, and then he'd recover and he'd be fine.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's really incredible. It's a rare Celebrimbor action scene that I definitely appreciate.
Do you think the actor enjoyed that? Or, I mean, they probably used a stunt guy.
Or they? No, they. He was like, no. I am Celebrimbor.
This is the only. It's the only reason he agreed to do the show. It's like, I'll do the show if I get to do a couple of flips. It's like, okay,
Flip
fine,
me, baby.
Flip
me, baby, one more time.
Do you think maybe the actor was like, hey, this is going to sound really dumb, but I want to get hit by 2 catapults because I really enjoy getting, doing flips.
It's really fun.
It actually is super fun.
There's also a stone that like bounces off him, I just noticed. Like it looks to hit his like back of his arm somewhere.
Oh, it's just his spine. As long as his hands are fine, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm sure his hands will be a-okay by the end of this.
Looks like the stone weighs a lot.
He flips down after his incredible action sequence, and he's a bit in a daze of sorts. He's a little bit addled and out of it, and he notices, oh no, Regions, there's death and destruction here. This is terrible. Oh no, there's a dog and there's an elf, and one of them's dead. The dog isn't, thankfully. And he's like, this is madness. Oh my goodness, this is awful. Sorry.
Nice.
And there's like we pan to him kind of going up. We pan back up to the walls, right? And there's like one orc on the walls, I think, in this shot. Yeah. And it's really pathetic. There's a ladder. Sorry, there's a ladder, and there's like 2 orcs in the entirety of the whole scene. It's not like a conga line at the ladder. It's just one orc kind of gets up there, and another orc is like already up there. There's like 2 of them in this massive fight. It is actually pathetic to watch this. It is legitimately sad.
There's a panning shot later that's particularly funny.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the Helm's Deep.
Yeah.
Scene. It is a lie.
Yeah, just slightly better.
Brimby goes up to the walls for some reason. I don't actually know why. Oh wait, I do. It's because Miradani is there, and the writers want something to happen. Mm-hmm. So
she's the only person he knows.
Miradani is still on the wall, bizarrely. No clue why the soldiers are like, listen, I don't even know why you're up here. You need to get down. You could get an arrow to the face at any second. You need to not be up here. Let us do our thing. And now Celebrimbor's up here, and he finds Miradania, and he's like, holy crapola, there's orcs nearby, but there's only 2 of them. Don't worry about it. Let's have a chat right here on the battlements in clear view of the assaulting orc army. And
there's...
yeah.
And I was just going to mention, there's also people running around the fountain when the Celebrimbor leaves.
They're still out there.
Yeah, they're still fucking running around that damn fountain.
They've got nothing better to do than just panic, just general panic out in the set that they are going to get their money's worth out of. Damn
They've been
it!
circling that fountain like 600 times at this point.
They built that set. They are going to use it.
By the way, that whole conversation, that stupid fucking log is in the background, and there's no orcs climbing it. They just had that one guy come up and be like, "Bah."
Well, they also showed us earlier, and we will see again, that some of the orcs have bows, and some of the orcs are pretty good with bows. But this whole dialogue scene just happens, and neither of them, no character involved in this acts like they are in danger at all.
They're completely fucking open, and they're just standing there for a long ass time next to Oh, it's very good.
Now Celebrimbor finds Miradania, and he's like, holy crap, Miradania, it's you. I have been tricked. I have been played for a fool. They played me like a damn fiddle. And by they, I mean, this guy. I was deceived. We've all been deceived. He forced me to make the rings. He mentions the ruby on the hammer and the mouse.
Yeah, why?
And Brimby is supposed to come across as a crazy person here. So that everyone can be like, oh, you're crazy nutso, Celebrimbor. Did you get out of your room again? Let's take you back to bed. That's what they're trying to do here. And obviously Celebrimbor is pretty distraught here, but like, come on, man, you should know that you talking about a mouse and the hammer and the ruby, and like you were tricked, and you like, come on, man, you
what's
come
annoying
across as a crazy
what has been
person.
done to him, and he even acknowledges he's deceived us all, but then proceeds to say shit that kind of matches Anatar's story.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring. Like
he should be smarter than this, but
yeah,
he has been completely retarded the entire fucking series, though. So it's in character.
So down below we see that orcs. Now, this is what the machine does. Remember that war machine we talked about? This is great. You guys are gonna love this. This will revolutionize siege warfare. No one's ever thought of this before. So there are orcs that are hammering in, like manually, they're hammering in these little metal spikes into the walls of the city, like between the blocks, I would assume, but who knows? They're hammering these little bitty spikes into the straight spikes, like a piton or something, into the wall, the bottom of the elf wall of the city. And they're attached to evil chains. You can tell they're evil chains because they have spikes on them.
And they're rusty.
That's right. They're rusty and spiky. Very bad. Now, those spikes are connected to the war machine. And what the war machine essentially does is, think of it as like a reverse crossbow, kind of, where it like fires backwards and the tension pulls on the chains that have the spikes in the wall. And that's supposed to pull the wall down.
Yeah. We don't see this until way later, though, but it would not work that way, and even the way it works in the show, it would be completely fucking useless and take forever to bring down the wall, which it does.
And from what we see, it looks like it takes them about 6 to 7 hours to set this thing up, because this is like relatively early morning. We're at maybe 11 o'clock, something like that. Later on, a lot of stuff happens between now and when we actually see it fire, which means it basically takes all day to set up. It's insane.
It's really funny. It takes several hours to get them the last bit into the wall.
And apparently it's the thinnest part of the wall.
Yes.
Which I'm just like, oh, was that unlucky for you that they put it there, or did they know this?
I have no clue how Adar knows that this is the thinnest part of the wall. I actually have no clue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know why there is a thinnest part of the wall, and if there
it
is
doesn't
a
look like
part of the wall,
thinnest.
I don't know why they're standing on it. Like,
I can explain why there's a thinnest part of the wall. You know, old Manfindel's Wine Emporium was slightly too close to where they were supposed to build the wall, and they refused to move So they just had to build around him.
Maybe if there's some reason for the foundation or where the river is or whatever, and so that's technically the.
They watched Lord of the Rings, and then they were like, "We did the same as them," and you're like, "No, you didn't." They're like, "Yeah, we
Pretty
did.
much.
We did the same thing." It's like, "No, you didn't."
They don't have an explained reason for why they would be a thin part of the wall at all.
In Helm's Deep, Saruman exploits a necessary structural weakness that the defenders could not have seen coming.
Well, isn't
whereas here
the information is also from Grima Wormtongue as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he knows because he knows about fucking Rohan. But that there is a good reason for why there would be a thin part or like a weak point of the wall there in Helm's Deep, because the water needs to get out of the fucking fortress.
Yeah, like, to be honest, it would have been a rip-off if there had been a little sewer coming out of the bottom and they took a little bomb in and then they ran it with a torch. It'd be like, you're just doing the two towers again. That would have been better than this.
Well, a lot of wooden parts to this whole structure. A lot of burnable parts, you might even say.
Oh,
if only the elves had like a feature in which they could blanket people in flame.
If they had a little tank full of petrol.
Oh well,
saying.
Probably not.
That'd be crazy.
Elves hate fire because it burns trees.
Yeah, and they like trees.
They sure do. Now, Anatar, he just shows up on the battlements here. He shows up.
It feels very much like my prisoners escaped. I just want to see what he does.
Okay.
Yeah, shaking him.
Brimby tells the guards
talking crazy or something.
Well, luckily he has. He's been saying some loopy things.
Yep.
Brimby tells all the guards, you have to arrest Anatar. He has blood black as pitch. And obviously Sauron can use illusions, so he shows that the blood on his hand is red.
Yep.
Which I thought was so fucking stupid. I was like, he's been illusioning you forever. What do you think he's gonna do?
Yeah.
He holds his hand up and it's purple. Like, wait a minute. What does that mean? He's standing.
Sorry, wrong color.
Why he didn't hold his hand up and have there just be no wound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he holds it up and there's a red wound on his hand. It's like the normal reaction to that would be like, "What are you doing? Blood magic? What's going on?"
But he says his blood is black as pitch, so he has to show the blood apparently.
Black as pitch. Black as pitch on the street. Obviously, since Sauron can use illusions, he just shows the blood's red. Everyone's like, "Oh my goodness!" They think that Brimby is mad. And Miradania says, "Brimby, we need to get you back inside where it's safe, okay? We need to go ahead and take you back inside here.
You need to take your pills."
And then Brimby says, "Get your hands off of me." And Anatar uses telekinesis to make Brimby spaz out and with his arm fling her off the battlements down to the orcs below, where they kill poor Miradania. And she's out of the story now.
And that's it for her.
That's it for her. She's done. All that they were setting up with her, that's it. She's done, gone. And if you think that they'll mention her again, remember Valandil.
Who?
Who is a good question, because the show fucking forgot about him.
Oh,
and so we will too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you really did forget, didn't you? See, it works. They do.
Oh fuck.
I mean, Waldreg got killed, and they didn't even mention it either.
Oh, one does not simply forget Waldreg.
No, we don't. We certainly don't. We're the number one internet Waldreg fan club.
Waldreg,
we could never forget
Waldreg.
Given what Adar does with the bodies of his fallen soldiers later in this episode, you would think he would have a pretty spectacular funeral for Waldreg.
Yeah, he would show great reverence for Waldreg, who he clearly held in high esteem because he was like his right-hand man, essentially.
He was the man who made Mordor.
He is the man who made Mordor. That's correct. He created Mordor.
There's several statues of him in Mordor, obviously.
I believe
we have slaves working on it right now.
I believe that. You were correct. That's true. That's canon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think actually Frodo and Sam pass a few in the Lord of the Rings. You just don't know that's him at the time. But if you look close, you will see multiple statues to Waldreg.
There's a lot of ornaments on Barad-dûr to Waldreg, obviously,
Oh, there is the scene in Return of the King where they find that the head of the statue, which has a crown of flowers on it, and that could be Waldreg.
Oh, that.
It could be.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where it's got the barbed wire on it, doesn't it? It has something. No. Sorry.
They replaced the head with the eye, and there's a head lying in the bio tree next to it.
Yeah, it's got the flowers on it, and Sam's like, "Hey, look, he's got a crown after all." But we can't talk about the Lord of the Rings. We have to talk about Rings of Power.
Yeah, we can't talk
So
about good things.
That's right. We gotta focus. Anyway, Miradani is fucking dead. And she actually has a really terrible death. She falls
It's a really
down.
funny death.
she barely survives the landing, and she's looking up, and an orc's like, "Oh, look, an elf woman," and instantly kills her with his axe. What a terrible way to die.
Yeah.
I think
So we have a
read somewhere
reference for
they planned that to be even more much more graphic, and by much more I mean just graphic at all in the first place. Apparently, they did plan on showing like her be pretty much cut in half, but they were told that would be a bit too like graphic for the Rings of Power. Also, like why? I know she's a nothing character, but like, does she deserve that? I mean, does she deserve anything? Is a question.
No, she doesn't deserve that. It's weird that like the show, like I don't like it when characters get treated that way, where they kind of get played up and bigged up, and we see them do stuff, and then they're just like almost like kind of unceremoniously just like killed. Like Waldreg just gets killed, Miradani just gets killed, Valandil just gets killed, and that's that. And they're never mentioned again. Their impact is over in the story. And I'm like, well, shit, these aren't even like good characters. But I'm like, come on, that just isn't fair. There's that part of my brain where I'm like, man, come on.
Yeah, like the entire point of Medania, it essentially at this point is to die so that we understand that Sauron is really evil, and to, I guess, inflict emotional pain on Celebrimbor because she's the only person that he seems to care about, really.
But I don't think he ever mentions her ever after this, does he?
He doesn't, and he also did not mention her in season 1.
Okay, well, if her death like spurred any of his decisions going forward, that would at least be something. He talks about Miradania or whatever, but no, she's just done. She's Valandiled. We don't talk about him anymore. They're out of the story. Eyes forward to the future. You have your back to the past.
We also have a reference here for what happens to an elf when they fall from a somewhat great height.
Very good point. Yeah. We certainly do.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you pointed out. That's so silly.
It's pretty intuitive what happens
quote unquote
to her.
great height.
You can survive that kind of fall, but you're essentially dead. But
she doesn't have enough main character energy to revive her after a fall like that. Like
true.
she's not like somebody else we could be mentioning.
Anatar tells Brimby that all of this can end, and I assume he's speaking like in his mind as an illusion. He says, "Brimby, you finish the 9, and he'll spare the city." And Brimby doesn't ask why Anatar is attacking or not saving the city if he needs the 9 rings completed now. You should not have the city be under siege, period, because you need me to make the rings. But I guess, obviously, Brimby's kind of traumatized by what he's seen, and everyone thinks he's crazy, and he just got out of this illusion he's been trapped in, and he's learned that this guy is Sauron in disguise. But
he also says this right in front of the elves that can hear him.
I think it's part of the illusion. I think he's. You don't think
Obviously.
so?
I mean, is Celebrimbor speaking also part of the illusion?
Sure.
What does he say?
I don't remember exactly what he says. Fuck. I guess you can see in the subtitles.
I don't think that could also be chalked up to him being crazy, or maybe the guards just think he's nuts anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I think that Anatar talking to him is part of this, part of an illusion. And it really doesn't matter. Even if Crimbor says anything, it's part of the illusion that they're just standing there looking over the wall.
Should have again, he has talking in his head thing that they do later.
He has an amount of control over the guards, again, just sliding that in. So I think it's acceptable for them to say it, with their mouths rather than with their minds.
Yeah,
so,
and it's more personal for him to say it with his mouth like a conversation, because he is trying to convince him that I will make this end if you make the rings, and I'll create a perfect lasting peace. So,
I'd like to point out that when she falls, none of the elves make any effort to shoot the orcs around her.
No.
Like, well, you're
a good point.
The battle has been paused. We are now having scenes where people talk.
Yeah. Not even that. Just the fact that they don't care about her. They clearly acknowledge she's fallen, and then they just like, well, it's too late for her.
All right.
So no, there's a ladder up against the wall that no orcs are using, about 10 feet away from where she's fallen. So they could actually have saved her.
Which is crazy.
Orcs, run for the ladder.
Think of the sheer amount of heroics that we get in Helm's Deep. All these different decisions from all these different characters in different moments that are like high stress, and that's probably not going to work, but they do it anyway to save their friends. This is like, no, she's dead. Like, don't risk it, boys. It's fine.
I mean, she coughs up blood. She's a goner, you know.
Well, I kind of made this observation on other shows, but I could just picture the orcs being like, "Oh, we're gonna get her. They're not coming.
You're not gonna.
Okay.
You're not gonna
Wow.
do it.
Oh, all right.
Oh, woman killer!
Also, just looking back on Sauron having black goop blood. We've seen him bleed before. Did he use an illusion every time he bled before?
Yes.
When he was in front of
He must have
Galadriel
done.
and everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes.
For
Anything that
whatever
doesn't make
reason.
sense, it was Sauron all along.
He wormed his way inside her mind.
What about all the other
Among
100? You know
other
what? It's
things.
fine.
He wormed his way inside of everyone's minds.
Everyone, even ours.
Among other
That
things.
well, yeah,
He
that's
got the
that's
audience.
That's necessary for this episode to take place. So
Now, they are going to take Celebrimbor away because he's crazy and he murdered that girl. I guess that's what they see. However,
Well, no, they're going to take him away to make the rings. It sounds like.
mean,
yeah, to
that's
like
what
the
Sauron's gonna
tower,
do.
I suppose. They're gonna take him back to the
I
tower.
guess what I mean is like, yes, we will confine you so that you can continue your work.
To the forge, not your house.
Yep.
The broken
Crazy man.
forge.
And
Not
also,
taking you to the house or to the hospital because you're clearly beaten up or anything. We're just gonna take you right back to the forge where you belong.
I
It's
was
like when-
really confused by this part in particular of like they're taking him away, and then you see that the elves are coming, and so it's like, oh, so he's like not going to do what Sauron says, right? Because now the cavalry's here. So like, why would he help him? He doesn't need to.
Well,
Good question. I wish I had the answers for you, but I don't. I just don't.
Good question for
I
another
got
time.
nothing.
It's as though Celebrimbor read the script and knew that they were going to lose. Like he knew that Elrond and Gil-galad and everybody was going to lose.
So they hear horns in the distance. Oh my goodness. The army from Lindon has arrived.
Woo!
We have
Yay.
what is probably the only thing approaching an establishing shot of an army, really, but it's just a single line of cavalry in the front because it's shot from ground level, so it's not actually that impressive.
the same,
that's-
same with the orcs.
It's
Lindon
weird.
is-
Something I saw as well in the behind the scenes for this is that they only had about 20 or 30 real horses.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So, in
vast majority of this isn't real.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In this shot, it actually looks way more than in a little bit later when they actually do that charge. Because when you do the charge, it's significantly less people. So little that I was actually under the assumption, oh, so he actually sent people to Mordor already, so he only has like a fraction of his army. But I guess this is the army. This is all of the elves have.
This
I
is meant
think.
to be, this is meant to be the Linden army, but the reason why, at least I think it is, but the reason why I think it's hard to understand exactly what's happened is because the writers did that fucking technique that they've learned in episode 5, where Elrond says to Gil-galad, Galadriel was right in the Mother of All Surprises. We can't go to Mordor. We need to go to Eregion now. And then Gil-galad replies, that will not be possible. I think Sauron's behind everything, and then the scene ends. And it's like, what does that
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
What he actually
Ambiguous bullshit for the
yeah.
audience.
What he
that's why I
actually
was
should have
thinking,
said-
oh, there's already people on their way to Mordor. They don't have enough people to beat the orcs. Because no
Yeah.
way the orcs have enough to beat normal elven armies,
They
right?
should not be. they would be shit compared to them. But we don't see the other elven commander here, the other lady who's completely fucking retarded. So she could be commanding the armies going to Mordor, I guess. Possibly.
Possibly, yes, but if they have this many horses and they have, I guess, another army that has gone to Mordor, how many elves are in Lindon?
I mean,
I thought it was-
Galadriel is the commander of the northern armies, multiple.
Yep.
So they would have a fuck ton. I imagine
You'd
if that's the case.
I mean, I
I
guess
do like the
so,
idea they
yeah.
arrive at Mordor. There's just no one there except one guy carving a Waldrick statue. Just like, oh hey,
Wandering statue.
It's Glag's wife and
Yeah.
their son.
Who are you? And who's that? Oh, that's Waldrig. Oh man, let me tell you, boy, what a guy. You know he made this place.
He's crazy.
we're here to conquer you. Just like,
you'll have to stick it out
oh,
for this one.
well,
Well,
right.
not much I can do
Well,
about that.
If it's all the same to you, I'd like to finish my statue. I guess.
do you guys destroy statues?
I guess you're in charge.
Like, that would be mean if you did.
Oh, shit.
Philistines. Yeah, so the horses are here. The cavalry from Lindon, their armor is way better than the Eregion armor. I think. Yeah, it is.
I think.
It is. It is better. It is absolutely better.
Yeah.
It's
The
easily
helmet,
better.
really.
It's not even close.
I need a comparison image
yeah.
to tell.
Gilgalad's helmet looks kind of shit, but it's better, sure.
So we see Elrond here. There's the Asian elf girl from episode 4.
Oh,
Gilgalad is
woohoo.
here with his sword that doesn't fit in the scabbard.
Elrond, the
always
general of
compliment-
the elves, leading the charge.
We always compliment where writing is good, as that girl was just mentioned by Rags. That is a good setup. Her existing. It's gonna be a great payoff
Her
later.
existing,
in
yeah.
a scene, so she
that's a
can
good
be in
shout,
another
Sarah.
scene later.
It's a great, just
Yep.
wow. Their setups in this are so awesome. I love them.
Why is Eldron leading the charge? What the
Because he's important.
Because he's a politician.
He's
Yeah,
teleported as well,
Sword's
hasn't he? Right? Because we last
He's
saw
like George
him.
Washington.
He's teleported from Khazad-dûm back to wherever the elves were to get fully armored up to go on his horse. Meanwhile, Adar has teleported from pretty much the front of the line, at least the line on the river where he's sort of marshalling the siege weapons. And now he's all the way back here with caged Galadriel, so he can interrupt the cavalry charge. Like, if people just
why
appear
would
They
where they're
wheeled her up
needed.
real fucking quick.
But, I mean, I don't even know why they would expect that to work. Why
It
would
wouldn't.
the elves stop? Why would they stop? There's
Well, it
no reason to
relies.
stop.
They wouldn't
relies-
be able to with that fucking close.
They wouldn't be able to, for one, but even if they can, it relies entirely on Elrond leading the charge and Elrond wanting to stop.
Mhm.
Why would either of
Yeah.
those things happen?
Yeah.
Especially, also,
And why
remember,
would-
like the
why would
last
Adar know?
conversation. Yeah, Adar shouldn't know, but like the last conversation that they had was like, I will prioritize defeating Sauron over everything, even your life. And the fact that
Yeah.
he doesn't means that it's not necessarily
see,
a
that's-
contradiction, but it's
That's good writing, you see. 'cause
it's
that's
pretending to be good
the
writing.
conversation I had. Even though it's
fuck.
like overriding this broader battle that's about way more people than just Elrond.
But like
Yeah.
they could have fixed this, but I have a cynical theory as to why they didn't. Is when they discovered the army in episode 4, what they should have done is split up the 4 elves that aren't Galadriel.
Yes.
A couple of them go to Khazad-dûm to be like, there's an army of elves, Eregion is fucked, and the other 2 go to Lindon. The reason why they didn't do that is because they needed 2 emotional payoffs to happen, and they
Both
they
with
needed
Elrond.
Elrond to be at both of them.
The whole
Yeah.
scene with Galadriel staying behind is stupid anyways. Like, I'll
I mean,
save us
well,
time.
now-
It's like,
now we
No,
know.
you don't have to. They don't know you're here.
Now we
So
know
you can
why
just
it
leave.
happened
why
because this was insane. The elves should have fucking wiped through all the orcs here, but they're not allowed
Oh fuck
to.
yeah!
Yeah.
Yes.
And the
Would've
fact that
killed all of them.
Gilgalad just allows
That
this,
would
he's not
be
like,
an
no,
epic
fucking
battle.
keep going. What the fuck are you doing, guys?
He should be the one in command.
They would have had a
Of
better
course he should.
chance of saving her had they continued the charge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
probably.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
even
he
if
should.
got
He should
badly
know that there's
injured,
absolutely no chance he can get her out of there because they're fucking orcs.
Also,
the scene just before
the only
she
one
jumps
fucking
and stays
orcs here is
behind,
Glug.
like, there's the scene where they establish that the ring which Elrond is currently wearing can heal people of their mortal wounds because the elf
Yep.
gets like hit by the arrow and he's obviously dying, but the ring can heal it. So it doesn't particularly matter if she gets injured in this charge because they can just come back and heal her afterwards.
well, and it's also
Yes.
just a worthy. Sorry, Galadriel, but the fate of Eregion is a little more important, and the fate of thousands of elven lives. Because I was thinking about this too.
Also, you're a bitch.
He must have read the script, Adar, because he knew they'd stop. Look
Yeah.
at him. He's not.
He
like,
just stands there like
not
out
only-
in front.
Not
All
only
of
is
the
he
orcs
so
know it
casual
too.
about it, but the orcs aren't prepared for the charge, even as a
It would've
contingency.
been so funny.
No.
It would have
Yeah.
been so funny if he was like smiling smugly, and then they just kept coming.
Just
Oh,
grab
shit.
him.
Oh, my
Yeah, he stands like a few feet in front of them as well. He would just be ridden down instantly.
oh fuck!
Yeah, all the other orcs, they don't do the thing where you put your spears into the ground ready to hit the horses. To they're casual. They're like, nah, they won't do it.
Yeah,
It costs you
been-
nothing
it's
to
been-
prepare for them possibly doing it.
Why does Adar hate the orcs so much?
and then there's also the obvious like stupid thing with the fucking lighting in this dumb
Yeah,
ass
this
shot.
lighting is dumb. Like this
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense at all. Why would it look like this?
Because the
Yeah.
orcs are evil.
Yeah,
yeah.
but like,
Oh.
there's
Duh.
no reason why it would look like this.
Because
It-
they
well,
are evil.
It's
Evil
because,
is darkness.
It's because if they had them in sunlight, then we'd be questioning why they don't. Oh wait, no, because they do that.
Oh.
later.
We see the sun behind them. There's a shot earlier. We see the sun straight behind them.
Yeah, the writers.
yeah, this
have
felt like
straight
a
up forgotten.
dollar store cinematic shot. It reminds me of the one that everyone went wild over in Ahsoka episode 5 and Game of Thrones finale. You know, the famous ones where It's a shot where you're just like, God, that's lame, and then everyone goes, "Oh my God, it's so fucking," because you probably don't know what it means, but this is what I mean. And then they take like 10 paragraphs to explain the most obvious interpretation of what this would mean. You're like,
It's so tiring.
Orcs are the bad guys, so they're light and shadow. Yep. Yeah.
Amazing.
mhm.
Except why would it look like this?
Yeah, I mean, the mechanics behind it are just nonsense. There's nothing to it here. They're once again trying to steal something from Lord of the Rings without understanding how it worked.
Well, there is. You say mechanics. There are none. There is no explanation for why there would be a cloud of darkness above the orcs. It's purely visuals to represent symbolism, but there is no why. It just is.
If Sauron was in charge of the armor, then maybe, but not when Adar is. He doesn't have any fucking magical powers.
Yeah, like because again, I think it's extended only in Return of the King. They have the line about like he's blocked out the sun so that the orcs can cross. That's not in this.
No,
it's not. There's no explanation for this, and it's just bullshit.
Well, and they also don't do it like this in Lord of the Rings, where it's like a fucking jigsaw piece line that goes all around the actual people.
Just moves like overhead, like all the fucking time.
Did you guys? I forgot. Did one of you mention Elrond's really rousing battle speech before they charge?
No.
Wait, did he say anything?
All right, let me. Yeah. Let me. Of course he did.
He said one word.
No, he said 4.
Okay.
Elrond says, "Death to our foes."
All right. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Not quite charge of the Light Brigade, but you know what? You take what you can get.
Yeah, there's also some funny shots with the elves earlier when they look really goofy on the horses, and
there's a lot of goof here. You could tell a lot of the CGI stuff and a lot of copy pasted orc stuff, and it's just really.
You can just tell that there aren't actually that many people who showed up on set, and it really feels like that's become something of a crutch now. Now that it's possible to not have to have all of the extras, now nobody wants to do it.
Remember,
it shows every time.
Do you guys remember when I think Mullen and Fringy we watched it? Do you remember when we watched A Bridge Too Far? And it was like insanely impressive. Like they had entire like battalions of people that they used for the film to jump out of planes, to parachute. They had like legit tanks and all of the costumes, all the outfits for both sides. They had all of the gear and equipment. And it was like, holy shit, the scale of
everything you see is fucking real, and it's fucking good.
That was very much the sense of it. Is like the scale is enormous, and you know that they had to actually like recreate that scale because they didn't have any ability to do it, artificially.
Mm-hmm. That's why all the German tanks are wrong in that movie, but there weren't any like functioning versions of the German tanks at the time, so they couldn't actually use them.
Well, again, it feels like Lord of the Rings, the original trilogy, was kind of at that good crossroads where the technology was in a place where it could amplify, but there was still a need that compelled like really good practical like effects, costume sets, extras, and compared to now where it's like, well, I guess you only needed like 20 horses, and then you could just have the rest of them be CG, but like. I think what's annoying is there's not actually a problem with that. The problem is that you can tell. You can just tell that there's not that many horses there.
Yeah, like even you can go back further and be like, well, like you say in the Lord of the Rings, you very obviously had quite a lot of people on set representing each army, or even if you didn't, it was filmed in such a way that it implied that there were a lot of people there. But then for the wider shot, you use visual effects to magnify it or amplify it even. But then for like the Hobbit movies, that's not the case at all. Anytime you see a large army, they're copy and paste of the same person.
It looks really in the Battle of the Five Armies. That was like, man, you are not real.
It's like, what do you want? Do you want the scale, or do you want like the realness to it? If you're not willing to be both, you only got to pick one. I guess now we have examples of either of the extremes. This one is just like small and shitty, and Battle of Five Armies is like big and shitty, which I think I prefer. I do prefer, but like we could, with all the money you're throwing at this, like come on, guys, you can't get a bunch of people and like outfits and stuff. Like come on.
At least the armor is way better than that.
Well,
at least they made them different heights.
At least in something I will say is, at least in the Battle of the Five Armies, you can clearly tell what is going on, even though
you can tell what's going on.
Yeah, even though a lot of like the battle sequences are just absurd,
True,
it is very clear what is actually happening. Whereas in this battle sequence in Rings of Power, you have no fucking clue what is happening.
That's
Nope.
true. You actually have no clue what's happening here. You don't the stakes, where people go, where they're from, how many are left, no clue. But we're approaching a line that helps to kind of explain it a little bit. It surely won't raise many more questions.
Well, someone sent a message saying, to play devil's advocate, what would give stylized lighting that may not have proper IRL mechanics in a movie a pass, while this would be a fail? Is the direct connection to Lord of the Rings. They use lighting a lot, but they tell us why these sort of circumstances take place, and then it'll be a matter of how you manipulate light in a set that doesn't go to like fantasy points of view. Two examples just off the top of my head would be Gandalf using his magic as a source of light, which can create a huge contrast between like the armies of good and bad. That's one of the simplest and easiest ways to translate, and it's completely justified mechanically.
And you have the shots at Helm's Deep at the end when you have the sun coming up, so you have the light coming down with the horses as they're charging.
You have the elves who are sort of naturally lighter; they are illuminated.
But the show can't do that because like that's canonically the reason why they seem almost luminescent in Lorien in the Lord of the Rings is because they are elves and they have the light of the Valar inside them. But obviously, if that were the case in this show, then the entire plot point about getting the rings would break, because that's the entire reason they need them, is they don't have the light within them, so they can't make them illuminated. If they got rid of that, then this actual shot we're seeing on the screen right now would make sense, because the elves would be carrying the light with them. But since we can't have that, fuck it.
Would be a glow like around them rather than,
Elrond is wearing one of the rings. I mean, you could theoretically use that to try and convey some diegetic reason for light going with them, but they haven't done that.
Well, you can't do that because they don't want to reveal that yet.
Someone said as a follow-up, I think this show's just so bad they pick it apart everything. Like, you mean like we've done for 7 years?
The show is so bad that we are picking apart everything.
That's like a
weird
whole
that we
thing.
pick apart everything? Isn't that weird that we can do that?
I mean, if the show had lots of good qualities, and we'd be able to pick those out and praise them, even if they were really small. But I don't know. Like this shot is stupid.
And we have replaced some of the acting in here. It's not all 100% negative.
Well, and it was, as was referenced at the beginning, this sinks below season 1. You're like, well, why? It's like, well, there were characters we actually liked in season 1 somewhat, and would have praised against the grain, I would say.
I think so. And season 2 has successfully been able to basically ruin all of them.
Yeah. And all the small things, we just add up over time.
Is there
the more you have, the shitter it gets.
Is there any other choice here? But like the best character in Rings of Power at this point is Na'vi. Is there anyone else in contention?
Glug,
I guess. Yeah, Glug and Na'vi. Is that
Glug, Narvi?
Glug is dead now.
No, he isn't.
Okay.
It wouldn't matter if they're dead by the end of the season or whatever.
Right.
If anything, that helps them stay good.
Yeah. I mean, it would be Waldrig then.
Yeah.
Waldrig. That's a good point. Because if they die before they get ruined, then
Yeah, Waldrig is pretty top tier.
Solid. Yeah,
I'll get a hot toy of
Waldrig is
Waldrig
unironically
when they put it
top
out.
tier, I think. Yeah. Would you get a Waldrig Funko Pop?
Of course.
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the merch.
We'll get makeshift to make a vinyl for him.
Waldrig plushie.
Waldrig.
We'll get them to make a legally distinct Waldrig character.
We can call it. They don't have the rights to Waldrig, surely. Like, we can have the name.
Well, actually, if you depict him, it's kind of like Winnie the Pooh, right? Winnie the Pooh is public domain, but the specific like Disney depiction of Winnie the Pooh you can't use. So with Waldrig, even though Waldrig might not be copyrighted specifically or whatever, which I think he technically is because he's Lord of the Rings stuff.
Name.
Well, hold on. That would work if Waldrig was written by Tolkien. That doesn't work if Waldrig was written by the writers of Rings of Power.
Whatever. We'll make a scraggly old hobo called Waldrig. What are they gonna know?
Waldrug.
Waldrug. We'll just combine them. We'll make Wallglug, and we'll just
Wallglug,
together.
It's half and half. It's like
but by the way, unironically, just to be clear, everyone, this isn't a joke. I think Waldreg and Glug and Narvi are the best characters in Rings of Power. I don't know who else would. I think that I think that's actually the case. Everyone sucks.
I mean, Valandil would have been top of my list until they ruined him in order to kill him. But
yeah,
the thing is, the longer we spend with any character, the worse they get. Like that, they've demonstrated that in season 2 on multiple occasions.
Yep. So the elves charge. Adar reveals Dick in a box, and they're charging, but they stop within like 20 feet of the orc line. All the horses. Doesn't make sense. We've talked about it. And so we have a negotiation scene. Oh my gosh,
that
just
is some
quickly
crazy
before that,
whiplash.
Could you just pause for chat at 24:25? There's a really funny orc helmet right there.
Okay.
Oh, the one right behind him. One
you'll see. You might have seen it already, but like orcs can do really like stupid shit, but this is stupid even for orcs.
24:25.
Oh fuck! No, 25, 40, 54. It was another pause.
All of those numbers were different.
25, 54.
24, 7, 89.
Yeah, 25, 54.
I think I got him. You talking about this guy?
Yeah.
Where to see this?
What?
Like that's retarded even for orcs.
How does he see?
The poor actor.
He
You can tell he's tilting his head back to see.
Yeah,
because he can't.
Exactly.
It
Why
doesn't-
would you do that?
It doesn't fit that well. Well, first off, it's very protective, so that's a reason.
Sure. You also need to see, but
You can see where he's walking, just not.
kinda.
Yeah, he can look down at his feet if he wants to lift his head up to see. You know,
That's kind of like a
Protection's
poor man's
important.
version of what they did with Bolg in The Hobbit, where he has like metal plates that have been hammered into him.
There were those trolls as well with like they are eyes taken out or whatever.
I feel like all the characters in this show should have metal plates just like bolted to their head because something's clearly damaged their skull.
Lobotomies.
Yeah.
Now let's continue our lobotomy with this negotiation scene.
Yes.
Adar and Elrond. Yeah.
That to me was like a dodgeball edit where it's like seemingly an impossibility, yet here we are. You know, the two armies clash, and then just hard cut to
Oh,
Yeah.
you know.
want some tea?
And Adar's
This would
camp,
never happen.
yeah.
We never learn what is going on outside of the tent because what could be going on outside, like the siege is still going on. That hasn't stopped.
That's insane.
Which means that you've got the elven army is just standing here 5 feet from the orc army, and they're just waiting.
They fucked their whole advantage with the horses in an epic charge to negotiate for Galadriel. It's fucking ridiculous.
You know, in any somewhat sane universe, they're all fucking dead. They're never leaving that tent.
No,
It's so nonsense. Like, did they never considered this? They could have someone you care about, and you're gonna have to just fucking go, guys.
You don't care about Adar and Elrond?
For every second you don't attack this orc army that's ravaging Eregion, like many more elves than one are dying.
Oh yeah,
It's
Fuck
insane,
Galadriel.
unbelievable, and it's not addressed that way at all. They do it as though the audience agrees. Like, of course,
And it's like, oh, of course we need to
Galadriel's
save
more important than
Galadriel.
anyone.
She is
Once
more important
once
than
again,
anyone,
everything is her
except
fucking.
Baldrag.
Mm.
Basically, you've got Elrond and his knife-wielding friend from episode 4 or whatever. He's like his second. He's like his right-hand guy.
Yeah.
You have Adar. Adar's got Glug. Because you know,
Let's go.
I wish that I could have a friend like Glug. None of you even come close to comparing. Sorry,
I
maybe
wouldn't
one
dare
day
to
over
compare
there.
myself to Glug.
Yeah, that's a high bar.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. And you just got Galadriel, and she's kind of tied up in the back. And there's a bunch of orcs, and it's just you know, that's what's going on. So Adar tells Elrond, "Reveal the ring," and Elrond's like, "Huh, you must be stupid if you think I brought it here." Which is true. Elrond, surely Adar would be stupid to think that Elrond would be stupid enough to bring it here.
I wish to
Very
It's not
true.
retarded, but it's not that retarded.
Very true.
The great arc Fringy went on when we were watching this. He immediately reacted like, "That'd be fucking ridiculous if we bring the." Yeah, okay, yeah, he hasn't. Good. And then it's like, and then I guess we'll get to it.
Well, he doesn't. No, he doesn't, because that would actually be insanely stupid for him to bring.
He points
the
it
ring
out
here.
himself.
He
that it
he
would be
doesn't have it.
completely retarded.
Yeah. So
It is a thing
Adar
of like,
says-
Adar, what if he's lying? what do we do?
You could
Adar's
check
like,
him, maybe.
no, he wouldn't actually bring
That's
it. That would be
Elrond.
stupid. That would
Known
that would
truther.
be insulting to
Also,
search him for the ring.
He has been searched.
Yeah, it
and
gets
they
worse.
apparently
They say
don't
that he's
find
been
it.
searched.
He's been mildly searched for weapons.
Mildly searched.
He's been
Get
been
that
lately
elf
cursed.
naked.
They
Let's
don't
go.
check his neck.
Yeah, let's see that elf's dick.
Yeah,
Oh,
also
all he had was a
care.
ring, but he told us it's not the one we were looking for, so we're good.
Adar
It's
says
decorative.
that Sauron is their shared foe, and he's like, "Yo, give me the ring, and we can kill him. I
gonna be
can use
great.
the ring. Yeah, well, I will kill Sauron. All you have to do is give me your ring of power, and I'll go kill Sauron." I mean, who would say no to a deal like that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna burn down your city as well, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, ignore that. Adar says that. Adar says that every elf inside of Eregion belongs to Sauron's influence. That the city is in darkness. Adar says Celebrimbor welcomed Sauron in. I'm not sure how he knows that though.
He knows everything else.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure how Adar knows anything really.
he can't.
Yeah.
There's like
He
3
read
or
the
4
script we said,
big
yeah.
things that he can't know, but he just does.
Mhm.
Did Galadriel tell him off screen in a bit to shield herself from accountability?
Well, remember,
Because
Galadriel
she's
she
can't
does
know.
give away information pretty handily.
She's
Oh,
very.
yeah.
Yeah,
Adar's
yeah.
not even hot yet. So we go nowhere. We're here. Adar says that Brimby welcomes Sauron in. Don't know how he knows that. And he says you can't save Celebrimbor, but you can save Galadriel and leave Sauron to me. Basically, he wants the ring while he's besieging Eregion, and he totally wants to defeat Sauron. Just give me the Ring of Power, and I will spare Galadriel if you give me that ring. Otherwise, I'll fucking cut off her head and I'll put it on a stick, and it'll be great. And I'll wave it around, and I'll say,
Unga bunga.
Unga bunga, look at
Whoa,
me.
whoa,
I
Greg.
hate, whoa, we hate women.
Oh, Waldry.
But to be fair, Galadriel is not making a great case for the fairer sex. So Adar says that, yo, you're the someone famous was your mom. I forget who. I don't know. But
Melian of the Valor,
Melian,
he says.
Melon,
Who is not of the Valor, but
Melon.
never mind.
Melon was your mom, and boy, if you're as wise as
Melons.
Melon was, you will agree to this deal. And he says that Elrond cannot possibly beat Adar in combat, which seems wild to me because I was under the impression that the elves could crush the orcs without really
Oh,
much effort at all.
Absolutely.
Because the show leads me to believe that because of
Yeah, but
elves
Adar's
being
special.
like this
Mini
massive.
boss.
I mean, given how we see the elves inside the region, they seem kind of shit, to be honest.
I guess, but you would think that the story of the elves being a very strong presence in Middle-earth to the point where they're watching over all of the men, and they've been here
Yep.
for like a gajillion years, and they have these massive, insane cities, and they live forever. You'd think that there'd be a crap load of elves, and every elf is worth like 50 orcs in terms of skill and kill potential. That
Should
there's
be.
no way the orcs have like made enough of themselves through whatever process. I don't want to think about Glug. You don't think that Glug is fucked enough orc bitches to where they have enough like sheer manpower in order to take on the elves? If the show is leading me to believe otherwise, it's failed spectacularly. I just assumed the elves would mop up the orcs.
Absolutely, they should.
No.
In any same
Elrond-
universe, yes.
They have big
Elrond-
boy armies.
Elrond asks Adar if he's willing to kill to get all these orcs killed, to besiege Eregion, and the orcs are like, start murmuring with discontent a little bit.
Everyone
in the
should think that would
background.
be normal for them to do, but
Yeah,
Glug-
they've done that a
Glug-
few times. They have done it a few times.
Glug is even giving Adar a little
Oh,
stares like
They've been doing it for so long, it's gotten
Uh-huh.
cringe. Like, I get it. There's gonna be a big payoff that relates to them not trusting Adar. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
they just want to live a peaceful life.
I don't know why they're
Hey.
doing that here because again they're treating it like this is the revelation where Glug realizes, oh shit, maybe he's not.
Glug
Maybe
has
he doesn't value our
another-
lives. Like, have you not been paying attention to the last 2 days of Unga
Glug's
Bunga
had
towards
like
the wall?
6 revelations. All right, but Glug's an orc, so takes a while to change his mind. He's set in his ways. He really wants to kill elves. So yeah, Adar's like, give me the ring and I'll save Galadriel. Elrond says, no, I can't give you the ring. But before you kill Galadriel, will you let me say farewell? And Adar allows it for some reason.
Yeah,
That will not be allowed.
He also,
Why?
just, he also just doesn't stab him to death right there.
Yeah.
He
So
shouldn't just stab her right on the spot. He'll be like, "I will kill her literally right now if you don't give me the ring."
I wish
And then
the show
obviously
had-
I'll kill all of you.
Teeth for once. And he's like, I want to say goodbye. And it's like, I don't care. No.
Yeah, and he obviously removes the fucking brooch or whatever from his cloak.
Oh, everyone can see exactly what happens.
Yep.
It's not hidden
It's
at all.
so fucking dumb.
like, yeah, Elrond has flatly refused to negotiate at all. He's not going to budge. He's not doing what Adar wants. There is no reason for Adar to let Elrond go and speak to Galadriel. He should kill all three of them right now.
Yeah, you should just kill all of them, yeah.
And
Isn't
the
it
idea
also-
that he's honorable is insane, given what he has just done to Eregion and what he did to the Southlands in season 1.
And
Adar
what he
does
said
not
he'll
act
do with
that.
Galadriel as well, sticking her head in a pike and waving it around like a fucking victory thing. And because he lets them go, obviously Elrond is allowed to go all the way back to the army, and therefore by killing loads more of Adar's children. Elrond's buddy is allowed to ride all the way to Khazad-dûm, and only by a pure contrivance of fuck does not come back with an actual army which could win the day. So for all like Adar knows, he's just put himself in a massively disadvantageous position. Kill them all here, go kill the other elves, problem solved, get back on with killing Sauron. Letting them go is madness.
Yeah. He has no reason to do so whatsoever.
And Elrond agreeing to this negotiation is insane because Elrond is apparently like a really important military commander, as is Galadriel.
Yeah,
Like I said before, in any sane universe, he should know there's no leaving this tent.
Yeah.
What happens if he goes out to meet Gil-galad, and now not only has he got Galadriel in a cage, he's got Elrond in a cage, and whatever the other guy's name was
just
in a
keep
cage.
capturing all of them.
Why don't they negotiate? Yeah, they should be negotiating on the spot where they've got Dick in a box there and everything. If they're going to negotiate,
they could just go down a production line. Hey, Gil-galad, you want to negotiate for Elrond and Gil-galad?
Would be really awkward if he kissed Galadriel through the fucking cage.
Well, Gil-galad is like, "Oh, I'll go negotiate with Adar for Gil-galad and Elrond." Okay, I'll go negotiate, and then he goes in, and it's a conga line.
And he's like, "Shit, I got captured. Someone call Círdan. We need help."
Who?
No, he's we don't talk about him
He's
anymore.
not in this show. No,
He's
gone. He's been wearing a ring of power this whole time. He's not like
we don't need him.
He's got really good at building boats now, though. He's like amazing at it.
Oh, yeah.
The Rings of Power.
He's just fucking around with fish somewhere, you know.
He's like, ooh,
we have got to continue. No joking, no fun. All right, this is serious business.
Okay,
we have
I'm
a
sorry.
job to do.
I apologize.
So yeah, as was mentioned, Galadriel and Elrond kiss, and he like slips her a brooch panel off of his cloak and hands it to her, and it's actually a secret lockpick. So Elrond's commander tells him that the orcs outnumber them 10-1
in front of the orcs.
Yep.
He just speaks in like plain quote unquote English in front of them.
Yeah, which is like, good job. You've told the orcs around them that they now outnumber you 10-1, and now that's knowledge that they've kind of gained or been tipped to. Good job, idiot. I don't know why we're speaking English at all. We should be speaking Sindarin.
Rags.
Yeah,
What?
Rags. You missed something.
What?
Really?
It's possibly the most controversial thing that happened in the entire season. You just went over in 3 words.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I was waiting for the meme to end, but it just didn't.
Yeah, I thought you were joking.
I didn't. I legitimately passed over that because I think when I was watching, I just like rolled my eyes.
You've processed the
and carried
trauma.
on
I
with
see.
my life.
I understand.
I think that's unironically what's happened. I've just sort of like processed it. Nothing shocks me anymore with this show. That's what we've got to. They destroyed a mountain. Like, what do you want me to? I don't know, man. Galadriel and Elrond kiss.
Yeah. Cringe.
It's like
Galadriel
it's actually
and Elrond
embarrassing.
kiss.
It's as cheap and manipulative as everything else in the show because like the writers absolutely know that the audience will have this implicit understanding that these two characters hooking up is not something that is going to happen.
Yeah.
Because like, yes, the show hasn't said that he's or she's his mother-in-law is how it is, right?
In the future,
Hey,
yeah.
but not yet.
Emphasis on in-law.
Yeah. So like at this point, that's not the case. And to be honest, if they were in a fully romantic relationship, given what Rings of Power has shown us, that's not a problem because there's no reason why that couldn't happen. But they're leaning heavily on the fact that the audience knows that that shouldn't happen to distract us while he gives her the key. Even though there's a room full of orcs looking at them, and the orcs wouldn't give two shits that they've just kissed each other.
There's one looking
gross.
straight at them from the correct angle to see it.
No.
The elves would think it's as gross as we do.
It's like, ugh.
But like,
Ugh.
I have seen people try and say that this is like a platonic, tragic goodbye kind of kiss, and I'm just thinking that like if I kissed
No.
someone like that, my wife would divorce me.
Would you kiss me like that?
Would I kiss you like I? Well, I mean, if my wife wasn't looking, I guess.
Okay, fair enough. I won't tell anyone.
we can
It'll
lie
be
to
our
her.
little secret. It'll be our little secret. There's a room in this pumpkin for two. Hey, guess what? That happened. Galadriel and Elrond kisses. Boy,
Yeah.
that's incredible.
You know, Hawk could have done the same thing. You know, we didn't.
No.
We didn't. Oh, okay. Oh,
We need the shippers to be happy.
He could have
She
kissed her on
seems
the
quite-
forehead, like
Yeah,
the
like that would
Frodo
be
and
more
Sam
platonic.
moment.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I kissed the homies.
like I kiss the home. I get to kiss the homies
Yeah.
goodnight on the
On the battle.
on the bottom.
She also seems reasonably into it, and she doesn't know what he's planning. I don't think so. Like she
What if she
seems to
didn't
be
know to
like
reach
just
for-
completely taking it as a kiss. But like I know we only got the one scene in season 1 where she was complaining about the fact her husband is dead, but she seems to have gotten over him pretty quickly.
Well, boy, I mean, a gem like her. Gosh.
Mm.
All right. So basically, yeah, Elrond says to his commander, when his commander says the outnumber is 10-1, he's like, hey, I know something that Adar doesn't know, and it's that the dwarves are going to help us. And so I have so many questions, like how. So Elrond knows that there's another army that is supposed to show up and help them. Elrond has apparently not shared this information with his second in command. Do any of the elves know? Were the orcs were they going to charge in on all their horses before the dwarves arrived? Were they not going to make
so.
like a combined effort? I guess. Elrond hasn't told anyone. I don't know how this is news. Surely the elves should know that this has happened. This is a really big part of the battle plan, that another army is going to arrive and help us save the day. But I guess not.
It was
Okay.
If he did
was
what we
Khazad-dûm before.
speculated on earlier, that he rode up with the army and then the army waited for 2 days for him to go to Khazad-dûm and then come back, then he comes back like, all right, let's go, and no one asks him, are they helping? Like that conversation doesn't happen.
He just
until,
refuses to tell anyone anything.
yeah.
It's a secret.
Maybe
Also,
that's what brings
just that they-
Galadriel and Elrond together, is like their refusal to tell other people important information that they
Yep.
should know. So
Also, them being outnumbered 10-1, the elves. That's just another thing. It's like I just don't believe
Crazy.
this is their full army. I just don't believe
Yeah,
you.
this
There's
is
no
nuts. Where did all these orcs come from? The elves have been here for ages. How all of a sudden are there 10 times the amount of orcs as elves here?
They fuck a lot, okay?
I guess,
Oh my god.
but I fuck a lot. And there's only one of me.
You're not an entire race.
Doing
No.
it wrong.
You're doing it wrong, yeah.
But it feels so right. Hey, guess what? Let's go to Khazad-dûm to talk to the dwarves.
I just say, by the way, the visual of Elrond picking up his horse and be like, right, I'm heading out of this orc encampment. You know, it just feels so
It's
man, okay.
insane.
There's also a sound effect there that doesn't fit at all when he hands him his helmet. Like it doesn't sound like that the helmet would make that noise whatsoever. But,
Oh, nitpick.
minor thing.
This guy just
Yeah,
stays
the
behind
magical
alone.
helmet.
Apparently,
It
He doesn't
annoyed
have
me.
His other guy with the 2 swords, he just stays here for now. I guess.
Yeah.
he's
I
like,
mean,
guess I'll
the
leave.
the orcs not killing them and letting them go, like it's one problem, but it gets worse and worse because we see that the orcs literally like follow Elrond
Yeah.
back to the army and they let him get there,
Yeah.
and then they let him be like, right, it's battle time now, go, go, go. And
You
then
can tell they really want to eat
yeah.
them, but they're like, ugh, we're not allowed,
Yeah, it's like,
I guess.
we have-
But like,
yeah,
who
it relies
cares?
entirely on this whole honor concept, which I just
Yeah.
don't believe exists.
Orcs are very
Oh, it's
honorable.
So silly.
Honorable
Yeah.
orcs.
Very, very.
Adar orcs are honorable.
Apparently so.
We must leave the Eregion battle and return to Khazad-dûm.
Oh.
Durin is giving a speech to a bunch of like random dwarves here.
He says warriors of Khazad-dûm. Basically, none of them look like warriors.
Yeah. The speech claims that the elves cannot beat the orcs alone and they need the dwarves' help. He says they need to fight to show that that dwarven loyalty is stronger than anything. And it's like a neat little speech. Boy, he's trying. And while he's giving the speech, Brimby, they show that he's back at the forge. He's handcuffed and he's making rings as Anatar's watching over him. Now I'm very confused though, because while the speech is being happening, it like pans out and it shows like all of the dwarves in Khazad-dûm listening to Durin give this speech on this random little balcony area. How does the king not know about this? Is everyone now on Durin's side? Has there been like a legit revolution brewing against the king that's now begun?
Sure.
I guess
they're doing the thing with Navi. Navi changed his mind, and now
So
the will of
everybody
the
else
people.
did.
That's all.
He's like the head of the guild or something, so everyone follows him.
Well, they even tell us, don't they? You know, the last scene when you had Jiren and Elrond together, and he says, "I'm about to overthrow my father," which you would think would be an incredibly dramatic scene. So naturally, that's all happening off screen while he's giving his speech, as though it's already happened. Except, of course, it hasn't already happened.
Yeah, all the interesting work that Prince Durin has to do to gather some troops and to convince people, that's just off screen. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh God. Fuck. Yeah. I hadn't even considered that. That's even worse, because the time frame wise, he has about a day to do this.
Yep.
and he's going to rally like, even if the army was like all on his side and good to go, then are you doing that in a day? I don't fucking know. And then they've got to march through Eregion.
He also talks about dwarven loyalty, like loyalty to the elves. You fucking hated them 2 episodes ago.
No. Yeah, this is why you should have done this when they were blockading the mines. This is where you should have had all the peoples together already. And now you know about Elrond, and then you can get those people, put them in some armor, and march to Eregion.
And they should have shown the general unrest should have been brewing as for the king's greediness. And it just this might be the most poorly paced show I've ever seen in terms of how quickly some things happen and how other things are dragged out forever.
Yeah.
And how a lot of scenes happen where nothing happens, and then boom, 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 shit's happened off screen. Now we're ready to go. It is a mess.
Yeah, and then when things happen on screen, they just fall in front of the people they need to fall in front of, so we can continue the story.
Well,
or things just happen, so we can do more things. It's really jarring.
Like, now that we've seen all 8 episodes, I was thinking, what actually happens in, like, for example, the Numenor story in season 2? It's like, well, Pharazôn, he takes over. Okay, that's basically it. All of that happened within 1 episode. And then they were just treading water for the next, like, 3 or 4 episodes that Numenor appears in.
Also, I'm guessing no one's watching Galadriel because it's not very subtle about how she's breaking out of
that. They should have just killed her on the spot.
Technically, they are, because we see a bunch of corpses.
I know,
to her, but
they're blind.
They're blind, deaf, and dumb. Maybe they were dead already. Actually,
they just killed themselves.
Yeah, may as well.
She started like telling her about her childhood, and they were like, "Oh God, no, I'm not listening to this."
I was bullied.
Yeah, Elrond's allowed to leave with his commander. He's on his horse, leaving the orc camp. But like then we get like it's like whiplash. In one scene, he's just like being allowed to leave on his horse calmly from the orc camp, and the next time we see him, he's like he's surrounded by orcs mid-fight in the river, and he's fighting randomly, and his horse transforms into a CGI monstrosity for a second and like kicks a orc 30 feet away. And I'm like, how did we get here? Did you not go back and make like an organized charge against the orcs besieging the city on the open ground? Because now the elf cavalry is charging into the woods, and I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? This is nonsense. I have no clue what's going on here. It's just random fighting that's happening.
They cockblocked us with the big charge, and now we're just straight in there. We don't even get another one.
Just random skirmishes, like random duels between people. And the siege was apparently on pause for that entire fucking time.
It'll be really bad in particularly like the next episode where we have like an endless field of one-on-one battles, and you're wondering, how did the elf like all the way in the back get there? And how is there still like an orc all the way over here? There's no battle lines. It's just a series of little duels and fights that are just constantly and perpetually happening.
And their plan seems to be, we need to get in front of the attacking orcs, because he says get to the wall. But if you've got the advantageous position behind them, and then you've split their attention, so the orcs are divided between attacking the wall and defending a rearguard action against an elvish cavalry, that would be way more advantageous than trying to go around them to fight them from the front, where they can focus all of their attention back on you again. But I don't even know that they do manage that because the fighting then takes place, as you say, all over the place as one-on-one battles. So I think I'd be really interested to be in the writer's room and just like, how did you imagine this battle going? Give me like a bird's eye view of what you thought this looked like. Because I'm really interested to see if you thought anything at all, what did you think?
Honestly, I'm just interested to see what I would fucking paint up if I would do it right now.
Metal, it's funny that you say that because I literally did that live for my video. I
Oh,
tried
shit.
to draw out from memory. I'll get you the image now. Hold on.
That's funny.
You gotta show. Did you show the horsey jumping in the air and kicking the?
I mentioned it, but it's worth looking at if Mahler can pull it
It
up.
was shortly on screen, I think. Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it? It was. It's so
I'm pretty sure.
funny.
Yeah.
I
You should put that on repeat for a little bit. Yeah.
You should put it on repeat. It's hilarious.
Remind me, where is it?
It's a little bit before
It's
this.
the
It's
very
just-
first thing that you see.
Yeah,
Elrond.
the
It cuts back to
first
Elrond.
fighting scene.
It cuts back to Elrond from Khazad Doom, and then he says,
Yeah.
like, "Come on, let's go,"
Finally,
and then the horse does the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just before this, I think.
It's
Or is it?
it's like the first thing when you cut back. It's like said right in the Khazad-dûm scene ends. It's not when they're in the forest. It's,
Yeah, it's
before
before
they
this.
go in. Just before they go in. Yeah. So if you go from
He
yeah,
also
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want
right
your
here.
fucking cavalry to go into the
Yeah.
muck.
It's beautiful. It made me laugh out loud. It was so silly.
Oh, yeah,
Why did they do
Oh.
this?
A
So-
lot of things made me laugh out loud in this
Why
fucking game.
why did they do this again? Barrack did the
It's the
same thing with
second
an orc.
time as well. Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's once it's bad enough, but they thought it was so good they repeated it.
I'm learning a
They
lesson about
reused
where
the
not to
animation, right?
stand in relation to a horse. Oh my god, you've drawn the show as a giant bowel movement.
Looks like
Kind
it.
of.
That's Celebrimbo's
Love
big
you,
dookie
little
right there.
Damrod. Who is that on the left?
That's
Yeah,
the that's a
what is that?
horse. I can't draw horses.
Oh, that's
That
great
is a
horse.
horse?
It is now.
So I
We,
did-
we
I-
need
I
to play
did this,
Garlic
like-
Phone with you, buddy.
Wait,
Yes.
wait.
You and
Why is
Beam on the team.
Why is Celebrimbor's forage a
This
penis?
is a big
Yeah, why-
dingus.
Well, obviously. That makes
It looks
sense.
like it's
It is part of the wall.
Man, I don't know what
It is
to tell you.
great.
Mountain,
Holy
thinnest part of the
shit.
wall.
It's just good that you put Glig's house in there. Or Gilgy's.
I like how
That's
you,
Gilgy, yeah,
I like
Gilgy's.
how you got like the little
Gilgy's
stink
states-
lines for the fires in Eregion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like I was trying to work out the location of the forest and the size of the orcs' army, because we know that the forest kind of runs around the river, I
Yeah.
guess. And we know that when the horses arrive, they're on the other side of the forest. But how big the forest is, we don't know.
Nope.
And then the
The thing
two
is,
lines
though-
in the bottom left, that's where they stop the charge, I guess. And then they go through the forest. That's the best I've got.
We get like an overhead shot when they shoot at the mountains, but I don't think it matches the battle later on at all.
What? That is crazy. I can't believe they fucked it up.
Yeah, because
crazy,
I think
yeah.
there's like only forest in that overhead shot. There's no like plains at all. but, yeah.
Oh god. What a show. What a show.
If you showed me this and said this was the actual storyboard that the writers used to make the story, I'd be like,
I would
yeah,
believe
yeah, I
makes
think
sense.
so. This
Makes sense.
is about
Yeah.
it all adds up.
But again, like you compare this to Helm's Deep. Like I worked out, we spend 25 minutes at Helm's Deep learning about it, seeing it from the inside and out, all the different angles and all the rest of it, so that when the battle starts, we understand what's actually happening.
Yeah.
We don't need to do it like during the. What are you highlighting there?
Elf lady.
Oh yeah, that's Natalia.
Miranda, no. She's been ravaged right next to the
Oh,
Ravager.
no.
That's
She
what it's
got
for.
fucked up.
That's big
She
sad
didn't
right
stand
there.
a chance. It would be funny if they had like realistic mud, and so when she fell, it just went and she sunk down, and there was like just a Miradania profile hole where she sunk all the way down.
You see
Like
the
a
thing
Looney
moving
Tunes
around in a few
cartoon?
Yeah.
bubbles.
It's like when Wild E. Coyote, when he falls really far and he hits the ground, and it's just a hole shaped like. Oh, stop laughing! We have to talk about Rings of
Yeah, I'm
Power.
sorry.
God
Okay.
damn it.
So, let's see. Oh, what happens next? Oh yeah,
fighting.
there's a little mini boss fight. Elrond has a little mini boss fight with an orc because the orc kills his horse, and like cuts his horse's throat, and then he licks the knife.
He
Because
licks it like a
really
retard.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, he licks it like a retard. He licks it like he would cut himself if that knife was sharp.
But then he gets even more blood taste, which is good.
He loves that blood.
Yeah.
Oh
he
yeah,
loves to
combat
mix
orc
it.
blood and horse blood together. Wow, they sync. Yeah.
Mhm.
Green orc. I don't like him. I sure hope he gets trebucheted.
Boy, does he. They have a little mini fight here. Elrond stabs him and then like pushes him onto the catapult. And and then Elrond launches the catapult with his one orc in it, sending a shotgun of rocks and this orc's body into the city of
I
Into the
don't
wall.
understand how things like this happen when they make it. It's like you just portrayed Elrond helping the siege of Eregion. Why?
No.
Are you stupid?
I thought it was cool. I
The
thought it was
orcs-
cool. Like, yeah, look at him. You know, he's getting revenge for his horse. Which I'd say, do you think your horse would be happy that you've contributed to the destruction of
I
Eregion?
love the
I don't
puppet
think
hitting
so.
the wall.
But are we supposed to be happy because they did spend time trying to make the orc seem human and tragic? Like, are we supposed
Oh,
to
yeah.
laugh when they get killed, or are we
He's
supposed
one of the-
to be
he's one of the
sad
evil
when they
ones.
get killed?
I
He's an
would
evil
He's a
say-
bad
I would
one.
say
he's bad.
Yeah, he
that
killed the
would
horse, so he's an
be-
evil one.
in particular about what you're meant to think about Adar, as will become very clear in episode 8, what you are like, that they actually didn't make up their minds on what you're supposed to think, or they don't understand that there's a contradiction. which
I
probably
think it's that they don't understand the contradiction because
Yeah.
he seems to be going in a direction, and the show, the dialogue at least, treats it as if he's going in a direction. But the visuals we got in episode 3 when Damrod shows up having killed his messenger, and he's just like, oh, all right. Like he should be distraught at that. And then his battle strategy, which isn't dialogue, but it's, you know, the visuals of the show tell us this, that goes directly against what I think they're trying to do with Adar.
Mm.
Yeah, I would think he had like
The-
some tactic that, you know, minimizes the casualties on the orc side and not just walk against the wall and see what happens.
Yeah. Run into the mud, my fellow orcs.
It's so
the-
bad.
Yeah, the fight with the orc is also really fucking stupid.
Oh.
Like Elrond forgets he exists for a bit, and instead of like the orc gets behind him, and instead of killing Elrond, he just takes his helmet and fucks with him a bit.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Also, I think there was a
He's
bit of a
cheeky.
continuity issue there. I think he grabs his shoulder, and in the next scene, he just has the thing in his hand. I think I remember that. I need to double check
pretty
that, but I
much.
thought
he
I
like
I thought it looked weird. That's what I remember.
yeah, he just grabs towards the helmet and then he has it in his hand the next scene,
Mm.
like the next cut.
Maybe
yeah.
just some more flume editing because it looked
Mhm.
weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's,
editing is
Uh,
garbage.
also, don't really give a shit about this horse scene. It's not like we've seen him do things with his horse. Did they forget the
The horse kicked
Numenorians
that
are the
one
ones with the
orc.
psychic bond?
Yeah, it's not like it's Beric. Like Beric,
Yeah.
Beric's a Chad. This is just some random horse.
Which is, it's weird. Like I said, the pacing thing, we have this little mini fight because the orc killed his horse. And when you think about all the things that we need to see and never did and happened off screen, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
You see as well,
Yeah,
they're in
like-
the middle of this fucking fight to the death, and there's like 5 different orcs just running around right next to him.
They got
Just
things
ignoring
to do.
him.
That's
Hey,
They
they're
got
very
places
busy,
to be,
okay?
man.
What are you guys
They
doing?
got places to be. They're busy.
That-
Look, your
That
friend
hit
is about to
there-
get trebucheted.
No, they all hate that guy. He's a dick.
The orc's reaction there to Elrond's hit before he stabs
Yeah.
him, it does not line up at all. Like
Doesn't
he is
really
holding
match, yeah.
he's holding a knife, which I don't even know if he's holding a knife in that shot, but he is holding a knife in his left hand. So I guess he cut him, but he doesn't connect. So it's just badly
Yeah.
filmed or badly choreographed or both.
They have
He
to like
drops the knife
awkwardly move
before
past
the-
them
yeah,
in a way that's
stabbing
like, whoop, don't want to
happens.
get in the way of you guys.
Whoops, sorry.
You guys doing your friend? Don't want to intervene, you know?
We like fair fights here, you know.
Yeah. We're
Also, man,
orcs. We
I'm
like it.
really
We like it to be
happy.
fair.
I'm really happy to see the big commander fighting man Elrond and his epic fights because we don't have any other soldiers to use.
They
Hey,
are
we got
commanders.
12.
Oh.
We're in like
But you should
serious
check-
trouble for
yeah.
stuff like that, like Gilgalad,
check
and
your-
then guys on team from that other episode. That's basically
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, you should check just before this when he grabs the fucking helmet as well. It's really fucking silly.
Guys, we can't because we gotta
Oh.
roll, man. We got a lot of stuff to
Goddamn
talk about.
drags.
I know, with no fun allowed here. The orcs
Oh.
are sieging Eregion. They've got 3 ladders now.
Yay! Upgrades.
Well, boy, things are really escalating, I guess. Now they have all 3 of them. But yeah, as I mentioned before, they show the war machine here. That you spike the wall and you pull the spikes out, and that's supposed to bring down the wall. It's stupid.
You
And
gotta
I can
show
believe
the fucking
that Orcs
scene up on
made
the
it.
wall, though. Fucking hell.
Isn't this the same thing? Like, there's evidence of more editing fuckery. We saw this one was up the whole time, and now in the future, we are seeing it being placed.
That's why I said it got knocked down and then placed again. So it's the same ladder.
Yeah,
it was like a tree.
Even though we don't see anybody pushing ladders away, which you think would be, because you do. I think in real life, someone checked me, but I think I heard of this. They had special they had sticks, essentially long sticks to push the ladders away, because you can't actually just push ladders away. You can't reach far enough away.
Yeah.
So you'd have to use a stick, and you just use the stick and you push the ladder from the top far enough back that it actually flips back.
It's why in Two Towers as well, the ladders have grapples on them.
Yeah,
so
they got
the
the
ladders go up and then they attach to the wall, so they can't be kicked away as
I
easily.
can even hear the sounds they play when they attach to the walls.
Oh, so good.
And they bounce a little bit with a little,
The power sound
and even at
design.
Minas Tirith, they do that thing. Yeah.
But yeah, Molo check at 36. I think when that's 36, about there.
What am I looking
He's
for?
pretty. Oh, the two elves in the
people
tower.
on the wall, like the orc there in the middle. He's fighting nothing, or the choreography there is so fucking garbage.
Wait, what the hell? Yeah,
the center right. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Seizure. He has a seizure during the siege.
Hang on, I'll get a good shot of it.
We mentioned the guys on the left and the guys on the right,
All
but we
right,
completely
but
blanked on the guy in the middle.
We got to do this one at a time. Let's do seizure orc first. All right. So seizure orc first.
I think
he's just randomly
like the elf there is supposed to kick him or shove him with the bow, but he misses completely. So he just fucking.
I think you can make out his second attack is. I think you're supposed to believe there's an arrow going into him in the second hit.
The second one. But he doesn't shoot anything.
Oh yeah, look at the elf. Yeah, look at the elf. He draws his bow
Oh god,
back.
that's so weird.
But they don't actually animate it. That's your one job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it there.
It's so bad. It's so
That's
bad.
so
That's why we had.
bad.
That's why I had to say
Look.
we have to talk about this.
Oh, I'm glad you guys caught that one, because Random and I we were looking at a different nonsense.
Well,
all right.
no, hold on,
Part
Rex. There's
2.
3 of them, because you mentioned the guys by the door, and
Okay,
I mentioned the guys on the right. Neither of us are the seizure orc in the middle.
Well, so I can't believe he had a seizure. He was so excited to sieging a Region, and then he has a seizure once he gets up to the wall. But we're not done.
I'm doing frame by frame. I think they did put the arrow in. It's just really, really hard to see.
Oh, they
did
might have,
they?
yeah. But the first attack, he just doesn't hit him at
No,
all.
the first
Which is
attack is a
weird because-
ghost.
We've watched it so many times that it's.
Let's see.
Yeah, okay, I
he's
get
hitting
it.
his shins.
The
kinda
first attack
shoots.
is supposed to be the bow, but I don't think it connects at all.
No.
Yeah.
And then he shoots very weakly from the bow. He doesn't do it that.
He doesn't
even
draw
half
the string back at all, yeah.
Yeah.
I
You
understand
can
what
do
they
it
were
like
trying.
that, but it's gonna be really weak.
Well, and now it's just if you look at that one orc in isolation, it looks hilarious because it just
And
looks
they
like
don't,
he's-
change, and they don't change the bowstring either. You can see the bowstring just stays in the middle.
No, it goes back a
moves
little
It goes
bit.
back a bit.
That's just
A
because his
little.
finger. That's just because his finger of doing the motion kind of flicks it just a little bit, but that's all.
But if you pause by frame, you can see it going back a little bit. Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
just a little bit, just because of his
Yeah.
finger hitting it, but that's all.
not enough. But
Not
yeah.
enough. Like this
That-
sucks.
That arrow would not penetrate him whatsoever. It would just bounce
Armor
off.
doesn't work in this.
I mean, even without armor, it would just bounce off.
So at the tower there with the doorway, you notice that there are 2 elves fighting a single orc.
Yep.
Notice that one of them kind of has the orc pinned to the wall, and the second orc on the right, clearly has a sword and thinks about what he's going to do, gets confused, and then decides to kick him instead.
yeah, stabbing him was the obvious choice, dude.
Yeah.
And now they're going to have and then they both go to follow the orc into
Yeah,
the
they help the
darkness.
orc by doing that because
Yeah,
now
which
they have to go single file.
You could have just killed them, but yeah, very, very bad. Very, very bad. And then you have very slow choreography of the elf and the orc fighting on the left. It's
The
oddly
left, right,
enough the
left,
best
right.
part. It's just slow. It's not like it's not good, but if it was quick, it'd be like okay, you wouldn't even notice it. But technically, I think it's the best part of this, which is kind of sad because the rest is a mess. This sucks.
By the way, well,
And,
also,
and
like,
it's so empty.
there's still orcs just swarming in from the back, allegedly. Like, but there's probably like 17 lines of orcs just in front of the wall.
The wall here is in such a bad state that we should see orcs piling in on the tree trunks and the ladders.
I mean, there's also the orc like right in front of the guy who does the weak shot. He just kind of like stands there and does nothing while he's shooting his friend. Like, so, I'm so groggy. I can't
wait
do
for his
anything.
cue.
Yeah.
He's so slow too.
Good stuff.
Anyway, really good fighting. I really love it. This will definitely stand the test of time. Oh, it won't.
IGN
It's not
7
even
out of 10.
standing the release. 7 out of 10.
7, yeah.
Interesting. 7 out of 10 from IGN. Interesting.
IGN gave this a 10 out of 10.
Of course they did.
Well, they gave
Remember,
this
it's a
episode
AAA.
10 out of 10.
Yes, they gave this episode a 10 out of 10.
Oh my god.
Or AAA even.
Do you know what they gave the first episode of The Penguin?
Oh, like a 5, I think?
5, I think.
Yeah, 5. Yep.
Trustworthy.
Totally accurate, yeah.
So that was a fun detour.
Cool.
And so yeah, we get a little cut to nighttime here. The fighting's been going on all day. I guess the 12 orcs or the 12 elves are still a-okay. They're fine.
They're just infinitely in those loops. They're just going brip,
yeah.
brip, brip.
Oh yeah, the cut is so funny. Instantly fucking night. What?
Yep.
Not enough important things happened in the rest of the day.
No, nothing.
Has the Ravager fired once yet?
The
Once,
Ravager
you just only do it
Yeah,
once,
does. Yeah, this is where we kind of learn what it does, and it's so stupid, but that's what it is.
Does that mean it's on like a 12-hour timer though? Because
Yes.
like it fires once during daylight and then it's like being reset for the nighttime.
Like
Maybe they want us to believe.
We saw them said it before the fucking conversation in the tent and everything, and then they like hammer it in the final bit and then put it out. So it was like there for fucking hours before they did anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
That someone didn't destroy it or set it on fire
Like
or anything. They
In
just
real
let
time
it
in
stay
the
there.
episode, it's something like 20 minutes. If you're going to map it onto reality, it's hours. It's got to be hours because it's nearly nighttime.
Yeah.
So and it just sits there doing fuck all.
What a weird
contraption. The siege is on pause because it has to be because of this.
Because remember, those spikes are manually hammered in. If they yanked it out, then the spikes would just go flick.
They'd slip out,
The spikes
they would just go straight out again. It would do
How
nothing.
I'm not kidding about
the wall?
the ladders and logs, though.
It wouldn't.
The whole fucking army could have gotten up by nighttime if they all went up the ladders.
Yes,
It's like it's paused. Like nothing has happened since now and then.
They're not
They've
allowed,
been swarming into the wall for God knows how long, but they're not swarmed in yet. It's just you should win, but you told me you outnumbered them
goes up.
10-1. Like you should just Zerg rush this easy if that's the case.
Yeah,
especially considering what happens next, what they tell us, what Gluck tells the guy, the Adar man.
Glug tells Adar all the things that they didn't show us actually happening that could be cool to see. That Elrond has destroyed 5 trebuchets off screen.
Oh, how many of those are there? I don't know what this means. Is this very bad?
He's destroyed 5 of them.
How many have we seen in total in like one shot? I think we saw 3 before at least.
I don't know.
But
I guess
there's a wide shot. It's in the previous episode. I'll check. I think it's about 10, but I'll check now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Anyway, Glug says many Uruk are dying, and Glug asks for orders. And when Adar says that they have to take the city at any cost, Glug tells him that. But Adar, I thought that you loved us. How come you're sending us to die in this stupid, silly Ungabunga attack? And then Adar says, I do love the orcs so much that I can't allow you to become Sauron's slaves.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I checked. There's no word for love in fucking Black Speech.
Oh well.
Oh, imagine that.
Now. Also,
There's no.
I'm
It's
just
the word
so
glug.
cringe.
not that everyone isn't already retarded anyway. Like, Ada, can you tell what the writers are doing to you? Like, can't you see?
Yep.
the constant reference, like the fact that Glug just said, "Let's retreat." How is that not like a what retreat?
What do you mean retreat?
We're 3/4 into winning. Why would we?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
We cut away from them swarming the wall. There's orcs on the wall. We have the
Swarming.
Ravager in place, so we're clearly
the
winning, right?
Ravager's retarded. But...
And then we cut to nighttime.
Well, that's the thing.
They're holding out better than we thought. We should retreat. It's like, no.
It is like having a bunch of 5-year-olds try to break into someone's house, but the thing is, they're not being stopped. So eventually, they might actually win. Like it's just gonna happen. They hit the glass windows with like some rocks they found, and it's actually starting to crack. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
They might get
if
in.
you want us to believe that, the elves are actually holding out very well, better than they thought, how would you show us them having some very successful defense mechanisms in place and figuring shit out? But we just see them running around like headless chickens and do like weird choreography.
Headless chickens would do better.
Yeah.
They would do better, that's true. But you know what I mean, right? Is that we don't see them actually doing anything impressive that leads us to believe like, oh, they're actually doing a good job.
It's
It's
just like
both
absolute
sides are
chaos.
completely retarded. Like the orcs should be like
ambiguous
slightly
battle
retarded,
stuff.
but
Yeah, it's just chaos. Then we cut away. It's like, oh, I think we're losing. It's like, sure, yeah, if you say
Alright.
so.
yeah.
I checked the catapults or trebuchets, I guess. There is no clear shot because why would there be? Best I can do is there's at least 8.
Okay.
Like at a minimum, there's 8.
Look, it doesn't matter if they destroyed all. If he said they killed 10 of us, we'd just be like, oh yeah, they just restocked the trebuchets. They make them.
Yeah,
on
I
the
just
spot.
thought there was only like 3 in one shot ever, but yeah, if there's that many, then that's fine.
It'll be fine. They'll make them there on the spot. In fact, they probably respawn,
Oh, yeah.
like just over
Yeah.
time.
Trebuchets fuck
Everyone
also.
does.
So
Little baby
now
trebuchets.
trebuchet
trebuchet.
logistics, we could just throw that on the pile of things we don't understand and we don't know what the stakes are or what makes sense. And
Yep.
Yep.
Adar is he's like, go, don't worry, Glug, I'm not gonna let you become Sauron's slaves. Instead, I'm just gonna have you all die needlessly in this fucking invasion. Now Adar goes to his tent and oh no, Galadriel has escaped.
Whoa!
Damn it.
Apparently, the 2 random orc guards weren't enough to stop her. And Adar says that she's still in the camp. They have to find her.
She killed them both without making any fucking noise.
That's the least unbelievable thing about this. She should
I'm
have been
just
dead. He should have
mentioning
just
it.
killed her. He should have just killed her. Like, why keep her alive? What is the actual reason that he kept her
Well,
alive?
just in case the Elven army
We've talked
decide to
about this
attack
multiple
again,
times.
they'll pull her out in the box.
Just put her in front.
Mm-hmm.
Should have just keep her in the box.
Use her as a shield.
They should have
Put her
kept her
in
in
the
the fucking box. Yeah.
Just keep her in
Yeah.
the box.
Just strap her to the
Who
back
cares?
of ramping and use her as a shield.
Galadriel has taken this brown orc robe and she's skulking around, sneaking through the camp.
Oh, it's pot.
Now she gets volunteered to gather up an orc body as the orcs are burning their bodies on the world's shittiest funeral pyres.
They should both see and smell her fucking instantly.
No, because all of the other stuff
thing is,
happening.
They
It's
do
too
see her, and it's terrible.
Yeah, they do. They
Mm.
don't react.
Hey, guess what?
Adar is
Adar
looking
shows
right
up.
at her. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
looking right at her when she's.
Adar is here, and gives a little eulogy for all the fallen orcs. So I guess he does care for them, and he even
Aw.
sheds a tear for the killed orcs, which
Whatever.
again makes me question his insane battle plans that will obviously get a lot of orcs killed. As Galadriel decides to kind of leave the orc funeral, randomly, it seems some orcs just sort of follow her, like it's really bad taste to leave her funeral. We got to go get that orc who walked away.
Yeah.
One of them says, "Wow, you've got really pretty hair," which is a really
It
creepy
looks
thing.
straight at her face.
If you ever, this is just a little bit of life advice. If you just randomly see a woman on the street and you say, "Wow, you have pretty hair," that, my friend, is called a gamble.
Especially when you
Yeah,
look
I
like an
thought-
orc.
Don't women love it when you like go, "You're purty," and you stroke
You're
them?
pretty.
Birdie.
You've got
Stroke
lovely
'em.
hair.
I like how you smell. Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
I can smell you. So, they're about to attack her. I'm sure Galadriel will have no problem destroying all of these orcs here, I guess, or whatever. But luckily, she doesn't have to because she is saved.
Deus ex
She's
Arondir.
Deus ex Arondir.
What
That's
have you
right.
been doing all this time?
Arondir, he's been sneaking around looking for the right time to strike, and that time is now. He
Can I just tell you that
bullseyes these three
Arondir
orcs and
is
saves
becoming
them.
like my favorite just when he shows up, because he just shows up, does a thing, and then he's gone
Suddenly
for another
Arondir.
The
half an
showing
hour.
up of him, he's a character that I think has two of the greatest, like, by just presenting him in a location is one of the most shocking holes you could ever, like, wait, what? Because obviously this one is just, so he did nothing this whole time?
He was just waiting
He was
around
just
the whole time.
he was just running from fucking Pelagia to Eregion. Takes
I mean,
a while.
there's a scene where he arrives here like a while ago in the episode.
Oh, yeah, that's
and
true,
he's
yeah,
just
yeah.
been fucking around this whole time.
yeah.
He could have joined Eldron and the fucking Elven
It
forces.
makes me
but
think
no.
Yeah.
there were scenes of him like cutting through some orcs, moving through the forest, and they like didn't make it to the final
Like
cut, and so the
random
editor,
fighting footage.
the editor assassinated him.
Mhm.
Oh, you say I think he gets assassinated later in this scene, but for a different reason, which we'll get to.
Oh, don't
we'll
worry,
get to
I'm
it
not
in
saying
this
it's just the
boy.
one time.
He can be assassinated many times. In
This is
Rings of
the
Power.
this is the
space for more.
pre-assassination.
Pre-assassination and then post-assassination.
Yeah.
So, the Arondir saves Galadriel just in the nick of time, and they have a chat. Galadriel and Arondir have a chat out in the bushes. So they escape and everything. Now, she tells Arondir that Sauron is in the city of Eregion, and there's a secret passage into the city. We need to go kill him. Arondir does not react to this insane news that Sauron is alive.
That's not that shocking. That's whatever.
Fair enough.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
fair enough.
Oh, Satan's
All
in
right.
Eregion.
Because from Arondir's perspective, Sauron was killed like 2 gajillion years ago, and he's been dead ever since.
Yes.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, there's
Now,
nothing.
he says,
Well,
He's like, eh.
There's a few more things here, right? So he basically says, "I will suicide charge fucking
Well,
Adar."
that's what
Why
we're
he
getting
hasn't
to.
done this? What?
yeah, that's what we're getting to.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it's all right. But he says he can't join her to kill Sauron. Again, he doesn't react to that.
Mhm.
Which this reminded me of how Durin and King Durin had no reaction to when Anatar showed up at Khazad-dûm and said, "Yeah, Eregion's gonna be like under siege. We're about to be sieged by an army of orcs," and they just don't like question that in any way. Very similar vibes. Arondir says he is here to kill Adar. And when Galadriel says it'll cost him his life to do so, like he can't just snipe him in the fucking forehead with his insane marksman sniper accuracy.
I
But
was
she
so
says that
confused with that he's so close. He's right there.
Yeah.
Just kill him.
You
Yeah,
can shoot
just
him,
do
yeah.
it. Just do
And
it
then
and let's
run away.
Win the
leave.
fight. Without
Just
him,
do it
the
real
orcs
quick.
don't
Yeah,
do
just shoot
shit.
'em. And then we could go.
And that is
But-
sort of the payoff they've been angling for anyway, given the only person, well, he's one of 2 people who have a strong motive to want to kill Adar. And actually,
Yes,
I
personal
unwisely left episode 8 running, so I got to the bit afterwards, like whether they talk with the cast or like they interview them and give them really terribly easy questions to answer. But apparently, the plan was originally for Adar to die a lot earlier than he ends up dying. And it was Simon Tolkien's suggestion that he be kept around because he was important. The showrunners didn't think he was sufficiently important, but some guy that was supposed to be advising them said he was, so they kept him. So I wouldn't be entirely like surprised if he was meant to be killed by fucking Arondir in this scene or like another scene around this time, but they didn't do that because some idiot told them not to.
Cool.
Possibly, yeah.
He's so important.
It was-
Also, if he believes he will die, like from this suicide killing Adar, but he doesn't give a fuck, why hasn't he done this earlier?
What you've been doing all day. Why can't again? Arondir is insane with a bow. He's like a mega
Yep.
John Wick sniper with a bow. Just shoot him in the head from the bushes here. Be
And
done
run.
with it, and let's go. We got to save
Yeah.
Eregion and kill Sauron.
Which would be a
Um,
great part of saving the region, just killing Adar right here
Yeah.
with a bow to the
Yes,
face.
that's a big part of
assassinating
it.
their
Easy win.
general would be amazing, especially with a weird like quasi mutiny that's kind of been brewing for the last
Yeah.
37 episodes that hasn't really amounted to anything.
Give it
but-
time,
Galadriel's-
gosh.
her
instead of
reasoning
doing
for
that
it as well
here-
is like, no, we don't have enough main characters. You can't die here. And so like that he accepts that as a given. That's a problem with the show. That's kind of like a meta issue she's highlighting, which is the elves do not have enough heroes, which is why they keep giving hero moments to irrelevant people later. But,
Random elf number 7. I
but
got
yeah,
one
even-
more. I got
go
one more
ahead.
for you.
Yeah, do it.
So, if Arondir's plan this whole time was even doing a YOLO charge into Adar, why the fuck did you want to bring Theo?
That's a good point.
Good point. Good
I
point.
didn't even
Yeah.
think about that. He offered to be like, "Hey, you could come
Yeah.
with me to suicide charge Adar,"
But now
which
he's
would be
all of a
wi-
sudden.
which would be interesting because Theo also really wants to kill Adar because
Yeah.
of Bronwyn and their shared connection. The
Mhm.
idea of those two pairing up in order to assassinate Adar would be an interesting plot line this show could have taken.
Mhm.
I mean, Ronder is a very skilled warrior, and Theo is a retarded child. So you
put him in a
Theo is
tree and
busy
says,
now.
"Watch,
He's still-
watch as I kill."
Yeah.
He's the Lord of Pelagia now, I guess. So he's busy.
Mhm.
Lucky
And
for
it's,
him.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I just don't
Go
believe
ahead.
that Adar would want to, that Arondir would even want to do this because, like, forgetting the whole suicide charge side of it. Like, the reason why he's here is that he told the trees that he was going to like clear out the forest. Which so he's, I guess, going to find a way to get rid of the orcs or put them back in
we
order.
forget it. We forgot about the Ents, man. They're done. We're okay. Okay, they will never come up again. I don't
I
think.
think they will actually come up in season
I think
3.
they will. I think we get a
yeah.
hook for them in episode 8. But
Oh, you're
yeah,
right with
we
Kemen.
do.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
That's
true.
We
But-
do.
like the idea that everything has been taken from Arondir. Like, I mean, I guess arguably Bronwyn and the happy life that they had prior to the start of season 1 that we never saw, or that we saw for like 5 minutes. He has Theo. I mean, he wants to, I guess, be some kind of father figure to Theo, but no, he's just willing to die in
Lost
revenge.
everything, according to him.
Like, they're trying to say that
fair.
Arondir now is in the same position that Galadriel was in at the beginning of season 1 after she lost her brother, which is not at all the case.
If Theo was my son, I'd want to kill myself too. To be fair.
Oh, sure.
No, I just kill Theo. Anyway, it's not. Yeah, as amazing as it would be to assassinate Adar, and that would be amazing for the elves at Eregion. They're like, no, we have to leave. It's Arondir and Galadriel. They could pretty easily kill Adar.
Yes.
I
You
think.
could kill the entire orc camp, probably.
Yeah, you'd think so.
It's just-
They're
it-
insane.
Only if the fucking writers allow them to. So it always
No.
works.
Some bullshit would happen, I'm sure. But she convinces Arondir not to kill Adar. Instead, come back with me, and we're gonna go sneak into the city and kill Sauron together.
Yeah,
Commander of the Northern Armies, everyone.
Woohoo.
We missed something very small briefly. So his home, Beleriand, got destroyed by Morgoth.
Yeah.
And he's like, Adar took everything from me. Like, what?
Mm.
Ripperoo.
He was
Everything new he took.
Yeah,
apparently.
so just the current stuff.
Everything
He
in the
also-
last year or so.
Yeah.
He also has a home in Mirkwood somewhere, but fuck that.
Yeah.
Well, when she's
We
like,
don't
"What do
talk
you
about
have?" He's like,
Mirkwood.
"I don't even know. They didn't give me much
Mhm.
that I talk
I
about."
took it all the
so-
way off screen between seasons. I don't know what I've got left.
so so they go run off to do their thing, we believe, because it cuts off.
Into
They're
the
going back to
tunnel.
Khazad-dûm.
Yeah.
That's right. The dwarf army has assembled. It doesn't
Whoa.
actually look like it's that many. It looks like
No, it
100 guys.
Well, they are quite small, so
Kind of racist.
Could be thousands.
Kind of racist, but fair.
They're very
Um,
broad though, so they make up for it.
Yeah, thick boys.
Yeah.
That's the army of Khazad-dûm
There they
that they
are.
assembled. 100 guys. It's really not that
I
impressive.
mean, it's very far away. It could be like a bit more than that.
But the glow of the torches is so big.
It's very big torches.
Maybe
Alright,
that's
fair
actually
enough.
10 torches all in a big pile.
I don't see any.
Um,
I don't see any twiddly widdlies. This gets a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
bullshit.
you gotta have her
True.
twiddly whittlies.
I want my twiddlies whittled. What?
Oh, we'll whittle some twiddles in just a
Ooh.
second.
Yeah,
boss.
Now Durin's got his armor on and everything, and I'm just glad the guy has another outfit. But before Durin can go out with the army, Narvi shows up, and boy, he's all bloodied. His whittled has clearly been twiddlied, and he says, "Oh my God! King Durin has killed my men. He cut through them like stalks of wheat."
All of them?
That's pretty annoying.
Yeah, boy. Apparently, King Durin grabbed an axe, and he's gone and killed a whole bunch of dwarf-like soldiers.
This goes
because
well
he wants
beyond
to go digging
assassination.
in the mine.
This is just
This
Yeah,
is
it's just-
madness. This is actually insane. This is nonsense.
killing his
This is
own
not sense.
dwarves is just nah.
He's crazy
That's how
though.
crazy.
He's,
The
he's
ring.
a cartoon
Yeah,
evil person.
He's
Nah.
wearing the
crazy.
ring. The ring. The ring. I don't think Mahler. The ring justifies anything. Literally anything.
He's a completely different character. It's fine.
That's fine because of the ring. I don't know how the ring has given him insane combat abilities against all of the soldiers.
It's a ring, Rags.
I guess it's a ring, so there you
Yeah.
go. We've
He
solved
could,
that
he
issue.
could push really hard. He's kind of like a Jedi now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So apparently, King Durin. I almost said the sentence, and I just was like, "Wow, this is the thing." King Durin's gonna go dig and get the Balrog.
Fuck yeah, he is. Off he goes.
Yep. Let's go.
I don't see what the problem is.
The dialogue is
True.
almost literally that. It's like
Makes sense with me. Durin asks Narvi about Disa, but they don't know where they don't know about where she is. And Narvi says that he left Disa where the king was, as he was killing everybody. That's like, all right. I guess Disa said, "Go get Durin, my husband, and he'll
Get
come
me
back."
husband.
Hey,
That's a very accurate.
I like it, yeah. I like that
that's
one.
what she sounds like.
Well,
Disa
yeah,
would
no, I'm
absolutely-
saying I agree. It's
Yeah.
a job.
the stone singing was pretty accurate as well.
That
Oh,
was
no,
better.
no,
Well,
no,
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 that
no,
was
that
inaccurate because
hurt
it was inaccurate, but it was way better than the show.
Yeah,
But
of course.
I appreciate you.
You
Yeah.
do need your sort
So-
of light on gravy metaphors, though. You need to throw in some strong gravy.
Oh, that's
Oh.
true. Yeah.
King Durin gave those
gravy.
soldiers some strong gravy.
Some strong
Is that
gravy.
a metaphor or is it just regularly gravy
Is that-
giving?
yeah.
Oh, he poured gravy on him and it burned him.
It was really weird.
It
And then he
was
stabbed him.
Chunky and
Is
delicious.
that his
but way
ulti?
too
He
hot.
pours gravy on things.
Oh, he-
Hmm.
It's
King
like
Doran.
Rag. It's like
Is gravy a
Ragas from
metaphor
the
for
league.
something I don't want to know about?
Barrel
But
of
with
gravy.
gravy instead of
Oh, no.
yeah.
the gravy master, they call him.
Fucking
Gravy
He's not
master.
just the king of the mountain. He's king of the gravy ladle.
King of the gravy.
No.
Speaking of gravy ladle,
Oh no, no!
Um,
You have to wait. You have to wait on
basically-
that.
on the
What?
gravy ladle.
You had the gravy ladle. That doesn't happen yet.
Oh, you're right. Oh
You
my
have to
god,
gut
you're
smell
right.
that.
Yeah, I even sent you that picture of it. Oh my god, we're gonna have to discuss what that was. Oh, we can't get too excited. We're not there yet. Oh my
I
god, you're
legit
right.
don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
so I
Oh, you
can't-
will. Oh,
I'm just
you
wondering
saw
now
it.
what other gravy ladle are you talking about?
Oh, I was just having fun talking about gravy because you use a ladle to transport gravy, from the gravy pot to the whatever you're adorning with gravy. Oh, but you're right. You reminded me of the. Ooh, I can't wait to get there. That'll be fun. It'll be like the orc fight on the wall. Oh my goodness. Okay. So apparently King Durin's going to go get the Balrog. And so this means that Narvi says if Durin takes the army to Eregion, then Khazad-dûm might not be here when he returns.
Sure.
Alright.
They're just-
Sure.
Setting up these absolutely insane stakes and just
Yeah.
expecting you to go with it.
You need an army to stop King Durin from
Clearly he
summoning the
doesn't.
Balrog.
Yeah, you need an army to stop Durin from getting the Balrog, and there is like one wall stopping the bout. Is he
is-
just going to get it now? Like what?
This is just like earlier in the season where they go, do we go to Mordor or do we go to Eregion? It's like, just check Eregion, as in like, just go sort out the Durin thing and then go to war. God.
Yeah.
You should
Wrong
have
move.
done so already.
It'll-
Yeah.
Like, why
it'll
haven't
take
you already
20
done it?
Yeah. it'll
Hey,
take
second
20
in
minutes.
command, can you take like 3/4 of this army and go? I'll
Can you
take
take
these
all
guys
of
and
them?
beat up the
I'll do
king
what
real
my
quick.
dad-
Well, but
Yeah,
like,
takes up,
Elrond...
Durin staying
I'll
back.
catch
makes
up on a
sense.
war pig.
Elrond
like
talked to him about
from
this
The Hobbit.
plan fucking ages ago. What has he been
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah.
Secretly making an
Speeches.
army.
He's chilling.
Yeah. Chilling in Khazad-dûm.
He's
Like
been
the-
baking a pie.
Durin
been
staying
getting some
back.
gravy
I
made.
respect that, but there are other elements to this.
Yeah.
Durin
Yeah,
staying
they-
back
they
to
had to wait
protect
for the gravy.
Disa and to like deal with the king. Like that, I get that because that's got to be his priority over helping his friend. But that doesn't mean you call back the entire army, and they don't
Yep.
even mention that as an alternative. Like,
Well,
I mean, all
he's
the
he's
all the
going
scenes
to
we see of
Elrond
him
will
like
take
he's
him.
preparing for the war and like preparing the army and shit. He seems to have forgotten about the king entirely.
he holds back the army because he has to show the world what dwarven loyalty is.
I don't.
Oh, that's awkward.
I mean, given what we get in this scene, it's like, is he going to use the army to fight the Balrog? I don't know.
No, they need the whole army to fight
An
King
all-out
Durin.
fight King Durin
Yeah.
is what I thought. Like we
I
need
mean,
an army to
and-
stop him before he summons the Balrog.
That would have been a better ending, by the way, for this, is that Elrond looks to see if there's assistance, and then the Balrog comes in with Durin riding it. It's like, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
These could just fucking collapse the mine. Like,
I
we
summoned
don't
the
even need any of
Balrog.
them.
He's riding on the Balrog. Now this is strong gravy.
I promised him a ring of power and a whole bunch of fucking mithril. Big mithril cock ring or whatever. All right, so back at the Eregion Forge, Annatar is lording over Elrond as he makes the rings, and they chat, and obviously Brimby's very, very upset. You know,
Sad.
it's been what a shit day it's been. Sauron tells him his boohoo backstory about how Morgoth tortured him.
It
and was
really
mean
is
to
a
him.
Oh my
Boohoo
god, it's so
backstory.
bad, yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sauron tries to convince Brimby that actually you're the author of your own torment. This is all your fault, which is like, fuck off. Like, that's stupid. You're dumb.
How long did it take you to come up
Brim-
with that?
Yes. Brimby tells Annatar, you truly are the great deceiver. You can deceive even yourself.
You're gaslighting yourself.
Annatar wanders off to leave Brimby to make the rings.
He fucks off, yeah.
What a
Yeah,
great
he
scene.
does. He
He
fucks
has
off,
More
and
important evil things to do elsewhere, which is very
Yes.
important.
this isn't his focus. Celebrimbor hears the rings like whispering, and then he takes the rings and he's like, "Oh, I'd better destroy you," and he plops them into the forge fire there, the little one up top, which doesn't seem like it would be hot enough. You think?
And he would
but
know this.
I guess he thinks so. I guess he thinks that it will be hot enough to melt the rings. When in order to melt
Well-
rings, you have to use like a special. Like, this is one of the things about forging is you have to have the technology in order to get the heat necessary to like melt certain metals. This is why, you know, the meme of, oh, my katana is folded over 6 billion times is like, well, because the Japanese at the time didn't have the same technology that they did in like Europe in order
It's
to
more that
temper
the
and work with.
steel was of shittier quality as well that they had there rather than.
True, weebs get fucked.
Ouch.
Now, back at the siege, the elves back on the battlements, you know, the elves, those heroes. Oh, what they do, this is really cool. Remember, it's nighttime now. It's nighttime now.
Mhm.
All right. So one elf throws this like bag pot of napalm, and then
Mhm.
another elf shoots it with a fire arrow, and it like shotguns flames onto the orcs below, which is like, okay, that's a strategy. But
yeah.
the elves are actively, like the ones from Elrond's army, they're
They're now
fighting
there.
They're fighting down there.
Like I mentioned before, you can't use these unless your own troops are in the field.
Well,
Doesn't
Yeah.
work otherwise.
they did it because it looks more visually striking because it's nighttime.
Yep.
That's the
Yes.
only reason.
It's so stupid.
Man, would have been nice if they used that against this Ravager that's completely made out of wood.
Yeah,
No.
there's
No.
a shot exactly at like 46, 49 when they like basically almost hit an elf in the face with the fucking flaming thing.
Also, how many of
Friendly
these?
fire
They
is
must.
turned off. Yeah, jeez.
They must have hundreds of those things because they've been going for a while into the night, and I assume they've just been throwing these everywhere.
Yeah.
I guess. I hope they work. So we
Fucking
show Celebrimbor now takes the ring out of the forge, and they're not melted, because of course not, but they're not melted. And so, because of the Lord of the Rings movies, Celebrimbor touches the rings
Mm-hmm.
and then is surprised when they are not hot.
Yeah.
Well, because evil fires are cold.
This is a guy
Okay,
who,
fair
in
enough.
season 1, there was the whole plot point. We have to get dwarven help to build an entirely massive magical forge to make these rings. Of course, it's not going to break them if you throw them into a random fucking fire. How do you think that's going to work?
Yep.
So he decides that he's going to put the he tries to break his handcuffs. He tries to get out of these handcuffs because
Oh,
he
God,
needs to
this.
get out because one of his hands in the handcuff, one of the handcuffs is like tied to the table, right?
Yeah.
And he's
So
a
he's
master
gotta
smith
get out. He's gotta
surrounded by
escape.
all of his tools, and he can't get out of a pair of fucking handcuffs. He's useless.
Well,
Yeah.
what
He
he
uses
does
a
is,
fucking hammer.
yeah,
If
he, like,
anyone should be able to do it, if anyone in Rings of Power should be able to escape from this, it's Celebrimbor inside of his forge.
in
Yep.
his own forge.
He has
Yeah.
the same mechanical
He-
know-how as fucking Jeremy Clarkson.
Well-
Like, what the fuck is this?
At the beginning, they show him using this particular metal cutting tool to like cut
Mhm.
metal.
Yep.
And then he decides actually rather quickly that he's going to use this metal cutting tool to cut off his own thumb so that he can get out of the handcuff.
Yeah, not the metal. His thumb.
Not the metal chain.
It's so funny when I saw this thing. It's like, oh, that's handy that this is here. Also very convenient that they put him here. That's kind of stupid. And then he
That's
puts his
handy
thumb
that
in
it's
there.
here.
It's like, wait, no, stop. What are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
Like that
So,
device is. It's not
I'm-
only that it can cut through metal; it's that it's designed to
It's
cut
designed
through metal.
to. It's
Mhm.
meant to do that. And
Yep.
you've got a little bit of time. Like, gee, what a fucking idiot. So
I mean,
anyway, I don't know what else to say. Like, what a
Sauron.
fool.
100% self-inflicted.
What a
It's-
moron.
They
No,
really
yeah,
wanted to-
now
Like,
Sauron is
this
right about this one. This
sacrifice that he
one's your
made.
own make. This torment
Yeah.
is
Yeah, it is.
Dude, I bet you when they wrote this, like, oh, he's gonna say whose will is mighty, and then he cut off his
Mhm.
thumb. It's gonna be so fucking epic. It's like,
so
no,
fanatic. Oh.
no. It's like, oh, my themes.
So, and also, why not just lock the door? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, Celebrimbor cuts off his thumb to get out of the handcuffs, and then he leaves the tower. We still have elves running around the town square, panicking. We still.
It's been several
It's been like
days.
2 days or something.
At least
It's
2
been
days.
wild.
Do you think this is just
Still
the?
running
Do you
around.
think this is the jogging route, and that's all we're seeing? They're just like, yeah, this is just my
It's just
exercise.
their like morning routine.
I
or
guess they
whatever.
think they get
Well,
paid for this.
I
Oh
was
my
thinking
God.
that like Anatar was told about the secret tunnel, and he was like, no, they don't need to go that way. They can just sort of run around the town square for a couple of days.
That's what they are.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
That's-
actually funny. But you don't get to recover from that hilarity before once again, the moment he leaves his tower, a catapult shot lands right next to him and he's flung off the ledge.
Oh,
Once again, seconds after he fucking leaves.
he's having a
Twice
really
in a
bad day.
row.
Okay, he's having a
Another
horrible day.
Celebrimbor action scene. Now, when he wakes up, soldiers are like they're towering over him, looking down.
The
and
shot
they're
is
like-
so funny.
It
It's
is
fun-
funny.
It's comedic.
All of these soldiers are looking down and they're like, "Man, he cut off his own thumb. What a crazy guy.
Oh,
He
he's
really
so
is.
insane.
He really
Kooky
is
boy."
wacky. I guess we're gonna have to put him back in the tower again."
It's like they accepted
It's just
Anatar
this
so quickly.
goofball
but-
shit happening in the middle of the war that they all accept. It's like, yeah, it's
Yep.
just our lord being nuts.
He's a bit
Mhm.
oompy, yeah.
Also, like-
Back in your tower. We were
I didn't
dead.
catch this the first time, but the captain here, at least, and presumably the other 6 elves, it's the same guy that was on the wall earlier. So they've just left the wall now to.
Well, that was
see
the
him.
question. What are they even doing there? You've got like
all six of them.
1,000 orcs
They're
assailing
taking
the
old
orcs. and
man
you've got 6
Celebrimbor back to
people
the
standing
throne.
around.
They're grabbing supplies, maybe.
Maybe. But there's 7
They
of them.
didn't-
There were only 12 of them. 12 of them to begin with. One of them got shot, which means there's what 3 of them left. 4 of them
At
left.
the
Something
wall,
like that.
something like that. Yeah, 3 or 4 on the walls defending the
Yep.
entire city.
Obviously. I
However,
just
it's not that impressive considering the orcs can only come up like 1 an hour. But still,
Yeah.
like, man, oh,
They have like someone on ladder duty to stab the one orc that
Oh.
comes up there every hour.
yeah. They have
Also,
a little
it's
timer,
just-
a little egg timer that goes off
Yeah.
every 55 minutes or so. It's like, oh, be ready for it. He's here.
Yeah,
He
he's
comes.
here,
Oh, I
yeah.
got him. All right, next shift. Next
Yeah.
shift.
10
Oh,
out of
that's
10.
great
guys.
how
10 out of
how they
10.
just accepted Anatar so quickly. But as soon
Yeah.
as Celebrimbor comes, it's like, no, I'm the Lord. It's like, no, he's the Lord now.
Oh, you're
Wait,
crazy.
why would we listen to you? You were doing like shitty commands. It's like,
Now,
okay.
these soldiers show up to bring him back to the forge again after he's cut off his finger. And luckily, Galadriel arrives. And I don't know where
Yay.
Arondir is. If is he in this scene? Is Arondir in this scene?
He's
I
not
think
in
he
this
shows up
scene.
shortly
No, okay.
after sometime.
He's on the wall.
Yeah, he's quickly
Yeah.
there later, I think.
He actually goes to defend the city
He
now.
actually goes
Yeah.
to help the city. God forbid. Rare
Crazy.
Arondir W.
Yeah.
But yeah, she says, release Celebrimbor. He is the Lord of Eregion. And they obey her because she's great and she's famous.
My lady.
Brimby tells her that he thought that she was an illusion. That Anna.
Well, no,
that's
what,
just another.
what Brimby should have said is, why the fuck did you tell me it was Sauron?
Yeah, that's what he should be
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
He's
that
like,
is not addressed.
you
Yeah,
did this.
idiot.
This is all your fault.
You
bitch."
did this.
Fuck?
This scene does get like points for baby steps because this is the first time that Galadriel apologizes. The problem is that she apologizes for the wrong thing. The writers don't understand that the reason all of this happened is because she hid his identity. She apologizes for not being strong enough and for she didn't say this, but for implicitly not realizing that he was Sauron and bringing him to the city and putting everyone in danger. That's not the main problem here, but that's what she apologizes for.
Yeah, you
Everything would have been fixed if he just fucking told him who he was.
Yes, but Celebrimbor doesn't know because the writers don't know.
Yep, what a shame. She should be facing the repercussions of her decisions. Eregion is burning. Celebrimbor is, we can call this a low point in his life. And this is all his fault. This is all her fault. This is all her fault. None of this had to happen. She was too prideful to tell him that Halbrand is Sauron. Here we are. And the show lets her get away with it once again. She gets off scot-free. Only the mildest of criticism that she levies at herself for this. Yes. Celebrimbor does not waggle his finger at her, not the one he took off, the one that's attached to his hand. He waggles his finger at her and be like, you did this. This is your fault. These deaths are on your conscience. They should be, but we all know she'll get away with it.
Yeah, Celebrimbor also says 9 more rings made to enslave the world of men that he knowingly made, knowing they had the fucking goo in it, being corrupt, and what they would be used for in the future.
Which makes no fucking sense.
I guess he thought that that Eregion would be unbesieged.
That was the leverage, and I guess.
I mean, first of all, why? Like, it's Sauron.
Why the fuck would he trust that they would keep his word? Yeah.
But secondly, Sauron's goal is obviously to enslave the whole world, so this is just a huge step forward with how powerful. He's already got the dwarves, you know this now. He likely has the elves, you know this now. So, no, at best he should be quote-unquote working on them, but not actually working on them.
Yeah, like the Iron Man suit.
I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yo.
I either that or just refuse.
Remember Iron Man? Well, we have to talk about Rings of Power.
Balls.
Now, Brimby says that I've made these 9 rings. I was tricked by him. Here, take these, save whoever you can, and use the old dwarf tunnel and escape.
And please, don't give it to anyone immediately.
Yeah, don't give it to anyone. Brimby says
for a second there, I thought I wasn't going to mention that, but I felt like I needed to.
You did have to.
You wouldn't do that, but just in case the thought hops into your head, just maybe ignore that thought. Maybe tell the little voices to go away.
They hear Sauron yelling up in the tower, and lucky for them, he doesn't just immediately run out and like catch them there.
That shit is so stupid.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
How is he just not aware this is happening? This is the most interesting event in this fucking place right now.
He runs around the fucking tower looking for them there. Like, why the fuck would he be there?
Why would he should jump out and do superhero landing, jump out of the tower.
I also like the idea though that he just walks back in and he just sees like a severed thumb on the table and just goes ah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that is so gross.
He actually cut his thumb off.
He throws up into the forge and it goes.
It like wiggles and he's like, nah.
Oh god! And then the little mouse comes in and takes it and he's like, ah!
Oh man! So really, like Celebrimbor, the winning strategy would be he cut it off, but then just hold on to it, and then when Sauron comes back, just go like, yeah, look at it.
I don't know. Why didn't he hold on to it? I'd want to hang on to my thumb.
I would want to hang on to it myself. Yeah.
Can he magic it back on?
I don't know.
I don't know about that. I just
he has to remove
power. Well, let's just be clear. That's mine. God damn it.
Yeah, it belongs to me.
It's my thumb.
Wear it around his neck, maybe.
If I ever have to have like a pen dick...
Wear it around his neck.
Yeah.
Thumb on it.
This is my lucky
I carry this with me every day to remind myself of that really stupid decision I made and never to do that again.
Yeah, I'm going to change for the better because of it.
Yeah, that was just that. He carries the bones in a little pouch.
Even I know that reference. Hey!
Something interesting here, timing-wise, is that had Celebrimbor not escaped exactly when he did, then Galadriel would have ran into the forge looking for Celebrimbor and faced down Sauron now.
Yep.
Which would have completely changed what ends up happening.
I almost think that they, up to a point, that would have been better. Not necessarily for them to have the confrontation, but it's weird that you've had more than an episode at this point of Celebrimbor trying to escape the confines of his illusion. Or you've had an episode of that. He's been trying to escape. He escapes once. They put him back into the tower. That's a bad thing. He escapes again. It's a bad thing that before Galadriel shows up, they seemingly are about to put him back in his tower again. And the resolution for the entire thing is, right, I am going to go back into my tower. And it's just like, that's not quite as satisfying as if you'd had Galadriel go in to try and rescue him from the tower, and he says, no, it's too late for me, take the rings and flee. And then you don't have the weird, pointless, I'm going to get out of my tower, oh no, shit, I'm not, I'm going to waste some time instead.
Yeah. He could have just left with her instead of doing the useless thing he does instead.
There's bits of that I do genuinely think that I like, and I think that the reason why I like it is because I'm comparing it to how they handled Galadriel, because like this scene is basically the Galadriel and Celebrimbor both realizing that they each fucked up. Like it wasn't just that Sauron mind controlled them; they both allowed themselves to be corrupted and to be misled because they each wanted something from Sauron. They both acknowledge that they are not blameless here, but then what happened in Galadriel's case is after the fact, she immediately lied to everyone and tried to conceal everything. And had she gotten her way, she would have concealed it completely. Whereas as soon as Celebrimbor comes to this realization, he immediately accepts what he did and selflessly goes back into the tower rather than selfishly trying to cover everything up so that people don't tell her off or tell him off.
Like I think Celebrimbor does that, but I think Galadriel is just fucking coping.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
That's being made, right? Is that Celebrimbor kind of like, for as stupid as he was for this to have even happened in the first place, when the truth is undeniable, he actually like goes out of his way to make it right and not to save his own skin. Whereas Galadriel, the reason why she didn't say anything was because she was trying to cover her ass, right? I mean, that's what was happening in season 1.
She was explicit about that.
She was really pissed off about the idea that she was responsible for helping Sauron. And so this is the consequence of that. But there's no reckoning for her, right? Because again, it's the whole thing narratively, right? You can tell with Celebrimbor it's the end, even if you don't know the story. You know it's over. But Galadriel, you know, on the flip side, no, it's absolutely not over for her. She will remain in positions of power long term because the show consistently fails to recognize her mistakes.
Yes.
Like if Celebrimbor reacted here in sort of an analogous way to how Galadriel reacted at the end of season 1, then Celebrimbor would say, "We have to destroy the forge. No one can ever know."
Pretty much.
Which would be funny, but yeah, still. But,
and then if he said, "You know what? The elf lady Smith who got thrown over the wall." Everybody thinks that was Sauron, but that was me. I did it. No witnesses. No one must know.
I did it, and I do it again.
Too much.
He pulls out a sword and then starts stabbing all the guys around him, doing flips. Palpatine screams, "Wah!" as he flips around him.
Like his plan here, because we don't see this in this scene because we cut away to more fighting, but his plan here is to go back into the forge to basically buy time for Galadriel to escape through the Dwarven tunnel with the rings. How dumb is that?
On a scale of what?
Because what basically
on the scale of rings of power.
The concept isn't dumb. What he does in the specific thing when he actually gets up there is pretty dumb.
Sure. Basically, what I'm saying is that like he knows at this point that he is going to go up there and he is not going to come back out. He is going to let himself basically get tortured to death
by a catapult if he comes.
Well, all that, yeah, he can hide from the catapult.
He's gonna fall over again.
Like he's going to go up there and allow Sauron to basically torture him, but he will not reveal where the rings are.
Either does he do?
Either through like by going in there, he is taking a huge risk because Sauron can extract information from inside of his brain, and he should know this. Like Galadriel knows this as well. They can he can fuck around with their brains, which means that even if Sauron were not, we're just going to like torture him in a mundane way, you know, tickle him until he can't take it anymore or something. Like that's a risk. But the fact that this is Sauron who can enter his mind and just be like, oh, okay, so Galadriel has the rings, cool.
Yeah.
He should probably kill himself at this point is kind of what I'm saying. if he's accepting that he's going to go back into the tower and die,
low tier god meme.
I mean,
he's
either
doing-
that or go with Galadriel.
or that, yes.
because he's doing the whole like my city, I must rebel. You're like, you don't have to.
You don't have to.
Yeah, you really
Let's-
don't have to.
come on,
let's
let's
just
go.
go.
Yeah. Also, did it tell Galadriel that the rings have the goo in them, that they're evil and corrupted?
He told her that the rings were there that were going to corrupt the race of men, but he didn't tell her like how or why.
Yeah.
I made them with Sauron's blood. That's
And then,
really
don't you think that
bad.
should prompt the question of like, well, you made them with blood? And he's like, well, it didn't look like blood because he tricked me. And she's like,
I didn't know
"Oh,
at the time.
did you?
It was really
maybe-
weird. I was in Inception.
Were you tricked with the dwarven ones? He was like, yeah, kind of. She's like, were you tricked with the elven ones? And he's like, no, I don't think so.
Oh, no, definitely not. No, they're
No.
fine.
I mean,
They're-
like
they-
at least mostly yes. They were mostly done when I was tricked.
No.
We can't talk about this. We gotta do stuff. We're Oregion's burning, and I don't want to get hit by another catapult. Please, I don't want to be out here anymore. I'm 2 for 2.
Good old grandma inside.
Again.
I will say as well, we didn't mention it, but the Sauron no is very funny.
Yeah,
No.
it's really funny. And he just stays up there. He doesn't go out immediately because
He keeps looking.
Yep.
It might be in that little box. He might have left it in the little box on the table. He has to look at that little box on the
Why
table.
the fuck would he?
That would be that would be a gamble to leave him in there. Like he'll never check there. That's the
He'll
obvious
never check
spot.
this box.
Let's see. So back outside in the battle, Elrond and some soldiers, they go towards the war machine. They still haven't made it there, and all of this fighting all day.
The war machine haven't barely made a dent in the fucking wall.
It's amazing it's done anything with how stupid its design is. I have no
Yeah.
idea what the like. This is why you have someone that you can talk to about like siege equipment and battles and stuff to be like, hey,
Yes.
we want to do like an orc version of something that was real and effective because that would be cool and believable and immersive to think that the world is real. But instead they were like, what if we made up our own stupid thing? And then they just did. But that was cheaper. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, they
I don't
also
have any
they only
money.
have one of them. Like if they had like a line of 10 of them,
Yeah.
then they would be.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd be just as ineffective, but at least they'd be ineffective. on a
Yeah, it
wider
would be
scale.
hilarious if they all got used and they just every time the arms flung back, the spikes just came out and like hit random orcs. Like, ow!
Yeah.
I hate,
It wouldn't-
I hate
it
this
wouldn't
image
work.
of all of the cowardly elves
Oh, yeah,
sitting here planning while all of their friends are dying in front of them.
Oh, I was about to point that out as well. It's just really weird the way this even plays out because it looks like they're about to ambush
It
someone.
makes no
Like,
sense.
This is what you see. This is what you see. Wait,
No.
They're
they'll
referencing
see him
Saving
coming.
Private Ryan with the fucking mud
Yep.
wall. Yep.
I know, it's stupid. Because this is what you would see, like soldiers today hide behind and just take shots and go back into hiding. You know what I mean?
I don't know about you guys.
But here you already have like people fucking fighting over there while they're like,
Like
"Ooh, what are we gonna
stealthing.
do
How
now?"
are you not
The orcs have
compelled?
put machine guns up on the wall.
Like, wouldn't everyone here just be compelled to be like, I gotta go fucking help? I don't even
Yeah,
like
exactly.
if Elrond's like, all right, well, they will not take this wall. This day. You're like, I don't care, Elrond. The fucking Bob is over there fighting that orc. Like, let's go.
Stop them from taking the wall if Bob ain't dead.
I just like
Exactly.
oh, the lack of consideration is so fucking annoying, especially
Yeah.
with how the complete opposite happens in a moment for the editing, especially. Like,
I think they're trying to imply a degree of strategy without actually putting in the
Even
effort.
though
not how you do it.
Strategy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
remember
We
how they were
also see, like,
strategizing in Lord of the Rings while fighting? Remember that?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
a lot of it is the idea of like, well, what's going on, right? So like when Captain Miller is figuring out what they need to do on Omaha Beach, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, he's got to figure that out because they can't
I
do
mean-
anything.
Well, and they're
until
taking
they
cover.
figure that out.
Yeah, there's also barbed wire in the way. They can't go
Yeah,
forward.
exactly. And they actually need to reorganize their plan because the plan,
Yeah.
everybody was scattered. So it's like, okay, so they
Disaster,
need a
yeah.
plan. They're in a position to make a plan, and they can't do anything until they make this plan.
Like they,
Like-
they physically can't move forward. There's barbed wire in the way. Here,
Whereas,
there's
of
fucking
course,
nothing.
In this case, it's like you guys can help right now. You
Yeah.
are
Well,
in a
and the
position to
primary
help
concern
right
is
now,
that War
you're not doing
Machine
it.
just fight toward it while helping your man.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. That's
Yeah.
the simplest plan.
It's,
Go.
it's real easy.
There's a bunch of them
Yeah.
close to it anyway.
Oh,
Like,
it's so
it's-
you could-
bad.
yeah,
The
exactly.
fact that
It's
this
also.
thing,
Go ahead.
I was going to say the fact that this war machine, the Ravager, still exists is ridiculous because Elrond here seems to believe that this elf lady can blow it up with one
arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it would take.
I don't even know
They
what
wouldn't have-
compels him to believe that there's something to explode there anyway.
There shouldn't be. There absolutely should not be.
Yeah.
Not a single time have they tried to shoot an arrow at it in
That's
this
true,
entire
'cause
battle.
you wouldn't have thought one
never-
arrow would blow it up. That's why nobody's tried it. It's kind of genius in a way.
What's amazing is that
Oh shit.
well, I guess we'll talk about what happens real quick because like I was really confused when I first watched it.
Well, there's
So-
one thing I want to mention before that.
Yeah,
We see her quiver with 2 arrows in it in the previous scene, and then in the next scene, her quiver is gone and she doesn't have any arrows.
Oh,
Damn.
So at 54:49, she doesn't have a quiver anymore.
Yeah, I can.
you know, I just believe you.
No, he's right.
So I
Yeah,
wasn't
like it's gone.
because I was confused because the way she takes it out at the end. I thought she took one from her chest that got shot into her.
Yeah,
No,
but
Oh, wait,
she
let-
rolls it.
another
But
arrow
it's-
just
Let
spawns in her
Rag
quiver,
summarize it. I think. Try to do
Yeah,
the
yeah,
thing, I
go
guess,
ahead,
because this
sorry.
shit's so good.
Yeah, just to set the scene,
gotta
this
get
on
incredible
three.
scene of what happens. All right, this is amazing. This was actually, I think, the part that made me laugh the hardest.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
so-
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
So in the Elrond and some soldiers, they hide behind this little mud wall here, and they're gonna plan to get the war machine and destroy it. His plan is to have the Asian elf lady to torch arrow the machine to death. Because, you know, she's gonna shoot it and it's gonna go on fire or explode or something. But right before she's about to do that, she gets randomly Boromired from like all of these different angles by arrows. From the front, from
so
the back,
funny.
like one comes from above. It happens so suddenly that she just gets hit by all of these arrows
happens so
right as
quick.
she's supposed to do the plan thing.
Molly, you
It
gotta put
made
it
me
on. You gotta
laugh
show it. You
so
gotta put it
It's
hard.
so
on repeat.
funny.
On repeat.
Oh.
You gotta show it. It's just
You
1
gotta
hour,
wait.
2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah. One is from the fucking walls on Elf Shotter in the fucking
Yeah,
show.
one
Sure,
of the
most of
orcs
them
is
are.
like in the clouds. He's on the
Well,
who's
it just
the
feels like a bunch of
Lakitu
orcs just
from
agreed.
Mario?
Let's target this person specifically.
Yeah,
they,
exactly.
they all just turned around like, holy
Fuck
shit,
this
it's
one
an elf.
elf in particular.
Yeah,
It's so fucking
Oh, no.
bizarre.
because they
Just
all
like
shoot her
randomly.
immediately. And again, like the fact that the orcs can do this is what makes things like the earlier scene where they were just standing around on the wall for 20 minutes just even more ridiculous. Because the orcs, when they need to, can just immediately delete you.
Well, that's why
Yeah.
I don't think it was the orcs who did it. The orcs are not accurate enough. The arrows aren't coming from the right direction. The only explanation is that the elves shot her.
They're
Because
very
they're
racist.
racist.
The elves are
Because
racist.
she's
And
Asian.
they hate women. They hate women and Asians.
They're like, well, everything
Um,
that has gone wrong recently has been because of Galadriel, so we need to get rid of all the women.
Interesting. If
Oh,
only.
shit.
By the way, we can talk about it now. It happens. It's happened already. It will continue to happen. Armor is fucking worthless.
Absolutely.
You get stabbed through it, shot with it through arrows. It's worthless. It's just a uniform to let everyone know what side you're on. Once again, armor doesn't mean shit. I hate it. It's awful. If only
But
she
just
had
what
some of
are
that
more
quality King Durin mithril armor, maybe she would have lived.
Why don't more
Oh.
stories actually try to take advantage of that, of having characters get saved by their armor in
Yeah.
ways that just make sense?
Well, it's an
Game of
element
Thrones
that
did
you
it in
don't.
the earlier season, and then
One
in the later
time.
seasons
Right,
they
okay.
just fucking forgot.
It is a sort of unique element to like fantasy and historical battles and engagements where you are like covered in all of this armor and you have to get through the cracks or it will deflect arrows or it will deflect like getting into melee. Because nowadays that's just not how war is fought. So you have this really cool opportunity to actually play into one of the most well-known and noteworthy aspects of old warfare, which is wearing armor and having it actually work. That's why people wore it in real life because it shit worked, but
It's
they
just a
never
uniform.
do. But yeah,
Well,
it's just a
Nobody's wearing
uniform.
their helmets either because it's more cinematic if they're not wearing their helmets.
Yep,
you know?
that's
We need
another
to
one.
see the actor's face.
Yeah.
You got to see the
Ah.
actors' faces.
Yeah, this actress
annoying.
is. I got it. I had to see her face because
I do find this really funny that they think that, like, what's the point of making it so that it's a named elf that had, like, what, 5 lines of dialogue, maybe?
I don't
No,
know.
no,
Not even
no.
that.
Fringer, you
Not
are way
even right.
overestimating her.
Oh,
So
shit.
the only things that this character says in this entire series is they'll breach the wall soon, Commander, won't they? And
Mhm.
what are they?
Oh, I was gonna
Yeah.
say
Oh, you
two
forgot-
lines.
Legendary.
You
was
forgot
gonna say
one.
two
You forgot one
lines.
line.
I forgot one.
Oh, one
Yeah,
more?
because Elrond asks like, "How many torch arrows do you have left?" And she says, "Enough to get the
Yes.
job done." And
Yeah.
I lost my fucking mind. Was like, "No, I want a fucking number, you dumb cunt."
I mean, she has 2 arrows in the
Jesus
quiver, so
Christ.
it's 1 or 2.
Okay, so 3 lines. I was gonna guess 2, but then I thought it's got to be more than 2. So yeah, it's 3. I just find it funny. What's the point? Why even bother pretending like this is a real payoff? Especially when you make it so comical of just her getting hit by like 4 arrows in the span of 3 seconds, as if a whole bunch of orcs singled her out.
As if
It's so
one
funny.
arrow, as if getting hit by one arrow wouldn't already, like, that would be enough if she got hit by one arrow, and then she's like, "Oh, I've been shot by an arrow." Normally, one's
Yeah,
enough to do the
rather
trick
than,
for a
like,
lot of
4.
characters. But the fact
Mhm.
it's so ironically, the overkill doesn't manage to do it. But like, it's like the
Yeah.
overkill with all of these arrows hitting her. It's like, what?
Well, it feels like you need to
like,
explain
all of-
why does it work with Boromir? Why is it particularly potent that it's like 3 arrows to bring him down? It's like, well, he's a human being, and as a
Mhm.
human being, you can understand the idea that a human being getting hit with 3 arrows is a lot. But the notion that he's so determined to save Merry and Pippin that he's gonna like fight through getting shot twice is like, god damn. Look at that man.
Yeah.
Look at
Also,
him go.
Elrond's reaction,
that
I don't know,
hero.
man. Doesn't seem very,
Yeah, it's
like,
like,
oh,
oh,
I mean,
Well,
he's
there
just
you
sort of
again.
sitting there
His
waiting,
reaction's like
right?
what my
he's not doing
reaction
anything
was.
to help her.
So I don't know
Why
who
is he
she
helping?
is.
No,
Well, I was
his
just
reaction
why
isn't
would
my
they-
reaction because my reaction was
My reaction
laughing
was
at the
laughter,
top of
yeah.
my lungs.
Yeah.
It was not.
Well,
Well,
essentially
to be
here,
fair, part of why I was laughing so much is because I had no idea who she was, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why do I
Yeah.
care? Who is she?"
Oh,
Yeah. Why is she getting this moment? With Boromir, you don't sit there thinking, what was his name again? With this woman,
Yeah,
it's just like,
exactly.
why?
Yeah,
What?
for 7
Why?
words of dialogue.
Yeah, it's just absurd. I don't even know why they would bother. Like, what's the point? Why pretend? You didn't make her a character. Nobody would care. There's basically no difference between her and some Randy.
She could have been in. If you want to do this sort of payoff, quote unquote, this
Well, she should
heroic
have been in
death
both
at the
seasons
end.
of the season.
She
both
should have been in more
seasons.
scenes. She should have had more lines. There's a reason
Yeah.
to have her around in a lot of scenes,
Wait,
but you
wasn't she-
hyper focus on Galadriel and Elrond all the time.
Yeah.
We've got no one else.
Yep.
well, if
Was she
they
not
had,
was she not part of the Elven Avengers and
Yeah,
the
That
other
doesn't
episodes?
count
Yeah.
though. She's,
Yeah,
got
she
No, I'm just
wasn't-
asking.
she
I was
didn't get to say
I'm just
anything.
asking.
That's the thing.
Oh, I know,
yeah,
I know.
and she said, "What are they?"
I'm just actually
Yeah.
not remember. I'm just unsure because she
That's
doesn't
part
say
of the
anything.
problem. I think that if you weren't paying much attention to the show, you'd be like, "Who are you?" And it
She's
wouldn't
the
even be
archer.
like your fault, really, because she,
Archeress.
you know, she barely said
X-ray girl.
anything.
like, if the series had focused or given a little bit more time to that group of characters traveling across Middle Earth, and it was
yeah.
like a team up buddy type plot line or something, then you could actually have sort of built the characters and then come to understand them, because one of them dies in that episode, one of them we don't see again because he was the map guy, the other two is Asian elf and the dagger man who has gone to get the dwarves. Those two characters are both involved in dramatic payoffs in this episode that would mean a lot more if we actually understood who they were. Because,
We
like
don't
you
even know
say,
their names.
I mean, I know their names because well, I'm me, I guess.
Because you're
but
insane.
I'm insane. Yeah, you can't
You're
tell
mad.
what's happened to my wig, but yeah,
Wait, your wig?
my wig,
That's
my
a wig.
Anatar wig. Yeah, my Anatar
Yeah, that's
wig.
that's not really your hair. That's your. I
No.
thought that was your real hair. You grew it out for the show and you
No.
dyed it. I thought
No,
you were a
it's-
real fan.
No, it's a terrible wig. I got it to look like Anatar.
Ugh, I thought
Right, you gotta get better at
committed.
recognizing fake hair from real hair. Jeez.
Can't you tell by the
Oh,
giant
Yeah,
forehead?
goddamn.
I'm not used to this kind of. Truly, this is a.
I'm not
Sauron
used to
deceived
this
me.
level of
Truly,
scrutiny.
Sauron deceived me.
You liar! You
All right,
liar!
so
Oh,
Just
one-
to emphasize the earlier point, though, we are, I think, about 15 hours into Rings of Power in terms of like across the entirety of season 1
Christ.
and now penultimate episode of this season.
Oh.
And we are at this point saying this character has absolutely no establishment versus Boromir, who in about an hour has
It's less than
had
that.
so much more.
It's
less than that.
insane, isn't it? It's so insane. Oh.
So Boromir in the Lord of the Rings is on screen for 27 minutes, and
Damn, really?
in-
It's only
in-
27 minutes.
in Fellowship of the Ring it is 23 minutes because obviously he's in the others
Yeah.
for
Oh,
Yeah.
briefly.
God.
So 23
Jesus
minutes with
Christ.
Boromir, they managed to do that.
Mhm.
And this character, because again, I worked out all the screen times because I'm insane. This character is on screen for 13 minutes, which is about half. of Boromir.
Well spent.
That long?
Well, 13 minutes.
I
Because
would've
she's on
quite-
screen during all like the fighting and shit. So yeah, with the barrow
okay,
lights and all the rest of it. So
Doing
it doesn't. It's not like 1-to-1, but even so,
it's
it's
not
time that they could have
character.
used. No.
Yeah, it's just she's
Well, but same
present.
rules for Boromir, right?
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Man.
But they make use of all the minor things that happen, like when like his like what
Well, like
in
Boromir's
Plaza Doom,
conversation with Aragorn, you know,
Every
like
scene.
while the
Every single scene.
he's always doing something. What he says or what his actions are, what he prioritizes, his little backs and
Everything.
forth, and
Yeah,
As
just
a
the way he like gives a
gradual-
look or like
gradual capture by
everything.
the ring,
yeah.
slowly but surely.
Boromir
Just
is like
just
the
this like
perfect
facial
character.
expression when someone else says something. Like there's
I mean-
always something.
There is nothing wrong with Boromir in terms of like writing.
Yeah.
Like, as
he is
a character.
yeah, he's
so good.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I just want
Now-
to mention here quickly is that because
Yeah.
Platoon mentioned it earlier, Elrond is currently carrying Galadriel's ring, although the show hasn't revealed that yet.
Mhm.
So far, he could have rescued his horse, and he also could have rescued.
Oh
Elf
yeah,
Lady.
he could have.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, he doesn't.
Obviously,
Apparently,
well,
he still doesn't
doesn't
trust the ring yet,
wanna.
quote unquote.
Fine.
He doesn't want to use it yet.
Fine, but like he doesn't even consider it, and he doesn't
Oh,
even
no.
try. Like
His
because
horse
it's
isn't responsible for the fall of Aragion like Galadriel.
yeah,
Yeah.
True.
like the horse
That
he could
horse
have
is
absolutely
blameless.
healed.
But he
no
doesn't want to
question.
fuck his horse, so you know it's.
Well, we don't know that.
They
Not
might be
very
related.
well.
You know, elves
Oh.
are weird.
Mhm.
Hey, guess what? She's
What?
not actually dead.
Hooray!
Wow.
She's been shot by many arrows, but she has not yet fallen. She heroically pulls out one last arrow. And then she lights it on a nearby fire that's just like next to her randomly.
How lucky!
Oh, can
And
we just
then-
get it confirmed? Did she pull it out of her or was it out of a quiver?
It's
It's
out of
a
her.
quiver. It's a
We,
quiver.
we see it in a
Oh.
quiver earlier, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought I thought she
it
pulled
would've
out one of
been
the arrows from
funnier.
herself.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
what I
that
thought
would've
as
been
well, but
funnier.
I
That would've been
checked
better.
again.
She
Can we
leans
check?
forward and there's an arrow in there that she pulls out, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a.
Well, because it looks like she
more-
kind of jerks it out of herself.
I
Like,
think the idea is
It-
that it's like a bit more
that she's
special because it's
tired
a
or
torch
something?
arrow, they call it. So it's like embedded in fluids. I don't know.
No, I just
wow,
think
yeah.
she exerts herself and it looks a bit weird. But-
okay.
Oh yeah, or that.
Okay, yeah.
You know what? Works both for me.
It's kind of funny. I've seen like an equal 50-50 of interpretations from it, just because it's the way she does it. I guess it would hurt no matter
Yeah.
what, right? Because she's just
Yeah, it's-
covered
oh,
in
yeah.
arrows
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, it's the quiver, yeah. It's
quivering with
I'm
excitement.
glad they're able to convey all this information really well. But she does
Mhm.
like pull it out of
Yeah.
it like in this absurd way. I just rewound
Yeah.
just to make sure. But anyway, she stumbles, she stands up, she is it knocks or notches?
Knocks.
Notches.
Knock.
Knocks
an arrow.
She puts the arrow on the string bow and then she pulls it back and she takes aim and then she lets the arrow go heroically. One final
Yeah.
heroic arrow. And oh boy, this is great. She lets that little fiery arrow go and like
Even the-
4 different orcs like
Look
they
at it.
cut to the orcs staring at this one random arrow flying through the air.
Why?
And then this arrow lands in this what I could only describe as purely random explosive pot, and then it blows up, and it sends orcs flying. Oh my goodness gracious! And it blows up in this massive explosion. And I thought at first it was the war machine, but it
Is it?
isn't.
It's
Is
the
it not?
terrible editing. No, it's not because the wall ripping machine is still active and functional
fuck?
later in the episode.
What is
Yeah,
this
that-
orc looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
arrow.
Like, why?
But like, how?
arrow.
Wouldn't the arrow be shot from behind where he is right now?
No, he knew to look.
But no, but he's
He's
not
standing
looking
to
at
the
it
left of
because he's
her, I
ahead
guess.
of the arrow right now. So he'd be looking
I
away
mean,
from it.
he could be standing like to the left.
Also,
of
isn't he
her
looking
when
the
she-
wrong direction? I'm so confused.
I-
Okay, hang on. You
I
guys
don't
need to fucking
then- yeah,
catch
that
me up
doesn't
here.
work.
What did they blow up then? I thought they blew up a thing.
So
and
what I
to
again it's
clear
it's,
the thing or something.
It's shitty editing because they talk about destroying the Ravager, the retarded
yeah.
war machine. But then she gets her arrow and shoots it at like a box of nitroglycerin that was not it was something else. Which
Sure.
I guess means that the orcs separate, separate to the stuff with the Ravager, they were also preparing like explosives to try and get through the wall somewhere else. And
That
she
we
fires an
never-
arrow at that. Never mentioned, never seen, but it just exists. Because later in the episode, the wall ripping machine is still very much not exploded.
Yep.
So
yeah, exactly. That's why I was confused.
that's all we've got. But like I totally misread it because of the shitty editing. Like in my video, I make that mistake. I say that she blows up the wool ripping machine, which is not the case. Because this fucking episode is just so vague with how it communicates things, and it directly leads you to believe that one thing is happening, and then it is actually like, well, no, that didn't happen. It's your job to edit this, for yourself in real time. Like,
So
you're completely right. 'Cause look at this
says-
shot. It's like, what is being blown up here? It's like, I don't know. It's something.
Yeah, I thought this was the
that's what I
Ravager.
said. It can only be described as random.
Wood. Yeah.
No, I
Well,
think
the
it's
other one says
entirely
one arrow
reasonable.
from you may change the course, and she says I've got enough arrows to finish the job. What in their mind is the job? What do they think?
Was it
shooting at?
Ravager 1 and
don't
they bring
know.
out Ravager 2 later? Is that-
Well,
Like
they have a
spare.
they
The
have
only
a log
other-
at the wall there, and it seems like there's a log like
Is that a
above it.
locked? Yeah.
well, hold on.
Is it a ladder making machine that?
The only other explanation that I've got is that device there with the kind of like plank of covery shit on the top, that is the Ravager, which was right next to the barrel of dynamite,
Mhm.
which blew up, but it did not destroy the Ravager. That's the only other explanation.
That's what I was thinking the whole time. At
that
This
least.
is a whole separate
explosion
thing that they
doesn't
never set
That's
up.
a weird
Look at that.
payoff. That's a weird payoff to be like, yeah, you hit your shot
You
and it
achieved
exploded,
nothing.
but it just didn't do
You did
anything.
Didn't do anything. Yeah.
I
Because
guess
they're-
you got some orcs.
Holy
The
shit.
explosion just
That's
keeps
a big
getting bigger,
explosion.
is what I like about it.
Yeah,
I think this is a whole other thing that they just cut out of the rest of the episode.
it must
Oh,
be because
God.
why would you keep your fucking boxes of petrol next to your wool whipping machine if you're not using them?
Do it random. They are orcs. They are very stupid.
Known to be as
That's-
intelligent as elves in this show, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Have you seen what the war machine does?
I have seen what the wool machine does.
Have you seen what the trebuchets do?
That's why it's so
Oh my
easy to
God.
write orcs, because you can always just excuse anything by saying, now they are orcs.
Well, no, because we can't even do that because they're not consistently retarded. Like they come up with some insane siege weapons that don't do jack shit, but then they can also destroy, decapitate a mountain using a catapult.
Yeah,
and then when
but
they
not
need
walls
to,
for some reason.
yeah, and then when
That
they
could be
need to
chalked
like
up a
one
lot.
shot this elf, they all just immediately snapshot this elf and no scope her.
Just because they don't one-shot her. They mini-shot her.
Well, okay, yeah.
One
like-
shot
They,
is not the
overkill her, yeah.
What
Hey,
did they
definitely
shoot in that?
overkill.
What was in that bucket? Seriously.
Nitroglycerin.
Yeah,
There
I
is,
don't know,
there is actually
explodey
nothing that
stuff.
makes sense, right? Like, because oil wouldn't
No.
do that, so...
Sauron's
mithril.
blood.
It's whatever they're using to ignite their arrows is all I've.
It's tantamount to a hole. Like, it doesn't actually... There's nothing
Dynamite?
nothing
Flammable
reasonable
wine.
that would be in there.
well, unless it
Sauron's
is
blood.
unless it is an explosive, like I said, that this was just something that was cut from the scene, and they were trying to blow up the wall.
What would they have that would do this?
I don't orc juice. I don't know.
Because it's
legit.
If
It's
it-
it's a
not
very
in wine,
small
but
amount
that's
of
established
juice
it can
anyway.
explode
If it were-
ships. We know stuff like that.
If it was Saruman's gravel
Yes,
from
yes,
Two Towers...
No,
but it's not.
It's Numenorian wine. It's
It's a secret
Numenorian wine.
chemical that Waldreg the White made.
yeah, it's Numenorian wine.
Well, we can only speculate because the show doesn't fucking tell us. So
I'm not
that's
sleeping
fun.
tonight, aren't I?
Oh, you'll sleep like a baby tonight. So
No, in the
We're
morning.
still
you'll
we're
sleep.
still technically on
One of the
time.
things-
We're not actually over.
We
Yeah.
are on time
Are we?
by
On-
yeah. I mean,
Roundabout.
about 4.5 hours. So
Oh, we're
Yeah.
on time to finish.
We might
to
not
finish
be
in
though
time
because
with the others.
we haven't
or-
even gotten Damrod yet. So
don't worry, he won't take long. Now,
Are you sure?
yeah. So, she makes the shot, blows up the whatever it is, and then as she's sitting there, kind of wibbly wobbly with the 17 arrows sticking out of her, they charge and they don't go to like help her.
no,
or
she's
anything.
dead.
No.
Fucker. This is the
She's
attitude
dead,
they've had
fucker.
before.
Duggarano, they
Yeah,
don't
like,
charge. Yeah,
It's such a weird place. It was like, charge now. It's like they're all fighting already. I don't know why you're doing
Yeah,
a
it didn't
charge
make a
before
difference.
Charge
whatever.
And
Yeah,
It's
command.
pretending that they have structure and strategy. Again, it's the
Yeah,
same thing again.
There's also a weird cut at 56:14 where Aaron is way too far away from the Orcish kills.
That's fine.
That's
Yeah, sure.
that's fine. The important
Sure,
part
sure,
is
sure.
that she gets shot by another arrow, and
It's
this one
very
is
funny.
just enough. She loses her last health point and she dies.
It's,
Oh no! another
it's
one.
almost like the show said she's dead, but I mean, let's shoot her again. Fuck it.
We're having fun here, okay? Let's give her another one.
That guy was like, just
Um,
fucking die. What the hell?
So, Adar is watching all this happen, and he says, "Glug, send him in."
Ooh.
Glug says, "But Adar, they'll kill orcs as well." But Adar says, "Send him in."
Yeah.
I assume they're talking about Damrod here.
Glug will remember
Damrod.
this.
I couldn't
talking about
remember
Waldrick.
his. I couldn't
Waldrick.
send him in.
Send in Waldrick.
He comes in wearing like the Witch King's outfit. He's like, let's fucking go.
You bet your
Well,
ass
he's
that
landing
that's going to
Damrod
be
in
an
the
edit
battle.
in my video now. That's hilarious.
So I couldn't remember Damrod's name. I accidentally called him Dinkbutt. But so Arondir is actually he's on top of the battlements, just standing on top of it, completely not using any cover or anything, and he's just
Making
shooting
himself a
arrows
big
at
target.
people. He's just shooting arrows, you know,
Yeah.
like he does. And they notice that the orcs are clearing a path for Damrod to come in, and they see the tree shake a little bit. And oh my goodness, Damrod's a coming. Holy shit, this is gonna be crazy what happens next. But we have a commercial break in the forge up above. Remember when we heard Anatar go, blah,
I'm mad.
I can't find the rings, I'm angry.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Anatar's looking for the rings. Brimby says that he won't find them here. Although,
Why?
I don't know. Like, I feel like he should have lied, but I
Mhm.
figure if you're like, he'll probably figure out that they're not here. But like, you know, just why even talk about the rings? You could talk about anything else. Just stall, buy time, do something.
No.
And also, yeah, all the guards are here, which is like, man, like I talked about earlier. Like, guards, don't even bother. This is Sauron, for fuck's sake. Don't
Yep,
even try.
don't even
Don't
bother.
even. Y'all, you guys need to stay on the wall and shoot arrows at things. Don't even bother coming up here. You're wasting your lives.
You're telling me
But
that
they're
trying to
here.
arrest Satan won't work?
What?
Yeah, he won't come quietly. Maybe he will, and he's spooky.
It's such a predictable moment, and then it just makes you wonder, like, again, why is everyone so stupid? Why is sucks? Nothing surprising. They just auto lose, and you're like, oh, there you go.
For me, it
The
was like, oh,
guards-
he's definitely not going to be captured here, but I didn't expect him to do what he does here.
Yeah, because I didn't know this was in his power set, but apparently
Yeah.
it is.
I'm sure it'll
The guards
disappear whenever it'll be
surround-
useful to him later.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
surely.
What? Why would that be? No,
The guards surround Anatar to arrest him, and he makes he like mind controls the soldiers, and they stab each other right through the armor. That's something Sauron could do.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there you go.
put that on
Those-
the list of his increasingly powerful power level stuff.
This has been the biggest hit to Aregion's defenses all day. 8 soldiers being killed.
Yeah.
Rags, it doesn't matter. They weren't doing anything anyway.
Yeah, true. They were just wandering around.
I was
Now-
also, I need to just mention this. I can't take credit for this joke, but someone shared it with me, and it's like, how did Sauron do this? And he just goes, too much mithril in your blood.
Blood. Too much myth. And then he's like, wait, why
nice.
is there mithril in y'all's blood? He's looking around at each other. I don't know how that got there. Do I have that? Is that good? Is that bad? Do I live
You guys
forever
got a
even more now?
Khazad-dûm? Did he give it to you?
There's
He
so
wouldn't give it to
much-
me.
There's so much light of the Valar in your blood.
He licked every rock in Khazad-dûm.
So we cut back down to the battle below, and Damrod, he goes into the fray, and he's just killing indiscriminately. He's biting off heads. He's stepping on people. He's picking them up and throwing them. He's just having a great time. He even throws his club at the wall. He picks up some orcs to act as like a shield for him
Yes,
instead
that
of them.
would help.
I don't know why. Like, why wouldn't you just be like, "Hey, could I have a shield? Because they'll shoot arrows
Yeah.
at me." And Adar could be like, "Yeah, sure." Because remember how the orcs in Lord of the Rings, they were like armored and they had big clubs and they
Oh,
were.
don't remind
you
me,
know?
dude.
Mm.
I'll be honest with you, man. When they were like, make room for him, and it's Damrod, I was like, that's fine. We can take him.
Yeah, just shoot him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised it was only him. I thought he had like a whole tribe of trolls he's gonna fucking
fuck
roll
no.
in there.
No,
It's like,
we're
it's
the
just
tribe of trolls. That's
Actually, we
us.
We can't
That's
afford
even.
more than one
We're
troll.
the
We only have the
tribe of
billion.
trolls.
We're that's us. That's our job.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
toxic
Damrod
trolls.
should be a magnet for arrows. He should be
Oh, yeah.
focus fired by all of the elves. He's
And
the only one out
fire.
there.
Fire. Fuck him up. He's a being.
You,
He's
you
gonna
also have the
hate fire.
fucking
Yeah,
Yeah,
fire.
you had the
dirty.
fiery exploded things you could just throw at him, but nope.
No.
You're out
Set
apparently.
his little shorts on fire.
Yeah, burn his loincloth off. Let's see how big that dick is.
Go ahead and
gonna-
make one.
No.
Wait, hang on. Stop. So
What?
now I'm still convinced they did blow up the Ravager because there's fire on it now.
That's
Oh, it was what Random
it-
said,
That's
right?
it. Yeah, that's a relevant fire metal.
that sucks because that's like her payoff is that she actually
yeah,
did blow it up,
yeah.
but it didn't do anything.
Well,
That's
because
so lame.
Damrod picks it up in a sec, and then he starts like pile driving it into
Yeah.
the wall to punch
Yeah.
a hole. And
Yeah.
yes, I think you're right. Then they just kept their tanks of explosives right next to the Ravager.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
And it
yeah, we
didn't
have
do
the answer.
anything.
It's that it didn't do the job.
it
The
just did. So
explosion.
my initial thought was correct. Damn it!
Yes.
I hate that I was.
So like the Damrod's basic realization is that the machine was backwards, and he just like if you fire it into the wall, that might actually work.
You're just using it as like standard battering ram.
Well,
you know?
then, I mean, I know we've said it, but it's just like, well, then why the fuck did they aim all the catapults at the fucking thing? Trebuchets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trebuchets are a kind of
so-
catapult. Catapult's accurate.
When
Rags,
Damrod throws
don't bring out
his-
definitions like that when literally exists.
Nope.
Sorry, buddy. This
Nope.
is not a war you could win.
Yep.
Trebuchets are catapults.
No, they're not.
No.
Yeah, they
Trebuchets
are.
are catapults,
Categorically not.
but no, they are catapults, but they are
No.
specifically catapults with a counterweight. They are a form of catapult.
No. Catapult is
Yeah.
a specific thing.
I
Nope.
think you're wrong.
You are
No.
wrong. But we
No.
have to move on. We don't want to have Gogurt wallow in his wrongness. We can't put that kind of attention on him.
Look,
What we
my
have
office
to do
knows no
Trebuchet,
bounds.
is we have
scum.
to talk about Damrod. So, Damrod randomly spots Elrond in this massive fight that's happening, and he really wants to get Elrond. So, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Elrond goes to the war machine and he tries to chop the rope that's holding like the tension for the arms. Like I said, it's like a reverse crossbow sort of. He's got his elf sword and he's whacking away at this. He's just whacking and hacking that rope, and he just can't get through. He can't. In fact, sparks fly off the rope as he hits it with his sword. That's what's in the show. I just report the news. So he just can't cut this rope. He could just fray it a little bit.
I was
Yeah,
mostly
that's-
lost
he
at this point. Like, I didn't even know what he was attacking exactly because of the
Yeah.
Well, 'cause
explosion.
he's trying to disable the Ravager, which means that what ends up happening when it kind of reverse fires and hits Damrod in the gut. That was just completely by accident. That
Yeah.
was just a happy little accident.
But it's the
Yep.
kind of injury that, for a second, there, I was like, wait, is he done? Is that
I mean,
is that the
it would
epic
fucking hurt, but
adventure of Damrod? He comes in, throws some orcs, and then gets hit in the belly, and he's like, oh.
ow. Yeah.
Um,
Also, I don't like it. Well, I don't like. It's worth mentioning how the Damrod, the troll, who's just been like indiscriminately walking through people and squashing them and throwing them around. He walks up to Elrond and backhands him instead of ripping his head off.
Yeah, he
Mhm.
just like chucks him a bit, a little
Yeah.
to the
Mhm.
side. Like something that probably wouldn't even really phase just a normal person. He just like, off you go over there. Okay. Thanks for being so soft on Elrond, Damrod.
Yeah.
But when Damrod goes to whack Elrond away, he steps closer to the war machine, and the frayed rope gets weak and it snaps. And then the arm like flings open and it hits him, and it really hurts Damrod. Damrod's like, oh god, right in the troll balls. Oh fuck, ow, that hurt a lot.
Yeah.
But then,
Did
what?
Did you mention how strong the rope is? By the way, I like stepped away for a second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like sparks
Yeah,
came
okay.
off of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
actually funny. It was hilarious to see the sparks come off the rope.
Yeah.
Maybe it's mithril infused rope. Who
Ooh.
knows?
Yes, of course.
There's a thought. Damrod pulls the machine. He grabs it, and then he pulls the machine back, and he starts like crashing it back and forth into
ramming
the
it.
wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it then like a massive crack goes up the entire wall, even though the wall is composed of many smaller blocks of stone. Don't think about it. But then Gil-galad arrives. Remember
Yeah,
Gil-galad,
let's
the king of the elves?
Yeah.
He's like da 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 da.
Well,
da, da,
Daddy,
da, da.
yeah.
And
We
he
gotta
hooks
cut that heroic
Damrod-
music out. Where the fuck have you been, boy?
Yeah.
He's been fighting elsewhere in this massive nonsense battle. But he
He's
shows
been
up
where the
just in
deed was
time.
needed.
he hooks Damrod's leg with a hook. He just has this massive hook for some reason. He just has one.
It's his favorite weapon.
Yeah, he hooks this hook on Damrod's leg, and it like trips him. And
Which absolutely shouldn't, but fine.
And then Arondir jumps on him.
Yeah,
and
he's
then
still here.
Elrond stabs him, and then
Hold on.
dead.
He jumps on him, and
Yeah,
he topples
he jumps
over
from
from
the
the
wall.
fucking twinkly little elf jumping on a fucking hill troll. Are you kidding me?
Is Arondir a twink? He's not a
No.
twink.
Well,
every elf
relative
is a
to the
twink.
size of
No,
Okay.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
No,
Yes.
Arondir is not a twink.
Every elf is a twink.
Compared
Gil-galad
to a
isn't a
troll.
twink.
A troll's twinks.
No.
No, they're like the opposite.
They're
So, like,
twunks.
Can we acknowledge before those events the line from Gil-galad is like,
Yes, I have it. Okay, this is such a good line. I'm so glad you brought it up.
I hate it.
Because this line made me laugh.
Go back
So-
to your hill and be what? I forgot
Okay,
all that.
so what Gil-galad says is go back to your hill and be buried. Which is a
Man.
terrible line because it leads me to believe that Gil-galad wants Damrod to survive this battle and then live a long and healthy life where he can die at home surrounded by loved ones and be buried where he lives.
Dude,
No,
they
you-
can't. They actually can't write dialogue.
No, they
It's
can't, and-
impossible.
It
can't do
feels
it.
to me the Gil-galad's like, I'm gonna kill you and then I'm gonna take you to your hill and bury you myself. Like, but why?
Actually,
Gil-galad?
it's so crazy. Like that, this would have. Many people would have seen this line written on this piece of paper, and nobody said, "How about we actually either cut this completely or rewrite it significantly?"
I think we should just be thankful this is one of the only occasions when he's not expressing himself metaphorically. Like, it's
No,
not go
he
back
is
to
being
your hill and be
direct.
buried like a mole that I really don't like. It's just go back to your hill and be
Well,
buried.
it's-
Simple.
That's true.
It
yeah.
feels
I
like
think
they were
they let the
three-
actors ad-lib it.
The equivalent is like if you're in a gunfight, it's like be shot and then
Be
bleed.
shot.
You're like, okay,
fall
we can
over.
work on it. It's a start, I guess.
Oh,
So
And
bad.
his answer, because he's asked like where he's
more.
been or why he's here, and his answer is a king goes wherever the need is greatest. I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which like, does he just teleport around the battle like as need
He's
arises,
detecting
and that's why
where
he's
he
not
is
in here?
needed. Yeah.
There are spawn points
the ring
for
does it.
need.
He's like the player character in an action game where you just go do objectives wherever they need to be done. That's
I know
him.
he's more like an assist trophy that people just activate when they need him, and then he just appears, and then he
Oh, I'd
can
never
be used and then
activate him.
disappear.
Yeah, he's a kill streak reward, like an airstrike kind of
He
thing.
does this, by the way. He's got a horsey, good old Damrod, and he
The-
throws it, but there's like, I think, real people back there, so it can't hit them. So the person who, I guess, did the CG just has the horse sort of go over them and disappear into the background. Like, as though it hit nobody. It just slips right
Oh.
in. It's like,
Hi.
nothing happened, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, just yeah.
But yeah, that's Damrod.
Well,
What an epic
what a
character!
damn shame.
He's gone.
I'm really glad that they set him up to be this game changer. I'm
He-
really
he-
glad that
Yeah.
yeah, he's all right. Moving on. Orc
yeah.
sound a
he,
horn.
he laughs when he dies because
Yeah.
he does that.
I agree with him.
Now,
I found it
remember when I mentioned the gravy ladle? We have to talk about what happens next. This is very
Okay.
important. So back of the orc like side of the river of the mud path, the orcs sound a horn and they all start charging in. Even more of them charge in. Glug kind of remains behind this time because he's upset at Adar for sending in the troll and all the other stuff, I guess. And all of these orcs, they're running out of the camp. They're grabbing their swords. They're running forward to finish. They're going to the fight. But one of them is like sautéing his roast.
Yeah.
Oh
Like
shit!
this is like what is going on here?
I
don't
love this
know. What is this supposed to be? Like seriously, what is this supposed to be?
Because you
It's like
glance
an
at it,
arm,
it
I
looks
think,
like
or
it's a
something.
roast chicken, but when you pause on it, it doesn't look like it's roast chicken, but I don't know what it is.
He like
It's an
pours
arm. It's an
on-
elf arm.
He's just like he's got this lovely roast here. And he's like, yeah, time to go to battle, and he grabs the spear and runs forward.
I love
What
this
is
scene so much.
happening?
Like when Rex pointed it out, I was thinking like, is he putting like oil on like a weapon to ignite it or something? But like, you're not using a ladle for that.
It's clearly a ladle.
Just putting
Yeah.
his special sauce on the fucking barbecue.
Got
Like,
the fucking orc cafeteria.
It's just so weird. Like, if
you
this
have
was
to keep
something,
stocked up on strong gravy, and that's how they keep themselves going.
Strong gravy.
he's cracked the recipe for strong gravy, and he didn't want to stop.
Oh god. I'm really
Now-
glad they put time into this and made this a scene.
He just
on
wants
screen.
to grill.
Just wants to have his orc
Yeah,
barbecue.
exactly. He just wants to grill.
If this was something
Love
that
this
happened in the background of a shot, it would be like, oh, that's a bit weird. But they actually put in a shot of this happening, and I don't know why.
It's very
Because it's funny.
strange. It is funny. It brought me joy, and
Yeah.
now we
Let
have
him
to.
cook.
We have to. Yeah.
Let him cook, indeed. Let him cook. He just wants to
This
follow
is-
his passions.
God, that's right. Chavs reminded me. Just like this. Remember, this is the most expensive TV show of all time.
Yep.
This is
Also, the funniest
is why.
episode of this series, as we said.
This is funny. yes.
Absolutely. It's so funny.
Well,
So
the instructions to the extra though, if the extra wants to get some grasp on what their character's all about, and the instructions just ladle.
Ladle.
Your job is to ladle. Like,
Your-
why?
Your
What-
motivation is that you're striving for 3
Oh.
Michelin stars. It's your goal. You mean your whole life. You
he's
mean.
like
Now I'm just imagining him in, like in his restaurant, like Gordon Ramsay.
Ratatouille.
I'm just thinking,
No, I was
Ratatouille,
thinking
but
of
an
Gordon
orc.
Ramsay.
instead of the bear, and he came
Oh,
into
that's
this.
kind of funny. Yeah, that
Yeah,
anybody can cook, even an orc. That's right.
He wants to rise
great
above his
cook can come
orcly.
from anywhere.
Know,
Now we want to know
origins.
about the orc who just wants to run a little restaurant.
And he
That
makes
sounds
really
like a
good
way
wine
more-
recommendations
Probably a
for the
good friend
horse
of Glug's.
fillets that he makes.
This is the whole
I like
idea,
the
right? They have
idea.
their own society.
like-
They don't want to bother anybody, but they
I
force
really
it.
Yeah.
enjoy the idea of a bunch of
Except when they do.
orcs, like front of house, like the maitre d' in a nice suit.
Welcome
around
to
offering wine.
Modo. What can I
Welcome
get you
to-
for today?
Welcome to
Now,
Waldrex
may I
Inn.
Would you
suggest
like
this
to sit
wonderful-
inside or
It's
out on the
wonderful
patio?
Shiraz. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's been brewed. Here you go. I don't know anything about wine. I don't know. They don't brew it. I don't know. Look, he poured some wine.
Maybe
and he's
the
like,
orcs-
all right, now, can I offer you some hors d'oeuvres? Now I gotta tell you that filet mignon is just beautiful. It's amazing. A great red wine sauce. Mwah, beautiful.
Paired well will be finest groggy.
Now I want that show. I want the show about the cooks, the orc cooks, striving for 3
Well,
Michelin
seeing
stars.
with them, when the equivalent of Gordon Ramsay says it's raw, it's like that's a good thing for them. It's like,
Yeah.
ooh,
Yeah.
raw.
Let's go.
Fucking
Why
raw.
why do they call you a cook again? It's raw.
That's right.
So
Oh,
the
God.
orcs are all charging, walking, and Adar is among them. He is now officially joining the fight.
Yay.
So great. We see a lot of copy props and everything in the shot. If you freeze it, it's a lot of the same stuff we've seen before. A lot of the same helmet. That shield that I mentioned before makes an appearance. A lot of, but the sun is rising.
Very naturally.
Morning. Which I assume means that the orcs cannot fight anymore because the orcs can't be out in the sun because they blister and burn. It burns their skin to have the sun touch it.
That was only season 1.
Yeah, it's
That
funny.
was,
you should
well,
say
that was sort of season 1 sometimes. It wasn't even they weren't
Yeah.
even consistent with it back there.
They
But-
tried to be kind of.
But I guess that's just like not a thing we even need to begin to worry about.
No, not when
but-
like the way it's phrased. It's like the sun is rising. Quick, look north, like where the sun famously doesn't rise, but
No,
that's
'cause
where
they-
they seem to think it does.
No, that's where the dwarves are supposed to come from.
But the sun is clearly rising from where they're looking.
That's just the
Yeah.
perspective of the camera on the. Does
Sun.
the sun rise in the east
Disgusting
in
apologist.
Middle Earth?
It's a dwarven sun. It's different.
Oh.
True.
Yeah.
Well, all right, we plugged that hole. Elrond is like, oh my gosh, look, the dwarves are coming, and they don't. Instead, it's a single horse on the hill, and the horse goes all the way down from the hill on the horizon, and he makes it all the way down here. And it's Elrond's commander guy with the knives from earlier. And not
Knife
only does he
man.
have knives, he has like an arrow or two sticking out of him.
While
and
this
he's
is
like-
happening, there's an army of orcs charging them.
Yep.
Yeah,
yes.
they'll get here when they get here.
Yeah.
It's the Monty Python skit of orcs.
Yeah.
A little bit.
The commander said, Durin recalled the army. Oh, and the Khazad-dûm gates are shut.
Wait, isn't this guy also fine later sometime?
He's
Isn't
fine
he
in
still?
episode 8, but he's not critically wounded here. He's been shot by 1 arrow, which I mean.
Oh, that doesn't count, yeah.
Yeah, he's
2
playing
hours.
it up right now. He's like, ooh.
1 or 2, you know.
Yeah.
Still a low amount of arrows.
Sure.
He's not okay 5 minutes later, if that's what you're getting at. It's a little bit of
Yeah.
time later.
Gil-galad tells the elves to form ranks because the orcs are coming.
This
Instead
shot
of
is
using all of these ladders
wild.
to climb up and get on the walls.
Nah, fuck that.
yeah.
Also, what a weird sword that's to the right of Elrond here at the the beginning of the scene.
Thing.
Yeah, that's Gil-galad's spear, isn't it?
That's a spear.
No,
thing.
I
It's
mean-
a glaive kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a weird
It has a
glaive-y
specific
thing.
name. I don't know what it is.
Sam.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's what I was referring to.
All right, that's a Lord of the Rings reference for the eagle-eyed viewers. So Gil-galad's an idiot. They should be climbing up these ladders to get onto the walls because they're more defensive, or they need to be forming a choke point in the at the wall. Something, you know.
Just climb those fucking ladders. Get back behind the walls, boys.
Yeah.
Go.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
Now that's
So-
really smart.
Adar tells the orcs to kill all the elves. The elves form ranks, but then they all charge in. And
And there's
how
only
many
like
of them are there?
stick 20.
I counted. So
I think the
uh,
entire set of extras they have for.
Yeah.
Oh, that must
In-
be like at least a dozen.
so including Gil-galad, Elrond, and Arondir, there are 31 elves.
Oh, that's 10 more than I thought.
Wow.
That's
11 even.
That's a big army.
And
Are
in,
they
in
still
this
up
next,
on the walls at this point? Because like, you would think
No,
just shout
no.
up to the wall and say, "Hey, that
No,
obviously
it's
boss man
great
guy,
because
shoot him."
if you look at this shot, like all the fighting has stopped everywhere except those
Oh, yeah.
guys. There's
ones
no
on
one
the
at the
wall-
Disappear.
we
no
see
one's
in
the
the
walls
net that the
anymore.
ones on the
It's
wall are dead.
only corpses. No one's shooting from the walls. It's yeah.
All the orcs
that's
that made it
just-
up there died, and all the elves that were up there died.
Yeah, they had to
It's just-
draw all of them.
And during this little, I'm not going to call it battle, skirmish, I counted 19 elves that die, which means at the end of the episode, you're dealing with maybe 10 left at most
Interesting, but yeah,
out of the army from Linden.
it's just
Ju-
funny because
um,
I'm pretty sure if we look later when they start fighting again, I think there's way more elves and orcs around again. Like they're all over the place.
Now,
There might be, yeah.
I think we need to double check, but
and you might think it's bad that there's only 31 elves, but it's actually worse because as you can't really see it super clearly, but when they show the elves charging forward, there is like at least 3 or so of them that just don't have weapons. They're just running forwards. They don't have a sword or bow or anything.
Damn.
They're just running forwards.
And
But
again,
It might be hard to see on stream, but they're like
those
I'm
convenient
I'm not
fucking
fucking with
ladders,
you.
man, that just take you back into your stronghold. They're right there.
There's no time.
Okay.
No time for what? No, there's no time.
There's no time.
no time.
You know what? I think there's some time. Just a little bit. of
It's
time.
no
Little bit of
use.
time. It's no use.
Take this.
It's no use. This will end it.
By the way, can I point out as well? There's this one singular horse still there from the hiking that's just chilling there. It's like,
Yeah.
hey,
Oh,
He doesn't
he's
know what's going
Yeah,
on.
what's going on?
he just like, I want to go home.
I don't like, by the way, that Elrond isn't charging with them. I think that's bullshit.
Oh, Aaron is just
yeah.
being a wimpy
Yeah,
little
He's just
bitch
trying to
right now.
fix in that Durin will come.
I
I
just
like
don't believe that's
the
what
way,
his
like,
character
yeah,
would
that's why I'm
do.
not-
He would fight.
That's why I'm not.
He's
participating,
very
because
focused.
Durin will come. He will come. So you don't need me.
Yeah, he's
need you,
very-
guys.
On Durin's coming.
I want to defend that. Like, I think it's been set up like piss, but I feel like what they're clearly trying to do is
Nope.
he's completely overwhelmed
Nope.
with having been betrayed by
Nope.
his friend,
Nope.
and he thinks that his friend has abandoned him to die.
Nope. He would assume the best, which is I gotta fight with
They're
my
late.
fellas, whether or not Durin's coming, whether or not he's late, whether or not he's here right now and I don't see him, whether or not he's not coming at all. I gotta get in there.
If Durin is coming regardless of what you do, so you would still go and fight.
Mhm.
Well, I
Maybe
don't.
He's running late.
I don't
No.
think that Elrond thinks that Durin is coming. I think that he's telling himself that, but he knows
He's
that it's not
coping and
true.
seething. Is what you mean.
Yeah, but basically,
Yes,
yeah.
But he can do that while
He's-
fighting.
He believes that
Fighting,
that they're all going to die because Durin has not come, basically. But
And
yeah,
he
but
would
he's
fight.
going out fighting. Yeah, rather than being a little bitch. Sitting
Yeah.
there, having a little
Yes.
fight.
Having a little pouty poo because my friend Durin didn't come through for me again or whatever. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
I'd
sure
be-
there was a really good reason, but
I
probably
like
there
how
was-
right now you've got on screen the most confusing thing that happened in the episode with
Well,
Arondir.
I assume
We'll
we'll
get to
be on
that.
there in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there
I
was
don't should
more
be going
than
around healing
31
people with the ring.
You're saying
Just
random?
looking-
If,
just looking for
sorry,
some
I was going to say that I think part of the reason why I'm having this interpretation is because I'm assuming that there's more than 31 elves, because that's retarded.
in the lore.
Because if you think about this and like you up it to like Lord of the Rings scale, and you've got like the last stand of like the 1,000 elves against like 5,000 orcs or something, Elrond sitting back and for like a few minutes and be like, "Fuck, is my friend left me to die?" That would be far more excusable. But here, he's like you say, he's literally just sitting down, like, okay, we're gonna die, and I'm not gonna help.
Yeah, percentage-wise, he's a big chunk of the elven army, so
Yeah.
he needs to like help out.
Yeah, he's
It
being
looks a lot worse, and it's more impactful because there is only 31 of them.
Being a mopey Molly right now, and that's not
Mopey Molly.
not cool,
Mm.
Elrond.
Just sitting
And
back.
like we said, just get inside of your fortified position, and
Oh,
then you
God,
solve the
yes.
problem.
Right
Elrond
there.
can
They're
mope
right
inside.
Yeah.
They need to defend the horse.
there.
Well,
Yes,
that's
they
true.
do.
Actually, you
They
can't
need
get
to
the horse
kill-
inside.
They need to kill the horse to run.
The horse like
free
climbs up
horse.
the ladder.
That would be pretty
I'm out of
funny.
here, boy.
Yeah, he can jump up.
Him pushing the horse in front of them up the ladder. That would be funny. Yeah.
Horse is just like, "You
Anyway,
pricks."
Who knew horses
Elrond's
would be so heavy?
sitting- Elrond's moping, and he's like, Durin will come. Durin will come.
This is the fourth time.
They all fight.
Um.
It's just fighting stuff happens. They swing swords and stuff.
Yeah,
and-
in a weird way, the fight got smaller and bigger at the same time because it looks like there's more elves but way less orcs now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because we're into real actors instead of CG. But
Yeah, just very
Um,
obvious.
In the fight, Arondir encounters Adar, who
Ooh.
stabs him.
Yep.
Adar stabs Arondir, and Arondir's on the ground, and he's like, "Oh fuck! Ow! I've been stabbed!" And he seems to be quite
Yeah.
wounded.
it's not like a little piddly stab. It's like he gets run through with Adar's
Well,
big fuck off
I
sword.
think the
Mhm.
relevant
Yes.
part is not only what the actual injury was, but the way that it was played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's played very dramatically. It's played in a way where you're like, "Oh shit, is this the end of Arondir?" Which when you think that, you're like, "Yeah, I mean that's kind of funny that because Bronwyn not in the story
Yeah.
anymore, that like they actually didn't know what to do with him anymore because they probably had a big plan for those characters that
Yep.
we saw they had to have a course correction for." But like the way that it's played, it's like, "Oh shit, he's dead." Like,
Yeah, I
don't
was-
think
I was
there's anything
cons-
to conclude other than that.
Of course, yeah.
It was. I feel like I don't know if you were going to say this, Metal, but like we don't actually see him die. Like he's still moving around on the ground.
Yeah.
And Adar doesn't
Oh,
finish him off.
Oh,
Okay,
and the
so
fact
I was
that
like, I was
doesn't
on two
die.
minds. Yeah, I was like, on one way, I was like, oh, I'm kind of convinced he's dead, but the way we played.
Oh,
But then also, they didn't show him like die.
Well, he doesn't
die.
get he doesn't get finished off, and we know that there is a ring nearby that can heal people. So I was fully expecting in episode 8 they're going to heal him with the ring, and that'll be one of the
Yeah,
narrative
that-
beats that they hit.
That would be my amendment. It would be either that he's dead or that his significant injury will be like a relevant plot point in episode 8.
Yeah.
One or the other. Yeah, both of which end up being totally wrong. So
Yeah.
wrong that I genuinely do not understand what happened during like
Yeah.
editing or filming.
They
I don't know
changed
what
their
happened.
mind.
It
Or
It
forgot,
could be a deleted scene.
or edited out the things, yeah. They
Also,
forgot to
Rondir
add in
dodged
the
a
scene.
point blank arrow, doesn't he?
What do you mean?
I don't think it's
Adar
point
does,
blank.
doesn't he?
No, I think
Adar
Rondir gets
grabs
also
the
shot by
arrow.
an orc, right?
No, Arondir dodges an arrow from an orc, and then
Yeah, that's what I mean.
yeah, but I don't know if that's point blank. I think it's slightly before this.
When did
Yeah,
you
the orc
check
there
that?
just shoves him for some reason. Like he pushes his arms away. He doesn't stab him.
It really is bizarre. It really is like played so weirdly. It
Mhm.
has to be a deleted scene then, right?
Mhm.
Of like him getting healed.
Well, do we want to say
think so.
what happens to Arondir in the next
He's
episode?
fine.
No.
He's totally fine.
Oh, all right.
I'm sorry, Rags. You
I mean-
tried.
That's right.
Yeah,
The-
he's
I mean,
absolutely
sure,
fine.
the
It's not
mystique-
mentioned.
the
He
Mystique
doesn't
is ruined.
have a hole in him. He's totally. It's as if this scene
he's
didn't
he's
happen.
up and at him. It's not like he was injured. That's
Yeah.
the important part. It's
Yeah,
not as though
this-
he got stabbed in the chest by Ada.
Well, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here, but I'm gonna because it's a little cheeky. But listen, Big whatever wants me to believe that Irondeer was stabbed with this massive sword, but how come there's no blood on the sword? I'm
Unless
just saying it doesn't add. Things don't add up.
unless Arondir bleeds Mithril, and that is on the sword right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, very
His blood just
true.
happens to be the exact same color of the
What a
sword.
travesty of a shitty detail that you fucked up. That he just
Yeah.
stabbed him, and there's not even blood on the sword.
Oh, do you think maybe they didn't add blood to the sword in post because they realized that if they added blood, it would look like the injury was worse, and it would.
But it is bad.
No, I know. I'm trying to
It's
jump
been
into the
run
mindset
through
of the
with the
writing.
gut. with
First
the
off, the
big-ass
fact
sword,
that
yeah.
the fact that you had to say add blood in post instead of just drizzling some red stuff on the sword, like in the good old days where you just would do that
Yeah.
and that it's
Mhm.
done and it's finished. You have like so much of, which I notice a whole bunch of these days is like blood is added in special effects
Mhm.
on actors' faces and things.
Yeah,
Or on
and it's
wounds on the
always-
body instead of just we're gonna make the outfit a little more ratty and we're gonna sprinkle some red stuff on it and boom, that's a
Why?
wound.
In fight
It's
scenes
really
and battle
is,
scenes, I can understand it, especially in something that is as large scale as this, because
it's
the
clean up.
logistics of stopping, cleaning it up. If you don't get the take, you've obviously got to, like, the example that I go to would be the final fight in the second Raid
Just
movie.
walks.
If they cock something up there and they're using real blood, then you have
something up there.
then you have to clean basically the entire set because you've got blood all over it. Whereas if you do it in CG, then you can actually
Let me tell you
film
about a
rather
man
efficiently.
named Stanley Kubrick in a film called The Shining.
There was a little blood on the floor.
Guys, the camera was in
I am-
focus. Clean it
I
up. We
really
gotta
am
do it
missing.
again.
I do miss like squabs. That's what they are, right?
Squibs.
Yeah.
Squibs.
Oh wait,
Oh.
no, this happened last time because squab is a bird.
It's
They
a
might
what?
be.
Wait,
They might use
hold on.
squabs. They might be in there.
No, squibs. Yeah,
And then
yeah.
they explode.
God damn it! This happened last time.
Yeah,
and
a
I-
squab.
Yeah.
A squab is a type of pigeon, apparently.
Yeah, a squab. That's right. A squab. Squibs.
If a
where,
squab
you
gets
know,
shot,
I mean,
they'll use the squib on the squab.
Oh god, no.
Of course, Quentin Tarantino is like one of the. He's still using them, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
great. I
Verhoeven
love
movies.
seeing them. They're so cool. Like they have so much impact, and I'm getting a little bit tired because like there are so many times when there's CG blood, and it's like, yeah, but like it's so obviously not real because it's not like moving.
It's hard to recreate
It's like
the power of
it's
physical
clocked on the
blood.
screen. Exactly. I mean, it's missing. You used to have no choice. I think that's. I don't know. It feels like, in a sense, the choices have made it to where a lot of the time the easier choice will be selected most of the time.
Yeah,
really
we'll fix it later, so I don't have to deal with it. This kind of the mindset.
Exactly.
I think.
Some guy in a dungeon
Yeah.
will have to sort that
Yeah.
out for
Yep.
us.
You end up relying on the technology.
I want to have my lunch on time. God damn it! I'm not gonna sit there for 6 hours.
What do you mean? I thought you meant about us
What?
right now.
No.
I was
It's
like,
not lunchtime now.
6 hours would be fast.
No.
All right, so
I don't need lunch.
orcs they grab the chains on the spikes that are still stuck in the wall from the war machine, and then they just pull the wall down.
hmm
Yeah.
Damrod did
they
work.
win. They
Very
won.
Don't you think
damage before.
This shot was ill-advised on their part. The whole it's the thinnest part of the wall. It's like, well, it looks
Yeah,
kind of
it's the
normal.
It's the same.
Yeah, it
as
looks the
before.
exact same width as the
I don't
rest
think
of it.
it's the thinnest part of the wall at all. Actually, looks regular sized, but all right.
Mhm.
Unless he means the whole set, like that whole stretch of wall is really thin.
The entire wall is the thinnest part of the wall.
This is the
I mean-
thinnest part of the wall.
I guess if it's very evenly made, that's yeah.
It could be, by like millimeters
And
on
the line is just
technicality.
too
Yeah.
retarded. But...
Yeah, that's the
Um,
fucking lady is like, that's not the thinnest part. It's all like that. He's like, yeah, the thinnest part.
Yeah, exactly. It's the thinnest part.
So why don't you fucking go back to the forge, Mrs. Whoever you are,
Mrs.
and leave,
Little
or I'll
corrects
throw you from
people
the
for
wall
no
myself.
reason.
Why don't you go frantically panic in the town square with everyone else for a few days?
I think they all have a
correct.
collective
The best kind of
responsibility
correct.
to do that. Like they're all on schedule to do that at certain hours. You got to do your time as an elf running around. Going, this is the worst thing ever.
Listen, they have a panic-based economy. Someone's got to keep the wheels of industry running.
Was it like Monsters Inc?
Yes. Anyway, orcs they pull down the wall with orc power. I guess they yank it down. Sure. And Adar, as the orcs pour into the city, Adar shows up to Elrond as he's moping, and they have like a little mini fight, but not really. And Rumil is mentioned here. We have Adar grabs Elrond and he says, "Have you forgotten your Rumil?" Which I couldn't remember that name.
The what?
Or where it was mentioned, but it actually has been mentioned before.
Yeah, Rumil was the guy that Círdan mentioned in episode 2, and he said, "Would you throw out the verses of Rumil because the poet was a drunk?"
You're done who?
What? Oh yeah, him. Yeah, sorry. He hasn't been seen for about like the last 6 hours, but you know he's old and wise.
Oh,
Yeah,
Beard man.
I don't know if that has any bearing in the lore. Like if I can't remember if we discussed it before, but like who was Rumil in the books?
I have no idea.
While that is happening, what the fuck is going on with this shot of Adar?
Yeah.
Oh, I noticed this too. It looks
Ugh.
super CG.
Oh, yeah.
It's really weird.
They fucked
What
up
did
the
they
effects.
do?
I think
Why
it's
do
the
they need
lighting.
an effect?
I don't know. I don't know if it's that his face is CG. It just looks like the lighting has been adjusted to hell and back.
Yeah,
in
they fucked
post.
up the effect on his face. That's what they
Yeah,
did. Like they
Ooh,
didn't
wouldn't
finish it.
be-
This is what it looks
but it
like.
almost looks like a deep fake though. But I think it's the lighting.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
surely the effect on his face is not CG. Like that's just prosthetics, isn't it? Like
Yeah,
skin
yeah.
effects and everything. So like, but that does look
I
CG.
mean, they do have it fade into him later.
But like, I can't see any
Mhm.
reason why it would be here.
yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Unless
Well,
you think
what
this is a
dialogue-
shot they didn't have, and then they needed to get it, and he was like, it can't be in makeup, and they were like, all right, we'll have to CG it.
Possibly.
Maybe.
What does he actually say here? Because it could be that they CG'd
I-
his face
I
to make
think-
him say something important. that he
Don't
didn't
make
Does
say.
it
war in
say
anger
never
or
make
some
war in
bullshit?
anger?
I mean the exact words on this exact shot, like, because what I'm trying to say is like maybe they filmed him standing there not moving his mouth, and they had to CG his face. If it was a really important line that they added. But I can't-
No
I-
lines in this show are very important.
No.
I just know he doesn't kill Elrond for some reason.
Well, no, it's because he's got what he wanted, because Elrond is an idiot.
yeah.
Yep.
Also, watches
yeah,
even
as
more
has
people
been-
dying and reaching out for him too, which annoys me even more, but whatever.
Hmm.
Like, please help me,
yeah, as-
Elrond, and he's like, nah, I'm sad.
As was mentioned before, Elrond does actually have the Ring of Power with him.
'Cause he's a fucking
Adar
idiot.
takes it. Yeah, that's right. He is an actual idiot. Adar takes
By
the
his own
ring from
standard.
him. Adar now has a Ring of Power. Oh my goodness gracious. The episode ends.
So yeah,
And you have to. Oh, sorry.
well, I was going to say what you do with this ring if you're Elrond is you give it to someone else in Linden, and then you go to war.
Obviously.
Because
Mm.
there's a whole bunch of reasons why you might potentially bring the ring with you, but none of them apply to Elrond because he's not wearing the
Mhm.
ring. He has it
Yeah.
around his neck.
He
Which
would not
means-
bring it. Like as a
He-
character,
oh.
he would not bring it.
Well, the only reason why he might bring it is if he wants to return it to Galadriel, but that doesn't work because he thinks that Galadriel is dead.
He wouldn't want to do that either.
Yeah, I mean,
He-
his whole shtick up until the point at which they
Yeah.
part, he sees the ring healing someone, but up until that point, his entire shtick has been the rings are corrupted and evil, and you shouldn't
Yep.
be using them. So, like,
Yeah.
even if he doesn't think Galadriel's dead, his motive can't be he wants to give it back to her because he doesn't think she should have it to begin with.
That is true. If he was wearing it, then it could be like, is it powering him up for the battle or something? But it doesn't do that. It's not like
No.
it's giving him visions of the future so that he can strategize because he's again not wearing it. So
He doesn't want it to do that either, you know.
No, he's against.
Yeah,
he hasn't had his arc yet.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like, why he's wearing it so that Adar can get it.
Yes.
There's no other.
Pretty much.
That is the reason.
Kind of, yeah, but I suspect that the thought process is they had the scene in mind where, spoilers, Galadriel gets healed by the ring. They had that in mind. And so they had to have an excuse for him to have it, but they also knew that he wouldn't wear it. So they had to have an excuse for him to have it, but not be wearing it. So he's wearing it like this on the necklace instead. I suspect that's the thought process. Like this happens in order that the later scene can happen.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Because they've done that a whole bunch where they've just come up with a payoff and worked backwards without explaining anything. So that wouldn't surprise me.
Usually how they do things, yeah.
It's like they're not really good at writing. What?
We have to talk about the end credit music.
Oh god.
The second
Do we
time they
have
put like
to?
a really fucking weird song
Damn
as the
right.
end credits.
Yep.
It's a banger. It's just hilariously out of place. Because like that ending right there is meant to be like, oh no, like fucking Adar has just won and he's got the ring. Like that is a catastrophic defeat for the elves, and we go into what is basically a heavy metal orchestral song.
Yeah.
Dude, what has happened to like these franchises having music that is like actually unacceptable? Like with the Acolyte having those pop songs instead of Star Wars music,
Yeah.
and then
We got some
just like-
orc metal, baby.
Hell
orc
yeah.
metal, yeah.
I mean,
and-
Now that
No,
Damrod's dead, we
glug,
can play
motherfucker.
some troll core.
You know, the association of like heavy metal and fantasy, sure, but like actually playing like orc heavy metal in the credits
Yeah.
of the show.
Yeah,
Like,
because
what are you doing?
It's the song that they wrote for Damrod. It's Damrod's theme, which appears earlier in the episode. And when they use it there, it's like, okay, it works because it works as like battle music. But then when you hear it on its own after that ending, it's like, what are we doing? You may as well be playing.
They've made I think they made a huge tonal mistake as well. If we were to accept even the genre, I would say like the audience is not feeling like, whoa, what a move, like what a crazy thing. You're instead supposed to be, for what I gathered, being like, oh no, a Rondi, and then oh no, Elrond, oh no.
Yeah, this
really,
is
really weird.
The episode has just ended essentially halfway through a battle at the lowest point. That is basically what's just happened.
Yeah, so why would you be playing orc heavy metal at that point?
Exactly, yeah.
That's just
you
silly.
you need that music to pump you up so that you can like get back
You're
on
not
your
meant to be
feet,
pumped
man.
up though. You're meant to be. This is second act low point.
No, you got to be pumped up to get out of the second half low point.
No, we're not there yet.
Do you think Bear McCreary's thought process was something like, well, fuck it, no one's going to still be watching at this point. I can do anything.
I don't even know that he chose to put this here. Who the fuck knows?
I think he did, because there was someone from, I think it was Kotaku on Twitter said, I can't stop thinking the usual thing. I can't stop thinking about the heavy metal song. And he replied saying thanks or something like that. So I think it might have been his choice.
Maybe, because he obviously composed it with the other artist, but like the idea that it was placed in the credits still might not have been him.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel bad for him.
Might not have been him, yeah. But he did know the people who did the song, right?
Which is a fucking bizarre choice. It's just not at all in line with what they clearly wanted me to feel. So when I heard this, I thought it was really funny.
I still think it fits better than the fucking Bomb Little song, though, at the end of episode 4 or whatever it was.
Neither is as good as the pop song for Acolyte.
Acolyte like actually is horrendous. That is painful.
That's rancid to hear at the end of Star Wars.
It's true.
I never
really,
experienced
really
this
bad.
pop song at the end of Acolyte. What was
Someone
the
send it to him.
episode?
Send it to him. Do it. It's got to be on
Can you
YouTube.
imagine? Oh God!
And was this after, like, at what point in the Acolyte is this? Is it meant to be really dramatic or what?
This one was in episode 7 because they had like they had 2 different pop songs I think that they played, but the one in particular I think was like episode 7.
It's called The Power of Two, isn't it, the song?
Oh yeah, that's
Oh, it's an original?
Like that. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's original. They wrote
okay.
it for the show.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's even more cringe.
Okay, I got it. And episode 7 of the Acolyte is the one where it's the flashback and it shows what happened.
It's just the one where the Jedi do absolutely nothing wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, well, where you learn that what actually happened and it exonerated them.
Yeah.
This is a very
Oh my
amusing
God.
meme of.
I'm 10 seconds into this and I want to kill myself.
Yeah, that's the correct feeling. In season 1, I don't know if you remember. I think it's in season 2 as well. Maybe not, but when she's called Poppy, right? The character who is one of the Harfoots. Yes,
Poppy
she sings the
Proudfellow.
walk-in song, and there's an edit that should be made where it's like, sing the walk-in song. Go on, give us a warble, and then she like starts it up, and then just the orc metal song comes out.
Yeah.
Poppy just going for it.
But,
That would be great.
yeah.
The comments are off.
Episode-
What?
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, what?
The power of
Episode
none.
It's
The
funny.
power
that's
of none,
episode
yeah.
7, and this is episode 7. This is the worst episode of Rings of Power, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
I think
absolutely.
so.
Fucking
I'm
horrible.
wondering about episode 8 and the nature of what it does wrong, but I think that this episode has the most things wrong with it.
I think that this is like more concentrated wrong, but episode 8
Yeah.
is so incredibly liberal with how wrong it is in every other conceivable respect. It's quite impressive. I almost find episode 8 worse just because they are trying to cover so many different bases with no time in which to do it, and every scene there is just fucked. So like I don't know, I would almost say 8 is worse in a way than 7.
I think 8 is
Kind of.
worse because it's far more consequential. Like 7 is terrible. 7 is possibly the worst episode we've had until this point, but it is a battle done unbelievably poorly. Whereas like episode 8 it's the conclusion of various stories. Yeah.
Episode 8 that essentially have a massive impact on the entire story of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's the same as comparing like episode 6 of season 1 with the volcano to episode 8 of season 1. Like one of them is a shitty battle and a volcano, whereas the other one is like a shitty ending to the entire story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say
The
7
member
is funny and 8 is fucking cringe.
Yeah, like episode 8 definitely makes me more angry. Some of the member berries are like particularly egregious. There's two in particular. It's driving me mad.
Well, before we begin, I'd like to make sure everybody is aware that we currently have a new line of plushies available. Oh my!
Let's go!
As well as a hoodie. Look at him go!
Ooh,
Wow.
boy.
Yeah.
What a handsome lad that hoodie is.
Just in case, because I assume you guys have been watching the Elm Streets or whatever thing you may have spotted this on. By the way, there are 2 Elm Street EFAP movies out, with a third one happily on
Those
the
have
way.
been a joy to watch. They've been really
And,
good.
Alien Romulus video that came out a couple of days ago too.
I've been enjoying the fact that people are already speculating. It's like, I think they'll like the 3rd Elm Street. It's like, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe.
Maybe we'll shock you with hating it.
I can't fucking remember myself. I have to see it again.
Well, number 3 was the one that I believe it was either he had a story credit or a writing credit, but Frank Darabont, the director of Shawshank Redemption,
Had involvement.
so-
That's true.
yes.
But
Right.
it'll be fun for you guys to see what we end up thinking and feeling about all of them. But you have to bear in mind they were done a year ago, so
Right.
it's for us. It's like, oh
So
yes,
like, if you ask us to explain our thoughts on the films now, it's kind of pointless.
we do our best to explain on each one.
Right,
That's how it goes. But yes, as Friggy mentioned, if anyone doesn't know as well, there is an Alien Romulus Unbridled video out on me channel where I talk about how the Alien movie that's new is actually not that great. We did it on EFAP as well. Just not fond of it, you know?
Wumbo News as well. Wumbo News and Mason McSilly-Willy.
That was really funny. I liked Wumbo News. That was great.
I quite like Mason McSilly-Willy doing the sports. I'll have to do that section someday. Going over all the sport news. Really important. But
You also have Jimmy Carter as a reporter. That was quite funny.
he was
Carter,
quoted from BigGamerCon.com.
Oh, that was it, yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
He's a very important guy, Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
He turned 100 recently, didn't he?
Yes.
Oh, something like that. Yeah, he's
100
old.
years.
Yes, he did.
That's an accomplishment right there.
100 years of being alive.
This is why he was so passionate. He was very into Alien. You know, he's seen them all. He was there for all of them in the cinema. Not that you need to be 100 years old to do that, but still.
Well, he would have been he would have been president actually when Alien came out because he was 77.
He took time out of his day to-
81.
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah.
I wonder.
But
Anyway,
yes.
yeah, look at this EFAP Halloween set. They're great.
It
You
looks
get 'em
really
together, you
good.
get a-
These are
a big
very
discount.
impressive. You guys should.
So if
check
you want to
it
get
out.
multiple of them, bear that in mind. There is a discount for getting the whole set together.
Yeah,
well,
it goes
the more you get, the more your discount
Right at
is.
the discount. That's right.
5, 10, 15, and then jumps to
And then all the way up to
25.
25. Yeah.
Woo!
And finally, we have a way to keep you warm and cozy whenever we're not around.
That's right.
That's right.
But yeah, link in
hoodie.
the description. Check it out. And I suppose
The hoodie's good.
that's our break over. That's what that was.
Now
That was
back
our
to
break.
episode 8.
No
Ad
more.
break. That's
More
right.
break.
Ad break for us. Our
I'm,
ad
break-
break.
I'm breaking.
To shill our incredible plushies. They are legit really good.
Because the Rings of Power just doesn't stop. It keeps going.
You're right. It doesn't stop, but it will actually.
But it will.
one day
Once we're
when
done.
we get.
Yeah.
Because this is episode 8 of season 2, the finale.
Whoa.
Shadow and Flame.
Ooh.
Oh,
I wonder
my
what that
goodness.
could be referring to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess let's find out together.
Yeah.
Our episode begins in Khazad Dûm. Durin and Narvi, they're gonna go check out where the king attacked those dwarves. Remember that happened?
I
He murdered
remember.
all those dwarf soldiers? Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Now Deez is there and she's tending to one of the wounded soldier guys. And Durin tells Deez, "Do not come after me."
Not come after me.
Why
I'm
didn't
sure
you stop
she'll
the king,
listen
Disa?
to that.
Huh?
Well, that she's going to listen and not come after him, or ultimately arrive at the most opportune moment to save
There's
him.
also I'm tired of them relying on us to fill in all the blanks. Like, what happened? What did you do about all of this?
Yeah, exactly. Why didn't you stop him, Disa?
Yeah,
You could have
Darren,
stopped
what?
him with your
How come you're
fucking singing
unscathed?
powers.
Yeah, you're unharmed, but
Are you
everyone else
evil?
got fucking killed or injured. Are you Sauron?
No,
How about
she
you
thought,
collapse the fucking mine on top of him?
I can't possibly take the king on alone. I have to go and find my bats, but they've all gone away. And
No, he killed
as if
them
she's
all.
gone, look,
The
did
ground
he
is
kill all
littered
of the
with
bats?
killed bats. The floor, you
she
can't
could
take a
just-
step without crunching on a dead bat.
You could just collapse the mine.
No.
There were
That's actually-
1,000 bats. So
Well,
there's
no, hold
2,000
on.
half bats lying around.
If she collapses the mine, we know that they think that the king is just going to dig directly down Minecraft style into the Balrog.
Just collapse the mine on top of him.
No, just to be clear, you never dig down Minecraft style. That's only a
It's a
fool
bad
digs
idea.
straight down. That's bad.
No, dig up, stupid.
Any Minecraft, not even any Minecraft novice can tell you. You only make that mistake once.
Yeah, I haven't played Minecraft enough to know. But yes,
Wow.
I've outed myself as a
Wow.
Minecraft noob.
Oh,
And then you do it again
man.
when you're feeling
Oof.
wild and die.
Oh my goodness. I'm a Minecraft lover. I'm a big Minecraft enjoyer. One of these days we'll play Minecraft together and we'll recreate Eregion in a 1-to-1 scale in Minecraft.
Oh
blocks.
no! Fuck
Yeah.
that!
And
Oh
then
my
we'll
God.
relive then we'll get
Which
our
one?
elf
Season 1 or season
skins
2?
on, and then we'll recreate our favorite moments from the Siege of Eregion battle in season 2 of Rings of Power. It'll be really cool. And we'll get someone to play Damrod, and he'll be just really fucking big. And then he'll
Nice.
die unceremoniously after Gilgalad hooks his leg.
I meant to say about that.
Um,
You know what I said when he arrived that I was like, oh, this shouldn't be too hard. And when he died, I was like, oh, yeah. You know,
that
like it
surprised
felt.
even me, and I was expecting it.
Yeah,
you know?
it's such a weird feeling of like that was silly. All right then, moving on.
They gave interviews about him. Why would you do that? Why would you go out to the press and say, "Yeah, we have a cave troll, funnily enough, or a hill troll," and then big him up and say, "Oh, he's definitely based on Mike Ehrmantraut, guys." You'll see that when the character's on the screen.
Sure.
And then in the event, fuck it. No, he has a line, and then he dies.
Well, and they
You laughed a
also,
bit.
like, Roadrunner Records put out the single, the song that Bear McCreary wrote for it prior to season 1 coming out. So they were very clearly hyping this up as something big to look forward to. And they had obviously the setup with it in episode 3. So it wasn't even just like a little play that comes out during the battle. It was something that the fans should have been waiting for, and it's done in like 2 minutes. And he goes out honestly like a bitch.
Yep.
Like, compare that to the again referencing the Hobbit. You've got the gigantic war troll with the scythes on its arms. That thing is so much cooler than Damrod. I mean, it's insane, but I prefer it to Damrod.
Yeah.
Damn, Rod.
Is that the same one who has its fucking feet cut off for whatever reason?
No, there's 2 different ones. I'll grab
Okay,
screenshots.
okay. Yeah.
All right. Well.
All right.
Oh, right. Rings of Power. King Durin he's got this little bitty battering ram, and he's hitting it
That's-
against the wall.
The first time I've ever seen that.
It's a
Mining-
mining
That's not how you
device.
mine.
Mining ram.
It's
Mining ram.
which
It's a
I might
small
believe-
Ravager.
If it was bigger and it had like a sharp like metal point, and they'd use gravity to help mine, like sure I could buy that, but
Dude,
this is
he's-
just like a little ram, and I'm like,
Calls
this
it
is
Baby
stupid.
Grod.
Baby.
Gonna grow up someday.
Durin shows up, and but the thumping of this little battering ram on the wall, it wakes up the Balrog. The Balrog has been perturbed by this. We see deep in some cave, like some light, like he's getting closer. Durin says to the king, "Take off that ring, or I'll take it off your hand."
But you know he won't though, because he actually has no spine.
Yeah.
Well, and during the third, I'll just be like, I'll zap you with my powers again.
Exactly.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll blast you off the fucking room.
To be clear, this doesn't wake the Balrog up. The Balrog has been awake since season 1,
perturbs
episode.
it.
Which one is it?
Well,
7?
to be fair,
One of the
Platoon,
7 then.
the Balrog is like us. He's watching this family drama unfold. He's like, ooh.
He's got a bucket of popcorn.
Ear pressed to the ceiling, just listening
Wonder what'll
to them.
happen. Will Durin have the balls to do anything this episode? Let's wait and find out.
But I bring it up because it does mean that the Balrog has been sitting down there awake but doing fuck all since season 1, episode 7. And that is going to sort of recur again, because you would think if anybody survives this encounter, this is going to be incredibly shocking and devastating news, and they're all going to have to move out because it's a massive problem having a Balrog in your basement. What you wouldn't expect them to do is to say, yeah, we've got loads of problems, and never mention it and just completely forget about it, which is kind of where we're going with this. But I guess we'll wait for the final scene to get to there.
Could be writing poetry and stuff. There's stuff to do. Just
Balrog poetry.
not many things to do. That's all.
You're seeding about leaves in this poetry.
Through the fire and flames.
He's trying to get his Wi-Fi working down there.
I want to listen to Spotify.
He's holding up his phone to the top of the cave.
I just love the idea of a
come
dwarven
on.
contractor who's like, I don't think you can get signal here. And he's just like, well, I don't see why I can't get it. Everyone else can get signal. Why? So what am I too deep? It's like,
Well, we got
you know.
cables. We got cables. We don't have Wi-Fi here. It's all Ethernet. Just
The Balrog's like,
We are- we
live-
Ethernet, like
install
internet.
fiber.
Is that because he just doesn't understand it? He just wants it to work.
So it's like the cable part. It's not all wireless. It's a thing. It's fine. We'll set you up.
He's like,
We'll
but the
we'll
wireless
run
comes
we'll
from
run a
cables,
line.
doesn't it? I don't understand. There's
We'll run a
cables in
line
my
down
phone, isn't there? Small cables. Why don't you get me some small cables?
Kind of. Tell you what. You just let us do our thing. We'll get a cable ran down here. We'll drill a hole in the wall. And then
We'll
you'll be
call
playing
you.
Rust in
We'll
no
call
time.
you. Don't worry about it.
All right. So, Durin then tells a story of his childhood with his father about arm wrestling, about how when I was a wee lad and we used to arm wrestle, you were really strong and you beat me, and you let me think that I could win against you because you've always been stronger than me. And it could have been a fun story. It was very emotional and meaningful if I cared about these characters at this point, but they're so shittily written, I don't. So that will be a big theme that happens a few times here. Durin begs the king to take off the ring, but the king says that a dwarf should never beg. And he makes one last smack, and the wall collapses. And it opens up the little short tunnel to this huge cave. And there's
Full of
mithril
mithril.
everywhere. Holy shit. It's everywhere. Oh my god. Wow. And then King Durin's like, oh, son, come take a look at all this mithril. It's fucking great. And boy, it really is incredible. It's legitimately impressive. It's quite a sight. It really is quite a sight. It's a lot of mithril.
When it kind of
Even the
disappoints
prince-
me, his reaction is so good. When it's like, no.
Yeah.
Durin, the whole point was. Like, it almost feels for a second that his dad is like, see, told you. It's like, no, that wasn't the point.
There's a big monster down here.
Yeah, big scary monster. Like, they should be leaving, but they're like, no, it's quite nice to look at.
Let's have a little chat.
They'll be leaving shortly because a little flaming light appears, and then
Whoa.
a fiery whip comes from below, and it wraps around King Durin's ankle and kind of pulls him off his feet and onto the floor, and kind of pulls him closer a little bit. Oh no. And then the Balrog shows up and it has this tard rage and it destroys a whole bunch of rocks, and it's like, oh fuck this cave, and it's whipping around the rocks over here, and it smashes the rocks over there, and it gets the rocks down here, and it's very visually impressive. And I'm less like, oh my god, they think I give a shit. But now at this point, King Durin takes off the ring and he tells Durin, "No, son, I didn't let you win the arm wrestle." And then
and all I'm just thinking is, dude, you did this. You went insane.
I don't even. But like all the work they have taken to say that he has been completely obliterated character-wise, to then be like, "Ah, you see, he overcame it," and I'm like, "No, you can't have that now. It's too late."
A bit late.
Exactly. It's way too late. It's
The
way
implication
too late.
in the last
They've
episode was
killed
that he
your own
took his
people
axe to his own people. Yeah, like he's a murderer. He's prepared to kill for the ring, and then I couldn't quite work out what the incentivizing thing was here. Was it seeing the Balrog or seeing his son get injured? One of the two things, or maybe some combination of both. And then he's like,
Durin
oh,
just
fine.
like falls down a little bit. He just sort of flies back a few feet and lands, and it's like not a big deal at all.
It was also really funny that he's saying like, "You're really strong, Durin." It's like, no, he's not. He couldn't even stop you. And he understood what it meant to stop you. Like, he knew that if he didn't stop you, he knew that the ring was evil. He knew that what you were doing threatened everybody in Khazad-dûm, including his own family. Like, he actually, like, he failed here.
Like, he weak, unfortunately.
And I don't know why Durin was even appealing to his father's, literal physical strength when he should be appealing to his like mental fortitude. Because this whole discussion about strength is irrelevant if we're talking about, are you going to wear an evil magic ring that turns you into an idiot?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know, it just rings hollow that, again, a thoroughly assassinated character says, "You're strong, person who literally just failed to stop me from releasing the Balrog."
He's only ever failed, as far as Durin the Fourth is concerned.
He keeps failing, but, like, he always... He understands with complete clarity that he can't fail. He knows that the ring is evil, but he can't follow through. And and I think they'd be like, "Yes, he's got that flaw," and it's like, it's a big one. it's a really problematic one.
To me, it's just this whole scene doesn't work because it skipped the part where it explains why he's taking the ring off. They just didn't do that part.
Yep.
The impression
you'd have to interpret that yourself.
They were trying to emulate, in some way, shape, or form, Boromir's, like, sacrifice. I get that impression that they like, yeah, see, King Durin, he got corrupted by the ring, but he overcame it and, came through in the end. But it's not the same. It's
also
just nowhere near the same.
Taking it off himself after it drove him to the point of killing his own people. It was like the kind of power that ring should have over him would be insane at that point.
If it was that easy, that's very bad on a reflection of his character.
The thing it reminds me of is what they did with Thorin in the Battle of the Five Armies. But this is, like, I think that is one of the worst parts of the Battle of the Five Armies, how they deal with Thorin's dragon sickness and how he just gives himself an intervention and then he's okay again. In the space of 5 minutes, but this is worse because King Durin goes further into madness than Thorin did, and
and he goes really fast.
And you can't even cite like hurting his son being hurt, or whatever, because he hurt his son. He threw him across the room.
Exactly, he threw him across the room.
I think it's that he realizes that the ring, quote unquote, lied to him about the Balrog not being.
Again, that's really bad though, because it's everything up until that point that he was doing that seemed to be contrary to his previous beliefs and values didn't affect him, but then the Balrog was like, "Oh, I see." So there wasn't actually riches for me here.
Is that what the ring... I thought the ring directed him to the Mithril. I didn't know that the ring made any promises about whether there's a horrifying demon there.
No. So from what it's kind of vague, but kind of not, because he says this vague thing like twice. By putting the ring on, you can, quote unquote, see the mountain, and he says that he can see like every jewel, every tunnel, everything.
Yeah.
So I guess it didn't tell him that the Balrog was there. Should it have is an open question, I guess. But he could maybe consider it to be a betrayal. That the ring has betrayed him to his fate, but that's not really what they do here.
It's open to interpretation. And like he mentions before, or like the other Durin mentions to him before, like there's a massive monster down there, and he just kind of ignores him and starts talking about like, we're gonna be so rich.
Well, because what they probably could have done here is, like, if he takes the ring off and he just like is fucking furious, he's like, "You told me there was treasure down here, not a fucking monster," and he just hurls the ring at the Balrog. Then it would be like, okay, he hates the ring because it has lied to him about he can't get rich by coming down here because there's a Balrog.
That's the thing, though, right? It's like having it be that he's like, yes, we'll be able to make so much fucking money. It's like a worse one to have. Then again, with someone like Boromir, where it's like he wanted to save his kingdom.
Yep.
You know, like he had a very like.
Oh, dude, it was right there.
The rings headed to a noble intention.
They could have
meanwhile this.
They could have built
He
it
just wants
such
to
that
bathe in fucking gold.
they didn't build it right at all. It feels like season 2 isn't even aware of season 1 sometimes in terms of like how they built season 1 is not going in the same direction. But had the kingdom been as we reach them in kind of a bad state, like a low time in there, and then he needs something to build it back up. You know, you can make that the argument. But we go from them being prosperous to them losing everything in almost like a day to that stupid mirrors thing. And then he gets so overpowered and he does the 100% sales tax thing. And then he's like, you get that shot where he's just in his room with loads of gold. Like, this is like, okay.
I love gold!
It's just horribly done. There's zero effort to make it feel anywhere near natural or anything near allegorical even though it's this crazy fantasy with magic rings. I don't the idea that the writers are like, you see how power corrupts, they'll be like, shut up. Whatever. What is this?
Power corrupts so that you instantly put on a ring and it makes you want money. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I want gold. Get out of here.
We're rich.
I don't know. I just like the whole thing, and then I mean the culmination, right? It's like what ends up happening is just so ridiculous that I don't even know.
It's hilarious.
How we're supposed to take it seriously.
Like how far have you got, Rags, in saying what's happened? What he's discovered the Balrog.
I think the important part is that you guys are like, I don't know what you guys are talking about with all this character stuff and everything. I said that the Balrog is here.
Oh my god, the Balrog.
And I didn't hear like cheering and hollering and shouting. I just like what gives? It's the Balrog, guys. It's the Balrog.
Sorry, David.
What is Ethernet? Is that like internet or not? What modem for?
A beautiful Bayoin original, and
Yeah.
this is the Rings of Power they could have
Balrog.
made, and they chose not to. All right, fine.
This would have been amazing.
I would way prefer to see a show that's just about the Balrog. He's just like he's doing like renovations and stuff, or he's sorting out his home in Khazad-dûm, and he's got like a new TV and he needs help setting it up and mounting it on the wall.
Yeah, you just get into those
I just
little,
want to play Rust.
just those little misunderstandings with different contractors.
Dude, I wanted like at Bunnings looking for like supplies and shit with his little shopping cart, just walking past everybody. Hello, good evening. Top of the morning.
But he's like, I'd like to watch Clark's Farm, and they're like, yeah, well, that you have to get Amazon Prime. He's like, well, I have Netflix, and they're like, yeah, but Netflix, that's not the right one. It's like, well, how many of these fucking streaming services do I have to buy? And the guy is like, just Amazon, that gets you the Clark's Farm.
Oh, I'm on a budget. Shit. And then he just opens up his computer, opens up Excel, and is like making a spreadsheet to figure out his expenses. Do I need Xbox Game Pass? Oh, do I really need it? I'm not sure. Just give me a sitcom about the Balrog living his day to day. I would much rather watch it than this.
What you mean I need to
Pay
for PlayStation Plus? I already pay for internet.
Or like, this is what I mean, he's like a boomer. They're like, you need PlayStation Plus. He's like, but I have Netflix. Like, no, that's not even close to the same thing, Mr. Balrog. Like, that's
Can
games.
I order it from Amazon?
And he's like, well, there are games on Netflix. Why can't I have the games from the Xbox on the Netflix? And they're like, no, yeah.
No, it's a different game
then
console.
Now I like the idea of him like, so PlayStation 5 Pro is why should I get this?
There's no disc drive.
There's no this world is going to hell. Jeez. They don't want you to own anything anymore.
Why can't
Come
I
on,
play
give me
my
Balrog
games if the
sitcom.
internet goes down? What did I pay for?
I bought Concord and they shut us down.
I thought it had potential.
Give me Balrog sitcom.
Well,
need
at
it.
least I have Star Wars Outlaws to look forward to.
Oh no.
Durin, he's
so
about to make his heroic sacrifice.
that's right. He's about to make his heroic sacrifice.
It's
I
very
can
funny.
quickly get out of responsibility for all of my terrible crimes against humanity or dwarfanity. Yeah, he takes off the ring and he makes what can only be described as a very silly little jump at the Balrog.
It's like a Super Mario jump. It looks hilarious.
The Balrog swings his sword and it hits
Yeah.
King Durin's axe and it like explodes. And then we get our opening credits.
Causes a cave in, which
Yeah.
Did King Durin know that if he struck the Balrog sword with his axe,
No.
that would create a shockwave?
No.
That would
No, this
cause
was
a
all
cave
stupid
in?
and pointless. There was never
I
any.
just
He
think it's
also
really funny
disappears.
because he clearly
does.
wouldn't have made the jump. He would have just fallen down if
Well,
the
wouldn't it have
Balrog
been
wouldn't
funny
have
if
hit
the
him.
Balrog just took a step
That would have been
back
hilarious.
and
Yeah,
fell
he just
down?
looks at him and just falls down. Like, oh.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
oh. As he's falling down.
Just jump.
Like, why?
Dude,
Why
the
would you
Balrog's
make-
expression's perfect here. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like
What?
what?
Like, what are you
Oh,
doing?
shit.
What are you
Oh.
doing?
This
Okay.
doesn't change anything. I'm
Sorry.
just
I-
legit surprised.
He's learned from the orcs. He's decided to unga bunga the Balrog, and I don't know
Yeah.
why. He could turn around and he could leave. I don't understand.
No,
Yeah.
fuck that.
Kind of like there's no reason not to assume if I'm trying to like draw a cave here quickly, but if this
You make random do
Mr. Balrog,
I
here-
can, but
From memory.
And of course, now that the Balrog knows you're here, what's stopping him from just bursting through anyway? You know?
Cave in.
yeah.
Oh yes, right. A tiny little cave in will stop the Balrog, I guess.
There's a big cave in
Yeah.
because the sword hit Durin's axe and it blew up.
Tiny flew
It's
feet.
just-
This drawing is amazing, Waller.
that is not a flattering Balrog.
I'm just picturing this is where Durin. This is his like trajectory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
That looks like a fat Ahsoka.
It does.
Pretty much, yeah.
Chonka.
A chonka, yeah.
But there's no reason to assume this isn't what happened. Like,
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
That's why this is so funny. It's just
It looks
that
like the
he
Balrog
clearly
just
would
did
make the jump.
nothing. He would just fall.
straight down. Like, well, all right, that just happened. You fucking dwarves are weird.
Do you want the mithril or not? I don't get it. This one just killed itself.
Oh, fuck.
Look at his little
But yeah,
legs. What is he doing?
Why do you have it?
Why
them in
did
that
they do it
position?
like
Why would-
this?
I don't
Why
know.
would you
Did you
jump
try
and
to
have
look
your
silly?
legs
Like,
out
what are you doing?
that?
I think from the one of those post-show interview things, they actually said they had this scene in mind for ages, and they were really looking forward to doing it. Like they thought this was about
Holy
as epic as the
crap.
show could get.
They thought it would be hot
Oh,
shit, and it was
I've-
one of
Well,
those
they
things.
they knew
I've
that
seen-
some people on Twitter would say that this was amazing.
I've seen plenty of people
Yeah.
on Twitter saying that this is like the best opening scene in TV show history.
It's so goofy. Look at his legs.
Look at him.
Why?
Where are his organs?
They're gone because he got vaporized.
I'm gonna get
ya.
I don't think his legs are that long.
I'm just disappointed. We finally got a King Durin action scene, and he's just he's vaporized in a second.
I mean, yeah, he disappears in like an edit, like before the shockwave hits.
No,
Is
you're
this,
not.
is this
that's-
like the
that's
Boogie
not-
Spine thing all over again?
He's got such a tiny body.
I mean, he's a
legs.
dwarf.
I don't know if that's the scale. I
Totally
don't know if
is.
your proportions are accurate.
I'll draw his
That's
little,
totally how it
his
looks.
little crowd as well.
Yeah.
He's gotta give him the flume. I thought he was gonna like take off the crown and then throw it to Durin or something. But
Oh,
he
you-
didn't. He kept it and then he
You know the
jumped.
crown is going to show up in season 3. It's got to. They're going to forget
be
that,
back.
they're going to forget that he jumped into a Balrog wearing the crown.
Maybe they got a spare. Because this one doesn't look really impressive, so maybe they got a bunch of spares.
Oh, so good.
then he dies.
Yep.
Pretty
This is
much.
all the-
He vaporizes instantly.
So also this is slow motion. Obviously, he's jumping in slow motion. But look, given the speed that the Balrog slams its sword into him in slow motion, that means the Balrog moves like really fucking quickly.
Insanely fast.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're moving in different speeds.
It's kind of
Like,
like
you know.
with humans when you mostly move at what we'd call normal speed, but when you need to get a fly, you're like, you know, it's like the Balrog is like, get out of the
Yeah.
way, dwarf.
King During is an annoying fly in there.
Also, the ring is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But later it's
they
they have it.
had it. They picked it up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did Durin not pick it up?
Did he?
I don't think
Well,
we've seen him
I'm
pick it
guessing
up,
that he
right?
did, but I
Is it
don't know
not
if
in
we
a
actually
scene
saw that.
later?
I think he leaves
Well-
it, doesn't it? But like, it doesn't.
Ah.
Like, I would expect maybe like if he was still wearing the ring, and he'd be like, "No, fuck you, Fat Ahsoka, you can't have my mithril," and then jumps at it, and then like they lose the
Dude, look at
ring
this explosion, dude.
in a bid to
Holy
like
fuck.
it's an expression of his madness as opposed to like him self-sacrificing. And that would make more sense than taking it off, then jumping at the Balrog for no reason, and then nobody picking the ring up.
Yeah, because
I
like
think it's just shown on the ground, and then we don't see any more.
but
of
if the
it.
ring was on the ground there, then it's gone because of what just happened in that shot.
Nope.
I think that was, but it doesn't come up again later, does it? My impression was that they did lose it.
I'm pretty sure it does. I'm going to double check now because it matters
No.
now. But
Yeah, there is a ring that looks like it on like the little bowl thing later on.
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It comes back. They have it later.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
good.
it's like in the middle of the thing.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Great.
You know, with the intro previously on, which is for the whole season, that scene, and then the intro credits, we're already 11 minutes into the episode. Record time.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank God, because boy, we got stuff that happens.
Yeah.
All right. So, a lot of you have been wondering, how come we haven't seen Nori and Poppy and not Gandalf?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
don't you worry.
My
because
favorite
we're going to
characters.
Rune, baby. Those opening
Yay.
credits, those are a thing of the past. King Durin exploded. The Balrog's here. We're in
Is it-
business.
Is it worth just reminding people where these characters were the last time we saw them? Because it was a few episodes ago now.
Sure.
Sure.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
So we got not Gandalf was told by Tom Bombadil, you got to let your friends die or find a magic stick. Oh, Beans, what shall I do? That was when we last saw him.
Magic stick, obviously.
Beans.
And Nori and Poppy and the stores, they were kind of like, well, I guess we're going to stay and fight because Skeletor and Rasputin are going to be back soon and in greater numbers. We don't see what exactly they do, but they decide to stay in the village and wait and presumably fight them off. That's
I can't wait to see that fun battle. That'll be hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, so we're in Rune again. Not Gandalf is looking around. He's walking around in this. I don't know. He's found the Stora village because he has. Apparently, after it's been like ruined and destroyed by like a bunch of fighting, there's not any stores everywhere, and things seem to be kind of in ruins. But oh well. What do you mean?
Runins. Sorry, it's getting late.
I think your brain is melting.
I think you're right. I've been
Going
using
mad.
now for
I'll be-
melted?
I will be there. I'll be there very soon. We're not gonna make it long before I start getting loopy.
The corruption.
Rasputin is here. The Dark Wizard. We call him Rasputin because that's a good
Hmm.
name, and he looks like an evil wizard. And because that seems like a fine name to me. Rasputin, the Dark Wizard, is here, and he tells not Gandalf that they have met before. And he said, "Yeah, you said all the wizards should go like west or whatever."
From
or
the so like,
east or
he's
from
referencing their time
someplace."
before they were in Middle Earth. So like he's referencing their time together in Valinor, I guess. And this is the entire scene kind of just made me laugh because of how abrupt it is. Like his
Yeah.
entire pitch is, "Oh, hi, old friend," and he keeps saying "old friend," which means I think he probably is going to end up being Saruman. And when they
Of
were
course
asked, the
he is,
interviewers said, "We don't know," which means he probably is.
Yeah.
And he keeps saying it. His whole pitch is, "Oh, yeah, well, you said we should come here, old friend, to fight Sauron together, old friend." And he says, "Well, is that a good idea?" It's like, "Well, then we can take over Hang on, that's a bit abrupt. Like, I've bought your Hobbit friend's old friend, and like also now I'm gonna throw a guy against a cliff and he'll die, and that proves that I'm good people, old friend. It's just the whole thing is just mad. How is this the clever wizard's opening pitch?
I wanted to ask, like because what he appeals to here is he's saying that like I'm gonna call him Saruman. Rasputin and not Gandalf had a life before not Gandalf arrived in a meteor, because he's saying that not Gandalf convinced him to leave Valinor and come to Middle Earth.
Yeah,
that's what they're talking about. That has not even been hinted at yet in the show. Is that drawing from the lore, or is that just complete horseshit?
Yeah, so all the wizards are Maya, much like Sauron, and like Balrogs as well, I think, were also Maya. So they were together in Valinor, and they were usually sort of, they were directly related to specific Valar. And so like Gandalf is Manwë's kind of pet Maya. Saruman is, who's the smith? Aule is the smith, and so was Sauron, I think. For a time. And so like then the Valar send the wizards to help the men or the free peoples of Middle-earth fight against Sauron once Sauron starts to rise.
So this is slightly recontextualizing that and saying that Gandalf, or not Gandalf, is the one that came up with the idea and told all of the wizards, we need to deal with Sauron at some point, let's go to Middle-earth.
Which would be like a departure, because he's the one who doesn't want to go, I think, canonically. And like Saruman is much more keen to go. And he's the more ambitious of the two, and Gandalf is the one who's almost so meek and mild that he refuses, like wants to refuse the call, but they insist that he goes because he is the noblest of them, and he's the wisest. And so Galadriel wants him to be head of the Istari Order, but Saruman is the one who takes that initially.
But like the problem is that if that's the history that we're going with, that they've now told us about, then we as the audience have to work out how on earth Gandalf arrives as a meteor in that story. Like
that's
after
how
the
wizards
fact.
travel.
Yeah.
But he was mind wiped. Like did it? Because what I
That's
did he die and then
doesn't make-
respawn? It's like
that
did he
doesn't
die and
make
then
any
respawn,
sense,
come
really.
back? Something happened in the past we don't know.
He's got to be woken up and he'll remember all of it or something. It's like when you wake up really straight away in the morning and you're like, oh, what was yesterday? And then you remember and it's totally fine. Makes sense.
But that would mean that he told Rasputin to go to Middle Earth in his sleep.
Makes sense.
Well, I think if they're referencing the conversation that took place in Valinor, then this would be before they are asleep. He loses his memories at some point while he is a meteor. Maybe it's like the concussion from the impact, and that's when he loses his memories. But he would be awake and alive and having the conversation before leaving Valinor. It's still like insane, because why would the Valar send one of the potentially most evilly powerful creatures in the world and have it so mechanically they lose all their memories, and they can have like their entire personalities will be shaped by whoever finds them first? Given Sauron is also a Maya, they are potentially risking creating another one by sending an
Why not just kill
amnesiac meteor.
Sauron themselves?
Wait, are you saying that like the reason why they arrived as meteors is because that's how you leave Valinor?
I think I think the show is going for that. Like that's how they leave Valinor. They get shot over as fiery rocks for some reason.
But then why did Rasputin think that it was Sauron in the meteor? That's why he sent his little weirdos to go and pick him up.
I don't know is the answer to that one. No idea, and I don't think they knew at the time either.
It doesn't make any sense.
You can't answer all
whatsoever.
questions, okay?
And if that's what happened, then that means that if Rasputin here is telling the truth, then that means that not Gandalf said, "Guys, we should go we should go east," and then everyone else left, and then a couple of thousand years passed, and then Gandalf followed them.
About that, yeah, but then he is like Rasputin is quite clearly lying to him throughout this entire scene, because he's putting on that. Another evidence for his probable Saruman identity is that he's trying to be very convincing with his rhetoric and very friendly, and he says, "Oh no, I only sent the evil skull people to bring your friends back alive and unharmed. They didn't mean for them to be killed."
That was a really weird detail, because they're right there. All they have to say is, well, wait, you told us to kill him.
I don't know.
And then Gandalf's like, what?
I feel like in this scene, Rasputin comes across as a hell of a lot more trustworthy and caring than Tom Bombadil.
I mean,
yes, but then almost anybody in the world is.
Say, we probably shouldn't scale it that way.
Well, as in, like the choice that he's basically given here is you need to decide if you're going to go with what Tom Bombadil told you, which is in direct opposition to what this Rasputin guy is now telling you, and it's like, well, Rasputin cares about Nori and Poppy, or at least he's claiming to care about Nori and Poppy. Whereas Tom
Yeah, he's
Bombadil
pretending.
clearly
So-
did not.
Here's the counter argument. Before Gandalf can even figure that out, he fucking murders someone in front of him. It's like, okay, that's a thing.
And then he says he does the Sauron move that Sauron has done twice now, where he goes, "By the way, I'm evil,"
yeah,
after he has basically successfully convinced someone.
Look, guys, if you're
Yeah.
evil and you're trying to hide it,
Don't kill
don't just
someone.
say like, "Yeah, I'm evil."
Mhm.
It's not a it's not a gamble. You're just saying that you're evil to someone. Like,
And like how quickly the conversation moves from like, so he kills Skullface, Skeletor, whatever the fuck.
Mhm.
And then the conversation almost immediately, like, well, one of the hobbits scolds him because, you know, then he has the line about pity not defeating Sauron. And the conversation immediately flips then to Gandalf saying, if you do kill Sauron, is that going to be enough for you? Or will you be even eviler and control the whole world? And he says, no,
you
we
should
can
be a
control the
successor.
whole world
Yeah,
together.
together.
That's
Yeah.
not why are you leading with that?
He will rule the
We've got
galaxy.
3 seasons left in which we can flesh this shit out.
what
Why
I
are
mean
you
about
doing this?
it's like a cataclysm because when he kills that one dude, the others run away as though the dialogue would
Yeah.
be, "Oh God, the wizard has magical powers."
And they were never seen again.
I don't
oh
understand.
shit, he might kill me next. I'm out of here.
But he also, I don't know if this is an editing error or just Rings of Power being Rings of Power. He kills the wrong one. Like he kills the Skeletor one, the main one. But the one that had his knife at Poppy's throat is he just kind of goes, "Oh snap," and runs away.
Well,
Oh
he,
shit.
he was sassing him. He said, "We used to be kings, wizard," or something like that. And the wizard guy's like, "Oh, you did not just say that. I'm gonna get
Oh,
you."
fucking low life. Yeet.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely
They
a Zack
also-
Snyder moment of he shows the skull mountain that he's like, "So, friends?"
Friends.
pretty much, yeah. They also
Skulls are
call
good,
him.
actually.
They also call him Dark Wizard, so he's literally called the Dark Wizard in the show.
Well, but he doesn't like
It's his
that
fucking
name.
No, he's
But,
not.
but it's still his name.
It still isn't.
Like, Jesus Christ. They gave him the placeholder name. Like, what the fuck?
Because they're
Yeah.
actually like relying on the reveal in season 3.
Yeah,
when-
the store,
At least give him some other name than
Fuck
Dark
off,
Wizard.
like-
Like Jesus
Well,
Christ.
he could have just been
Gandalf
called
comes out and
Saruman,
he's like,
whatever.
"Oh, you're the dark wizard."
Yeah, I don't know why they just have this incessant need to like cock tease us with like, "Oh, can we say this character's name?" Well, you have to wait until season 4.
Actually
It's all they know how
wasting
to do.
time on shit like that when you don't do any character or world building of fucking any kind of substance. You waste time on how much time have we spent on Gandalf's name in this season?
Too much.
Lots.
Not
Oh.
enough, because we got more to go.
I know there's more to come as well.
Hey, that's what a crazy scene.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe it's not even over yet.
Mm.
Um,
It's more
but-
dumb to come.
yeah, the Gundabel comes out and says, "Oh, you're the Dark Wizard," and he says, "That's fake news."
I
And
don't
Poppy,
embrace that name.
Dude, it gets to the point of being
Yeah,
like
it's a-
Monty Python, where it's like, "You're Dark Wizard." He's like, "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are."
No.
"No, I'm not." "Yes, you
he
are."
should have said, He should have said, "I have many names."
Oh, not you too.
Oh, no.
And then Gandalf is like, "I have no names.
I have no
Honestly,
name."
could I have one of yours?
Oh, cool, can
Do
I
you
have one?
extras?"
Please share.
Could I borrow it until I find my own? So, I mean, oh yeah, Rasputin says that we're gonna succeed Sauron. We're gonna like rule in his place, and shockingly, not Gandalf declines this invitation to do that. And then Rasputin Ray Skywalker's a bunch of boulders and like makes him float in the
Yeah.
air. And his plan here is that he's gonna kill everyone to show how evil Sauron is.
It's a Zack Snyder play again.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't write this shit, man. Like I
You
just tell
live-
you what happens. All right.
You leave me one choice: destroy this random hobbit
Destroy
village
it.
for
It
no
is-
reason.
I'm
Yeah,
going to make all
it
the
is
midgets
so-
If you
suffer
think this
so
is
you
bad,
can
think
see
about how
the
bad
suffering.
Sauron is.
It's
Yeah.
the
It's
worst
legit,
justification
look
for
how
anything
evil
ever.
I am.
Yeah, like I'm gonna make you angry by causing suffering to people you love right now, and that will let you know that Sauron is bad because you'll do that more. Like, who
So
the
you'll
fuck
be
told
on
you
my
this was
team,
logic?
Right? You'll be on my team.
Oh, fuck.
So one of the things that's super frustrating about this exchange is that Rasputin has had a lot of time to think about what he's gonna say to not Gandalf, what he's gonna tell him to convince him to get what he wants. He needs to have some really convincing answers and phrases just like in the chamber, ready to go whenever not Gandalf asks any questions. But
like
we
his
can only
original story.
spend, yeah, like, but we can only spend like 2 seconds on any thought before the next thing has to happen. But yeah, he makes a bunch of boulders float up in the air, and he says, "Oh, I'll be back when you're ready to join me, or your mind clears."
Because he's a
or whatever.
moron, yeah.
And then he starts dropping boulders everywhere. And some of the stewards get crushed, and it's hilarious.
It is funny.
And then not Gandalf, he like makes some of the boulders float so that they don't land on him, because he'll save himself, but no one else. And then
this is a funny one, by the way. I've got on AB repeat here. It's just the rock almost looks not big enough to make them just disappear. You know, like they're clearly edited out of the thing. It's just like boop.
They just disappeared to the ground.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
Not episode 7 funny, but funny.
No, it's amusing though. It's fun to see stores.
It's the little things.
Yeah, it is the little things.
Yeah, it's because it's a store.
So, let's go to Numenor.
No,
because I'm sick of
No,
Rune.
Why?
it
We
is a
have
silly
to.
place.
We have to because we have to wrap up the Numenor plot because it's really good. So
yeah.
this
let's
scene,
go.
They
This is a good one though. You got to admit this one's pretty good.
they dump some bullshit on us in about 30 seconds, and I was like, okay, I'll make a note of that and put a pin in that for later, expecting that it was going to be explained, and it fucking isn't. Because I guess I haven't learned by now that that's how it works in Rings of Power.
Pharazôn has brought all of the leaders of the faithful into the little palace chamber, and he says that Muriel has a secret ally who helped her bewitch the sea that so that she could survive the trial. She wasn't actually super cool. She used evil magic or whatever. And then he goes to the leader of the faithful. We'll call him the Pope. And he gives the Pope this paper. And the Pope reads it, and he's like, Sauron? And now Pharazôn says all the faithful are traitors. What's happening?
I have no idea.
I wish I could tell you.
After this one, I was like, well, I'm out. I was barely in, but I'm so out with Numenor. You guys fucking change the rules every scene. I don't care anymore. Pharazôn can just announce that that's the case, and it can just uproot the entire like cultural system in place. Whatever, fuck you.
Who sent the letter? Where did that come from? How did they learn it?
It's just
why
him
does
who
everyone
wrote it.
go along with it?
I think he just wrote it.
Yeah, so what I think happened is in episode 6, we had when Pharazôn used the Palantir and he saw Halbrand.
Yeah.
Because he says in this scene, it's an enemy that has been here once and like fucked in he's shat in our soup or whatever he says. So he somehow knows that Halbrand is Sauron. I guess the Palantir told him.
Yeah.
And the connective tissue there is that Muriel worked with Halbrand. So therefore Muriel is working with Sauron. He's written it on like a little notice and he's handing it out like, that's why she survived the sea trial. And now all of you guys are traitors because Sauron worked with Muriel that one time.
But
That's what I
Pharazôn
think they've
can't-
done, but that they have not explained that very well at all.
And he certainly can't explain that he used the Palantir in order to find out this knowledge. So who knows how he explains how he knew any of this, or that he knows it at all.
The first question someone else there should be asking is, wait, who is this? How do you know this? Where did you get this information from?
Who is Sauron?
Yeah.
People should be asking questions of him back.
Yeah.
And it also means that wild idea, I know, for a $1 billion show, why not save some time earlier and flesh out things later by skipping the stupid trial by sea demon thing entirely, given that it now goes nowhere? Like the whole point of that was, oh, she's presumed
But it was
guilty, but she
dramatic at the
survived the
time.
trial, so now she's back and she's in charge. Oh no, she's not, because a letter says so. Like, fucking, what's the point? Just skip the sea demon and condemn her, and then flesh out something else.
Yeah, like that's what I meant when I said earlier that like all of the Numenor stuff basically happened in one episode, where he took over because of the eagle. At that point, he can immediately use the Palantir. He will then, I guess, learn that Halbrand is Sauron, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, the faithful are all traitors. Season done. That's it. Everything that happened in between was just busy work.
Yeah. So Pharazôn now has like done 3 horrible things since he's become king. There's no way the general populace is like, this fucker sucks. We're gonna topple him immediately. Let's get all the soldiers he just fucking abolished and just get them.
No consequences, no.
Because they don't have another army, as far as I know.
Majerbs, though. Majerbs.
Something else that is as a result of the show just not explaining itself very well at all is that all of the guys running around that are dressed as guards are supposed to be the King's Men, which has been named once, but they've been described as the men of the king, not the faction called the King's Men. And we are expected to believe at this point that they are Pharazon's team. They are the guys who are on Team Pharazon and they are opposed to the faithful. But those are the same guys who served Miriel 5 fucking minutes ago.
Yeah.
So surely at least some of them should be on Team Miriel. But they're not, because they have to be against the faithful. They're just robots who do what Pharazon says.
Yeah, because we never get to know what the populace even thinks, or what all the other characters are that are not main characters, because they don't matter. We have those proxy characters that decide how they feel.
It's just that the populace of Numenor thinks whatever any particular scene needs them to think. So like that's why season 1, everyone is like riled up against elven immigrants stealing jobs, and then when it's time to go to war, everyone really supports the war, and then when it's time for everyone not to support the war, none of them support the war again. And then it goes into this season, you've got like that small group of the faithful in the church, which I think is the only time the Kingsmen are referenced as a faction when they come in and attack. And then like, okay, so there are divisions within the populace, but then they all get basically murdered and no one gives a shit, so no one cares. But like, is it 50-50? How big are the support factions? It's like it's trying to do politics, but it's retarded, and it's like it doesn't know how to do it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like something else to mention here is that this high priest is the same guy from he's shown to be like, I guess, the leader of the faithful, other than Miriel, I guess. He's been around for the longest, and he's given this document that's like that Miriel's working with Sauron. We don't get to know what he thinks about that. Does he think like, Pharazon, you're fucking lying, or does he think, okay, has Miriel been hiding something from me? We have no idea.
Do you have any fucking evidence of this?
Was the Pope in the scene in the church earlier? Was he in that scene as well?
Yeah, he's the guy that was like running the ceremony. He's the guy that tells Clement this is the oldest shrine in Numenor. It's the same guy.
A guy whose last interaction with the Kingsmen was them coming in and essentially enacting a pogrom against his people, in which like important members get murdered, and yet he willingly in this scene says, "Oh well, we've been summoned into this room. What can possibly go wrong?"
Indeed.
It's like the Pike Syndicate guy having Kavas come into his office and be like, "Oh, could you do this little job for me? Even though you've massacred hundreds of my men up to this point,
even though I've actively sent death squads to kill you."
Ignore those. They're automatic. I have to cancel my subscription.
It's a political thing. I have to do it. I don't want to do it, but I have to.
Also, a small thing I noticed, if you look at the parchment, has like the writings on it that he gives to the faithful guy. It's like a pretty long text, and he looks at it for like half a second. He's like, Sauron? As if he like already understood what the fuck is happening in this whole text.
He scanned through it. He was just looking for who the spooky individual was that apparently bewitched the sea monster.
The show is terrified of giving me as an audience member information.
Like if we knew what that document said, because I when I first watched it, I thought it was a letter that he had been sent by Sauron, for example, because he talked about wanting to go to Numenor and give them rings or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think it is meant to just be a document that Pharazon has like written up to say, well, all of you guys are traitors now because Miriel worked with Sauron. But if we knew what it said, that would answer so many questions. The reason why we don't know what it says is because the writers don't know. Otherwise, he would read it. Like, why?
I have decided that my political opponent works with Satan.
Yeah,
I love it. That's what I mean.
Why
it's
would
so
you think
funny.
that would work? But it does.
It does work. Yeah, perfectly. It's so bullshit. They're not even trying. Not even remotely. It's so.
Nobody cares in Numenor. Nobody. It's Metal mentioned it before. It's like ever since Pharazon's been in charge, everything's gone to shit.
Yeah, it's all horrible.
Like a week.
Well, like
in maybe 2 weeks tops.
You know, the fall of Numenor. At this point, it's just like whatever. You know, like who cares?
I don't care. I cared a little bit at the end of season 1. Now I don't.
Anyway.
It's already fucked.
It's already shit.
At least there's not a big wave coming.
Also, so they kind of pay lip service to the idea of, is it Western Numenor or East Numenor? I can't remember.
West Numenor.
Yeah, which is where Isildur wanted to go. It's where Elendil is about to tell Miriel to go, or vice versa. Even why do none of the faithful, like the old man, the high priest, why don't they just go there?
They have
Like, is
no
that
agency or autonomy. That's why.
Well, because they seem to depict it as like they seem to refer to it as like a safe haven away from Pharazôn, where you can just live free and be as faithful as you want to the Valar. Why? Like, Pharazôn's in charge of Numenor, which is the island. So I don't know how it works because they haven't done any world building. It's shown to be a safe haven, but also it can't be a safe haven, essentially.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be.
It is an
makes
unsafe
sense.
haven.
Like, you have different lords of Numenor and shit, but you know the High King still has massive authority over everything.
And they always refer to it as, because Numenor is the name of the island, not the city, right?
Yeah,
Probably called Numenor City.
I forget what the
New
city is
Numenor.
called, like the capital. There are a few cities on there.
Numenor, maybe, but
New Numenor.
he says everyone is a trader from Westerness. Is Westerness the name of the city? I don't know what that is because they've not used that word before.
I think it might just be a different name for Numenor. Either that or it's the Western Province.
Okay.
Yeah, like other names for Numenor, one of them is Westerness.
I thought that was just a girl western. All right.
Menelaus is the name of the capital.
Menelaus, I love him. He's a cool guy.
Our Menelaus.
Oh boy, what a great guy. With this scene happens, and Aarion is here, and she sees all this happening, and then Aarion is.
She's having her "Are we the baddies" moment.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
If that could have been apparent much earlier.
I think my note here is Aarion apparently doesn't like leopards eating her face.
Yep.
I can't believe that it actually is the case that she is going to be largely responsible for enabling Numenor's downfall.
Yeah.
Well, and then every step of the way,
retarded.
every step she should have realized, and she just hasn't until the writers were like, "Okay, you're allowed to realize now."
Yeah, now when it's too late.
Yeah, obviously.
Also-
It had to be when it was too late. They couldn't let her do anything that would, prevent.
There's a
Her
whole
dad was being executed like a few days ago. What?
There's a
the
whole
extent
list
of
of
her
things
motive as well, because they have that scene when Elendil's in the prison and she's basically says that it's because of the Queen and the faithful. Like, our family has lost everything, which is going to make it very inconvenient when in about a scene's time, Elendil says to the Queen, "Oh yeah, we should go to West Numenor because I've got my other son over there." Like, her brother is also over there. So she hasn't lost everything. She's lost one brother, and that was made out to seem like it was everything. Like, the entire family was basically destroyed by that. But it's not. It's not even half the family. It's one quite shitty member of the family.
It would also include the mother, but we have very limited information on that. We don't actually know when it happened. It may have happened.
She drowned because fucking Isildur swam out too far, and the sea is always right, so it punished him vicariously.
Fucking fuck up of a son.
It's funny because the more the show goes on, just remembering all those little tidbits makes every new adjustment and new development funnier.
Also, except Valandil, no one ever challenged her again on the whole moral things. Like, hey, the Queen is blind because she tried to save your brother. She never even reacted to that ever.
Well,
and no one
there was an entire scene cut because I can't remember. Is it Emma Horvath, the actress who plays?
Yes.
So she said that they had cut out a scene where it was between her and Valandil. I always get his name wrong. Valandil, the one who dies. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
There's an entire scene apparently, which is now not in the show, between them, which is just a dialogue scene where, like, her motive is established, especially with regard to him, because she's lost her brother. She wants somebody to grieve with, but everyone's refusing to do that. And so, like, she's been driven away by everyone's refusal to relate to her. And that scene, which seems to be quite important, was just cut out completely. So now all we have is just this inexplicable bitch who goes around ruining everybody's world for no reason.
This inexplicable bitch.
I hate my kids.
Aarion is, she's probably going to get off scot-free for everything. She
for
actually
sure.
worked with a crazy evil guy doing evil things, and she was with him 100% of the way. And then she's like, oh, well, this is just, I can't believe he did this.
I mean,
And-
she's probably going to stick around and help Miriel, maybe, like to atone for her sins, and then
Maybe.
she's not going to fix everything because we know what happens. But
I think he's gonna be evil again, like next episode.
They start rounding up everybody in the room and basically saying they're under arrest or whatever for being traitors. Arian slips away out of the palace, and she goes down into the city, where we see the opening scene of the Prince of Egypt, where a bunch of guards are going into random houses and dragging people out of their homes and into the streets, like the city's getting sacked. Because I guess they're looking for faithful people, or looking for, like, it's absolute insanity. It's nuts. And all of these guards they're all just doing it.
They just know where the people are as well. They just, it's like, you're definitely faithful. You live here. We know this.
It's like, Farazan, you didn't even really... I didn't care about you at all, but, like, you've lost your fucking mind. Like,
Yeah, he's just fucking bonkers.
All he had to do was nothing.
Yeah. What threat were they
Muriel
really
was-
to him? All
Muriel-
these people didn't matter
Muriel
anyway.
was saying it's cool. Muriel's like, nah, it's chill if he's in charge. It's all good. It's nothing to worry about.
Mhm.
And if
Muriel
he just
had
was like,
killed
okay,
everybody.
I guess do we want to, like, propose a bill for infrastructure or something? It's like, no, he turns into Psycho Hitler, and he starts to
Immediately.
round up everyone else in the world, in Numenor, and make everything he does should make people despise him immensely.
And this happens so fast as
right.
well, like in a couple of weeks, maybe.
Couple of minutes. It's so fast. So yeah, guards are just going around dragging people out of their homes, willy-nilly. I guess none of the guards were part of the faithful or believed in Muriel, because
None of them have a
the other day,
soul. None of them fucking even think for a second this is wrong. They're all drones.
No.
It's ridiculous.
They're all just
Guard
meat
drones.
puppets. Like, do the thing. Okay,
Yeah.
nom.
So
My brain
the
is
guards-
melting.
No, I understand.
Where the fuck's
So
the
we're
eagle?
down-
Come back and save us.
Yeah, the eagle. This
Yeah,
is your
well
fault.
done.
You said this guy was the winner, I guess, is what you did. And now he's
And the eagle's
being a
like, I
real
did
jerk.
what?
No, I didn't. Lord Bulbasaur stole it from me.
Lord Bulbasaur.
Did you know that you voted for Hitler, Eagle? And you were
It's
voting
like,
for
I
didn't
Hitler,
did
such
no
thing.
I
such
guess?
thing. I never even cast a vote. I just wanted to turn up and see what was going on.
So down
Oh.
in the city, we get we get a stock sound effect of a jar breaking, and the most expensive show ever made. And Arian goes to look for Elendil, her father. He's obviously not very happy with her. Based
He
on
looks
her
so done.
previous
He's like,
behavior.
oh, this fucking
He's
guy.
just got a
Again.
job. He's got a job waiting tables, cleaning up at a
Yeah.
bar. You know, he's just making ends meet.
Well, yeah, and every time he
and the-
sees her, he's like, "What's the new thing? You gonna kill me?"
Yeah.
What have you done?
What are you gonna
this
do to
time,
me
you
now?
fucking bitch?
What is it? So the guards come there to find Elendil, and Iarian says that there are no faithful here. And the guards are like, "Oh, we still want to look." And she says, "Well, I'm gonna report you to Farazan for insolence, so you should leave because it's insolence to double check to make
Yeah,
sure
and
there
then
are
he
no
says,
political
I've seen
criminals
movies
here."
before. What do you mean? Just shut up. That's just stupid. You wouldn't say that
Let me
unless you had something to
check.
fucking hide, you idiot.
Mhm.
Oh
Not
no, Mahler,
suspicious
this
at
is
all,
Rings
is
of
it?
Power. He leaves.
Yeah,
She's
she
going out
says-
of her way to rescue her father, who, like, 2 episodes ago, she was happy for him to be fed to a fucking sea monster.
No, she
Yep.
Why
cried
is-
a little bit.
I mean, she wasn't
Okay,
happy about
yeah.
it, but
She
she
was
did
very
force
sad.
it.
She was willing to have it happen unless he
Yeah.
apologized. Whereas now, it's just no fuck him.
She was also the reason it
Yes.
happened.
May I say I love this Scooby-Doo shot in the
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking Tom and Jerry, but Scooby Doo is
all
a better
they
concept.
needed to have to complete this scene was to have like a hallway with like 8 doors, and then Elendil goes in one door, and then the guards follow him, and then he comes out another one on the other side, and then the guard goes to a different door, and then they cross over and get in different doors, and it would have been the best episode, but we can't do that because this is a serious show for serious people. Okay,
Seriously sick of this show.
I'm sick. You're whining. We got to get through the episode. All right, focus.
I will whine
We're almost
more.
there.
That's
We're
what
We're
here
you
so
to
don't
close to
whine.
being
whine. We
done.
are here to
Didn't you see
whine.
my-
So close to being done.
Didn't you see my avatar? It's
No.
crying all the time.
No,
I'm
tears
just
of
in
joy.
character. Tears- Sure.
Tears of fear in his current one.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
oh
that's
god.
that's Valandil's ghost behind your chair, and he's like, "How come no one mentions me?"
I'm sorry, Valendia.
And
You
you're
did
like, "Who
good.
the fuck are you?" And he's like, "See." All right. So I guess she has authority over like the little things that all of the guards in the city do and the palace stuff. I guess her position is that high that she has somehow obtained authority enough to order around the guards and their actions. So yeah, I guess none of the guards in the city are part of the faithful. They seem to be a huge faction in the city.
They've all been replaced off screen.
I guess because these are the same guards I thought that protected Muriel just like last week, but now they have completely flipped 100%, and now they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna drag people out of their homes at night and start arresting people. And boy, we just love being evil. We don't have souls or thoughts or opinions on anything. We're just guards.
Guards.
It's funny. The guards. Do you see this later when they arrive in another place? All these people look like way more evil now, and from
in
before
Polania,
they took over, before Farazan took over, they just look evil. They have like evil faces. It's like very funny.
No.
If you were an evil person though, and like you were going to do effectively Crystalnacht in Numenor, would you make your first priority be going to the Queen and the leader of the faction you hate, who is apparently working with Satan, to arrest her, or would you do that after you'd gone around smashing pottery for a bit?
I mean, they have a history. They have a history of not going to the biggest person in
she's
Numenor.
blind. What's she gonna do? It doesn't
fall down
matter.
the
We don't
stairs.
care.
You don't even have someone guard her, like to make sure no one else goes to see her.
You don't arrest her yet because we have to have a scene where Elendil goes and has a conversation with her, and if she's arrested, that might be difficult.
Damn it, that's right.
That's the thought process of the Rings of Power writers, unironically, I think.
No, yeah, they would say that as though it's like a thing that it's smart that they've done this, and you'd be like, no, you haven't solved.
She's not
the
arrested
problem.
because we have to have Elendil has to have a conversation with her.
How did he get to her? It happens off screen. It's fine.
He off screened his way to her.
Yeah,
we
Grappling hook.
He just. Oh yeah, Gil
Grappling hook,
Galad let him borrow his grappling hook. He said, "Elendil, this is the grappling hook that felled Damrod, the orc.
He
As you
shipped
know,
it with
Elendil
UPS
can
over the
climb
fucking ocean.
anything.
I want you to have it. I want you to have this as a token of my esteem of you."
He just portals in and says, "A king's place is where the need is greatest."
I could sense that you needed this grappling hook to get into Muriel's house.
We get like a full-on POV episode where it's like horrifying because he just goes, he just pulled into another place. He's like, "Oh, I'm needed here. Who's in trouble?"
I also like the idea of like later down the line, just Galadriel's like, "And to you, Frodo Baggins, I leave you the grappling hook that defeated Tamron."
And it's like it's as big as Frodo is, and he has to carry it around everywhere he goes. This random grappling hook.
Oh, it's such a
Frodo,
way to
why
carry.
don't you drop this grappling hook? We don't ever need it. He's like, "No, Sam. The Lady
That's just
Galadriel
what they
gave this
want
to
you
me.
to think.
It was a gift.
We must grapple this hook all the way to Mordor."
And then he uses it after he gets like pushed off the thing by Gollum. He uses
Grapples
it to hook himself back up.
Once Shelob is about to eat Frodo, he remembers, now this is the grappling hook of Damrod's Trollsbane. Use it when all other grappling hooks don't.
Oh,
when,
my God.
I don't know.
Rag, the chat
That's
says,
what she says. I don't know.
No,
you
just fuck it.
Just use it.
What?
It's a giant spider, Frodo. I don't know what you're gonna do. you might be fucking dead, bro.
we also got for you, Sam. I leave you the ladle of Gluck.
Make your sauce everything.
In the second age, this was used to saute the orc's roast. Use it when all other ladles leak or something.
May your gravy ever be thick.
Everyone's holding all these amazing weapons and tools, and he's just there with a ladle, like, okay, but I don't know. Okay, I guess.
Frodo's carrying this massive grappling hook, and he's like, "Yo, Sam, do you want to trade?" This
He's like,
thing's
I don't know.
huge. It's as big as me. I gotta carry this and the ring. Okay. Elendil and Muriel are talking. This is serious.
Not
Wipe
this
those
scene.
smiles off your faces. This is a good one. No, this is a good one. This is a good one.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
So
I trust you.
Elendil tells Muriel that they need to go west because there are faithful there, and so is his son Anarion.
Which we've
Muriel
never seen.
says, "No, we haven't because he's out west. That's why we haven't seen him."
No.
Muriel says that she's not going Her place is here. She tells him to take the sword from the thing that we all know and love. She's like, I need you to take the sword. It's called Narsil.
How did she find it though? She's
and
blind. Like,
the sound
did she like
effect.
sniff it out? Like, how did she know which sword it was?
Narsil has a distinct odor.
Yeah.
Elendil looks at it, and then they do the unsheathing like sound effect.
So you know what's fun?
It's got a distinct odor to it. Narsil is actually the Sindarin word for nostril.
Wow.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So I was watching this with Random and Rags earlier today, and I completely forgot about the name of that sword. So for me, it's just like, why did he just name the sword? What's going on? And then they reminded me, it's like, oh, but they do it so unceremoniously. Like, it's just, here's the sword with the name. It's like, oh, okay.
It is
And it's-
Narsil before it gets broken.
Yeah,
Well, I
before
guess
it
it's
gets
Narsil.
broken.
And then
Well,
after it is
No.
reforged.
This feels like it's a more apt thing to say. It is Narsil. That's it, because you don't know anything about this sword if you were taking this story as it is.
Exactly.
What?
That's what I was
We've
trying
all
to.
seen the Lord of
Or
the
what is going to happen
Rings.
in the Lord of the Rings. This
I
is
take
just
it-
a
it's gonna get bigger in Lord of the Rings. Is what's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
I take it that in the lore there is like, is there anything special about Narsil, or is it just a sword
Yes.
that was handed down and handed down?
It was created by the dwarves in the First Age, and it
what
has
I'm
magical
getting at
bullshit
is
powers.
more so. It's a problem with this show. The show
Oh,
hasn't
of
done
course,
anything
yeah.
The show hasn't told
Yeah,
us anything about this
It
sword
spends over a
specifically.
minute being like, "Hey guys, look, it's a sword, and it's called Narsil. Hey, I bet you like that. We're
It's
going to
Well,
leave
meta.
the camera on it."
it's if
It's
Tom
meta.
Bombadil got Gandalf to go to sleep and he's like, "Here's your blanket," and then the editing it swells and music comes up and he gets this blanket and we're all like, "What?
But the problem is,
And then-
it's just like, yeah, you haven't done any of the work.
Well, yeah, and someone says like, "Oh, if you saw this other show, this other set of movies, this other books, it's like you know that blanket's real special." You're like, "Okay."
Yeah, but that's not your story. Your story is here, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first time that we have even seen or heard Narsil in this show. Yeah, so
This is
it's
not
entirely
set up. It
meta.
comes out of nowhere.
It's entirely meta, especially.
It comes out of,
yeah.
It's so much of a surprise. It takes a blind lady to point it out to us.
And then, of course, like having Elendil mirroring Aragorn, like the same shots, like the same movements, is actually like unbelievable to me. It's insane to me that they actually believe that what they've accomplished with Miriel and Elendil is the same as what was accomplished with Aragorn and Elrond in Return of the King.
Embarrassing. It's super embarrassing.
That's
just
unbelievable
super
to me.
Yeah.
The shots are almost one for one. They're a bit.
They are,
shorter,
yeah.
But yeah.
But like, there's none of the character. There's none of the history. Because of course, in Return of the King, you know what the sword is because you saw it in the prologue. You know what it represents. You know what it means that Elrond of all people is giving this sword to Aragorn. There's so much that's being declared by giving him this sword. It's like you have restored my faith in men. I have faith in you. Reclaim your, reclaim your destiny. Obviously, just logistically, this is going to help you win the battle. So you need this. You need to save Middle Earth because that's how you're going to save Arwen, which is obviously very important to Elrond. You got all of that packed in, as well as the fact that it's like, well, he earned it because of all of the crazy things he's done in the whole trilogy. You know, Aragorn earned it. He displayed why he was worthy of acquiring it. It's actually crazy that they tried to mirror it. Like, yeah, we're the same. Are you serious?
Yep.
They don't even do like the minimum work where Miriel could have said like, this sword belonged to my father and he used it to do a thingy or something. It's literally
anything.
This is Narsil. It's yours now. Get your destiny. That's it.
She could have given some history.
And you know what? I sure hope it doesn't get shattered at some point to then get reforged into Azuril, everybody.
Don't step on it too hard, yeah.
As someone in chat said, take up your mother's trident.
Yes.
Better times.
Narsil comes out of nowhere in this show, and they had an opportunity to have it be around as maybe like a ceremonial sword that the ruler of Numenor has on them when they conduct official business, and we can see that it looks like Narsil, but they never point it out. It's just something that is only worn by either Miriel or Pharazôn when they're in the palace doing their official duties. And then it's stolen, it's taken away from Farazan when no one's looking, and then she's like, this is a symbol of, you know, the authority of Numenor in our people and stuff like that. He doesn't, you know, we've seen what he's done, he doesn't deserve it. Take this, and with it, the spirit of the, you know, Numenor is with you, or something like that. So at least there'd be some reason for it to not just show up out of nowhere, but this is why we have it, and this is what it means, and this is the sword that the ruler of Numenor is supposed to have on them.
I'd say, like, even bearing in mind them trying to essentially emulate, like, there's none of the gravitas in the filmmaking, right? Of, like, they will answer to the King of Gondor, and then whipping out Andorral slow motion, like a clean view of the sword in a very dramatic way with a musical cue accentuating it, and then the same deal, right, when Aragorn unsheaths it. It's one of the best scenes. Like, it's actually
really good.
excellent. It's excellent. Yeah. And I can't believe that they actually thought, like, that they were even in a position to try and echo or mirror that payoff.
It's a
like,
cheap
these
copy.
Two characters. It is.
Yeah, so she says, reclaim your lordship, and with this sword, your destiny.
Sure, if you say so.
We don't know what that means, because we've seen The Lord of the Rings.
But destiny is a cool fantasy word, so we put that in there.
Destiny.
Yeah, but
reclaim your dial of destiny.
Like your destiny to get killed and have your sword broken so that your son can cut off his fingers.
Yeah.
And then get shot in a river by arrows.
Because he got corrupted by the ring.
The sea is always right.
All right. Well, it's good to be back in Numenor, but we have to leave. We got to go back to Eregion because you know things are it's a happening place these days. Orcs are running around the town. They're just sacking. They're pillaging. And then George Lucas's son, who is an elf now, boy, he tries his hardest. He's shooting. He's running around. He's shooting arrows. He jumps off of a roof and he slides down and ultimately, he gets hit by a random arrow and he dies.
Why do you do that?
He's a hero, dude.
He tries, man. He's trying. He's like the only fucking elf who's trying.
Yeah.
I feel like
it's a little like John Wicky like hero moment for him, where he just has like a good 20 seconds on like one single shot. It's this bit on the screen right now, and you get to actually see him, you know, pull some crazy elven bullshit, like nowhere near on the level of like Legolas, but this kind of shit should have been happening all the time.
Yeah,
this is where he's jumping down though. Like,
why is he jumping down to street level when?
He's going to we don't know. He's trying to get somewhere or do something. Maybe he's trying to pull back to it. We don't know.
The angle looks like it's impossible that he could have been shot where he was.
Well, yeah, but this is Rings of Power.
There's some
arrows. It comes from there. It's like, why would there be? Yeah. Is there an orc in like a high tower?
I mean, I think it's basically entirely because they wanted to flex. Like, see, look, we're doing a one take where he like jumps down to street level. That's impressive, right? But then he dies straight away. So what's the point of that?
Yeah, they couldn't give him at least 2 more kills, 3 maybe.
Yeah.
Like, this is the kind of thing that you would. It's almost like a mini set piece that you feel like if this was Galadriel or Arondir, like this kind of stuff happening with Arondir, but then it would go on for a little bit longer and it would be it would have more heroism.
It would be more cringe.
It would definitely be more cringe. Whereas with this, it's short enough. It's just funny that it ends with him getting shot. Like if it ended with him escaping, then it'd be like, yay, go like little elf man. But then
go guy, like someone to root for, some nameless little guy out there doing his best, and you're like, yeah, you go guy, do your best. You're not a character, so I can root for you in this show, but I hope things work out for you.
Also, when he falls down, it kind of looks like the actor, like, he tucks his foot in so that it doesn't trip anybody over. You should... It kind of looks like... Because he falls over, and then as all of the orcs run through, he like, kind of tucks his leg in.
Oh, yeah.
Trip anybody over. It's very amusing.
He's very considerate to the orcs.
It's too quick. You gotta show it. It's funny.
Don't trip.
Don't want to trip my fellow actors.
Oh, that's fucking silly.
Yeah, but we see the orcs running around, and Galadriel's here. Oh, hooray!
And they play
Galadriel's
heroic
here.
music as if she's a hero.
She's
And the other
very
orcs-
heroic. She
Well,
kills so many orcs.
Saving civilians.
Yeah, this
Isn't
is the
she
first.
great?
This is the
Ain't
first
she
other
time
orcs just
that she
fucking
has saved
disappear.
someone else, as far as I'm aware.
Galadriel's here. She's stabbing orcs. She doesn't
This is
twist
her
her gut,
fault.
but boy, she stabs them.
Oh,
We
it's
don't
her
talk about
fault, but
that.
at least she's saving
Yeah,
people.
but we don't talk about that.
But what happened
Um,
to all the orcs who were just there? Like, what?
They left.
Right.
Actually, she's leading some civilians to safety, and it's just a bunch of women. And
Should've
one
as
of the orcs, like, clearly sees that it's Galadriel there with swords and stuff. But the orc, like, sees the
Oh, yeah.
nearest elf woman and, like, threatens to cut her throat against a pillar. Yeah, this
Yeah.
orc comes in from the right here. And
Luckily, there's
like,
only one.
Like,
yeah, there's only one.
they want
He
you
just
to.
runs in.
It's an impossible thing to try and make sense of. It's like, so you want me to think he just tunnel visioned onto this lady and completely ignored the only one there that's a threat to him.
So does Galadriel react to the explosion before it happens in this scene?
Yeah, it looks a bit
She
weird.
throws her arms up quite robotically, and then it seems to explode.
Kinda,
It's
yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Bit-
you're
bit-
right.
Bit off the mark.
But she's generally quite janky throughout this entire episode. Like, you know, when any fight scene's going to happen, the camera's going to cut away because they'll get somebody competent in to do the stunts. But in this scene, like, she's got precisely one move, which isn't even the one move she described for us in season 1. Like, she's not even doing the stab gut twist thing. It's just, I'm going to vaguely stab at you and you're going to die. And I'll do that repeatedly because that's what good choreography looks like.
it's very good.
This
Also,
orc, by the
hold
way,
on.
he's only
You
going to
just
cut his
stabbed
own
through this-
hand. Look at the way he's done this.
Oh yeah.
Also,
I'm gonna cut your
Galadriel's
face
move
in
with
my
her
hand.
sword here is putting that civilian at risk. She's just run him through with her sword.
Which is not short.
Is that going to go into, chop off his head or something? But no, she's skewered him.
Yeah, look at the length of that sword.
Yeah.
That could easily have killed the girl.
Yeah, but I
Oh.
don't think it would go into her from the angle she stabs, though.
Yeah, it's close. It's risky as fuck.
Very risky. She is Galadriel, though, so
She would have hit the body after. It's fine.
I mean, let's be honest. If she had killed her, she'd have been like, "Oh my god, the orc got her! Damn."
Oh, I can't believe the
No,
orc's done this.
No. She would have killed all of the other civilians because there can be no witnesses.
No witnesses, exactly.
I just couldn't handle the shame, but I'm better now.
And she goes and gets a new group of civilians because she still has to be the good guy.
This
Gets
shot,
them out.
like showing us the state of Eregion, is so funny because
This
I'm just
city is
like, this tells
fucked.
me nothing. I have no idea what the fuck this
Mhm.
is. It's just everything's a mess.
Yeah.
Also, I think they're still shooting fireballs at it, aren't they?
Oh, why
Yeah,
not?
yeah.
There's just some guy over there just going pew pew pew.
That's my job, and I take it very seriously.
It's been bombarding
Nobody's
the city for
stopping
fucking
me. I
weeks.
fired 1,000 of these.
How much fucking ammunition did you bring? Like, Jesus
We
Christ.
got one other guy working with him who keeps getting all boulders and setting them on fire, and he's like, "This is hard, man."
Yeah.
They have entire fucking caravans of logistics bringing it all back to Mordor, like bringing up shit up here.
Aren't there like orcs in there? Is Glug in there?
Well, they got the dude who was sautéing that meat or whatever. He's probably needed.
Yeah.
He needed the meals
Yeah.
and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. He's very important.
A
The
bit of a
roast is
shame
burning.
that all got interrupted. There's so many logistical things they need to tell us about, but they just refuse to because they're cowards. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so glad Galadriel saved all these civvies here.
Was-
That's very cool.
It's
Yay.
yeah, it's just funny though, because it's like, the secret tunnel that leads to nice happiness. Then all the orcs are like,
Oh, damn it, the orcs found it.
And also, this completely fucks the entirety of the last episode. I mean, it's
Yeah.
fucked anyway. But the orcs knew about the fucking secret tunnel because they were waiting here. So
Yeah.
why the fuck did they not use it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
So, what can you even say about this? It's like, let these innocents go. Why should I? Well, I'll give you some rings. It's like, we'll just kill you anyway.
Okay, yeah. I'll just kill you and take the
after.
rings. Thanks for telling me about it.
And then,
Yeah,
of
the
course,
orcs would not.
she
The
doesn't
orcs
like.
would obviously not do that.
No, it's such an entirely stupid scenario in the first place. It's like, what the fuck have we done to get here? And it's funny how long they take as well to realize the situation. But it's just like, you know what? girls, go back in the hole. Just go. I'll stay at the front. We'll walk backwards, and I'll just kill any orc as a single file. They can't do shit.
It's also, I think, very funny that like Celebrimbor was willing to lay down his life so that Galadriel could get these rings as far the fuck away from Eregion as possible. First orc she bumps into, she's like, "Hey, I got some rings. Take me to see your boss."
Well, you see, Celebrimbor is actually right now with binoculars on the balcony, like, really? Come on!
Do orcs even know anything about the rings? Like, what does that mean to an orc? Like, I'll give you 9 rings, and the orc's like, well, I don't. I'm an orc. I don't wear bling.
He's not even a Sauron orc. He's a Aegar orc. So you know, I don't know.
So it should mean nothing to them, and they should just go and gut them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they knew what the rings meant, they would still gut them and eat them. Like,
yeah,
eat the rings.
No, not
taste like a horse.
Oh, crunchy.
Well, that leads us to the pincushion scene.
Yes.
Which one? There's so many in this show suddenly. This episode, last episode. I mean, it was just getting filled with arrows.
This image is just amusing to me, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of mean, but like...
I know. There was something about it.
It's just because he's been such a retard throughout the
way I see it
series.
is those arrows and the blood, it's all the writing. That's what all of that is. And there's Celebrimbor like, oh man. You had no chance, buddy.
Anatar is just... He's torturing Celebrimbor by shooting him with arrows.
And then another one happens, like right at the beginning of the scene, as though I don't know. There's something funny about this. It's just like, what are you doing? It's like, I don't know.
He's
fuck
not
you.
He's not very creative with his torture. You know,
no.
It's very simple.
Something that like some rando with a bow would do.
Yeah,
maybe.
well,
I mean, I guess he's Sauron, so he's relying on being extremely accurate so that he doesn't kill him too
Sauron
quickly.
is the Lord of Darkness and has probably tortured like thousands of people. He would probably...
Yeah, like, I mean, he could transform, he could appear as Medania and have her, like, kill herself on repeat for him to, like, just completely fuck around with him mentally and destroy
all kinds of illusions that could torture him. Yeah, and it's an excuse to do interesting visuals and stuff. But no, he's like, I've got my ultimate weapon. Picks up bow, picks up arrow. And then Celebrimbor's like, oh,
whatever happened to be in the prop department.
Yeah, it's like
that's what I have.
We use those all the time. And he's like, yes, but have you used them to shoot a person? And he's like, yeah, that's like the main thing we use it for. You won't know the pain of this. He's like, I chopped my own thumb off, man. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just now give me your rings.
Yeah, he's basically he shoots him with rings, and then he's like, "Oh, you Brimbor, you shoots him with arrows, not rings."
Was he Sonic?
It's happening. No, this is. I told you this would happen. My brain's melting.
Yeah.
So we have to hurry before I just
go. It's melting.
Become a new character. So Anatar leans down and he's like, "Oh, look what you've done to yourself." And I'm like, "Just stop. No one believes you when you say that.
Brimbor, stop hitting yourself.
It's so dumb. You shot me full of arrows and you're like, "Oh, look what I did." Shut up, you retard. You did this. You shot me.
He's like, "Can we get past all that crap? Like, you talk to me like a normal person." Jeez.
I mean, they do chat a bit. Essentially, Celebrimbor says that the rings are out of his reach, and soon he will be too. He'll be fucking dead. There's nothing you can do about me then. Haha. And he reminisces a bit about, oh, it used to be really nice around here. I hear the birds on the river, and it's a pity that you've silenced them, and you're just a big fucking jerk.
Mm-hmm.
But Celebrimbor says, namely, that actually, Sauron, you are a prisoner to those rings. Those rings are like controlling you. You've sort of like deceived yourself in a way. And he calls Anatar the Shadow of Morgoth, which obviously upsets Anatar a lot, who fucking hates Morgoth a lot. And he turns around and he's like, and he stabs Celebrimbor with a spear.
Yeah, he says there are ways of keeping you alive. Do I have to teach you that fucking craft as well or whatever? And then proceeds to immediately fucking kill him.
Well, he made him angry, so he didn't account for that.
I mean, it's
he got big mad, fucking triggered, and killed him immediately.
He doesn't really like being. What?
It's like a really stupid move to not keep him alive. Like remarkably stupid.
He made him angry. He called him Shadow of Morgoth.
Pathetic.
They're banking on him, baiting him into killing himself, and that obviously has happened in other films. I can't think of examples off the top of my head, but Doing that with
Jurassic
Sauron?
Park?
What?
Yeah,
Where
Oh,
Sauron?
it's South Park. I was like,
not-
wait, what?
When does that happen? in Jurassic
Sauron
Park?
would not be fucking triggered and fall for this shit. Like,
Well, you
give me a
wouldn't think
break.
so, like because we see him get emotional every now and then, but it not.
He shouldn't really.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's that he's just really dumb or that he's acting out of character. I think it's that he's really dumb.
Wait, what was
This
the
show could be
emotion-
both.
He's an emotional retard, is what it is.
Yes. What was the Jurassic Park reference though?
I can't remember, honestly.
I was well. I
Um,
don't know.
Something about I think it was something about a velociraptor. The point is that
What?
Celebrimbor, he's gonna die here. It's very sad. What a
Mhm.
what
People
a
do
sad
also die in
end.
Jurassic Park, so that might be the link.
Oh, there we go. We
Okay.
got it. We
very-
unlocked the code or something.
Very sad. I can't help but feel sad about this character, Celebrimbor, who's just been stupefied, as in made stupid. It's not really what that means.
I
but
think
it
I
does
get you.
seem very-
It's like he was
know?
created solely to be ruined, tortured, and then killed. And it's like, okay.
Kind of,
well,
yeah. He
yeah.
never got that like redeeming quality. There was never that point of you just feel bad for his character. It's kind of like Meridiania.
Yeah, it's meta
and,
feelings.
like,
It's not the story they're
Galandil.
telling. It's the
Oh,
story
yeah,
of the
yeah,
story.
it's-
Mm.
Yeah,
I think we
it's-
most feel bad because the actor is quite good.
The actor
That
is
helps a
carrying the
lot,
weight of
yeah.
the show
Yeah.
in season 2. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, he puts in the
Well, yeah, I
weight.
barely
and he
noticed
really
him in season
sells
1,
it.
but season 2,
He
I was
doesn't
like,
do
oh.
anything in season 1. He has one.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Dramatic
get to do
scene?
anything. Yeah.
I think he has literally one dramatic scene, which is where he like slams his hand on the table and says, "I almost had time," or something like that. That's
he's
it.
he's a bit
Yeah.
like insane in the last episode, I think.
Yeah, but
other than
it's
that,
a lot less dramatic than
Yeah.
all the stuff he's had to do in this season. So,
Yeah.
yeah, he's well suited for the role. I guess he's a very good actor.
Yeah.
Very strange
but
when he said, "You will
there-
be the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring."
Now part of a DVD box set that you can order from these fine retailers.
It could get worse from that because
for only 2 easy
canonically,
payments of
after
$19.99.
the sack of Eregion, the orcs actually parade his body around on a big standard while he's still like stuck for the virus. It's just his corpse. So they could actually celebrate his brutal murder in this scene in season 3. I don't know that they will go that far because they might consider it too graphic, but it's such a waste of a potentially brilliant character. Like, you're right, it's a meta sadness you feel. It's like watching someone bully a handicapped person. It's not
Yeah,
like a
pretty
nice
much.
thing to see.
No, that's me. I'm the bully. I bully handicapped people.
Wow.
I bully the Rings of Power riders.
That is bullying a handicap.
Yeah, that's
Those ones
yeah, that's
deserve
what I'm
it.
saying. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So there we go. Celebrimbor has perished. What
Mm.
a fucking shame.
Bye
Yep.
bye.
And Sauron
Once
cries
Done with
like a
that
little bitch.
story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
Sauron
with-
cries like a bitch. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, Sauron starts
I
crying.
will say it's kind of nice for it to be over though. The fucking Celebrimbor shit, you know. It's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
kind of.
thank fuck we're
yeah.
done with that.
It's one storyline done. Fucking throw it in the trash and move on.
Hopefully the one
This
we
makes
get
me
a
think of-
replacement is slightly less cringe, but I mean, I'm not
Man,
holding out hope.
it just makes you wonder who they're going to introduce in season
Oh,
3. Like,
well, he's
Jesus
gonna-
Christ.
He's going to go to Numenor. Surely that's what's happening next.
Hmm.
I guess.
Maybe?
So,
Get a
once
bit of an Avengers moment
Celebrimbor,
here. Yeah. Meeting of Sauron
Well-
and Glug.
Do we want to just briefly talk about Sauron crying? Like, why? Is there
Isn't
any?
the,
We
Is it
did
to do- is
mention
it to do
cringe.
with Celebrimbor was legitimately skilled? Is that the idea?
or like a friend? Is that what they're trying to get across? Like he actually really, they had a
I don't
I
connection?
think
think
Is that what
I
he tried
think
to
it's
sell?
his like Celebrimbor's last words hits him.
That's what
and
I was
that's why he
thinking.
cries.
Yeah, because he says, which I don't like. I don't like how they do it in terms of like the whole fan service element, but the fact that they are reincorporating something from earlier in the season where he says, "Celebrimbor, you can be the Lord of the Rings," and then in this scene, I'm trying not to laugh as I'm saying it because it is quite funny. But then in this scene, as Celebrimbor has just been stabbed and he's dying, his last words are, "You Sauron are a slave to the rings. You are Sauron, the Lord of the Rings." So he has flipped it on its head,
That's something.
and Sauron is now crying.
He's thinking of
appropriately or otherwise.
Waldreg.
And he's thinking like,
Speaking
"Oh
of
shit,
Waldreg.
does he know that what Celebrimbor is saying has a hint of truth to it?" That's the only reason I can think for why he would be crying.
That's my interpretation, but
like,
it's bullshit.
Yeah, like he knows way more about the whole situation than Celebrimbo does, and he would know that. As in, like, you can say all your bullshit, but you don't actually know how much control and power I have. I do. You know, it just doesn't feel like it would hit, to be honest with you. And it feels a little too shoehorny for me. Like, they control you. You're the Lord of the Rigs. It's like, no, that's the other thing. That's the alternative.
But it's when Celebrimbo goes one further and says, like, and I foresee just one will be your undoing. Like, it's like, stop it. Like,
that's cringe.
Anticipating it so much. But it's also, like, that's true, but Celebrimbo can't know it. Sauron can't be a slave to the rings that have so far been made.
You know
what? That just can't be a thing. If Sauron is a slave to the 9 rings, then he is a slave to his own slaves when the 9 rings turn the men into the Nazgul.
He's a slave to his ambition, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's a reference to his ambition about them and how he's let his ambition for the rings like consume his existence, not like an actual magical prisoner.
I don't think that would get to him at all, though.
No, it wouldn't. Like, I think that makes sense, but I don't see why that would prompt this kind of reaction.
Unless he once again has fucking plot reading powers and he knows that's what's going to happen.
Personally, not a huge fan, actually, of saying it's going to be one person that's going to bring your downfall with that sort of stuff. It was like, I feel like Lord of the Rings.
Wasn't he saying it was the one ring will bring?
I thought he was saying
just one of the rings.
No, one of the rings. He was referencing the one ring.
I thought at one point he mentions that like it'll only even take one to take you down or whatever.
I think so, but that's in reference to the rings of power that he's a slave to. So it's like, you're a slave to these rings, and I foresee that just one will be your undoing, or something like that.
I mean, is that even true? Actually, though, isn't it technically speaking all of the rings play a role?
He basically pours like a big part of himself into the one ring.
That is also what saves him from death too.
Well, yeah, but when the ring gets destroyed later, like, he can't really take physical form anymore after that, and it sort of like fades away into nothing.
Because one way of looking at it would be like, okay, if he hadn't done the one ring, then he would have survived getting his fingers cut off by Elendil, and he wouldn't have been turned into like
but without
a
it,
monster.
If they'd continued to stab him and then they sucked up his blood with a hoover.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, for fuck's sake, hold on. How does that even work? Why does he need the one ring to not die if Rings of Power has established that he turns into spaghetti?
No, the one ring just makes him more powerful.
Right, but I thought that part of the point of the one ring was that it had to be destroyed in order to actually kill Sauron.
Well, that's because he poured a lot of himself into it, and the one ring can be destroyed, but he can't really be destroyed.
Yeah, he won't die, it's just that he can never again take any kind of physical form. So it's much the same thing happens when Saruman dies. They're sort of reduced to these vague wisps of wind that get blown around the world forever.
Yeah. He really should have done the Voldemort thing. He should have put himself into a whole bunch of stuff, so that if any one of them gets taken off him or destroyed, he's got plenty left. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the case, then that means that going by Rings of Power's own rules, if Sauron goes on to pour a load of his spirit into the One Ring, then that means he's made the only thing that can kill him.
Yeah.
Which I'm guessing
the idea meant to be that like Celebrimbo incepted that idea into his mind of like,
and the thing is like, Sauron he's not really dead after the One Ring gets destroyed. He's just like severely weakened to the point he's like just missed basically. Okay. But he's not completely dead.
But like Celebrimbo knowing about this ring, like he hasn't foreseen anything, because like Gil-galad has seen things. He's referenced like I've foreseen X, Y, and Z, and Galadriel same thing because of her ring. But this is the first time we've had Celebrimbo say, "I foresee something."
Yeah, I don't know why.
It's just the writers thinking they're clever. They're just anticipating what will happen later. They haven't actually thought through why Celebrimbo would think that or say that. It's just they think it's clever, so they'll do it.
I like Fringy's idea though that this is
Inception.
Yeah, it's going to make Sauron go, one ring. That's not a bad idea.
One ring that has all of your stuff in it, and if you destroys you. He's like, wow, great idea.
I think that's why he was crying, because he was like, oh shit, that's a really good idea.
That's fantastic. He really is gifted.
This motherfucker was so much cleverer than I thought he was.
I'm only half joking here. I kind of think that might be what they were doing.
Oh boy.
No.
Oh my god. Well, fuck. No, hold on. You might actually be right. Unironically, because earlier in the season, when Galadriel had her mind vision of Celebrimbo doing the poem of the rings, she says 973. He does not say one. which suggests that the plan for the one did not exist at that point in time.
That's what. Yeah.
Hmm.
Are these not the seeds you planted?
Oh no.
Man, that's because I had a whole other read when I first saw this, and I think it's because I wasn't paying enough attention, and I caught the line without like the rings part of it. I guess when he says one will be your undoing, I was like, is he talking about Frodo? Why the fuck would he know that?
No, but I think he's specifically talking about the One Ring.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing is just embarrassing. Like he's just declaring the plot of Lord of the Rings. It's embarrassing. It's stupid.
It's what Rags say, right?
Two midgets will be your downfall.
He doesn't. Celebrimbor doesn't get a win. I think this is the writers being like, "See, he got his win." And we're like, "No, he didn't.
No,
what even is
He
that?"
just
I hope
lost
I don't win
entirely.
like this. I hope I lose.
He
Winning
did make
sucks.
Sauron cry because he's a retard, but it's.
Also, I mentioned it earlier briefly, but just to bring it up again, Sauron didn't need to torture Celebrimbor. He could just jump into his mind and be like, "Oh, okay, so Galadriel has the rings."
Yep.
Also, his blood is in the 9 rings. You'd think he'd have some way of telling where that was.
Bothers the fuck out of me is that he popped your illusion one time. Now you can make a new one where everything looks the way it does now, but you say like, I'm gonna go fucking kill whoever. You walk out of the room. And then you have Galadriel rush in and go, "Oh God, Celebrimbor, let's get out of here while we can." Like he's gone. And then, but we don't even try that. He's just like, nah. It's just we lost. He operates as though he can never trick Celebrimbor again.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he just opts to shoot him with a bow a few times.
Yeah, which is like, why?
He could zap him back to like the previous a week ago and be like, "So everything that you just experienced was a big elaborate vision of the future of what will happen if you don't finish these fucking rings, which I need you to do right now."
Or with Galadriel, she's like, the only way we can beat him is if we forge more rings. And then Celebrimbor's like, wait a
he
second. Pokes it. Are you Sauron?
Trust me, Elrond, there's no time
20 rings this time.
Or whoever you are.
2003. Is that divisible by 3,000 rings? Triple.
Tipple.
We'll give them to the fish of the world. Trust me.
Rings for fish.
417 rings for the fish, who are more than all creatures.
Sauron says that just to see what Celebrimbor will say, and he's like, "Let's do it." He's like, "Really? You're gonna? Okay, yeah, sure. Rings for fish."
That comes across like another Rick and Morty line. Morty, we gotta make rings for fish, Morty.
Save the world, Morty.
Oh fuck.
Uh-oh, guys, wait, my joy detector is pinging. We gotta stop.
Not.
We have to talk about Rings of Power.
Oh, okay.
No happiness allowed.
Damn it.
Actually, there's a little bit of happiness because we get a Glug appearance. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah.
A bunch of, once
God.
Anatar murders Celebrimbor, orcs come in and they ask if Anatar is Sauron, and Anatar says he has many names.
And then Glug slams the table and says, "Motherfucker, I didn't ask that."
Sauron.
Stop answering that way, you
gets character assassinated.
Every single time.
He does.
Because so the Glug's entire thing has been he doesn't really like seeing people suffer and die because he's the nice orc, and like Sauron will appeal to him because Sauron isn't Adar, and Sauron hasn't made all of his people go to war and die. But he's just walked in on Sauron, and the first thing he sees is him impaling a defenseless elf who he's also shot through with arrows. And he thinks, he looks like he'll be nicer than Adar. I'll go with him instead. Like,
Sauron looks at Glug,
Elves.
looks at
Killing elves
Celebrimbor, and
is
is like, "That wasn't me. That was someone else." He was
Every-
like, "This is what I got
everything-
here."
I told him he did this to himself.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
believe me.
presumably everything.
Yeah.
I find it very amusing as well, the idea that like Glug has just been walking around Eregion, just asking every elf, "Hey, are you Sauron?"
Are you him?
When they
Are
say
you
no,
Sauron?
he stabs and moves on.
Hey, how many names do you have?
Many.
Oh fuck.
One day he's just gonna say, "Yeah, that's me. Yep."
Yep, that's me.
Yeah,
Alright.
presumably, like everything Glug would know about Sauron would be like horrific, horrible shit. Like Satan person.
They could have gone the hot fuzz route. He walks in and says, "Did you do that?" I said, "No, he tripped and fell on his own spear." Like, that would have been like a way out.
And then they show the image of him being dead. You're like, he tripped. What?
He impaled himself to that pillar. It was really crazy, but I saw it happen.
It was a spooky ghost. It's actually
Hey, speaking of spooky ghost,
Ooh.
well, I don't think I have I don't think I have a segue for this, but
come.
We are going back to Pelargir. We haven't been here for like
For a
episodes.
while at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Long
we
enough
haven't been
that
here
you might have
since the
forgotten it
first
was a
stage.
place.
Yeah, last time we were here, we cuckoided Isildur quite heavily. It was very cool.
Aw.
We've only
We've
been in Pelargir for 2 episodes.
I thought you were gonna say we've only
Nice.
begun to cuck.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
also
gonna
that-
avoid it much
mean-
more.
It's also true.
Let the cuckening commence.
Hey, yeah, we're back at Pelargir. If you remember this plot line, a
wish I
bunch of
wouldn't.
Numenorians have kind of shown up here on the river in one of their ships. Theo has gone to visit Isildur, who says that because his knife stabbed him before, it will not stab him again.
Because that's how knives work.
And then it puts it in a bag without any protection, like a fucking.
And then he
retard.
just chucks it into a bag, pointy side down. So that'll work out great. Theo asks Isildur how he lives with his mother being dead, and Isildur said he thought he dealt with it okay until he came here, and now he says he lives with it poorly. He offers Theo, "Yay, Theo, come with me to Numenor," and Theo says, "Nah, I think being a low man suits me just fine. I'm gonna be the Lord of Pelargir." All
For
right.
some reason.
If he's the Lord of Pelargir, is he a low man?
He's the highest low man.
Yeah,
Highest low man.
technically, like everyone
Highest
who's
low
not
man.
Numenorian is a low man. Technically,
He's on a stool.
I
He's
think
a
that's
little
how
bit
it
higher.
works at least.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't know. So after Theo leaves, Estrid comes in.
Boo.
You know Estrid, the bitch? Yeah,
Yeah,
she's here.
Fuck that hoe.
No, not that bitch. The other one.
There's so many.
So yeah, we've talked about Estrid in the last couple episodes or wherever. She sucks. I hate her. I hate Estrid. She's a piece of
Yeah.
shit.
Cunt.
Now, she comes in and says that Hagen, you know, her fiance lover guy, he has started building their home for them the other day. And she says that she thought that his kindness was what love felt like, but she felt ill when he said that. She says that he wants as long as the house stands, their love will stand as well. So I hope it doesn't burn down or anything. But yeah, Isildur kisses her. The music swells. These two fucking deserve each other. I hate you both. I don't know, man. It's pretty awful.
I mean, it was just funny because you could tell. It's like, what is there to even say about this?
Yeah.
Who
it
the
just
fuck
sucks
gives
and
a
they're
shit?
shitty.
I think it's funny because in my episode 4 review, I make a what I thought was a joke at the time that she's gonna cuck her husband and gonna suck Isildur's balls, and then I watch episode 8. And it's like, oh, that was more like a prediction. Now that's okay.
So Isildur says, "Hey, Estrid, you should come with me," and we'll see what happens to that later.
Which is exactly what, as far as he should be aware, that's exactly what she was trying to do before. She was trying to use him to get to Numenor.
Yeah.
Now, one of the Numenorians who has arrived here in Pelargir is Kemen. You remember Kemen?
Yes,
he's
Kemen.
He's a psycho bad guy.
Lovable asshole.
He murdered Valandil in the back, but we don't talk about Valandil anymore. So,
Murdered him in his back. No.
He shows up and he wants to address the low men of Pelargir. He doesn't respect anyone's authority. He shrugs off Theo being the son of Bronwyn. Not that he should know who that is.
What the fuck
Yeah,
does
they
that
say
even
that-
mean?
They say that
Yeah.
twice. It's like the joke writes itself. Theo immediately says, "Hi, I'm Theo, son of Bronwyn," and Kemen just completely ignores him because obviously. And then Hagen says, "Oh, perhaps you didn't hear. This is Theo, son of Bronwyn." It's like, what? You're actually doubling down on how little sense this makes. Why would this guy care? He's just arrived, and you're saying, "Hello, I'm Theo, son of some random medic who died off screen." Like,
Even
well,
if he
she's
did
not
know,
though,
what the
is
fuck does
she?
that mean?
Well, I think that my read of this was that because season 1 ends with Bronwyn being elevated to effectively the leader of Pelargir, and she does speak directly with the queen,
There was some shit
that
like
story
yeah.
would have filtered its way back, and so they expect the Numenorians to know who she is because they still think the Queen is in charge of Numenor, and the Queen knows who she is. But that isn't what's the case. So
Yeah, you're probably right there. That's fair.
It's just how I feel about the whole show.
My episode for most, my face for most of the show, in between the random bouts of hysterical laughter, it's just this. So, yeah, I think the wild men are living with the Southlanders now in
They're just
Pelargir,
hanging out.
They are.
which is not cool because the wild men are crazy psycho murderers.
And heavily implied that Hagen specifically and his chums were like devout worshippers of Adar.
Yep.
But I guess they're just not now, or he was speaking in a vague manner because drama for episode 4 or 3 or whatever the fuck it was.
I don't know.
It was
just
one of
seems
them.
Weird.
Yeah, it was one of them.
Get along.
And
so.
when they're discussing, like, oh, what should we do in order to try and find Theo because he ran off and got lost or whatever, one of the guys in Pelargir says they've probably eaten him or something. It's like that they think that the wild men are cannibals, but they're all now living together happily. That's not happening. I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's stupid. But they're just here. They're building little houses and get cucked by Astrid. It's really cool.
I just like the auto villain shit of like we're changing things. Destroy some houses if you need to. You're like, what?
He's cartoon. He continues to be a cartoonishly evil person.
Yeah.
With no depth or nothing interesting happening.
Way over the top, yeah.
And he tries not being for just this one scene on screen at the moment. It's like, oh, Isildur, yeah, your sister will be really happy you're alive. But then he doesn't keep the lie going.
No, he's
he
really shit.
immediately pivots back to being cartoon man. It's like, oh yeah, your father's an evil dick and we tried to kill him.
If
you're not going to try and pretend at least for a few more seconds.
Bowler, if you could possibly get the clip on screen and loop it, because it's when Kemen first sees Isildur, and to me it just looks like all of the muscles in Kemen's face activate all at once.
Like,
Almost.
Also, by the way,
here we go when he turns around here.
Why does Hagen know about? How long has Hagen and people been here? By the way, because he's like, hey, this is Theo, son of Bronwyn. It's like, why do you get to talk? You're evil, man.
Well, he was kind of buddies with Theo because they both got kidnapped by a tree.
Oh, I guess they had very important conversations off screen, and
that's the best we got.
Friendos.
I appreciate the question in chat. Is Homer still alive? Homer died. Episode 7 of last season, I think.
The Cowgoo Man, episode
Treadwell,
6.
yeah.
Or Homer.
Treadwell died. He got shot by an arrow in the back. It's the only way you can take him out is a surprise attack with arrows. Otherwise,
he could have defended that fucking place forever, but no.
Absolutely. Only treachery could bring down old Treadwell.
Homer Treadwell.
But at least he died before he saw all of this madness come to pass. All right. So, oh no, there he is.
Oh man.
So, yeah, Kemen, he notices Isildur. Holy crap! Oh wait, the Pelargirians, the Pelargirites. They reference the deal made with Queen Muriel. Don't know what deal this is. Do you guys know?
It was made up for this.
No, there wasn't one.
Happened off screen, I guess.
The
She talked to
sail away.
Galadriel. They were talking about an army, but Bronwyn and Miriel, as far as we know, never talked about any kind of deal. They were just like, hey, Bronwyn, you're really cool and you're going to be a great leader. And then she dies of a stinky arrow.
She said Numenor will return, but that's the extent of the deal. And the deal didn't encompass, for example, taking all the wounded villagers down to Pelargir on their way out of Middle-earth, which they could easily have done on their ships because they'd lost lots of soldiers. But they just left them to walk out of the mountains and get assailed by wild men.
And Theo, I think Theo says in this scene, like, what about the supplies and the food? Which means that what the deal was involved supplies and food, which isn't something that ever happened. So they invented it to give the characters dialogue for this scene.
I guess they invented it off screen just to make him eviler, right? To make him deny the deal.
To make him alter the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
It's to set them up for chopping down the trees and shit, so we can have
him be a boss.
Yeah.
What a crazy journey Kemen has been on as well. Just like going from blowing up ships to try and stop the war to now like doing everything his dad wants and bullying low men for reasons. Just they're not the same character.
Well,
Yeah.
and I just find it insane how like every single thing that Kemen has done in both seasons has been a failure. He is a complete like scatterbrained clusterfuck of a person. And most recently, he caused his father supposedly pretty serious problems. And now he's decided to send him here on another pretty serious mission. Like, if this was a punishment where it's like, fuck you, you idiot son, I'm going to send you to Pelagia. And he's like, oh, I don't want to be amongst all the grubby peasants. He's like, well, you should have thought of that before you murdered someone. Then it would be like, okay, this character views this as a punishment and he obviously doesn't want to be there. But that doesn't happen. So it's just like, well, Kemen's off on another important mission. I don't know why. I don't know why Farazan keeps trusting him.
Yeah, he shouldn't really.
It's been funny when watching this with a friend, by the way, the whole Beric saved me, or I wouldn't have been here if not for Beric. When the camera shows the shot, if someone doesn't know, which I was watching with Nuts, she had no idea that was the horse's name. So when you see this shot, right?
Who of those guys is Beric?
Yeah, she was like, "Who's Beric?" And I was like, "Oh, well, Beric's the horse that saved Isildur from Shelob." It's just like...
This makes sense, I swear. But
I was at one point just like, I can't explain more than that. Just you're gonna have to just take that, move on.
She lives down the road. It's weird. She's just hanging out there.
Yeah.
But if you didn't know the horse's name is Beric, you'd be like that guy. Be like, well, hello, Beric. And he's like, no,
yeah, it's him.
Oh, I'm Beric. That's me. Yep.
Isildur seems to think that Beric saved everyone because Kemen is like, oh, wow, there's lots of survivors. And he says, there wouldn't be if not for Beric. It's like, no. He saved two of you, because I guess he saved Estrid as well.
He's a cool guy. That's a cool horse.
hell yeah.
All right, but yeah, long story short, Kemen's orders are essentially to turn this town into like not a settlement of Numenor, but like a military garrison of sorts, like a fort.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, if you want to stay here, you can, but you're going to have to give us a bunch of wood and timber and stuff. And then if you don't do that, you don't get the supplies you need to survive the winter. Also, I'm evil, by the way.
Also, I'm evil.
So... Yep, that's that. It's okay.
He also says, "No worries. They're just trees.
They're only trees.
Only
Yeah.
trees. Why would you
They're
say
only
that?
trees, because
You nearly missed the cuckery.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about the cucking. So Hagen isn't a character.
No.
He essentially is Isildur wants Kemen to make room for one more person to go back to Numenor, being Estrid.
Yeah.
Estrid, remember, has like a fiance / proto-husband. And
he's right there.
Proto-husband.
Who's right there.
Yeah.
Right there in the hat, and he has started building their house.
I love his reaction here. He just looks like, "Oh, sick! We're gonna get to Numenor. That's awesome! I can't wait."
He just walks up to them and then just isn't allowed to say anything. It's like, what?
Hagen is being actively cucked in an insane way here by Isildur, and he's just not allowed to react to it or do anything about it in any way.
Yeah.
It is bizarre.
I'm not even sure if he understands what's going on. He's like,
he looks
happening?
confused. Like, am I going to?
Like,
when they had him walk over to Estrid, I was really thinking like, oh, are they actually going to have some conflict here? Are they going to make him say, "Oh, it's okay, you go with someone else who you actually love more than me. I know it's okay." I thought they were going to do that, which would have been pathetic as shit. But what they do is even worse. He just doesn't. He seems to know that that's what's happening, but he doesn't say anything. Because why else does he walk over there?
Yeah, and he can like hear all the words, and he knows that Isildur's like, "No, she's coming with me to Numenor." It's like, bitch, I started building our house yesterday. we said as long as the house stands, our love will last. I guess the house doesn't exist, so it holds. But like, I thought, like, what's going on? What the fuck?
There's a lot of lines like that. Because you said like, "Oh, he's evil. He's evil." It's like, I'm assuming the line you're referencing for that is when he was like, "I'll kill your horse." I'm sorry, what? It's just like, yeah, I'll fucking kill your horse. As though that's just a hinged thing to say in the middle of a conversation. Like, what the hell?
Well, he says that comes after he says like, things have changed in Numenor. Like, Miriel is no longer the queen. My father is the king, and your father is wanted for treason. But if I had my way, he'd be fucking dead. And then Isildur like attacks him, and then he says, "Shall I have them kill the whores because the peasants look hungry?"
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
this is clown behavior.
how does
evil,
how does everyone here not be like, guys? I think this guy's bad.
He's
I
a
think
psycho evil
think
guy.
he's a
bad
baddie.
man.
Weird.
I don't like this bad man.
Yeah, I don't either.
Oh,
All
man.
right.
Sorry, chat. I said horse, not whores. He's not going to kill the whores.
He
That's
threatened
not
to
what I
kill
said.
Kill
Isildur's
the whores.
horse.
The people are hungry.
My horse.
The concubines are going to... Well, that would actually work because of the whole cannibalism angle that everyone's forgotten about, but yeah.
Yes.
Neat.
Okay. Let's go to
Cool.
Adar's rock.
Oh, sick. His favorite rock.
His favorite one.
It is then. So Galadriel is being
The
brought-
Ides of March. All right, that's what's happened.
Also,
Region
Dutch
is the
angles the
Ides of
scene.
March. Yes, many Dutch angles. I'm just saying he should have looked at the calendar and realized, shit, this is this is a day I should be wary of. I should go out somewhere on my own where there's nobody around.
I just realized the whole
Go
Dutch
for it.
angle thing is they did this the last time these two characters spoke to each other. That entire scene was the same thing.
Ugh.
That's probably why they're doing it again.
There's so much
Cool.
unease between these characters, you see. This is filmmaking. All right. So, Galadriel is brought to him. Remember, she has the 9 rings of power with her. The 9 man rings. Now, Adar is moping at a rock, but not really moping. He's just hanging out awkwardly at this rock. And he has Morgoth's crown here. Now, Galadriel says that she accepts Adar's terms. Okay, she'll give
What
him
terms?
what he
That
needs
makes-
to kill. Well,
That makes
I guess
this the second scene in a row where they're referencing a deal that didn't happen.
she says she'll give him what he needs to kill Sauron if he calls off the attack. And we see that Adar is shown wearing her ring of power. And when he turns around, Adar is hot now.
Oh, no.
no. An
Galadriel's
evil
gonna fuck
hot
him.
guy. The only thing Galadriel can't resist. Or
He's silky
really any
smooth now.
blonde elf, I guess we've been shown. It's very strange.
I do like as
I
much
don't-
as for the sake of stringing the scene out, he begins with, like, when I was young, I had a different name. And she says, what was that? And he says, it doesn't matter. And then we just move
It
on.
was Sauron.
Like,
Yeah.
what's the point? Why
Well,
even
he-
bring it up?
He says that he used to have a name, and he was known by an old name, but Adar is the name that he earned, and he asks her to help him earn his old name.
They all have too
Valid.
many names, Rags. Can we stop?
He says a meaningless name, a name I was given.
well-
You mean like every other fucking name?
Given the
Yeah.
way the scene was going, I was expecting them to reveal that he was Celeborn, but
Mm.
obviously they didn't end up going that way.
Yo, that'd be
Um,
hilarious.
It would be
Who?
so funny, but yeah, that isn't
Oh,
what ends up happening.
Your old husband. She's like, oh, right, Teleporno.
Well, because I
Yeah.
thought that they were going to go for like where his appearance changes when he wears the ring, and she's like, "Fucking hell, it's you! It's been so long." But that again is not where they go with it, and it's even funnier than
She just
that.
said, help me earn the name Teleporno. Zip. All right, so he offers her the ring back.
Yeah.
By the way, he like looks like a normal elf now. Essentially, the ring has sort of like cured his Urukiness, and
But as
now
soon
he's
as he
back to
takes
sort
it
of
off,
being a real. Yeah,
He
it
doesn't
starts
look
to-
like a deep fake.
again.
Yeah. So he takes
And,
the ring off. Yeah, go ahead.
I will actually finish describing what happens.
So he takes off the ring and he offers it to her. And as he takes off the ring, his more like his more goofy looking face, his goober face starts to kind of come back. And then he asks her to help him vanquish Sauron, and then he will recall his orcs back to Mordor. She says that she's killed more orcs than anybody because she's that incredible and awesome. But
She sure
he
is.
says that he forgives her.
Hold
Oh,
on,
that's
so
good.
Once-
we
That's
go-
That's
nice.
nice.
Create a
This
lasting
whole
peace.
thing is very fucking strange. It's like they're
Yeah.
trying to present
Yeah.
Adar as a hero when he's the one who destroyed Eregion. He
It's
did
like
it.
smoke in the background.
He's just
Yeah.
killed
Mordor.
supposedly
And
thousands of
Mordor.
people.
He created
and-
Mordor as well, which also killed
Yep.
a whole bunch of people.
Waldrick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't rob Waldrick of his achievements.
Under his command, but yes, Waldrick did that. But it is weird. It's like you do realize Adar is like not even remotely close to being
He's
heroic.
super
right?
evil.
No. They think
Adar is super evil.
They think he's redeemed or redeemable here when he's not. He's just wiped out thousands of people, and he wiped out thousands more fairly recently. But like the deal that they were the terms that they were referencing just now is what was proposed in episode 7, where Adar says, Galadriel, you need to give me your ring, and I will use it to defeat Sauron, or we can team up and we can defeat Sauron. Adar then Galadriel agreed to that, is what happened. Adar then pulled the plug, and the reason why he pulled the plug is because he didn't trust that Gil-galad was going to let him just go back to Mordor and chill with the orcs, because obviously why would that happen? And what he's just said in this scene is, after this is done, I will go back to Mordor and chill with the orcs. Like, you don't think that you can do that. And Galadriel has walked up to him and said, I accept the terms that I already accepted. That's what's happened in this scene.
You're saying it makes too much sense.
I'm saying it makes anti-sense.
Nonsense.
Like the rest of the fucking show.
True. So it fits in perfectly.
Yes.
Now, Galadriel puts on the ring, and orcs show up and bring an injured orc on a stretcher. And the injured orc is Glug.
No.
Oh no.
Where is Glug?
My goodness.
Does he say?
Oh my goodness. Now, an orc says that Glug resisted Sauron's influence to betray Adar.
Glug the Uncorruptible.
Glug the Pure. Unbelievable.
Glug
We made up some funny names for Glug while we were watching this. It was very good.
Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. It is not believable unless you're Adar. Because you see, Adar leans down and he's like, oh, Glug, sweet Glug. Glug says that it's too late. And Adar's like, no, it isn't too late. And Glug says, no, it really is too late. And he stabs Adar with a knife.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Adar says et tu Glug.
Yeah.
But then it's too late. They're getting him.
There's no use.
It's like poetry. It rhymes because it's exactly the same shots that we had at the start of the season.
That's right. When Sauron got seasoned, now Adar's getting seasoned.
And now he's Glug the Betrayer.
Because I guess Adar thought that
Glug the Betrayer, the Judas.
Yeah, so Glug. Like Glug, obviously Glug is not the Glug the Uncorruptible and Glug the Pure, because Glug did turn on Adar because that was obviously where his character arc was going, and he was essentially convinced by Sauron. But it's kind of a character arc. It's the best we're going to get.
What, a character arc of him turning out to be a traitor? Yeah.
Well, so he does turn on Sauron, but
he
does turn on Adar.
But save the Republic, is he?
He did it for the Gluglings.
You turned Glug against me.
What do they say? What they say after Caesar got killed?
Take that, bitch.
No, I don't think they said that. But I'm just imagining it now. But it's Glug.
And obviously,
he did it. We see it in this show.
And obviously, because Glug is our
death to tyrants, but yeah.
And obviously, because Glug is our proxy character for the orcs are all on board.
Yeah.
So all of them are doing it. They're all traitors.
I will say, what a fucking downgrade compared to Rebel Moon, where you get the in-house orchestra.
Oh yes!
If only there were some orcs.
So good if it abruptly cut to a string quartet of orcs just sitting off in the distance.
Instruments.
But they have just like kazoos.
It should have been a full symphony orchestra.
Playing metal.
Death Williams.
Metal. Yes, it should have been death metal. It should have been fucking like Damrod on the growls.
They all have really shitty string instruments and don't really play well at all.
I don't know how to play.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read sheet music. The whole thing was a really bad idea. As will turn out to be the case for Glug, this was just a grievous error on his
It's just so funny too. There's not even like a transitional period of Sauron kind of implying this was a good choice. He's just like, yeah, just do what he said to do, but even more.
His whole deal here was like he wasn't trusting Adar because he was like, too many orcs are going to die. So what he should have done here is listen to Sauron, I guess, and then go back and kill Adar. He's like, right, I'm going home to see my wife. But no, he doesn't. He says, Lord Sauron, what do you command? He's immediately just in exactly the same situation that he was in before. And like you said, the order immediately is go and fuck that city up, which is the whole thing he had a problem with.
A few people in chat have mentioned orchestra. I actually didn't think
Hey.
of that.
Oh my god.
Coinky-dink. That was not planned, but now that I'm aware of it, that's a orchestra, yes, with orcs playing while Adar is getting seasoned by Glug Brutus, the
Alright.
trainer.
That has to be a fucking thing in 40k. That sounds like a thing.
Are any of you guys familiar with a band called Necrogoblicon?
Yes.
No, that sounds funny.
It sounds funny as fuck though.
Yeah, so it's a metal band where the frontman is a goblin. I've just there you go.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
hilarious.
I know about Finn Troll though, but not.
He runs around on stage. It's great.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they're like, yeah, poetry. Sauron got seasoned, and then Adar got
Yeah.
seasoned. Rhymes.
It's
And they
great
both of
writing.
them, their
It doesn't
failure
rhyme
was
so
to
much
account
as-
for the well-being of the orcs.
I mean, like, I
Okay.
guess a word does rhyme with itself, technically.
I just find it funny
Oh,
because
boy.
it's just like it doesn't matter how we get there. That's all that is reflected in this as a payoff, right? We don't care how we get there, just as long as we get there. And getting there and having it be the same as what happened at the beginning, that makes it good.
Yeah, you
It's
can
just something
tell
to
they
keep on writing.
when they were writing season 2, they clearly designed the first scene to have an inversion at the end. And then I guess they decided to try and connect the dots and just didn't really.
I mean, Galadriel's just standing watching.
Yeah, she just waits.
Not
She doesn't
helping at
try to
all.
save him. She doesn't fucking run off because this insanity is just going on right in front of her, and she's just there waiting for her next line of dialogue.
Oh, she is on pause. She cannot
True.
escape that pause menu. Holy fuck.
Yep.
Well, yeah, because it's particularly
She's
odd when you
probably-
see it in the wide shot where they're all stabbing him, and she's just sort of standing there, just watching in the distance.
Yeah, so
Oh, and then Sauron's here. He just shows up.
Sauron, yeah,
Yeah.
Anatar is here.
That
he's
shot, by the way,
around.
of like how sad is it that Adar is now dead? I was just like, nah, he was a dick.
He's evil.
He was a
He just
real.
killed thousands of
He's
people.
an evil
Yeah.
bastard.
He hated
So-
his children and he killed thousands of people. He's a dick.
Bill
Yeah,
stabbed
what
through
a
his
jerk.
little bits
Eddar
of
is
armor as
stabbed to
well.
death. Glug gets the kill stab, and Sauron's looking down, and he's like, "Ha ha." Yeah, Galadriel says that Sauron planned all of this from the beginning. And he says that she
Yeah.
thinks too much of him.
I find that line very funny because they're throwing that in just to be like, no, this does make a little bit of sense. It's like, no, he doesn't have to have planned everything. But I went through all of the steps of Sauron's evil plan. I'm not going to read it all because it's quite long, but there's 20 steps. 2 of them are things that he just kind of winged it just to see what would happen. The rest of it is either just insanity happening that he couldn't have accounted for, or him meticulously planning things. So the idea that he's just an opportunist who just kind of let things happen is just not true at all.
But yeah, the writers would say this was
Yeah.
all absolutely planned beautifully by her.
Yeah.
She also looks in complete shock when he's like behind her and says her name, but she was staring right at him like a few seconds ago.
I think it's funny that she was looking at this the whole time. It's like, what is happening? Why are they all stabbing
Yeah, what's
Adar?
going on?
Why didn't she just run away? She could have outrun him.
Mm.
If she just started running now, she would have gotten away.
No, he'll
She's
be like
no coward.
Mysterio and give her visuals of corners that don't exist, and she'll
Dr.
eventually be
Mysterio.
turned all the way back to him.
Galadriel does try to kill him though, while he's kneeling over Adar's body, and he blocks the sword with Morgoth's crown.
Oh, it's so epic,
Yeah.
dude.
He
They
says
thought
he
they were
wants.
so cool for that.
Oh yeah, this is really cool. He wants her ring and he wants the 9, and they have a shitty sword fight, which is odd because he can like use telekinesis and controls people's minds and stuff. So he should just.
He
do
can just
that
get them
to
right
her.
now.
Yeah,
but he
let me
doesn't.
control you real
he
quick
can-
and let me give you the stuff, and then I'll leave. But we
Yeah,
forgot about
so-
those powers, so shut up.
Maybe if they're trying to imply that, I don't even know. I don't know. So back at
The
Eregion,
ring protects her.
maybe, but they haven't led anything to. Like he
Yeah.
tries to and he
Well,
can't.
Yeah, the way you do that
Or-
is you have him grab her arm and then imply that he's doing magic, and then show the ring and then make it clear visually that the ring is countering him.
Yeah, like he
Something
looks
like
at
that.
it or feels it. Something.
Yeah.
And especially because he's like, wait, this is my ring. I made this. And she's like, and you, So, back at Eregion. It's been a long day. And we still have
Yay.
more to go. Really bad day. Elrond and Gil-galad have been captured.
Oh,
Gil-galad slips off his
bummer.
ring a bit. So he slips off the ring.
I don't know why they're alive, because like Sauron did say just now, keep the orc leaders alive, keep the elf leaders alive and bring them to
Yeah.
me. But
Why-
at the end of season 1, at the end of episode 7, season 1 was quite a lot longer ago. At the end of the previous episode, Adar said, "Kill them all," and they were all there outside the city, but not really because they didn't kill them all, so they're still alive.
To be fair, they're in stuff later, so you can't kill them.
Why would Glug
Yeah.
be happy about being ordered to continue with the fight when it was the fight in the first place and the casualties that made him so mad?
Yeah.
He
Yep.
shouldn't be.
And
But
also,
then he's
like,
like, "Oh, all
Now
hell,
he's-
Sauron!"
Yep.
Yeah.
He's Team Sauron now. He's
and
Team
one of the
Sauron.
orcs, one of the orcs here says like, "No, don't kill them. Lord Sauron wants wants us to bring the leaders back to them." And
You know,
all of the orcs
because
are just
they-
immediately on board. None of them are like, "Wait, what? We're here to kill Sauron," because
Yeah,
that's the whole
Adar
reason
is
why
our
the army is
commander.
here.
They also
Yeah.
know about
Sauron is who we're
everything.
here to
They were
kill.
watching. So whenever there's a scene with any characters that aren't in that scene, the other characters from the whole show are watching that scene with
Yeah.
us. You know, so they're up
Yeah.
to date
Very
on the
much
whole
feels that
Adar
way.
situation. Yeah.
How did I put this earlier when we were watching this? They have like all little orc pagers and they just all got a beep. It's
Your
like,
ruler is
oh, and
Sauron
then-
now. They're like, cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
it's
right,
fine.
right. Do we get to
And
go
then they
home?
blow
No? Oh, okay. No, fine.
It is funny that they betrayed Adar like on the literal moment that they got what they wanted from him. Like Glug, would have been like, "Oh, sweet, I can get." Because this is way worse now. Sauron's gonna be mean. Sauron's gonna be like, we're gonna be going to war a lot, Glug."
It's all tragic and thematic.
Yeah, I
and
feel real
great.
bad for Glug.
Remember those 3
Yeah.
orcs that went away because they didn't want to fight and then get killed by a
If
reindeer?
only they didn't see that random elf and they just had to kill him. Wait,
It's
what
quite
is that? An
something.
unkilled elf? Well, this is my time to shine.
But that does mean that basically one of the most consequential events in the entire history of all Middle Earth features a guy called Glug. There is that. Like, without Glug, you would have no War of the Ring. You would have none of the death in all of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. All of it would be fine and safe, and the world would be happy and harmonious. But fucking Glug is a
Fucking
turncoat traitor. So
Hey,
fuck you,
man.
Glug.
It's the little people. It's the everyday deeds of normal folk that keep the light at bay.
Don't forget Waldrick,
I mean,
man.
Waldreg,
Yeah.
Waldreg
Yeah,
made
Waldreg.
Mordor. Lowly, humble Waldreg. He rose the ranks. He made Mordor, and here we have Glug. The mild-mannered family man orc, and he is out here just, he's stabbing. He's making shit happen.
Let's be
Wheel of
honest.
time. He's turning it.
What they should have done is Glug should have probably betrayed Adar at some point because he's had enough of his shit. He
Yeah,
should have
because they
then
show like 17 scenes of him
Yeah.
going like, "Oh, Adar, I don't like that."
But he should have then replaced Adar and been like, "Guys, we're going home. Let's make Mordor into like a nice magical happy land." And then Sauron comes in like, "Hey guys, I'm going to take over now," and then they have to fight back. So have Glug replace Adar rather than just become a thrall to Sauron.
The Glugpire strikes back.
On the note
It
of
could be called the Glug War.
Waldrick's return in season 3, that was a black solo in
Uh,
artwork.
Yeah.
look at him. Oh, that actually does kind of looks like Waldreg.
Waldrick the White, sort of.
Waldreg the bleak.
Waldrick the I'm gonna fuck you up, Sauron.
I will kill you. Oh.
Sauron, you conspire against me.
Well, we're at Eregion. Elrond, Gil-galad captured. We see the orcs burning down a lot of scrolls of knowledge.
Oh, not my
uh,
knowledge. The sacred
House
text.
said, the sacred texts are being burned. There's a
We'll say-
scuffle. Yeah.
Just a bad move to be like, don't burn those. We would hate it if you burned those, and they are Celebrimbor's personal scrolls. You say that to an orc?
Yeah, we'd rather die. It's like, oh, you tell
Yeah.
me you hate when I burn those and you want to die?
You just
That's-
picture the orcs be like, oh no, knowledge!
Oh.
Yeah, like why the fuck would the orcs care? And you would know the orcs wouldn't care.
Yeah, we inexplicably won this battle somehow, so we don't need knowledge.
We
We got it.
hate knowledge.
Yeah, so there's a little scuffle. Elrond punches some guys. He lights one on fire. That's kind
pretty
of weird.
funny. That's funny.
Yeah, I have no idea how he just like
He's
touches
just
it with a
covered in
torch and he
fucking
just.
gasoline.
I
When someone
guess.
like aims a torch toward you, you don't instinctively like move away. You instead douse yourself in gasoline and head straight in.
Oh no, it sure would be bad if you touched me with that torch.
Oh no, here I go! Oh, I'm on fire!
Oh,
No.
muy caliente.
Just reading the dialogue, because I don't think I was paying attention by this point in the show, but like this is the scene, isn't it, where they're only really including like book burning orcs in order to explain why nobody will ever make any more Rings of Power ever again. Because that's
so,
like
yeah.
the dialogue there, right? Like that's the complete record of all Celebrimbor's knowledge. It's everything that's ever been worked on here. If you burn that, we can't do any more, and that's the show's version of this is why no more rings.
Yeah.
Sure.
I guess
Well,
so. Yeah.
Arondir is
quite
here as
weird.
well.
Yeah. Why is Aaron? Because they should kill him. I mean, he should be dead, but they should kill
Yeah.
him. They were
He should
told
also
to
be just dead in general.
Kill him more. He
Kill
was
him more,
already.
yeah.
He
Probably
should
this
already
time,
be
yeah.
dead. Yeah.
Nope, he's
stab him
fine.
again.
Arondir is fine. He is
He wasn't-
actually fine.
He was dying on the floor last time we saw
Dude,
him. What
it's-
happened?
Nope. No
Yeah.
blood
This
on
is
the
one
sword.
of
My
this is one of the
conspiracy
most
theory was
I'm
not a
here too,
theory.
guys moments in anything ever.
Yeah.
Just like I'm also here and I'm playing with.
Did the
with you
orcs
guys.
heal him? Like, what the fuck
Well,
happened?
It's like, hey, I asked you to. Sauron's just going to be like, hey, no, I asked you to bring me all of the leaders, not all of the named characters.
Yeah, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
Well, that trio is there in Eregion. They've been captured.
Mhm.
And Galadriel and Sauron are still fighting with swords.
Lame ass
Uh,
boss
he-
fight.
Yep, he says she must know that he tells her that she must know that if you want to find the light, you first have to touch the darkness.
That's what the brother
Oh
said.
my
Oh
god!
my goodness,
That's
it's
what
a callback to stuff.
Finn Rumbo said to her.
Finn Rumbo.
So, just for context, Sauron's objective here is to convince Galadriel to give him the rings because he doesn't want to kill her and he doesn't want to hurt her. And he chooses to basically pervert her memory of her brother, which is something that you would do if you were going to mock her.
hmm
Yeah,
don't-
not very convincing. It would make me angry.
Yeah, exactly, which is exactly what happens. Like Sauron
don't
is useless at
cooperate.
manipulating.
Yeah, I don't cooperate with angry people much.
Especially because, again, Sauron killed Finrod. He's appealing to a memory of something that would make her very, very pissed off with him specifically.
The I was about to say 1-2, more like 1-2-3 punch of funny when she hits him off the thing and he goes whoa and rolls all the way down. Then she jumps down after him, but she does this pose.
Oh, it looks
Which-
awful when
Ooh.
she jumps down.
I don't know what it is about this actress. Every time she pulls her face, they're always very embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's an embarrassing actor. I
Unfortunate.
don't know. Maybe she's good in other stuff.
And then if it wasn't funny enough, it just cuts to this, and I was like, oh god, they're doing the thirst song.
Damn it, he's
There.
hot again.
Oh no,
You're
I
so
can't kill him.
Oh, no,
no,
he's sexy.
I'm a blonde elf. I can't resist a hot evil guy.
Applies the simp debuff on Galadriel. So I actually bookmarked
charm.
this.
He
The
casted
explanation
charm. Yeah,
from
he used
Charlotte
Smolder.
Brandstrom, who I think wrote this scene. The explanation is Galadriel obviously was in love with Halbrand. She was very attracted to him. So when Sauron changes shape, he completely destabilizes her because that was her weakness. She had very strong feelings for the king, for Halbrand, obviously in the first season. So yeah, that is the actual reason. She fancies him, and so he survives.
That is a piss take. That is just
Man, it's a complete
Better
mystery
if
why
this
people
stayed
don't
in
like
this
this show. I just can't imagine.
That's how these people fucking think. They're retarded.
So this whole fucking fight annoyed me very much because my whole thing from the beginning was like, hey, wouldn't it be interesting if he used his transformation powers to like make his way through all of Eregion and do something interesting? And they do it in this fight really quickly. It's like, oh, you can just do this immediately all the time as much as you want, and you never
Why didn't
use
you?
this. Just never used it.
I don't know, man, because we were speculating about this. We were wondering earlier, like, can't he can change forms and
I
stuff?
think
He
that the
turns
answer
into
might be-
Anatar and everything.
I
but,
think
like,
And
it's,
now they confirm
you know what?
that he can.
I think that this is adjacent to nanotech helmets. And John Halo taking off his helmet all the time, which is that the actor wants
Jimmy
the
Rings.
actors would prefer to have whatever, or Master Cheeks.
ooh, that's a good. Ooh, I like
I
that one. Yeah,
won't
that's a
hold
good
a
one.
monopoly on these names. You can
I-
pick whatever you want.
Oh, I love Jimmy Rings.
Jimmy Rings is funny. Anyway, but it feels adjacent to that in the sense that it's like, yeah, but any time that it's not the same actor who's played like Sauron the whole time, that diminishes his screen time. So you don't want to do that.
That's probably honestly the answer, yeah. Because
I think it
costs them fucking nothing to move some of the actors from other scenes they may even be filming at the same time into the scene, and it's like the cheapest form of fun illusion, because you could just have them, you know, they do some of it in this, walk past a thing, and then you get the other actor to walk past the thing, and then you just in editing cut them, and the idea that you couldn't like make a shit ton of meaningful scenes out of it, it's just like, yeah, why didn't you do it? The answer has got to be cynical at this point, 'cause it's insane.
Yep.
I think so. I think it's that. It's if you had a bunch of other actors playing the role, because there's no reason why Anatar should look like Halbrand. There's no good reason why that's the case. The only reason is it's the same actor. But again, it's like, I don't know. The reality is that whoever's playing Sauron probably should be a revolving door of different actors rather than just one person consistently. Because this guy will be playing him till the end. That's what it'll be.
Yeah, I had like a glimmer of hope
in the flashback?
when they...
Should he look like he did in the flashback at the beginning of the season?
So I think that was supposed to be like his previous form that I guess he looked at throughout all of the first age. Then when he regenerated, he looked like Halbrand, which is why this Anatar looks. It has the same. It has Charlie Vickers' face.
But the thing is that
he turns into Galadriel soon.
There should be no face,
matter.
right?
That's true.
There should be no face.
Yeah,
it should be whoever.
He does want to argue to Celebrimbor when he turns into Anatar that he was sent and that all of his role as Halbrand was Anatar as well, right?
Yeah, but that's still not the reason why you would look the same, though, right?
No, it's not a reason why you have to look the same.
I'm Halbrand, but I'm Anatar. Also, I'm a lady. Like, you know, he looks like, you know what I mean? It's just like there's just no reason other than because you want to keep the actor.
Yeah. I think there's also two other reasons for why they do this, and that one is that they're not creative enough to do that shit, and the other one is that they think it would be confusing to the audience if they changed actors all the time.
They do not trust the audience with even the most basic shit. So you definitely.
Yeah, there's that too, right? It's like, well, wait, he doesn't look like him. He's not the same person.
It's really like this show is written for people to half watch while they're doing something else. And if you have the same character portrayed in different scenes by different actors, that's going to be confusing, and Amazon's watch time is going to go down.
Yeah.
Anyway, shitty boss fight. Sucks balls.
Very much so.
She does like ring power jumps or force jumps or whatever. It's just... Ugh.
Speaking of the shape-shifting, just quickly, after he does all the flim-flam between all the different characters, he then turns back into Anatar, when surely it would make sense for him to turn back into Halbrand.
Yeah.
Because he wants to fuck Halbrand.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Being Anatar is not a benefit at all, so...
We are strictly at brain melty time, so maybe mine is, but is that prop correct? I thought that the triangle was if slotted into the circle of the spikes. Like equally. You see what I'm saying?
What? Oh, what? But yeah, it's like a third, whereas here they're all facing towards the front end.
Was it not a triangle?
I'm
not sure.
I thought it was a perfect triangle, not a like an even one. I didn't realize there was edge toward the front.
I've got episode 1 here.
Because I thought when he stabbed him they were equal, but maybe I'm misremembering.
I don't know.
Looks right to me, but I mean, because that's the front, that's the crown front on.
Well, I'll be honest with you, that's like the worst shot to tell.
Yeah.
Okay, whoops. My brain is fried. Okay.
You know when he looks up at the crown? Have you got that shot?
Yeah. Here we go. They take their fucking time with it. Okay, yeah, I've got the shot, and it is consistent.
Okay.
But I'll share it anyway. There you go. So there is you got one at the front, one on each side, and nothing at the back.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that was you just having a flume, Molo. Apologize.
How dare you?
No, I already accounted for that because I'm a genius.
Apologize to Morgoth's crown.
You did
and
that.
pray to Glug.
Yes.
I did.
Pray to Glug.
I recommend everybody, whenever you start any claim that you're not sure about, you mention that you're not sure about it.
Yes.
Makes
There's no
me
reason
vague.
not to. There's just
From
no
the Wrath of
reason not
Morgoth's
to.
crown.
Non-committal assertments. That's what they want to do.
Yeah, so they're having a sword fight. Galadriel and Sauron, they're having a sword fight, and he's turning into different people. He turns into Halbrand, he turns into Anatar, he turns into Galadriel, he turns into Celebrimbor, he turns back into Anatar. He's just being a goofy prankster.
Weird how he
just
never
changing
turns into
forms.
Finrond or something.
Are these not the seeds you
Nah,
planted?
that actor, he's fucking done, man.
Yeah,
he's
he's gone.
done with his shit. He's off doing whatever.
He could have turned into
Um,
Bronwyn. Oh wait, no, hold on.
Oh,
no,
dang
she's
it.
gone too. Could have turned into Valandil.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, hey, someone remembered me. But when he turns into Celebrimbor, he even says, "Oh, these not the seeds you planted." And I was like,
Yeah.
he's
He's like, shut the fuck
Could
up.
be
Stop
funniest
saying
part of the
that.
episode.
This is just a complete retread of the last fucking time these characters spoke to each other, which was
Yeah.
the end of season 1. It was the whole idea that Galadriel had inadvertently caused Sauron to become Sauron because she wanted to suck him off or whatever it is. And now they're just doing the exact same thing again, where Sauron is saying like, "Hey, well, you kind of made me. You created Sauron because you planted them seeds, didn't you?" It's the exact same conversation, but in the middle of a fight scene.
Yeah.
They are.
It is really funny though.
Because also he tries to like he extends the offer again of like, you can be my queen again if you like. The offer's still open.
God.
Yeah.
It's the same scene. Yeah.
He's such a loser.
He really likes her.
He says it
She's so
after
likable.
he says it after he
After
says he can
well,
read her
so-
mind. So I guess she kind of wants that.
I just meant after he stabbed her, which you feel like that would be a deal breaker on, and he would be wise enough to understand that, but I guess not.
Yeah.
Because they're both
Isn't it-
insane. They're both
isn't it
unhinged lunatics.
Isn't it before he stabs her?
I think it's before, but it's like, because what happens, the bit that I think is probably the most pathetic for Sauron, more than the crying that we talked about earlier, because there is a way that you can explain that, whereas this is just pathetic. He offers like, "Can you be my queen?" And then she says, "No thanks." And then he continues attacking her, and he kind of like rees at her and goes like, "Ah!" It's like he like starts wailing around with his sword and like hitting the rocks. He gets very angry.
It's after she gets stabbed with the crown that he starts saying this.
No, it is not.
We would have ruled together.
Then he mentions it twice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I'm just confused.
He's a bit rambly. Now you have to apologize.
Yeah, Fringy, I want you to apologize to Stonehenge where they're fighting.
Kiss the Glock statue and apologize.
Wait. Now I'm really confused. Sorry.
He might say it afterwards as well, but it does say it before.
Because yeah,
I'll make the world bow to you or whatever.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay. No, I've got it here. So he says, "I know your mind. The door is still open." And then Galadriel says, "The door is shut." And then she boots him in the face. He rees, and then later he stabs her.
And then he says that I would have made you a queen. So that's what I meant.
Well, he says it. He's appealing to it twice, because when he says the door is still open, he literally says like the way is open.
Yeah. So he's saying it after the stab, which is what I was saying was crazy. That they're both,
he's saying it both before and after. Then
I see. So we're both correct then. Yes.
Well,
wins.
no, hold on, because when he stabs her, he then says, "I would have placed a crown upon your head." So he's saying the deal's off now. I've stabbed you. I would have done this, but I'm not going to anymore.
No, I think if she said no, that's chill, he would have accepted.
He would have said, "Wow, really?"
There's like a puddle of blood around her, and she's like, "You know what? I've reconsidered. I would like to be your queen."
He stabs her with the AIDS crown that gives her like the evil black stuff that's going to kill her. So like it will be a bit late if she changed her mind after getting stabbed.
No, he
like,
can heal it because of Sauron.
Oh, but he's got the ring, right? The ring is there, so she'd be chill, right?
Yeah.
Except when she took it off, which will happen.
Yeah.
He is too evil to get healing powers.
I think you need all 3 rings to heal, don't you? Isn't that the thing that happens later?
But,
Well,
he'll take the 9 from her, right? Those are
he'll use the
But they're
9
evil
men rings.
That's okay. It'll corrupt her, but it'll save her life.
They don't have all 3 though. They only have 2 of them.
Yeah, the idea that you need multiple rings to heal. What we've seen is
true. They didn't have 3. Yeah.
You need all 3 to heal the tree. You need 1 to heal the map guy who got shot.
And you need 2 for her.
2 to heal Galadriel. Yeah.
Yeah,
or
that makes
it's
sense.
just like the
All of that
ring
makes
Galadriel
sense.
has specifically who has the healing powers.
Or it could. That's true. It could be. Well, no. It can't be because Gil-galad tries to heal with his ring.
No, he says like by the power of the Elder Kings.
Well, I mean, the outcome he was gunning for there was to heal her, though, right? Like,
Sure, but it says I'm the High King. Fucking make her whole again. Shit.
okay.
I don't.
I mean, yeah, it could be. It could
Can't
be
follow
either
this
because the
conversation
show
right now, I
just
think.
hasn't explained what each ring does. We have no idea.
We'll get
The only
there.
reason why, when Galadriel's on the ground, why wouldn't she just? In fact, while the fight's happening, why wouldn't she just run to the cliff and throw the rings off the cliff?
I
That's a
don't
good point.
know. I don't know why anything happens in this
like,
fucking
they could
scene.
find
Because if
him,
I
I
was in this
guess.
situation,
Why would
I'd
you
be trying to
ever?
get-
You can't hurt him.
I don't know. Yeah, this is what I mean. I presume that
Yeah.
that's your best option. Like, why would you? I don't even know why we'd assume he could find them if they're not being worn.
You know what you should
Like, if
do?
you just got thrown away.
Is episode 1 style, sort of jump off, not like jump off, but fall off in such a way that she can stab her sword in the mountain halfway down. You know, so, like she did with the ice mountain.
What, like
Oh,
pickaxe?
well-
Yeah.
Nah, hold on. You know what she needs? She needs the grappling hook that brought down Damrod.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, with the yes, we should. We need to
relic
rewrite the
portals in
scene.
and hands.
So that's the case. But yeah, point being is that this fight is pointless. She can't do anything against him.
Yeah.
Well, she
Yeah, how does she expect to kill him?
she knows that, or she believes at this point that she can kill him if she gets the crown. So I can maybe understand her wanting to do that, but it should have become very obvious very quickly that she absolutely cannot defeat him.
Can she?
Or the
even...
fight is built around her trying to get the crown from him in the
Yeah,
fight.
which she
it
does
just
not try
isn't.
once.
Never
That doesn't happen
happens.
at all.
Yep.
He keeps
So
locking it up anyway. I don't know. This fight was boring too because I was just like, she's not gonna die. Obviously,
Well,
like she
she's
can't.
not gonna die,
Yeah.
and obviously
We know
Sauron's not
she's
gonna
not
die.
gonna die.
So this
Yeah,
is
like, it's-
yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
Yep. They fight. Oh my goodness, how exciting, intense, unbelievable. They get
And
to a
then the
point
dwarves
where
show up.
that's
They do.
true. Yeah, after she jumps off the cliff.
No, before.
Oh, like
before
they're
the
looking.
dwarves-
Yeah,
back,
there's a
Yeah.
watching?
Yeah, the
Oh,
dwarves
okay.
show up like right when, because basically she's just been defeated, and then like Sauron looks down, and it's like, oh, dwarves, and then they're just in Eregion. Like,
Yeah,
they're
Oh
they
just-
just
yeah, right. The dwarf.
teleport into the
They're immediately here.
just
Yeah.
Dude.
here.
Sorry.
The dwarves are
Do
not
the rings
just here.
just
They are
fall out of her
here.
jacket?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
just fall
So,
out.
yeah.
And he's
Christ,
like, oh,
I didn't realize that. Oh my god, that's so stupid.
No, because you see, they were made with his blood, and they have a mind of their own.
What?
sick.
Do they like wiggle out of the?
Yeah, they're doing a little
pocket?
crawl,
What?
like a worm crawl toward him.
slow
my
shuffle.
God. Lame.
Now I'm just thinking that because they were made with his blood, they're just like damp Cheerios, just
Ew.
soggy. Like yeah.
Ew.
They're soggy and they're like uncooked pasta or cooked pasta. They're just
Yes.
floopy. He's like, be gentle with those.
Oh,
rings
also
of
the
power."
arrival of the dwarves is just before that. The greatest expression
Oh, that's
given by
wild.
Gil-galad
Yeah,
ever.
that's.
Oh, yeah.
that's
The
where
only
we
thing
get
I
the
remember
fucking
about that scene
unravel.
is how fucking weird he looks. But he looks
What the
weird in all
hell?
of
Like,
it.
Why does he?
Why?
He's so excited.
Yeah, he's so
fucking
into
excited
this.
to see the dwarves.
His
you gotta loop
delivery
it.
as well is just weird as dwarves. What?
Yeah.
It looks like the actors just having fun. Like they thought, well, the idiot audience who are playing on their phones aren't going to understand that these little people running around with crossbows. That's the dwarven army that's shown up. So Celebrimbor, can you just kind of sorry, Gil-galad, can you just kind of say dwarves?
We
And
need
he's
to
like,
remind them, yeah.
how do I do it? Should I just go dwarves? Yeah, that'll do.
that emoji, the red dude in the YouTube emoji, that's a pretty good representation actually of
Yeah.
his face.
Yes.
Ooh, dwarves. What if this orc was just like, oh shit, dwarves, I better slit your throat so that I can deal with them. He's
Yep.
like, aw, lame.
But I want to see the dwarves.
But, like,
They're so
what is-
cool.
What are we meant to get from what Gil-galad thinks when he says this? He's not saying dwarves as in like, yes, they're finally here. The dwarves have arrived. Elrond was right. And he's not like dwarves. Oh, now you should be sorry. He's like, What emotion is that? I don't know.
No, it's
He's
just
thinking that if
excitement.
we don't
It's
say
just-
it, the audience won't know who they are, so we have to say it.
It is. That's all it is.
Maybe his concern is like, shit, we have to fight dwarves now too. Oh no.
As a
No,
director,
it's
how do
it's
you
just,
look
it's
at
just a
that
pog
and
face.
say,
It's just
They're
excitement.
gonna be so upset when they
Are
see their
those the-
forges
Is that
destroyed.
the
or
hybrid
whatever.
dwarks?
Dwarves. Yeah.
Dorks.
That's
do
gross.
you
I don't
not
want to
ask
think
for a
about
second
that.
take of this scene,
No.
though? Given how shit it looks, you look at that, it looks obviously funny. Do you not ask him to try it again?
No.
I love the fucking ninja dwarves. They
They just
all
appear
here.
everywhere.
Yeah. Funny. What up? We're here now too.
Yep,
Yep.
we're gonna fuck
Time
shit
to-
up.
And then they just win.
But
The orcs
well,
are done.
no, they don't, because they
Wait,
show
what?
up and it's almost like, well, yeah, yay, we've won now. We're going to take back the city. But then later they're like, nah, Regian's gone, so it didn't.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand.
What happened to the
because
dwarves?
The dwarves are in the city. They're
mean,
here,
I-
like ambushing the orcs in
It's
the city.
insane how much they are in the city. Like they
Yeah.
are.
So many
they're
orcs.
all over the
They are
place.
Dwarves.
here.
Damn it.
They are
That's
present.
the power of dwarves, dude. They're fucking amazing.
Like, I guess what we're meant to think is what happened is that the dwarven army all came down the secret dwarven tunnel
Mhm.
and then killed a bunch of orcs so that the rest of the elves could escape, and then they all left the city because it was burning to the ground.
Yeah, they teleported out again.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Dude, Arondir just casually kills 5 orcs in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He's very epic.
Why didn't you do that before, you fuck?
Well, he wasn't stabbed before, so he's
Oh, he's like
this-
supercharged now that he's been stabbed.
No, I'm really
Yeah,
angry.
he has the Dark Souls ring where you get more attack when you have only 10% health. I forgot the name.
Ugh.
That was a very funny joke. Please move on.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's more of a reference, but
I know. My brain
so-
hurts.
Narvi. That's Narvi, right?
I don't
Yeah.
think
And,
that's Navi, no.
Is it
it
not? I
not?
thought it was.
Well,
I
it's
thought it was.
Durin. Elrond thinks that it's Durin.
It is. It is.
I'm pretty sure it is.
The voice didn't
Yeah.
sound like Navi to me, but I might be wrong.
I'd know that nose anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a schnoz.
No,
I will say,
well,
yeah.
So
the reason
oh,
why
go
I'm
ahead.
thinking it might not be Navi as well, even forgetting the voice, is that every time we cut back to Khazad-dûm, which happens twice during this episode, Navi is there talking with Durin.
Mhm.
Oh, you're right.
He just teleported back.
Well, maybe,
Yeah,
it could be that, or it could be that this is some other command. Because
It only
Navi
takes
is
2
not a
minutes.
military commander. He's a mining guy. He's.
I thought that they were
mining
all
whatever.
sort of
Elrond,
good to
Yeah,
go. for
Elrond's a
military.
politician.
but
So
maybe he's had
yeah,
thousands of years to learn how to sword fight as well on the side.
Maybe.
I don't know.
So with what he said there, Durin is or the prince is currently mourning. So did he? Do we have to assume he sent the army and went back inside, or did he go back inside, dealt with his father, and then sent the army alone,
he
which
then
he should
sent
have
the
done
army-
from the get-go?
Yeah, because
Dealt
the
with
original
father, then
plan.
sent the army.
Yeah, the original plan was for the knife guy to lead them there the previous day in episode 7. So the dwarves are late, which means he dealt
Yeah.
with the Balrog and his father, and then
Yeah.
was like, "Okay, now I'm in
Now you
charge.
go."
You can go."
Yeah, so
and the
that
army
he should
was
have
like-
done that immediately.
Yeah, the army should have been like, "Well, I don't know why we waited, but fine,
Yeah.
because we didn't do anything."
Also,
Well,
why
only
the
cost
army should also be
2,000
like,
otherwise.
why are you sending us into our doom? Why aren't you coming? And I think the answer, I'm too sad to fight, probably might not wash.
Yeah.
Juice.
Not a great first impression as the new king.
I think that screenshot that you just posted, Goga, confirms it. I think that is definitely Navi because
You see the braid thing.
yeah.
It's the same.
So how that lines up with him teleporting around, I don't know.
What do you mean? They
Yeah, it's
teleport
It's
from.
rings of power.
Or
Well, no,
the
specifically,
This
to be
is-
fair.
No,
It is
I
Rings of
know.
Power, but also specifically Eregion to Khazad-dûm. People have been teleporting back and forth between
Yeah.
them. Like
No,
that's the
I know.
biggest teleport spot in the whole show.
I'm going to try and map it all out and find out how
Good
much
luck.
sense it doesn't make.
Don't. There's no point.
Spare your.
There is a point. It'll be very funny. That's the point.
The point is
Dude,
that I
shouldn't
like
Durin
the
be
dwarf
like
helmets.
fucking thrilled to go here and fight some orcs? Like
Nice in morning.
maybe get Sauron killed? Like shouldn't this be like really cool for him? Very epic because
This might
Sauron's
be,
fault.
might be building up contention for season 3 between the elves and the dwarves.
Yeah.
Because Elrond's gonna be big mad that Durin didn't come.
How is
I mean,
this
yeah, but it's
still,
nothing to do with what I was trying to say. And I know what you mean, but it's like Durin should be here. It would be the same thing if he would be here. Would still be
Yeah.
late. But I'm just saying, Durin should be like, oh shit, I get to maybe get to Sauron, who was the reason for all of this. So I definitely want to fight.
Yeah, and I get to help
Those
my
fuckers.
friend, but fuck that.
Oh
I don't
no,
know,
We'd
I
have
can-
to like not talk to each other at all, though, for that tension building thing to work. It's a simple conversation to have to dispel any suggestion of betrayal. Elrond says, "Why weren't you there?" Durin says, "I was a bit busy because my dad was jumping at a Balrog, and that's bad for Moria." That's a fairly good excuse for not turning up. So
yeah, I think it's totally fine for Durin to not be here because he is mourning his father, and they just had a big. I mean, he very clearly loves his father a lot. So
specifically, what's so interesting is that if he knew every detail, Elrond, he might be able to be like, "What the fuck?" But if the broad story, we dealt with a giant under demon shadow fire monster, be like, "Oh," and my dad died. He'd be like, "Oh, yeah, okay."
But then those two do have a habit of just not explaining things to each other.
No,
I don't actually know if we mentioned this earlier, but when they have their conversation in episode 7, his dad being removed and him overthrowing his dad and Celebrimbor, those two topics come up in conversation, and at no point does Durin mention anything about evil magical rings, and he doesn't mention anything about Anatar, who he is incredibly suspicious of, and who had some insane story about Elrond being busy off screen. He absolutely should have. That should have been at the top of his list of things to ask Elrond. Like, who the fuck is this Anatar guy, and why has he turned my dad into an idiot?
Yeah.
But he doesn't, because the writers didn't want that reveal to happen then. Because Elrond doesn't actually learn about Anatar and, I guess, Sauron in this episode either, which, when that will happen, who knows?
We're almost at the best line.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, no.
Oh, this one. Yes, this is I cackled when I heard this one.
Oh, it's so good.
I cringed. I just fucking cringed.
I actually was cackling. This one got me.
My brain can't remember, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm not sure which line you're referring to here.
Yeah,
I'm
curious.
Okay, so it's Galadriel takes off the ring.
Oh, really? Heal
She
yourself?
takes off the ring and then very, very, very slowly starts to hand it to Sauron, which at this point you'd be like, whoa, okay, so if you were going to give it to him, this is what you would do, but if you weren't going to, why
what
take
if
it
he just
off?
grabs it?
She
Well, the
really
way it's
risks it
framed-
here. Risks the hell out of the ring.
Yeah, he could just grab it real quick,
The way it's framed
Then
is that Sauron thinks that this is mind control because he speaks to her in his mind. He doesn't move his mouth. He says, "Give me the ring," telepathically, and then she gets the ring out like a zombie. So she's pretending that she's being mind controlled here. I think.
I
But
guess.
surely he would recognize and know that that's not
Well,
true.
exactly.
Well, and also,
exactly.
what
He
if he
doesn't
did
know
grab
that.
it from her because he was like, "Here, I'll help you, zombie."
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah.
But then she
Oh,
says, she says, "You wish to heal Middle Earth, heal yourself," and then falls off the cliff.
and I'm not kidding. Like, the reason why I found this so funny is it came across as you know what? I semi-recently, and Fringy and Metal will be able to understand this reference. Watched The Sixth Day. It's a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it regards cloning. And at one point in the movie, you could tell they wanted to set up a one-liner, and it's a little clunky, but you're like, hey. He says, why don't you go clone yourself so that you could fuck yourself?
Fuck yourselves.
And it's like,
Oh, yeah.
it bumps, but you're like, yeah, I'll take it. But this one actually is possibly one of the worst, if it's intended that way, because that's how it came across to me. It's like, you want to heal the whole world? Why don't you go heal yourself?
Yeah.
Heal
yourself.
What? And then she says this and then falls off a cliff to her death. Well.
She should absolutely 100% be fucking dead.
Nah, she's fine.
We see the height, and like someone mentioned earlier, we know how far Medania fell, and she was not in a good way.
Wasn't even close to this
See,
height.
but what you fail to understand, that was already velocity for elves, so even further, it's just the same impact.
Well,
no
the
worries.
trees broke her fall. That's why they showed.
Well, and
her
the-
hitting the tree.
Sure, yeah.
I thought it was really
Fine.
funny too that Arondir and Gilgalad both see this happen, and it's like, what? In the middle of fucking fighting that army of orcs, you just happen to
Look
see
at that
this.
height.
Look at
height.
Galadriel. Now you
am
think that's a
amazed that
fucking
they gave us that.
bird. You wouldn't think, like, whatever. Like,
This is like one of the few times where the show has actually given us a nice wide establishing shot so that we can clearly see what happens. I'm wondering if this is meant to reference Denethor in Pelennor Fields. Because it's a similar kind of shot, I guess, maybe. But like the fact that they've shown this and then they're like, she's fine. It's absurd. And no, we can't say that the ring saved her because she's not wearing the ring. She's holding it. She's not wearing it.
They absolutely want you to
That's even better than wearing it.
The trees broke her fall somewhat. Do you see the way that it's like animated?
No.
Yeah, they kind of brush against.
Yeah, they all go like boom, 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 as if it's like fuck you.
Absolutely fucking not.
Look how high that is.
Yeah,
even if she landed in water, she would be fucking dead.
Yeah, every kind of dead. How many feet is that? I don't even know what to guess.
Many feet. A Quentin Tarantino level of feet at this point.
Oh my god.
200 to 300?
Possibly.
Hard to say.
Yeah,
it's very high indeed.
It's taller than a horse. Even Barrack.
Possibly even 2 horses, yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, now we're stretching it.
Right,
2 barracks.
If you stack them just right.
Stop stretching the horses.
All right. What a
wonderful scene. She's dead.
What a wonderful scene. She's dead because there is no way that you could survive this. However, let us also recount that there's no way you could survive a volcano to the face.
Oh, that's true.
And then,
so Galadriel is alive on the ground. But we have to do the sad part first.
I don't think I'm ready. It's too late.
You
Can
know,
we skip
it's,
this?
we're okay. We
Rip
got
off
it.
the
We're
band-aid.
almost there. Okay.
Let's get it done.
We can't. Fine. Okay.
So, Glug and some orcs. Glug goes up and tells Sauron that they are overwhelmed, that the dwarves are covering the elves' retreat, and that if they pursue, many Uruks, and then Sauron stabs Glug.
Murders in cold blood.
Slays him like the villain he
Fells
is.
him.
Glug will never see his family and his spawn again.
Not like he's a fucking idiot, you know. Like this was really stupid.
God damn! Holy shit!
He is.
How dare you?
Cold.
I believe you.
He just died. The man just died.
He's a moron. Like he.
The
Damn, Fringy, damn.
You have some
fucking.
We saw his family, Fringy. Just have some.
He has a little baby
He's a
orc and a
father.
wife.
Just to be clear,
He just
Fringy,
wanted to chill and mourn.
did you not see that scene where when Glug was on the ground right before he dies, he reaches in around his neck and he pulls out the locket and he opens it up and it's got little pictures of his wife and his little orc baby.
It was
and then
probably a bad idea to betray Adar then, huh? Because like he was gonna recall the army.
But Adar was making his children suffer.
I love how like
only 1 week till retirement, and I'm gonna bring the Gluglings out on a nice lake to do some fishing.
Oh.
I'm 3 days away from retirement, and I just quit to live forever.
Yeah,
Live forever.
It's gonna be the McBain movie.
Yeah.
Everything's
I like
gonna be
the,
just when Sauron whips out and kind of just starts shooting him.
I like the other orc gets jump scared. He's like, "Whoa!"
He's like,
Yeah.
oh, shit.
We're supposed to be the
Just do
scary
one
ones.
thing for me. Get Sauron.
Can't believe you locked up
Sauron! And now McBain is gonna go get Sauron. I can't avenge Glug's death with this pea shooter. I don't want to hear it, McBain. That cannon of yours is against regulation. In this department, we go by the
Gotta let him
book.
finish.
Yeah.
By book. There you go. That's the end. McBain shoots the book. It's great. I love it.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just wondering if, like, a month ago, like last month when we were watching episodes 1 and 2, if we ever thought that we'd be discussing whether or not they character assassinated Glug.
That's what the show has sunk to.
Yeah.
We're like, well, is Glug okay? Is Glug all right? I guess he got corrupted
was-
by Sauron or whatever.
He's
I
really
don't know.
not. They've ruined him.
It was pretty much at the bottom from the start, let's be honest.
What a
Glug was the only
shame.
bit I cared about, and episode 8 has ruined him.
I just
God.
Sauron, like, I hope he has
God.
the same attitude we do about all this bullshit with the orcs, to the point where they're like, you gotta say something to the wife, and he walks up to her and he's like, Glug was a Glug. Nah, fuck you. It just stabs her as well.
Stabs her.
Where's
the
that
child.
baby?
Stab
Well-
that baby.
Yeah, the only thing that this
Oh.
episode was missing for the emotional manipulation is like after this scene to just go back to Mordor and just see Glugwife and Glugling just like hugging each other in the cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have put
Just
it
to
past
really
this
hammer it
dumbass
home.
show, honestly.
Yeah, I mean they would. That's the only reason why they exist.
You pick up
Oh,
season
fuck.
3 with a time skip, and we actually join the son, who's slightly older, like Glugling, son of Glug, and it's his origin story, and he goes on a revenge
Junior.
mission.
Yeah,
And he
to
actually
kill
joins the
Sauron.
heroes, and is a nicer person than Galadriel.
That's not typical.
I mean,
but
that's not
I can
hard
believe
to
it.
Pretty
do.
much every orc is nicer than Galadriel.
I really want to see that now. It'd be
Hey,
like Kill
speaking of
Bill, it'd be like-
Galadriel, Galadriel is dead because she fell off like hundreds of feet worth of
Yay.
cliff.
Blood
Right? There's
everywhere.
no possible
Woo.
way. However, it seems as if the show is very insistent that Galadriel is not dead from that fall, and that she's actually alive. And they don't have to worry about all the broken bones and the splintered fragments of her body that have been torn asunder from the
cracked
impact.
open
And stabbed
skull.
by an evil crown as well.
Well,
Yeah.
it seems to
Yeah.
be only the evil crown stab wound is what they have to worry about.
Yeah.
Gil
like the rest of this
Galad-
was totally normal, but we have to deal with the evil wound. But you know, the falling off the cliff, that just she's fine from that.
Gil-galad has ran all the way from the courtyard, and Arondir as well. They've run all the way to Galadriel because she fell off that cliff, and they all just like randomly noticed that this happened. Luckily, yeah. So Gil-galad tries a magic chant to heal her spooky evil wound, but it just doesn't work. But then Elrond shows up, and he puts on the ring to save her.
And I fell asleep in terms of just,
Mhm.
yeah. Elrond was like, oh, I don't like rings, I don't like rings, I don't like rings, I don't like rings. Oh, I'll use the ring to save my girl.
I mean, that's basically been all
It
this
was
had
an
this
arc.
season.
Yeah.
That was
Even-
his arc this season.
Yep.
Even
Yeah.
though he started trusting the fucking ring, honestly, like he fully trusted the ring by the end of episode 4, which was half the season ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
he
now
was
he's
right.
putting
was
it on
right.
himself.
But I don't know why he would care about that distinction.
No.
If he doesn't believe that the ring is evil, and he believes that the ring can do things like save lives and give visions of the future, and that Sauron is not involved in them, his continued refusal to embrace the power of the rings is just him being like, yeah, well, I kind of, principally said that I don't like them, so I can't ever like them.
I mean, is that what they believed at the end of episode 4, rather?
He saw Galadriel use it to heal Map Guy, and then he ran back to Lindon and immediately told Gil-galad that Galadriel was right.
Yeah.
Which means that he
Right.
basically is on board with what she says the rings are.
Mm,
So why he doesn't use it at that point, I don't know.
could be referring to Sauron being in the region or some shit like that. I fucking don't know. I'm too tired.
If that's true, I'm also very tired. But like, if that's
Mhm.
true, then that information is reliant on the power of the ring being accurate.
Yeah. fair.
So yeah, let's go to Rune.
No.
No.
We have to.
Let's not.
No, we have to. I'm sick of Eregion.
It's a silly
I've been
place.
here for so long, and it's just so dour and grim. And Glug's dead, and I don't want to think about it. I need to get a change of scenery. So
Bullshit.
we go back to Rune, the Stour village from the beginning of the episode. Remember, it is in ruins from all of the boulders.
Oh no.
Gundabale should be super furious with Nori because Nori has brought the destruction of her home, which, as she said before, a home is very, very important, and she wants to be buried here under the tree where her husband was, and a home is a place, and it's wonderful. But no, she's not upset at Nori at all for bringing destruction to her house or her home. So that's okay. I guess Nori gets off with that.
Dude,
So
what the
we
fuck
get
is
our-
the point of Nori? Like, just go away.
I
This
don't
is-
get it.
I don't know.
Well,
Oh,
they-
you'll be in luck here soon, Mahler.
No, I
but
won't.
not-
She'll be back.
Oh no, she's done forever. She's gone, just like Poppy
Let's hope
was.
so.
Hey, speaking of Poppy,
It was-
Poppy gives us our little, our not quite our what is it, the penultimate, her
It's-
our penultimate ending speech sort of scene.
Peroration?
she tries to
this
thematically
narration.
tie everything together. And the reason she does it is because it's what Sam did in the Two Towers.
Yes.
Yeah,
let me-
it's the Sam speech, but in reverse. It's just like, give up, you fucking weak. There's nothing you can do to
No,
fix
she doesn't-
anything.
no, she doesn't
Fuck
say
off
that.
and go try something else. Yeah, that's basically what she says.
No,
It also has
here.
nothing to do with the visuals, like the content of the speech. They try and tie it together across the different stories, but the words she's saying only applies to like half of what we're seeing.
So Poppy says that Mr. Burroughs, what's his name? Sadok Burroughs said when Poppy's family got, I don't know, like when died in a mudslide or whatever, he said to her, listen, some things can't be fixed. Some things lost are lost forever. No matter how hard we fight, how much it hurts, or how much our hearts yearn to put them back together. 'Cause this world's so much bigger than any of us, and the winds blowing against us are just too strong.
When we
Those
snapped your
times
mother's
we just-
neck, some things just can't be fixed. It's
Oh my
broken
goodness
forever.
gracious. It's true.
But
Glug will
she
never
made
come back.
really
God, that
great
took Glug
sausages,
stabbed
so
hard.
that's fine. But it doesn't even apply in the situation they're currently standing in, because of all the places we get the little montage cut over, you'd think the store home is pretty fixable. You
Fixable,
just
yeah,
move some
absolutely.
rocks.
Just rubble. Just fucking get rid of it.
And their
Yeah,
whole
you
characterization
take, like-
was like
Maybe the
they've
wizard
been
will
in
come back
place
and
for
finish the
thousands of years or
job.
whatever it is. Like the one gives the speech about
Well, there
burying
is-
her
yeah, he-
people.
Drop more boulders on more
He did just
stores.
kind of fuck off after not like
Anyway,
you know,
she
really doing
Bobby says
anything.
what's broke is broke, and all anyone can do is try and build something new.
Yeah, just give up,
So-
fuck off, try something new. You're too weak.
I don't know if that's the message they're really trying to say here.
That's what they said
I
though.
don't think it's no, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it literally isn't.
I think it is.
No, I just read it.
Okay, I disagree.
All the stores leave the village to go west, I guess.
They're going to go to the Shire.
Oh yeah, that's right. They set up the idea that the Shire appeared as like a dream or something to
So-
Sadok Burroughs, his ancestor.
They're
And now
going
they're
to
gonna go west and find the Shire.
Well, I think they're almost certainly going to like tie back in with the other Harfoots and then all go to find the Shire, but it'll take 2 seasons for them to do because obviously it's Rings of Power. So
Well,
There'll be
as long
some
as they
more
do it
torture for
off
them to do.
screen, that's fine.
yeah, that's not going to happen.
I
Well,
don't want to see any more Harfoots.
we've got Poppy goes off with what's his name? What's the
Merrimack.
retard's name?
Mary Mac, nobody.
Because they love each other now, and they're gonna have disgusting, nasty Harfoot
Ugh.
sex. And they'll probably like their kid will be someone important or whatever. They'll be the Brandy
Ultra
Blunts
retard.
or the Sackville Bagginses or some name that you recognize. It'll be some name that we recognize, and then we'll wonder
Yeah, if
how
his
come
name
in
is
the third
Merrimack-
age all the hobbits are white. What happened? You know what? Don't tell me. Never mind.
Mary's full name is Meriadoc, isn't it? Like Merrimack and
yeah.
Meriadoc sound kind of eerily similar.
It's
she's
Merrimack.
Merrimack, Merrimack.
His
Hold on, we
last
don't-
name is Brandy Buck.
Well, we don't know Merrimack's surname. They're probably going to whip that out on us in episode 8 of season 3 and be like,
He's
my
gonna whip
surname
that
is.
out
he's-
for Poppy.
he's
He's going to
probably
say
gonna-
my surname is Took or something.
Yeah,
and it's
exactly.
Gonna reveal
It's gonna
that
be-
very slowly.
It's gonna be a took
Like a
because it's a
massive
retard.
shit on Tolkien's lore. So- hey,
Pooping all over it.
stop laughing.
Okay,
This
sorry.
is very serious and
Sorry.
somber because they're leaving.
There's no.
Stop, Fringy, please, you're ruining the mood. Please stop. You can't do this.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
sad and we're very sad. Yeah, exactly
here.
what Mahler said. Yeah, it's got to be like that. Exactly.
It's the
You
cringe
see-
to come.
Poppy and Nori are going to leave with all of the other stores.
Rags,
And
you didn't mention the best part.
I'm getting there.
No. The bit in Pelargir.
What?
The bit in Pelargir?
Yeah, when the cuck.
Oh, Hagen gets cucked.
Oh yeah.
Oh, in one of the little flash. The
Yeah,
little
as
things
she's
they
speaking,
show
we see
on
a whole load
the-
of little images, and one of them is that Hagen is like, "Hey, so can we kind of be friends? Can we like go back to building our house? I love you." While
hold
she's
hands.
there thinking about Isildur's wet cock, like
His cock is wet.
staring off at what he's a
fall in
sea
the
person. He's a
river?
sea person. No,
It will be wet
Ladies,
after
they
she's
just have-
done.
They just have naturally slimy cocks.
I didn't say
The
slimy.
sea is always right.
He just has a just like
I need this to be over.
All of our brains
It
are
will.
melting.
It will be wet after she's done with it.
With a sea wet cock.
We're so
Still
close
very
to the
wet.
end.
The penis is dry, but it has been re-slimed.
No,
Re-slimed. Pour some hot cream.
we're
the
on the
thing.
cusp of some hyper
We
cringe.
are-
We gotta get through it.
We are. So,
Oh.
all the stores leave. Poppy goes with a retarded boyfriend, and Nori's like, you know what? Well, whatever. Gundabale calls not Gandalf, Grandelf.
And we all die inside.
I died inside. Oh wait, no, I'm already dead. I'm a walking corpse. I'm a living zombie. I am undeath because of this show. I'll never be able to rest. I am like the ghost in the mountain in The Return of the King. The way is shut to quality. But yeah, Gundabale is how Gandalf got his name. That fucker.
They don't know what elves are. They've never met one before. They say that in this scene. So why are they calling him large elf?
Because
Grandelf.
shut up.
Whatever,
He's
because
grand.
they said, is he an elf? It's
Grande.
like, no, he's bigger than an elf. And they're like, oh, he's a grand elf. It's pathetic.
But if you've never met an elf before, how big do you think they
Well,
normally are? Maybe he's a
they can't
normal-sized
be-
elf.
Maybe
Yeah.
he's grand, like he's really cool and amazing, like a grand guy. Not necessarily
Like
big physically.
A grand wizard,
no,
you'd
in
say?
terms of
Yeah.
yeah, like he's a really grand wizard.
I'm more kind of interested in what they think the audience's reaction's supposed to be to that, given that everyone has known it's Gandalf for more than one entire season, but the show has pretended we don't.
Except the
No,
actor.
but now
He
they
didn't know.
said it. But now they said it.
They just
Everyone
wasted so
fucking
much
knew.
time just like drip feeding us little cock teasers of like the
Just
This
because
reminds me of
Aren't we
Ray,
clever?
where you spend so much time on a thing that doesn't fucking matter, that we haven't got anything
Yeah.
else.
what was it? Always follow your nose. That was the most overt one in season 1, if I'm recalling correctly. And that was right at the end. It was the
Might
one
have
they
been.
built up to at the end.
Yeah. Might have been that, yeah.
Yeah, so they've been like properly teasing this for over a season at this point, and I don't know why. Just have him be Gandalf. Like, what's the? And now
Not
they're going to do the same
possible.
thing with Saruman.
Oh yeah,
Because
all
that's,
of
that's
telling
all
him
they
not
know
to.
how to write. It's just a bunch of fucking mystery boxes.
Look,
Yeah.
it's the end of episode 8, season 3, and it'll be like he eats some berries and says, these are sour. And they say, sour man, that's the one.
That was such a sour man we met back there. Yeah.
So Nori and Gandalf are gonna part ways. They're gonna say goodbye. They'll never meet each other again. Nori's
Finally
totally
some good
gone.
news.
Nori says that they're not Gandalf, who's Grandelf. Grandelf says, we're kind of not the same really at all, you and I. And Nori says, maybe we're not so different. And then she leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we'll see her again. Who knows? Maybe not.
Hopefully not.
I don't know. In the wreckage of the ruined village, amongst the boulders and the rocks and the pebbles that have been just scattered about in this terrible scene, there's squished sewers everywhere. It's an awful scene.
Smells horrible.
There's like Stewart jab everywhere. Whatever.
Just like random arms and legs sticking out from underneath the rock piles. But he ignores that grisly scene because lying there on the ground, he finds his Gand, his staff. It is just laying there.
It was just a test all along.
If you look at
He
the
chose
beginning
correctly.
of this whole scene, it shows Nori throwing it to the ground as though like she made it so that it got in his way, so to speak. Which I just hate.
Really?
Yeah, she's fucking. It's in like a montage or whatever. She's fucking with something, and she clearly picks it up.
It's the first scene of this area. She just like pushes it away from some rubble.
Yeah, there it
no
is.
penetration.
Because you can tell it's the same fucking one, and she's just like,
Yep.
Her doing
this
that makes it so that
it's a really shitty stick.
It is shitty, and he
We're
steps on
gonna
it
put this down here
because of that.
Oh, that's so fucking
It's always
stupid.
like this. It's like, it's our shit. That's why the shit you like happened. Shut up.
Can't claim that, fuckers.
So Gandalf picks up the stick, which is his Gand. He just knows it calls to him. It speaks to him. It whispers in his ear. Who knows? Now he walks off through the desert with his new staff, and he goes all the way back to Thomas Nook's house. No, sorry, Thomas Bombadil. Sorry,
Everyone's
I'm
favorite
frazzled
character.
I'm frazzled and bedazzled. Hey, guess what? Yes, obviously it was a test from Tom to go save his friends, not pursue power. So
But he like properly explains it. It's like, wow, so like when you said that I should totally let my friends die, that wasn't real. That was like a
I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, like he fully
Yeah.
explains it. He should have just walked through the door and said nothing.
True.
I prefer the version where he says, I was supposed to help them, and I ended up with the thing, and then Tom's just like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You did really good,
Yes.
man.
Tom says that you didn't find the staff found you.
I
Just
hate
as
lines like
you'll
that.
find your
so-
name.
The one
And
chooses the wizard, Harry. That's how it works.
Hey, not Gandalf says Gandalf.
Whoa.
We did it. It only took 2 seasons, but we did
got
it.
there.
We did it. We can now officially call not Gandalf Gandalf, which is good because it's easier to type. Now they start to sing a song together, and it pans out of the house, and it
It's
goes
a song
all the-
about Tom Bombadil,
Yeah, it's
isn't
exactly.
They sing it, yeah, the little narcissist.
They just
Fucking
sit down. It's
narcissist
like,
brought him a song
well done
about
on your
himself.
quest. Well done on your quest. Now let's sit down and sing a song about me.
You know the words, right?
It's
Of
the
course
song
you
that
do.
describes him, but it doesn't actually match his in-universe descriptions. Old Tom Bombadil was a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket was, and his boots were yellow. Neither his jacket is blue nor his boots are yellow, so he's kind of lying.
Well, thank
Where did he
God
get that
his
song
coat
from?
wasn't orange, or else the song would not be able to function. All right, now as they sing their little song, ooh boy, this was probably in a book somewhere. Then it pans out from the window of the house's door, all the way to Rasputin in his dark fortress of evil, looking out the window. Oh boy, he's planning something. Who knows what the Rings of
Yeah.
Power season next will be with him.
I got these vibes from that last bit.
Yeah, that's accurate.
I like
What?
that picture.
I don't understand what.
Oh my goodness gracious! This is really esoteric, complicated stuff. It's
Dark Wizard is pondering his
It's quite hard
evilness.
to understand this the
this is a
heavy
rough
nuance
one.
of this
This is a
picture.
rough one.
That's Gandalf and Bombadil all happy, and then
Bombadil.
that's Rasputin being like, I don't like that they're happy.
I
And
hate
will-
that they're happy.
Gandalf will totally change his mind and join me and be evil. He won't enjoy Thomas's company.
Yeah.
That
Thomas
guy's
is
a
the
freak,
evil
and he's actually a huge prick all the time. But at least I'm on it. At least I'm not a prick. I just kill people and murder people. I'm not annoying. I'm annoying, and I'm not an annoying asshole about it. You know, there's an earnestness to my evil that I feel like he will appreciate one day. And
Yeah.
he'll come to my house and we'll
Store
be friends.
jam
and we can
tastes
play
great.
Xbox. I love Stewart jam. I put it on my. I scrape it over too much bread. Hey, guess what? Galadriel wakes up next to Khaled.
No, wait, there was a during the scene though.
What about the dwarves?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's all just hooks for the next season.
It's really
Yeah,
funny
was one of
because
the
the,
worst
because
ones,
the
though.
Yeah.
Durin is like, hey, we should tell the elves that we help them again because we're homies now. And then Deeza's like, no, we have other problems. And your immediate
fuck
thinking
the
is, your immediate thinking is, thought is, oh, hey, the Balrog, right? It's like, no, there's a political vacuum now that your king is dead. It's like, wait,
that's
what?
right.
They have
That's
By
your
the way, your
problem.
brother, who we've never heard of or seen or mentioned
Yeah.
before, he's going to
That's
vie for
right.
the crown. So I don't want to see Dwarf Game of Thrones. Fuck off.
they paused the Balrog again. Those losers.
Yep.
Yeah. Not
They
mentioned
all
again out of sight of the opening scene.
they also said that the dwarves of the Blue Mountains have been paying heavy tribute and are demanding payment. Like that's not how tribute works.
Yeah.
No, they're here. They want to collect their.
Oh yeah, they want to collect.
Yeah, because the rings are here. We see the plate that has all 7 of the rings, which that there is confirmation that they did get the king's ring out. And also, yeah, this means that all of the other dwarven kingdoms have been paying half of their mines to the king, but he hasn't
because
given
of
them the rings yet.
promise of a magic ring.
No, the rings are
Oh,
still here. We
God.
see them in the shot.
Yeah,
aren't they?
but why have they
So
been
are they demanding
paying
to
him?
collect their rings then, is what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And now Durin's like, oh, should I do that because it turned my dad into a greedy retard?
Obviously not.
They left that part
Obviously
out.
not.
Obviously,
We'll give you your
obviously-
money back.
Yeah, give him the money
Don't worry
back.
about
That's the only
Yeah.
answer. Like drama complete. It'll take him a season to do it, but drama complete.
It was an insane amount of money. It is a nuts amount of money that they're just
Yeah.
like,
Maybe they
yeah,
spent
we'll
it
give
all
you
already.
we'll give you half of the riches of our mountain. You'll give us that. You mentioned a magic ring or something. We get that,
Yeah.
right? You'll give that to us. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. So that happens, and then Galadriel wakes up next to Gil-galad. They are in a sanctuary protected by the elven rings, says Elrond, who gives her the ring back.
I wanted you to wake up and be like, take me to a fucking hospital, you idiot.
No, she's been healed with magic.
He's like, no, it's a nice,
That's better
happy
than a
fantasy
hospital.
place where you heal. She's like, no, I want to give me a place with doctors.
I need
They're
drugs.
in a dell by the river, you know.
I fucking hated this. Yeah, this is geographically, this is going to become Rivendell.
Of course.
Of course,
Because
yeah.
but again, given the Gandalf rules, it's going to be like, well, there's a river here, and people kind of dwell here, so you know.
Oh, they're at Riverdwell. I love
this is-
Riverdwell.
yeah.
Well, that's what we'll call it because I don't. I refuse to call it what it is from the Lord of the Rings. It'll be called Riverdwell.
Someone says, is this meant to be Lothlorien? I'm pretty sure this would be Rivendell geographically.
I mean,
You know what?
Lothlorien is-
Rivendell's on
It's
the
both.
sorry,
At the
Lorien's
same
on the other side of the
time.
Yeah.
mountains.
No, other way
Whichever
around.
name
So
they say
Lorien's on this
first.
side of the mountain. So Lorien will be closer. Rivendell's on the other side of the mountain, the same side as. Oh no, wait a minute. I've got my geography wrong. Fuck it. No,
Yes,
never
you
mind.
do. Yeah,
Hey.
Rivendell is here, Lothlorien is on the other side, next
Yes.
to Moria.
I'm sure that whichever way they decide to do it,
Moria.
it'll be terrible. That's what's important.
But they're just
Now-
like the orcs can't get us because we have a deflector shield or something.
That's right.
Yeah,
that
pretty
would have been
much.
useful to have earlier.
It
Hey,
is mentioned to be like a sanctuary in the lore. Somehow.
I like that Gil-galad has some banter with Galadriel. Everyone gives Galadriel the ring back. Arondir is here.
Arondir arrives as he does. He just
Yeah,
shows
for-
up.
Again.
He's
Arondir
doing the
just
thing
arrives.
again, the I'm here also thing.
I'm
And
here
it's like,
too.
you're
Yeah,
not,
he
who are
comes
you?
in and nods and then doesn't say anything.
And why is Gil-galad cracking jokes? Like, one, he's a character that doesn't crack jokes. He's
Yeah.
Bauer the entire time. Same, Arondir has done it once. Elrond could probably do it. But also, they've just suffered a catastrophic defeat. Thousands of people are dead, and he's lost Eregion. And
Yep.
he's
Yeah.
cracking jokes at someone that he hates.
Correct. That keeps the PTSD away.
Staggering
Speaking of
loss where Sauron has everything they don't want him to have, pretty much, almost.
It's amazing that they lost in the first place, but here we are.
It is nonsensical. I don't understand.
Especially
it.
after the dwarves
It's insane.
took the whole
dog made
city,
it.
apparently. But I guess that
dog did make it, yes.
Doggo made it. Yep.
It
The
is a
single
happy
dog of
ending.
Eregion.
All right, so Gil-galad, he gets up on the little ledge and he's looking out at all the elves who are here gathered, and he says, Sauron's army's wandering around out there, so we have to decide to attack or prepare our defenses. And Galadriel recalls Celebrimbor's words to her, that it's light that keeps the darkness away, not strength.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
They don't need to be
yeah.
strong. They need to be really bright.
Yeah, someone says the sun yet shines. I forget who, and I don't care. And then all of the random elves cheer and hold up their weapons.
Woo! Even though
And
they
everyone's
totally
like,
wouldn't
yeah.
right now. No way.
We lost.
Right, this
Yay.
is like
Yeah.
this is right after a devastating defeat.
Yeah.
One that just is incomparable for a lot of these elves. Like this was horrifying, and so many
Yeah.
friends and family are dead.
Well, this is I don't know if this is accurate for the lore, but from the show, this would be the worst thing that has happened to the elves since the war against Morgoth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what else could there have been?
Also, that face is amazing.
Yeah,
He's like,
he's a good actor. He's a really good actor. He's really
Knife man.
leaning into that joy that he,
Yeah,
he's ready to go.
Don't let his acting take away from his lady friend who's trying to upstage him right now.
Yeah, he's also pretty good. Yeah.
He's trying to get in there himself. Man, they told these guys the same thing. That's why they're both doing this. It's like, you gotta look fucking into this, okay? Your whole family was just
Not
killed.
be here for season 3.
Yeah.
If you don't give us the best war face, then you will not show up for season 3. Your characters will just not even exist.
The one above her just looks mildly confused, and then the one to the top left just hasn't got the memo at all. She's looking at the camera.
Everyone's having a great time cheering.
Are they cheering at Gil-galad or are they cheering at the sun? I can't tell. Because the how high up they're looking, that guy looks really high.
Damn.
This lady is
He's
not
on something.
Oh, that guy, yeah. We both were like, yeah, that dude.
He's just some fucking hippie who happened to be.
Yeah. It's like, oh, what's going on?
Well, either that, or he's like literally my entire like extended family is dead. Like I'm not cheering.
I love it. There's a lot of really cool, fun, happy elves. They're excited. Everyone is happy. We don't end on a somber note. This is good stuff.
God,
hey,
what a team shot.
Guess what? That's the end.
Look at that
end
shot, though.
of Rings of Power season 2.
Yeah.
Like, Arondir, what are you doing there?
That's what I mean. Arondir
should soldier.
He's just here now.
He ran across the continent, and now he's here.
He is actually leftovers from a plot line that's been deleted, and he fell onto this one.
Yeah. It's great.
You're a relic from a deleted timeline.
It's so silly, but yes, I'm glad
He
to say
wiggled
that's
his
it.
way into the plot. Fucking
Done, dead, gone, kill it. Never speak
We
of
don't
it
have
again.
to think about it for another 2 years.
Oh, thank God.
if it even gets renewed.
Which, yes, that hasn't been confirmed yet. Which
is
weird.
hilarious.
Weird.
They said it's almost been renewed.
Almost confirmed.
What does that mean? So it's not
almost
them.
winning is losing.
Almost
I
confirmed
can
after
imagine they're
saying
having
we committed
meetings right
to
now.
5.
We're like, we gave him a fucking Balrog, we gave him that big fight. What more do these fucking idiots want?
Yeah, Gandalf said Gandalf.
Yeah,
What
he
more
has
do
his
they want?
Gandalf stick. What do we have to do?
Yeah.
I mean, I hope that this is not the
Cliffs
last
to
time
beat.
we're talking about Rings of Power.
I don't think it will be.
Listen,
they're
I'm-
just
yeah,
stringing
I'm
it out so
happy-
they can get nice publicity from announcing its renewal.
I'm happy
Yeah.
to take a fucking break.
Oh yeah,
fuck
a
yes.
break is needed, but I would like to be doing this again in 2 years' time because
Mhm.
it is very fun.
Oh my God, we'll be different people.
It
in 2
is fun,
years.
yeah.
Yeah.
They'll
I
be
mean,
older and wiser.
I will
much
say,
like
I wanna-
Kieran the shipwright.
I want to see if they have Galadriel be the one to try and prevent Isildur from, or to encourage him to throw the ring into Mount Doom.
Yeah.
I really want to know if they'll make that change.
What an adventure.
I will assume it will get renewed. It's just crazy that it hasn't been confirmed for renewal yet. It's done. It's
It,
finished.
it must be that they're having the conversation of like, so this is just a pointless thing we're doing, huh? And it's like, well,
Mhm.
not going to make you
Are
money,
we gonna-
but we wouldn't want anyone to think we're failing, would we?
Yeah, it's gonna
That's the
be
thing,
really
right?
embarrassing if we don't.
Because they can
This can
surely.
be improved easily. Just summon the focus group. The focus group will fix all of it. Super fans will be the answer.
They can
Do
eat
we
the
have
cost of
enough
this,
money
right?
to
Like,
launder next year? Yeah,
Like at
They-
this point, because what they could do is they could say, right, we're not the higher ups could say we're not wasting any more fucking money on this. You've got one more season and that's it.
Yeah.
If they were to try and cram in all of the rest of it into next season,
It'll be
good
hilarious.
that will be
gosh.
even funnier. That will be.
I'm with you on that, yeah. The
They'll
thing
have
about
to
it
skip
is,
the whole Numenor flooding thing. They'll have to just make that happen, and they'll have to just speed run Elendil and Isildur, like uniting everyone to fight against Sauron.
Dude, imagine all the shit
cost-
that's gonna happen off screen when they only have
Yeah.
one more season. They're like, oh, this happened, this happened, this happened.
it's like a
5 years have
generational
passed.
time jump every episode. Just go boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom. But
Oh fuck.
the cost and the most optimistic fucking benefit of money that you could ever get from this was still dwarfed immensely by the money Amazon have in general, right? Like this doesn't even.
Oh, yes. That's
Mhm.
true, but at the same time, like, it's so much fucking money.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
they're
with
still
that in
losing
mind,
money on this project.
yeah,
Like,
with that in
it's
mind, it wouldn't
bleeding.
be contextualized by any reasonable person that way in the company. They would be like, this is an insane amount of money to be losing for no reason at all.
Yeah, like a company
Basically,
doesn't
just
want to
for-
lose money. Obviously, there's no reason for them to do that. Really,
The question is, at this point, it's less because they're now 2 seasons deep and $1 billion each, plus however much they've saved by being
and they're
able to
gonna
advertise
sunk
their own
cost
product.
fallacy this.
It's sunk cost fallacy in that they're halfway in, but also if they back out now, the reputational damage is going to be immense. So how much
That's
money is
true.
that going to lose them if they can't handle Rings of Power? If they cancel Rings
I
of
think-
Power,
Dude,
I
imagine
think
the
people would
articles
respect
though.
them more if they actually come out and say that this was a fucking mistake.
Yeah,
They
this
won't
is
do
what I
that
mean.
though.
It really,
They'll say the
I know, but
angry rude fans
Yeah.
destroyed
Yeah.
any engagement with this show.
I don't know. It just keeps happening. But like, you can't just keep doing this where like you want to save face by spending hundreds of millions of dollars on projects
It's
that have no
insane.
appeal.
Mhm.
It's
That'll show
actual
'em.
insanity. It is insane.
well,
And
it-
it's crazy that like that's seriously being entertained here when this show needs to be the biggest thing in the world to justify its existence, and it's not even close to
No.
being that.
Oh fuck no!
like
I
this
want
could
them
have
to keep going. Just spend hundreds more millions of dollars.
Spend
Just flush it down the
billion
toilet.
on
Do
the
it.
next season. Let's see it.
It
Let's see
is-
a copy
going.
of Balrogs.
It is-
I want to see
It's
Damrod's
fucking
extended
funny.
family.
I want to see. Yeah. I want to see Son of Glug
We
getting his
can make
revenge
the
on Sauron.
Waldrick
God.
Waldrick origin show. We can do that.
Glug
with more
Jr.
money.
Oh god, no. Well, now that Adar is gone, who's going to have the insane geological plans for like season 3?
Sauron now, right?
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, I guess so.
Well, season 3's ending will be the One Ring will be made. Surely.
You think?
Possibly, yeah.
Well, because season
It is-
3 is going to have to. If they
Season 3 is probably going to be him being captured by Numenor, being brought there, and Numenor's downfall.
The
and
thing
then it's
is-
going to be Torch the Ring at the end.
Whatever prediction, like I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I thought everything that we've said when it'll happen, it usually happens earlier. Like, that's been the
Yeah,
common
it's
true,
theme for
yeah.
this.
So, like season, because if we say that they're going to go for 3 more seasons, season 5 is going to end or at least deal with the last alliance. It's going to end with Sauron being defeated.
Yeah.
Between now and then, you've obviously got to forge the One Ring, and then you've got to have Sauron use it to do a bunch of evil bullshit. You've also got to resolve the Numenor stuff, which means that I guess the rings have to be spread to some people in Numenor plus Sauron.
That could happen between seasons, though.
Yeah, possibly.
Like we
Maybe.
can start
I wonder
season
if
3 with
it's,
all the rings being spread out.
I wonder if Numenor falls in season 3 rather than.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
think-
thinking,
yeah.
yeah, because it would
I
then
think-
restrict the geography.
Yeah, I wouldn't put
you
it
get rid
past
of that
them
plot line, essentially, yeah.
To either in one episode or between seasons sort out the Rings of Men, and then Fall of Numenor we get around episode maybe 5, 6-ish, like fully done the big spectacle of it all, and then episode 8's ending is the One Ring being completed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, yeah, like honestly, how quickly they did things in season 2, it just throws all of our guesses off because
Yeah.
by episode 3 of season 2, it's like, okay, let's make dwarf rings, and then by episode 4, it's like, okay, we should probably start making rings for men. It's unbelievably quick.
Well, and remember, they're going to want to speed run as fast as possible getting the ring wraiths in you for iconography. They're going to love to have them in the marketing.
And that has to. I mean, I say this as if this show makes any fucking sense, but like, the ring wraiths have to come after the One Ring, or is that just up
they
in
can do
the
whatever
air
the
now?
fuck. I honestly like. It's amazing to me that we actually, because of how like pathetic a lot of this is. They must be desperate for the ring wraiths at this point.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna milk that fucking
Think
shit
of
hard.
just how much you can milk them. Like you can make them one episode bad guys in all different areas with all different like adventures having to deal with them and stuff.
They haven't even set up who's going to be the ring wraiths. Like, you've
I
got
was about to say, yeah, we haven't even seen any of
I
the
love the
Kingdoms of
idea.
Men yet.
You say that to one of the writers, and they're like, "Why would that? What is that? What do you mean?"
It doesn't matter. The ring
Off
race.
screen.
You
Don't
don't
worry about
give
it.
a
Yeah,
shit.
who cares? They're just the ring
Yeah.
wraiths. Like that's
Don't
all
you
they care
like
about
ring
is just
wraiths?
reminding people of the Lord of the Rings. They don't give a shit about actually telling a story.
Yeah, you
So
love ring
theoretically,
races.
you have to do the
random
Witch King
dudes
of Angmar before you get around to the ring wraiths as well. So then we haven't met the Witch King, unless they want to change the Witch King into being
King of
somebody like
Angmar.
Pharazôn, which I could see them doing for
I can see
condensing
them
it.
doing
But
that, yeah.
but I kind of think they'd probably want to save Angmar as a big evil faction, and it's hard to say.
Was the Witch King from like the region of Angmar or Ruthaur originally, or did he come from somewhere else?
I think he was from around there. He was from the north. It was a colder
Yeah.
place, I believe.
It should be a man of
A bit
Ruthaur,
chilly.
like yeah.
Oh, we got to see
So
him
was he-
build Barad-dûr as well.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's gonna happen at some point.
With all the orcs that still exist.
That's gonna be a big old thing. Be like, oh, how cool is that? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
So
Ugh.
I'm guessing that everyone agrees that season 2 is worse than season 1.
Yes.
Oh, fuck
bad.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. After these last 2 episodes, yep.
Absolutely.
There's not a single character I can fucking root for now. It's done.
No, I just want them all to die.
Navi is the only one. Navi is the only one that I don't hate.
I mean, yeah, he's fine. He's a minor character, but yeah, he's fine.
I don't think he's good because I think that he has the same. He does the same thing that every character in Rings of Power does when he speaks in like flowery, vague language because dramatic build-up. But apart from that, he's fine. He hasn't really done anything really fucking dumb yet.
He's more of a neutral.
All right,
sort of person.
we'll all root for him in season 3. I guarantee you, he fucking
That's
dies
all
episode
we
1.
got.
Well, he'll either die. Well, no. The thing is, if he dies, then he'll be the best character in Rings of Power.
Well,
period,
whoever
because they won't ruin
have you
him.
noticed? Whoever we like dies.
Yep.
Damn it.
Pretty much.
Either
I
dies or
really
gets
like
assassinated.
Galadriel. Galadriel's a fantastic character.
Gosh,
if we
she's
can
so
open season
great.
3 with her funeral, that would be really good.
Might be the worst protagonist of all time.
Oh, she's up there. She's got to be one of the
Abysmal.
most miscast characters of all time.
But, I mean, there's that, but there's also the just completely at odds with the show's opinion of her. Like, you get that in a lot of stuff, but this one's really bad.
The just insistence on avoiding having her actually acknowledge what she did wrong is I have not come across that in anything else that I've ever watched. Like to that degree. I mean, it's just so the show does not understand what their characters are. And you see it again to like smaller degrees with characters like Adar. They think that he cares about the orcs, but he demonstrably does not care about the orcs. And his I guess redemption in the last 5 minutes relies on him caring for the orcs. But he doesn't, because if he did, then he wouldn't do what he did. So it's just a complete mess.
I mean, you could make the argument from him that he's the only one who's obviously old enough to remember what Sauron was like. So for him, seeing Sauron returning, and that is the thing he has to stop, because he knows what Sauron would do to his children in a way that his children don't know, because they weren't around when Sauron was busy doing it, even though he didn't have time to do it, because season 2, episode 1 proves that he died way before he should have done. So I don't necessarily think Adar is that broken. I think it's a bit messy, but it's not completely fucked. It's just pretty much everybody else who is.
It's the issues with Adar is that in episode 3 he doesn't give a shit that he's talking to Glug, and we have Glugwife and Glugling, and then immediately, well, Damrod's killed an orc and he just doesn't give a shit. And then in episode 7 he's slamming all of the orcs infinitely into the walls.
Yeah.
Like his strategy that he uses during the battle can only mean that he doesn't care about the orcs.
I don't necessarily think it's like you have to go to war. Like, a war will lose you your children, and like if his mind is 100% set on stopping Sauron at all costs because Sauron is the worst thing that can possibly occur, then it makes a degree of sense. I think it's a meta problem with the show that it doesn't follow through with its characterization of the orcs. Like it does take the trouble to humanize them, and then it plays it for laughs when they get thrown into catapults and launched at walls and shit. Like that's not an Adar thing; that's a show thing.
Even Sauron in this episode is like, oh, when they attack this once, I forgot the name of the city, they've been ravaging and pillaging for weeks. And it's like, wait, I thought we're supposed to be a little bit with the orcs because they're sad, just want to hang out, but yeah, they're just being thrown to the wolves all the time. It's just.
Yeah. Also, it's more like specifically with his battle tactics rather than him going to war specifically.
That's what I mean is that like his the dialogue that we get is supposed to, and clearly I think does indicate that he loves the orcs. Like the script says that Adar loves the orcs. What we see tells a different story. Because partly because of the bit with Damrod that I mentioned, but also the writers don't know how to write a battle, which means that it necessitates that Adar is very, very callous with the lives of his soldiers, even though the script says that he isn't. And I'm sure that the writers would say that he isn't. So, yeah, I mean, he basically comes across like he doesn't care about his children because they don't know how to write a battle.
He should be way more careful with them, like how he uses them in battle, and like maybe a bit too cautious, like, and that costs him.
He could potentially be overcautious, or I mean, well, because what you're saying, Platoon, if I understand, is that he should absolutely do what he does. It's just that they could have depicted it in a way that doesn't require that he literally unga bungas his orcs into the walls for days.
Pretty much, yeah. I think you need to much more clearly show that his obsession with stopping Sauron is the thing that is leading his children into danger. But the danger is an extension of going to war. There is no way you can do what he thinks he needs to do without killing his own children or having them die stupidly. But the show needs to stop playing that for comedic effect in order for that really to come through.
Yeah, because they have the whole, like you say, catapult bit, and then you have the tragedy of like the orcs burning on the pyre where Adar cries over them. It doesn't. It's trying to do both things.
So 6 out of 10.
I suppose that wraps up our adventure with season 2 of Rings of Power. What a disastrous mess.
Pretty bad.
It's over.
I don't believe once again the general audiences are going to take to this show. It's gonna fail even further. We already know it is. Like ratings wise, it's just less than season 1. It can't rely on like a fan base it has built with season 1. It instead has to kind of treat the season 1 as an albatross, because it's like, oh, season 2 of that show, as opposed to a new show, which might even do better, or whatever. But no, this season's not fixing shit, and well, you know, like
they say it was going to have like more action scenes or whatever, and it does not.
No, it really doesn't.
Not in a way that I noticed. it's pretty awful.
Like
Maybe
nothing
into the
really changed that much. I thought they would learn like one thing or two, like they would improve slightly, but fucking nothing.
Yeah, it really is more of the same. Like all of the problems are present and worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess the only, maybe not the only, but the clear improvement for me is Celebrimbor as an actor, not as a character.
Not as a character, certainly not.
He didn't really get to do that much in season 1.
I would say it's a complete downgrade in the writing department for him, but at least the actor got to do some stuff.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can think of that got better in season 2. Like, is there anything else?
Waldrig.
No, Waldrig got better in season 1.
No, but he was really. I love the armor upgrade and the standing. Like he was a lieutenant. Yeah. That was great.
He got to be a greeter. Yeah.
The Mordor greeter thing was great.
Bronwyn died. That was funny.
Bronwyn died
to Mordor.
We found out she was dead more than she died.
Yeah, we found out that she was dead.
We discovered her death.
How did she die? A stinky arrow.
He kind of forgot about the orc arrow having poison and shit.
And then he leaves.
Elven memories do not dim.
Except when they do.
But they do. Fucking disappear when they die.
Cool.
I am, way worse than first season. Or way worse? It is worse. Is it way worse?
It is one step down.
It feels way worse.
With yourself for a second.
2 or 3. Like it's quite. I'd say it's quite a bit worse because at least season 1 has quite extended redeeming scenes. Almost all of them are with the dwarves, and the dwarves have now been assassinated along with everybody else. Yeah. Like there were entire mini arcs where you could look at and say, actually, that's okay. There's nothing like that in season 2. And its lowest point is, I think, probably far lower than anything in season 1, with the arguable exception of Mount Doom being switched on by a key. So, like, I think it's quite a bit worse.
Yeah,
there was quite a bit of retardation, though. A bunch of small things, like everywhere in season 1.
It's just like broadly speaking, like the way that they've structured the story in season 2 is way more infuriating than how they did it in season 1, because you had a handful of plot lines that were connected by Galadriel, and it was a story about Galadriel, and then you had the Harfoots doing their own thing because of course they were. Season 2, you have like 8 or 9 different plots, and none of them are really connected with each other. You've got the Eregion plot, the Linden plot, and the Khazad-dûm plot, I guess, are connected because rings. Everything else is totally separate. So it just feels like, we're going to go spend 20 minutes in Pelargir. It's like, who the fuck cares? We're going to spend half an episode in Rune. Okay, can we get... The story about Galadriel and the rings and Sauron and Celebrimbor is very clearly the story that they want to tell, but they feel obligated to spend time with Gandalf and Isildur and fucking Estrid.
Yeah. They should have just scrapped all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Just a waste of time.
Or accomplished it in, like 1 episode or something.
Yeah.
I feel deflated and tired, and I think I'm ready to be done talking about Rings of Power Season 2. And we'll just leave this here as a little testament to our long, long journey together and all that we've learned. And we will be back in hopefully we'll be back in a couple years or however long it takes for them to make the third season, which I assume will happen.
Yeah.
But you never know. You never know, but I assume it will happen. And instead we can focus our efforts on other things in the meantime.
Well, before we go, why doesn't everyone tell us what they're up to? Starting with Mr. Little Platoon. How you doing there? What's up? What are you making? What's coming out?
I am finishing off season 1 of Rings of Power, and then I am starting season 2 of Rings of Power.
God.
Once I've shaken whatever is left of the cold that Rings of Power gave me. So,
Boy, I'm sure glad I'm done.
Yeah, that alongside whatever else comes out. I don't even know what's coming up. Fucking Skeleton Crew, is that a thing? I think that's a thing.
Yep. Eventually. Hey, Arcane season 2. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
Please.
That's gonna be great. Hopefully.
Yeah, boy.
Please.
Yeah.
If that's bad, it's just gonna kill my interest in life.
I'm gonna stab this year if it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2024 is gonna be like getting a coffee and I'm just behind it with a knife.
Yeah.
Well, Random, what are you doing? What are you up to?
I'm still doing Rings of Power. Sorry.
We said we were done.
No, I'm not done. I've still got to do episode
not done,
8.
damn it.
I've got 2 more videos that I need to do on Rings of Power. Apart from that, I've got an Arcane video that is going to come out, and then after that, Return of the King, and after that, I don't know because we're getting to many months away. So, yeah, basically finish Rings of Power, and then I'm going to do nothing for about a month, and then I'll be back doing stuff. And obviously, we got Arcane to watch in the meantime, which will hopefully be fun.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay!
Mel, what about you?
I am also still doing Rings of Power
God
because
damn it.
I only released episode 4 yesterday. Go check that out. Took a lot of work and stuff, and there's more work to do. And I wish I had more time at the days, but you know, wage slave and all, you gotta do stuff to get money and living. That's great. Other than that, we're doing Joker 2 tomorrow on the Forge. So I wish I could say that's gonna be nice detox, but Joker 2 wasn't good, so that's not gonna be super fun. Spooky games happening. Silent Hill 2 remake comes out on Tuesday. I might play that, but I'm also playing Dogwood. I'm not sure if I put Silent Hill between that. I'm not sure yet, but spooky games happening. I'm trying to do 2 a week. So lots of stuff's happening. Also having a stroke and getting closer to the 10K sub. So thanks for the support so far. It's awesome stuff. And yeah, go watch the videos. They're great.
Yeah. Gogers, is there anything you wanted to mention?
Yeah, I'm also doing Rings of. Nah, I'm going to sleep. That's what I'm doing.
Sudden 100-hour video for both seasons. Just
Yeah.
time to analyze.
Heavily edited. It's gonna take me a while.
Rags, Fring, anything you guys wanted to say?
Yeah, I've got a video that is very close to completion. I've just had a horrific sleeping schedule lately, and I've just not had energy. But I've got like not much left to do on it, and it'll be done. So hopefully, I've got like family visiting the next day or 2, and everyone's kind of in town. So that'll probably take up a bunch of my attention, and then I can get this video wrapped up, and it will be out pretty soon. Probably within the next, I want to say several days. I said it before, but I just was in I was not in the zone with the sleeping and doing a bunch of other stuff. But I do hope that it will be out in probably several days. And I do plan to do a stream of Amnesia the Bunker later this spooky-tober.
Nice.
Yeah.
So probably near the end of the month as we get closer to Spookyween, that'll happen. And we'll see what happens with that.
Yay.
The other guy.
Hooray.
Fregold.
I mean, I helped Smaller make his Alien Romulus video. But now it's just back to other things. That's it.
Yeah.
Back to the dungeon.
Yes,
The
Fringy
Welcoming
edited
embrace of the dungeon.
pretty much every visual in that video, and so you might be like, well, wait, what were you doing while that was happening? And that's the thing. I'm hoping that another video is being created. It's just taking an immense amount of time, so I can't really say anything other than that.
He was pooping, farting.
It's like I mentioned it in the Discord. I'm working on 4 major projects at once. Different times get to add to different ones. It's all very annoying, but it'll all make sense once enough time has passed and you guys see them. That's all I can say, because you never know what'll happen. But yes, Alien Romulus, an Unbridled Parasite video is out. I was very happy with how it turned out. I thought me and Fringy did a fun little decent job there talking about why that film is poopy. And you should see it. And did a little bit of an experimental opener with that one that I think turned out real fun.
Mambo
Hopefully you
news.
guys enjoyed. And of course, we've got the Nightmare on Elm Street arc is well underway. We've completed the first film and the second film, the gay one, as it's come to be known in the world. Third one is on its way. They've all been listed for their dates on the trailer. And I'm gonna stream. Oh well, yeah, it's today, isn't it? It's my birthday today. It happened while we were streaming.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Oh fuck! It is the 6th.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna stream.
And you got to celebrate with Rings of Power.
Happy birth.
Outlast
That's
2
great.
later tonight when I'm had sleep. We'll do that. It'll be fun. And then I think Thursday, because Open Bar will be off because Drinker is out on walkies, that we'll be doing the Joker FAP then. And then I believe if I've got this right, that Saturday is the Agatha EFAP. So
yeah, the halfway point.
Like this was a bit cruel, universe, but okay, I guess. You know, but hey, silver lining. Look at these beautiful plushies.
Yes.
Yeah,
they look
great. They look really good.
Halloween right now. They're available for Halloween. Get them for Halloween.
How spooky!
Spooky.
And yet
You should get them. If you don't, we will haunt you.
And
I
the
mean,
hoodie.
there's no repercussions if you don't.
Yeah, you know the deal. Limited time offer.
That's right. Once they're gone, they're actually gone. They will never ever reappear.
Well, on that note, I suppose we shall say goodbye, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Obviously, just it's never going to be forgotten. But me, Frankie, and Rags will get on to creating as many recordings as we can, as quickly as we can for Super Chat catch up as well.
Yeah.
It's just like if it helps to understand, the output lately has been insane for all of us. So we've been trying to get on top of everything. Halloweeny month is always crazy.
Spooky Wayne, but yes, we very much appreciate the messages, and we will get to them.
Absolutely, they're all taken down and saved, so don't you worry. But for now, we're gonna say good night, goodbye, have a good whatever it is you're having, and we'll see you next time.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.